Chapter 1. The officials have arrived to deliver the bride. Chen Ning, wake up. The officials bringing your bride should be arriving soon in a days. Chen Ning heard a gentle female voice speaking beside him, and a warm sensation spread across his arm. Delivering a bride? Is this a beautiful dream as a reward for my exhausting night shift? Chen Ning thought he was dreaming. He drowsily raised his hand, wanted to pull the owner of the voice closer, and his hand brushed against something. This feeling that's so soft. Chen Ning, don't make trouble. Once your two brides come in, your sister-in-law won't be able to take care of you anymore. Sister-in-law? Two new brides. Is this dream really that extravagant? Chen Ning was sure it was a dream because he was all alone with no older brother, so how could there be a sister-in-law? He couldn't help but pinch the softness beneath his fingers. It felt too real. He just didn't know what the woman looked like. It is said that one cannot clearly see people's faces in dreams. Let me try it out. Chen Ning struggled to open his eyes. What a beautiful woman. But why is she dressed in ancient clothing? Chen Ning could actually see the woman's appearance and was somewhat stunned. Having lived for 30 years, he had seen quite a few beauties. However, the woman before him could undoubtedly rank among the top 3 he had encountered in real life. Though her skin appeared somewhat rough and her clothing was very old, it was clear at a glance that she was a natural beauty. He hoped this dream would not end. Chen Ning reached out and pulled the woman directly onto himself. It had been more than a year since he broke up with his ex-girlfriend, and he hadn't touched a woman since. Chen Ning, what are you doing? Let go. The woman blushed slightly when he grabbed her, and now that he was holding her, her body trembled, clearly flustered. She blushed even more, scolded him, and struggled to get up. After just feeling that real softness, she was pulling away. Chen Ning felt frustrated. Why was it not going as he imagined? Shouldn't this be the moment to take advantage of the situation? Just then, a loud shout came from outside. Chen Shi, hurry and bring the foolish Ning out. The officials delivering the marriage are about to arrive at your door. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Shi quickly replied and then grabbed a worn-out garment to help Chen Ning get dressed. She was helping herself get dressed? Chen Ning was astonished and didn't even think to refuse. He had only been helped into clothes by his parents when he was 2 or 3 years old. But the feeling now was completely different. It was enjoyable. The woman seemed to be used to this action aside from a slight blush. Her movements were very natural. Chen Ning began to enjoy the moment. He finally noticed the surroundings. The dim room had dirt walls, and the window was covered with yellowish-brown paper. Under him was an extremely rudimentary wooden bed, and Chen Ning could even feel that there was a straw mat beneath the sheets. Aside from this bed, the room only contained a weathered wooden box. The environment in this dream was too poor and did not match the beauty before him. After Chen Shi helped him put on his clothes, she pulled him off the bed and led him outside. Wait, something fell off. Did that person outside just call him a fool? Was someone really delivering a bride for him? Just as Chen Ning was about to say something, the moment his feet hit the ground, a loud bang rang in his head. In an instant, fragmented memories surged forth and quickly merged with Chen Ning's own memories. What the hell? This isn't a dream. I actually crossed over. Chen Ning became clear-headed, but was also utterly bewildered. He never expected such good fortune would fall upon him. This place was very similar to ancient Earth, but it was not ancient Earth. It was the great Cloud Dynasty, a blue star. And at this moment, Chen Ning's body, sharing his name, was 12 years younger than his original self. Only 18 years old this year, as for Chen Shi, she was indeed his nominal sister-in-law. 3 years ago, on the day Chen Yu married his older brother, a team of officials suddenly came to the door, saying that the main lineage of the Chen family had betrayed the country and took his parents and older brother away without discussion. Chen Ning was also supposed to be captured, but during his resistance, he was hit in the head by the soldiers, causing him to become foolish and escape the disaster. With nowhere to go, Chen Yu stayed behind to take care of Chen Ning. Originally, the Chen family was the richest in the village, but to treat Chen Ning's injuries, the soldiers seized their wealth, forcing Chen Yu to sell their house and good farmland. Now they lived in 3 dilapidated straw houses at the foot of the mountain, barely surviving by renting 2 acres of thin farmland. In the past 3 years, Chen Ning's mind had improved slightly. He was no longer as foolish and confused as at the beginning, and his IQ had returned to about that of a 5 or 6-year-old. As for the officials delivering brides, that was true. The Great Cloud Dynasty had been in turmoil for many years, and it was only last year that the situation had stabilized. Due to the exhaustion from years of war, the Great Cloud Dynasty faced a significant imbalance in population. The To address this, the emperor decreed that all males reaching the age of 16 must marry. As long as you can support them, you can marry as many as you want. The condition was that a newborn must be seen in the coming year. The emperor's order was conveyed to various state offices, and the state with the highest number of newborns next year would receive a reward. Once the order was issued, various regions implemented different measures, showcasing their ingenuity with various strategies. In the northern state where Chen Ning resided, the governor ordered officials to lead teams to deliver brides to villages and towns. While it sounded like a good thing, for many commoners, it was not. The reason was simple. After marriage, an increase in population also meant an increase in taxes. The unified tax in the Great Cloud Dynasty was 1 stone of grain per person per year, which is about 120 JIN. It might not sound like much, but for the poor, it was a heavy burden. The grain species in the Great Cloud Dynasty were singular, primarily planting millet, with good farmland yielding only about 200 JIN per mu, but a typical family might have 4 or 5 mu, producing around 1,000 JIN annually. If a family had 4 or 5 members, it would be challenging to eat their fill after deducting taxes. That if they didn't pay their grain taxes, they would be taken for corps of labor. After a year of labor, those who returned were often worn out. Now, any male who turned 16 and refused to marry would also be taken for corps of labor. Chen Ning, who was originally foolish, managed to avoid capture and military service but could not escape the fate of marriage. Since he was already over 16 by 2 years, he had to marry 2 at once. Originally, this delivery of brides allowed for the selection from a group of girls, but by the time it reached Chen Ning, only the last 2 girls remained. It was said that these 2 girls were the last remaining after filtering through over 100 girls from several villages. Thinking of this rumor, Chen Ning's face darkened. As a time traveler, having 3 wives and 4 concubines would be the bare minimum. But the prerequisite was that they all had to be beautiful. If he ended up marrying 2 ugly ones, Chen Ning felt he would need to cross over again. Just as Chen Ning was about to express his thoughts to Qin Yu, she spoke first. Xiao Ning, be good. Even if you don't like them, you can't refuse, otherwise you'll be taken for corps of labor. Oh no. He forgot that he was still a fool. This was a serious problem, that he had to act a bit more foolish in front of outsiders. Otherwise, if the officials thought he was pretending to be foolish, the consequences would be dire. Fines and labor could be the least of his worries. What to do? Let's just see how it goes. As he was pulled outside by Qin Yu, Chen Ning truly felt the poverty of his home. The cracked earthen house. The kitchen's grain jar only had a thin layer of millet, and there wasn't even a decent iron pot, only a coarse clay jar sat on the stove. The yard outside wasn't very large. Most of it was planted with vegetables, and there was a chicken coop in the corner with 2 hens inside. The yard was surrounded by a low fence, making it easy to see the situation outside from the yard. At that moment, a large group of people was approaching from a distance. In the back were dozens of villagers from the same village, and at the front of the crowd were 2 officials, accompanied by 2 slender girls. These 2 girls are clearly the ones Chen Ning is going to marry. When Chen Ning saw the figures of the 2 girls, he felt a little relieved. Although their faces were not clear for now, at least their figures were quite good. Chen Ning was most afraid of the government forcibly sending girls who were only 150,155 centimeters tall. If it wasn't made clear, he wouldn't even know which was height and which was weight. Why are they so frail? Qin Yu also saw the 2 girls, and a trace of worry flashed across her face. In Qin Yu's mind, she hoped that Chen Ning could marry 2 girls with a sturdier build, so that they could farm more land at home, unlike herself, who was so frail that even physical work was a struggle. Chen Ning heard Qin Yu's murmuring, and a word almost stuck in his throat. He wanted to say that he actually liked sisters like her, and not those skinny water jars. When Chen Ning and Qin Yu arrived outside the courtyard, the wedding procession had also approached. The 2 girls beside the officer kept their heads down until the procession stopped. Then they raised their heads to look at Chen Ning. Chapter 2. They are actually twins. It must be said that aside from their tattered clothes and disguised expressions, Chen Ning's overall image was still quite good. At least he was very satisfied with his body and appearance. That he 1.8 meters tall. Although a bit thin, he was definitely not weak. In terms of looks, apart from his skin being a bit dark, his features resembled Xiao Zhan. If Chen Ning were to change into scholar's attire, he might even be able to pass as a talented young man in Dayun. However, When Chen Ning's gaze fell upon the two girls' faces, he was completely stunned. The two girls looked to be around 14 or 15 years old. Although there was some dust on their faces, it did not affect their absolutely exquisite features. Chen Ning felt that with his limited cultural level, it was hard to find words to describe their beauty. It was like a girl who was already good-looking and then perfectly enhanced by some beauty filter. The most important point was that the two girls looked exactly the same. This was actually a pair of twin sisters. This, double the happiness? Were they really eliminated from over 100 people? What must the other girls look like? Could they be fairies? Chen Ning's stunned expression was seen by those around him as a sign of foolishness. As the twin sisters looked at Chen Ning, their gazes were different. One held a calm and gentle expectation, while the other was filled with rebellion and stubbornness. From this, one could roughly judge the personalities of the two girls. This can't really be anyone's misfortune. The two girls look quite remarkable, but just looking at their build, they don't seem fit for hard work. They might even struggle to give birth. Yeah, marrying a wife should be like dog shungs, with a big bottom and a strong waist, able to grind during the day and bear children at night. The most unfortunate is naturally the Qin family, originally taking care of a fool, had already put them in debt to Zhao the overlord. Now, they might have to take care of two more useless ones, Sai. The surrounding villagers began to discuss, completely unconcerned about whether the parties involved could hear them. Chen Ning understood that it wasn't that these people had a problem with their aesthetics. They likely shared Qin Yu's perspective. Starting from practical life, marrying someone with a good physique could work and bear children, thus alleviating the family's burden. And this pair of twins, could they really have been eliminated in such a round after round? Chen Ning felt that it was still unlikely. There must be other issues with the two girls themselves. Are you the husband we're supposed to marry? I heard you don't have a good brain. Can you support me and my sister? Will you also dislike our frail bodies? Just as the officer hadn't spoken yet, the girl with the rebellious gaze surprisingly took the initiative to speak and directly questioned Chen Ning. The girl's voice was crisp, with a hint of youthful stubbornness. Chen Ning was taken aback. This girl had quite a bit of courage. In this era, women's status was low, and if it were an ordinary family girl, she would definitely not dare to speak like this to her husband after being forcibly married. Chen Ning remembered his identity as a fool and didn't speak directly, but the other girl, worried that her sister would be disliked or anger the officer, quickly scolded, Xiao Zhu, don't talk too much. By Xiao Zhu, you've spoken too much again. That I can tell you. This is your last chance. If even Chen Ning rejects you, then you'll have to be sent to the military brothel, and when the time comes, you'll still have to give birth. But who the father of the child is, you won't even know. The middle-aged officer among the officials coldly reprimanded the girl. Humph, you're just trying to scare me. Don't think I don't know. If you can't send my sister and me away, you'll be punished too, and my sister and I are still. Xiao Zhu. As the younger sister was about to say more, she was quickly stopped by her elder sister, who then addressed the middle-aged officer. Officer, don't take it out on Xiao Zhu. As long as Sir Qian is willing to accept us, we are willing to marry him. That's more like it. The middle-aged officer clearly had received some benefits, and what Bai Xiaozhu said was also correct. The county magistrate had been angry about this marriage issue recently, and if he didn't send this pair of sisters out, he would indeed face trouble. The officer didn't waste more words, only coldly snorted and looked at Chen Ning. Chen Ning, these two are your wives now. Come over to sign and take them away. This step was supposed to involve asking both parties if they agreed before proceeding with the marriage. But this time they had encountered a fool, and the officer didn't want to complicate matters. He directly asked Chen Ning to sign. That I don't want to. Chen Ning pretended to just wake up, looking dissatisfied at the officer. Although these two sisters matched his aesthetic, the thought of being tricked by the two officers really annoyed him. Moreover, he had heard by Xiao Zhu's threatening words to the officer, since this officer was in a hurry to marry off the sisters. If he didn't take the opportunity to gain something, it would truly be a disservice to his identity as a time traveler. As soon as he finished speaking, the officer was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting the fool to actually refuse. The middle-aged officer then threatened, if you don't want to, then come with me to jail. Chen Ning wore a silly smile, looking innocently at the officer and asking, what is going to jail? Is it fun? When Chen Ning spoke, the scene fell silent for a moment, followed by various sounds of laughter. A fool is just a fool, only thinking about playing. Meanwhile, Qin Yu's expression became slightly tense, and her face was filled with worry. The middle-aged officer then realized that Chen Ning was a fool and said, going to jail means being locked up like a little dog in a cage. not getting enough to eat or sleep. That sounds no fun at all. I don't want to go to jail. I want to go home and sleep. Chen Ning still looked silly. Not going to jail is fine. Just take them home with you and let them keep you company while you sleep. That would be much more fun. The middle-aged officer said with a wicked smile. You're lying. I only have one bed and one blanket. If they sleep together, they'll take my bed. I don't want that. Chen Ning's silly smile turned into a cry. Fool! Hurry up and take them away. Another young officer seemed a bit impatient, as if he was about to draw his sword. As the officer got angry, more people gathered to watch in this era. There wasn't much entertainment, and when they heard the officer and the fool were causing a ruckus, the villagers watching were even more excited. Chen Yu's face turned pale with tension, but her body moved in front of Chen Ning. The twin sisters seemed unfazed, still looking at each other, seemingly communicating something in secret. All right, don't scare him, he's just a fool. Before Chen, you could plead, the middle-aged officer stopped the young officer. With so many people around, if he really acted, he would surely face punishment upon returning. He turned to Chen Ning and said, if I give you a big bed, would you be willing to marry both of them? Yes, yes. Chen Ning's expression changed rapidly as he pulled Chen Yu behind him, looking at the middle-aged official with a face full of joy and anticipation. I can't conjure up a bed for you, but here, take this. You could trade it for 2 big beds in town, the middle-aged official said, taking out an object from his bosom as he spoke. It was a small dagger with a sheath, measuring no more than 20 centimeters in total length, with a brass sheath and handle. The sheath had rough textures, and both the sheath and the end of the dagger's handle had grooves that were originally meant to be inlaid with gems, but the gems had been pried out. Chen Ning's eyes lit up. Even without the gems, the shape of this thing looked like an antique. Really? Unless you say, tricking me is a little puppy. All right, tricking you is a little puppy. The middle-aged official was already slightly angry. Okay, I want to marry a wife. Chen Ning quickly seized the dagger and nodded repeatedly. In ancient times, due to poor metallurgy, iron goods were quite valuable. This small dagger was made of brass and pig iron, more than enough to trade for 2 shabby beds. Damn, why do I feel like Ning the fool isn't a fool? He gets a wife and even scores a dagger from the official. Are you jealous? If I give you those 2 little wives, would you take them? Forget it. I'd definitely be willing to play with them secretly, but marrying them home is not possible. I can't afford it. TCH, mainly you're afraid they won't bear children next year, and the Yamen will draft you for labor, right? Seeing that Chen Ning really gained something, the villagers immediately began to discuss again that in the wilds. Many villagers lacked any sense of propriety, so their language was quite crude. Chen Ning glanced to the side and took note of those few guys who were speaking lewdly about the sisters. All right, now that there are no objections, come over and complete the marriage contract. The middle-aged official clearly did not want to waste more time here. After Chen Ning settled the crowd, he directly started the final procedure. Chapter 3. Is the sister-in-law leaving? The so-called marriage contract is a document issued by the county office, already stamped with an official seal. As long as both parties write their names and put their fingerprints, it's done. The middle-aged official believed Chen Ning wouldn't be able to write, so he voluntarily acted as a scribe and wrote the names of all 3 parties, then called them over to put their fingerprints. Soon, Chen Ning became an officially recognized married man. The bride was a pair of exquisite twin sisters. It felt like a dream. No, Chen Ning thought that even in a dream, he wouldn't have imagined such a beautiful thing. It was only at this moment that Chen Ning learned his sister-in-law's names. The elder sister was by Xiao Qin, and the younger sister was by Xiao Zhu, both of whom were 16 years old this year. With the task completed, the official left 3 new travel permits for the newlyweds and departed, while the marriage contract was to be kept at the county office. With no more excitement to watch, and having seen the foolish bride, the villagers gradually left, discussing among themselves. However, some male villagers couldn't help but cast lingering glances at the beautiful sisters as they left. Chen Ning also noticed their gazes and immediately drew his dagger, grinning foolishly as he shouted, I have a wife now. From now on, my wife will only play with me. Anyone who dares to bully my wife and sister-in-law, I will kill them. The few lecherous villagers looked at the grinning Chen Ning, and the little dagger he was waving around sent shivers down their spines. Damn it, was this fool warning them on purpose? It must be said that Chen Ning's reputation as a fool had a certain deterrent effect. After all, No one wanted to fight with a fool who had gone mad. Seeing Chen Ning's expression, the Bai sister's eyes lit up slightly, especially Bai Xiaoqin. She felt that this husband of hers might have some issues. All right, Xiao Ning, take your two sisters home. Qinyu spoke up at this moment. Her gaze towards Chen Ning filled with affection and satisfaction, as Chen Ning had just included her in the protective circle. Sister-in-law, here if there are bad people, use this to kill them. Chen Ning turned around and handed the dagger to Qinyu. This is for my sister's sister-in-law, doesn't he need it? Qinyu was taken aback and quickly refused. Sister-in-law, you keep it. We don't need it, Bai Xiaoqin said directly. Yes, sister-in-law, don't look at me as thin. I'm strong and can fight. Bai Xiaozhu chimed in, first casting a provocative glance at Chen Ning, then glancing at the dagger in Chen Ning's hand with a hint of disdain. Seeing the little girl's expression, Chen Ning couldn't help but smile. After shoving the dagger into Qinyu's hands, he reached out and grabbed Bai Xiaozhu's little hand, saying, "Little wife, let us go home and play." Huh? You big pervert, let go. Who is your little wife? Bai Xiaozhu suddenly panicked when grabbed, her little face turning red as she shouted at Chen Ning, completely forgetting her earlier bravado about being able to fight. Little wife, big wife. Chen Ning, being a modern person, didn't he care about how girls addressed him in moments of panic, and continued to grin foolishly. When he said big wife, he glanced at Bai Xiaoqin, his meaning quite clear. Pervert, big pervert, I don't want to be your little wife. Bai Xiaozhu began to struggle instinctively. Xiaozhu, how can you talk to your husband like that? From now on, you should call him husband, and try saying fool again. Bai Xiaoqin suddenly darkened her expression and sternly reprimanded Bai Xiaozhu. Bai Xiaoqin's sudden outburst silenced the scene. Chen Ning awkwardly let go of her hand. He really didn't mind and wasn't angry at all. It was just like playful banter between children. Moreover, he had indeed teased Bai Xiaozhu first, as he had secretly tickled her palm a few times when he held her hand. Sister, Xiaozhu knows she was wrong. Bai Xiaozhu quickly lowered her head to admit her mistake. Regardless of personality or background, in this patriarchal era, disrespecting one's husband with words was simply wrong. Qinyu had also felt a hint of dissatisfaction with Bai Xiaozhu's attitude towards Chen Ning, but seeing that she admitted her mistake, she didn't pursue it further and proactively spoke to ease the tension. All right, Xiaoqin and Xiaozhu. Xiaozhu might not be used to her new identity. Let us go home. Thank you, sister-in-law, but Xiaozhu, you must apologize to your husband. Bai Xiaoqin said, I'm sorry, husband. I won't call you a fool or a pervert anymore. Bai Xiaozhu clearly obeyed Bai Xiaoqin's words, and despite the tears brimming in her eyes, she did not hesitate to apologize to Chen Ning. Seeing this situation, Chen Ning felt awkward and a bit guilty. The little girl hadn't done anything wrong. Little wife, don't cry, we'll go home and play. Chen Ning reached out again to pull the dazed Bai Xiaozhu along as they headed home. Bai Xiaoqin was also slightly taken aback. Clearly, Chen Ning's reaction surprised her, as he even comforted her sister. Could this be the benefit of marrying a fool? If it were any other man, he might take this opportunity to assert his dominance, or even beat up the sister. Xiaoqin and Xiaozhu. Actually, Xiao Ning is very kind and family-oriented. He was originally not only good at studying, but also very skilled at hunting. Even though he has some issues now, he can still hunt some game in the nearby mountains sometimes. Qinyu, seeing Bai Xiaoqin staring at Chen Ning's back in a daze, couldn't help but smile slightly and praise Chen Ning a couple of times. Your husband is very excellent. I believe he will get better soon. Bai Xiaoqin earnestly said to Qinyu. Qinyu was slightly surprised, but didn't delve deeper. She could tell that the sisters must have come from a good family. But since they didn't volunteer that information, she wouldn't pry. Afterwards, the few of them returned to the room. In Chen Ning's room, Bai Xiaozhu became much more obedient, silently following her sister, but she would occasionally sneak glances at Chen Ning. Chen Ning also gave Bai Xiaozhu a silly smile in return, which made her roll her eyes at him repeatedly, though there was a hint of playful affection in her eyes. Chen Ning thought that the Bai sisters would be somewhat disdainful of his poor family background. However, Bai Xiaozhu showed no unusual reaction at all. This made Chen Ning curious about the sisters' original family. A normal family wouldn't raise such a pair of sisters. Our family is poor. I apologize for the inconvenience to my sisters. Usually, one of you can live with me, and I will get new beds and blankets for you after a while. Qinyu said apologetically to the sisters, glancing at the thin quilt on Chen Ning's bed. Thank you, sister-in-law. I still have a little silver left. You can take it to buy some items and food for the family. After briefly understanding the situation at home, Bai Xiaoqin took out a small strip of silver from her clothing and handed it to Qin Yu was slightly taken aback. She noticed that the silver was a small piece from a silver hairpin. Women from ordinary families mostly used wooden or bamboo hairpins. Only wealthy families could afford silver ones. Originally, we had quite a bit of silver, but we gave it all to that nasty official. Otherwise, we would have been married off long ago. Bai Xiaozhu huffed from his side. Chen Ning slightly narrowed his eyes. Indeed, these two girls must have a story behind why they had been eliminated to the last. This is your dowry. Sister-in-law cannot accept it. I will find a way to get supplies. My only hope is that when I'm not around in the future, you can take good care of Xiao Ning and bear some responsibilities. Qin Yu, surprised, quickly refused Bai Xiaoqin's silver. Sister-in-law, are you leaving? Bai Xiaoqin immediately picked up on the problem in Qin Yu's words. Chen Ning also realized this and couldn't help but frown. Where is Qin Yu going? Other than the Chen family, she should have nowhere else to go. Could it be that she was truly tired of taking care of herself? And with the addition of 2 more mouths to feed, she felt overwhelmed and unable to cope? Chapter 4. The warehouse space in my mind, Qin Yu realized she had let something slip but didn't explain further. She quickly changed the subject. Today is your wedding day, so let us not talk about this. Although our family is poor, this meal must be a bit more sumptuous. I'll go kill a chicken. After Qin Yu finished speaking, she turned around and walked outside, clearly not wanting to continue the previous topic. Chicken is great. I'll go help my sister-in-law, and sister can keep my husband company. Bai Xiaozhu seemed completely innocent upon hearing there was chicken to eat. Her beautiful big eyes sparkled like stars. After Qin Yu and Bai Xiaozhu left, only Chen Ning and Bai Xiaoqin remained in the room. The atmosphere fell into a slight silence, and Bai Xiaoqin gently asked Chen Ning, Husband, do you know what problem sister-in-law is facing? Chen Ning looked at Bai Xiaoqin and couldn't help but feel emotional. No wonder people in ancient times married young, girls like Bai Xiaoqin, despite their slightly immature age and appearance, already had quite mature personalities and temperaments. I don't know. I'll go ask. Chen Ning shook his head, looking confused. He truly had no idea about Qin Yu's situation. His original memories were fragmented, and some things needed to be pieced together little by little to understand. However, one thing Chen Ning was very clear about was that the original consciousness had 2 obsessions. One was to save his parents, and the other was related to Qin Yu, which urged him to listen to his sister-in-law and protect her at all costs if anything happened. Then let's not ask for now. Sister-in-law seems unwilling to bring it up. We'll take it slow. Bai Xiaoqin quickly stopped Chen Ning, who was about to get up. Chen Ning thought it made sense. There was no rush. He decided to pay more attention to Qin Yu in the future to prevent her from running off secretly. Husband, take this. You are the head of the family now, and we sisters hope you can be more kind and caring toward us, especially toward Xiaozhu. I hope you can be more tolerant of her willfulness and mischief. Just as Chen Ning was preparing to say something, Bai Xiaoqin spoke first, shoving the half-silver hairpin into Chen Ning's hand. Chen Ning was about to refuse, thinking that as a big man and a time traveler, how could he accept a woman's money? But before he could voice his refusal, he froze. The moment his hand touched the silver hairpin, a violent wave suddenly surged in his mind. He thought he was about to merge memories again, but instead, his consciousness was transported to a space he was very familiar with. What the hell is this? Coming back. Chen Ning's expression went blank, but inside he was exclaiming in shock. The reason he felt it was so familiar was that this was where he had previously worked. He had fallen asleep here and traveled to the Dayun Dynasty. Chen Ning used to be a warehouse manager at a department store called Jiamei. The entire store had 3 floors with no outsourced stalls. All the products and even the building belonged to one owner. As the warehouse manager, Chen Ning usually worked in the underground warehouse. With the impact of online sales, the store's performance had been declining sharply. Originally, 3 warehouses had been consolidated into one, leaving only Chen Ning to manage it. Although it was a bit tiring, most of the management was done via computer, and he could barely manage on his own. Chen Ning quickly snapped back to reality and discovered a somewhat complex fact. He hadn't returned to Earth, but had his consciousness back in the warehouse while his body remained in the Dayun Dynasty. Moreover, His consciousness could not go anywhere outside the warehouse. Could it be Chen Ning? Suddenly thought of a possibility, his eyes gradually brightening. The novel doesn't deceive me. Indeed. Time travelers have benefits. This has given me a super large space, along with so many goods. This is simply too enjoyable. Chen Ning believed he had figured out the truth, and couldn't help but feel excited. Compared to returning to Earth, Chen Ning felt more hopeful about staying in the Dayun Dynasty. Although his initial identity and environment were not ideal with the warehouse, he believed he could change everything and live a carefree life. His consciousness quickly scanned the warehouse. In the 500 square meters of space, 70 was occupied by goods. Chen Ning naturally wanted to try taking out the items from here, discovering that as long as he thought about it, the goods could move or be retrieved according to his wishes. Just as Chen Ning was immersed in the thought of living freely in Dayun, a sudden voice entered his consciousness. Husband, wake up quickly. Something happened outside. Chen Ning was taken aback. It was by Xiaoqin's voice. Something happened? Let's go. Chen Ning panicked and quickly thought about going outside. Sure enough, the next second his consciousness returned, and he saw Bai Xiaoqin looking at him anxiously. What happened? Chen Ning couldn't explain why he'd been dazed for so long and directly asked Bai Xiaoqin. At this moment, Chen Ning overlooked that the half-silver hairpin in his hand had disappeared. Someone came to our house. Seems to be looking for sister-in-law's trouble. Xiao Zhu is trying to stop him. Let us go take a look. Bai Xiaoqin said quickly when she saw Chen Ning come back to his senses. Let's go outside. Chen Ning raised an eyebrow and quickly walked toward the door. If someone was bullying Qin Yu, even without the original owner's obsession, he definitely wouldn't let the other party go. However, he wondered if there were any rules in Dayun that allowed fools to kill without punishment. Worried about Qin Yu, Chen Ning also forgot about his own foolish identity, which made Bai Xiaoqin, who was following behind, glance at him with slightly flickering eyes. Once outside, they heard Bai Xiaozhu arguing with someone and also saw a tall and robust figure outside the fence. This girl is not bad. She can really step up when there's trouble. Tiao Ning, Tiao Qin. When Qin Yu saw Chen Ning and Bai Xiaoqin come out, a hint of helplessness and sadness flashed across her pale face. Sister-in-law, what happened? Who was that person? Just as Chen Ning was about to speak, his collar was suddenly tugged by Bai Xiaoqin, who then asked Qin Yu. Chen Ning was taken aback, then realized he had forgotten to act foolishly in his eagerness. Did this little girl notice? Maybe not. He hadn't shown too much, and at most, she might have some suspicion. In fact, even if she did notice, it didn't matter. As long as she asked, he could say his mind was clearer now. After all, they would be living together in the future, and pretending to be foolish all the time would be tiring. Yes, the creditor has come to the door. Qin Yu wanted to cover it up, but since the person had already come, if it were only Chen Ning, she might have been able to brush it off. However, with the Bai sisters present, they were no fools. Qin Yu clearly didn't know that Chen Ning was no longer foolish. Young lady, you heard that, right? Qin has admitted it herself, and I have a contract as proof. If you keep blocking me, I'll take you away too. Just then, the person who had been blocked by Xiaozhu outside the door also heard Qin Yu's words and said triumphantly, if you owe money, pay it back. If you want to take my sister-in-law away, do you believe I can knock you flying with one punch? Bai Xiaozhu snorted and then showed her tiny pink fist to the figure towering over her. Haha, you're quite interesting. Once I take Qin away, you will definitely be next. It will be a shame to marry a fool like Chen. As the loud and arrogant voice fell, the robust figure directly crossed the fence and entered the courtyard. A butcher. Chen Ning recognized the man's appearance, and a profession instantly popped into his mind. This guy was not only tall and strong, but also had a fierce look, with dark skin and a face full of muscles, his eyes glinting with menace. Chen Ning felt a bit of admiration for Bai Xiaozhu. Her petite body actually dared to confront such a guy. Zhao Yutun, however, did not return to the army. Instead, he ran back to the village and became a landlord here, relying on his years of accumulation. He even bought a large mansion in town. Most of Chen Ning's original home and fields were taken over by this guy, but he seldom lived in Qingshan village, spending more time at his properties in Dalietown. Although this guy was nearly 50, he still had a fondness for women. It was said that he had more than a dozen wives in both homes. not to mention those he had collected through various means without any official status. Zhao Yutian, don't you dare have any ideas about my sister-in-law. I can go with you, but can you give me 3 more days to settle matters at home? Chen Yu directly stood in front of Chen Ning and Bai Xiaoqin, trembling as she spoke to Zhao Yutian. Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, a cold glint flashed in Chen Ning's eyes, and he was about to step forward, but was stopped again by Bai Xiaoqin. Sister-in-law, if it's just a matter of owing money, you don't have to pay with your body. As long as you don't agree, it's coercion. According to the laws of Dayun, forcibly taking women is a serious crime. You can report it to the authorities, and they can be taken away as laborers, Bai Xiaoqin said, pulling Chen Yu. There is a difference between laborers and forced laborers, but their treatment is completely different. Laborers are akin to the Army's death squads, and no labor returns alive. Chen Ning looked at Bai Xiaoqin in surprise, feeling that these 2 young ladies were quite extraordinary. Bai Xiaozhu, although mischievous and rebellious, was brave, while Bai Xiaoqin was gentle, calm, and knowledgeable about the laws of Dayun. Definitely not characteristics of an ordinary girl from a common family. Oh, this little girl understands quite a bit. Very good. But it's a pity the contract was signed very clearly. If the money isn't repaid by the due date, as long as I give half a tael of silver to that fool Chen Ning, the Qin family will voluntarily become my Zhao family slaves. Zhao Yutian said proudly, his flesh quivering, and after speaking, he took out a document from his bosom, which had a bright red handprint on it. Chen Ning's brow twitched violently again, but this time it was because of Chen Yu. When he heard that if Chen Yu did not repay the half-tael of silver, she would go to Zhao's house as a slave. Chen Ning understood that Chen Yu was trying to secure a little more breathing room for herself at the last moment. Let me take a look at the loan agreement. Bai Xiaoqin paused for a moment, then deeply glanced at Chen Yu before addressing Zhao Yutian. Oh, the young lady can read? Not bad, not bad. Feel free to look, but you can't touch it, Zhao Yutian said with a lewd smile on his face, clearly enjoying the situation. The so-called loan agreement was just a promissory note, but it had a seal on it, representing its legitimacy, and Zhao Yutian unfolded it to show Bai Xiaoqin. Chen Ning could see clearly from the side. The characters were similar to Chinese characters, and since the original body was a child scholar, reading was not a problem. The promissory note was from half a year ago, stating clearly that Chen Yu borrowed 9.5 taels of silver from Zhao Yutian to be repaid in 6 months. If unable to repay, she would pay an additional half tael of silver to Chen Ning, and Chen Yu would voluntarily sell herself into slavery to Zhao Yutian. The promissory note was concise and clear, with specific dates and Chen Yu's signature and handprint at the bottom. At this moment, Chen Ning furrowed his brow again, recalling an incident from half a year ago. The original body went hunting in the mountains again, wanting to catch a big game. He went deeper and was injured by a large wild beast, nearly losing his life. It was Chen Yu who took him to the town's clinic, where he was treated for half a month before his life was saved. Indeed, the borrowed money was all spent on him. Chen Ning believed that the money Chen Yu initially received was definitely not 9.5 taels, as the promissory note did not indicate interest. The interest had been calculated into the principal from the beginning, and indeed, that was the case. At that time, the cash Chen Yu received was only 5 taels, and in 6 months the interest had taken up 95%. The commoners in Dayun usually used copper coins for daily expenses. 1,000 copper coins were equivalent to 1 tael of silver, and a pound of millet cost only 3 to 5 copper coins. Do you understand now? Is there anything else to say? Zhao Yutian asked casually after waiting for a moment and putting away the loan agreement. Chen Ning naturally had something to say, but if he spoke now, he would surely lose his identity as a fool. As for Chen Yu, she had nothing to say at this moment, as it had indeed been agreed upon when borrowing the money. The only solution was to repay the 9.5 taels of silver. However, Chen Yu knew all too well the situation of her and Chen Ning. The entire household could not come up with 10 copper coins. Earlier, Bai Xiaoqin had taken out a silver hairpin, but that was worth at most half a tael, and she could not let Bai Xiaoqin spend that money. It's clear that the loan agreement is fine, but it's not due yet, right? Bai Xiaoqin frowned slightly, her beautiful brows knitting together. The young lady is quite observant. Indeed, there are still 3 days until it's due. But does that make a difference? Can you come up with 9.5 taels of silver in 3 days? Zhao Yutian sneered, his gaze beginning to wander back and forth over the Bai sisters. Keep looking, and I'll poke your eyes out. Bai Xiaozhu shouted angrily, her small face flushed with rage. This little girl really had guts. Chen Ning could now be certain that these sisters had never truly encountered the harshness of society. Bullying my little wife. I'll kill you. At this point, Chen Ning really had no way to hide behind the women anymore. As for pretending to be a fool, he could only try his best. Oh, kill me? I've been to the battlefield, mingled in the underworld, and been a bandit. Too many people want to kill me, but I'm still living well. You can give it a try. Zhao Yutian looked down on Chen Ning completely. Zhao Yutian was very confident in his strength, otherwise with his wealth. Hiring a few bodyguards would be no problem. However, he preferred to go about his business alone, believing that no one in Qingyun town could match him. Husband, don't get angry with the villain. Let us just find a way to repay the money. Bai Xiaoqin quickly spoke up to calm him as she saw Chen Ning about to explode. Chen Ning suddenly felt a spark in his heart, and then said with a hint of surprise, if we have money, then my sister-in-law can't be taken away by bad people, right? That's right, husband. Bai Xiaoqin looked at Chen Ning with a puzzled face, wondering if he really had money. Chen Ning suddenly took on a mysterious look, leaning close to Bai Xiaoqin's ear and whispering, Big wife, I have treasures in the mountains. I'll go pick them up and we'll have money. Bai Xiaoqin felt the warmth by her ear, and her entire small face turned red instantly. If it were anyone else, Bai Xiaoqin would have long felt disgusted, but for Chen Ning, she only felt shy, with no hint of disgust. Perhaps she had already accepted this husband in her heart? Fortunately, Bai Xiaoqin reacted quickly. Regardless of whether she believed Chen Ning or not, she whispered to him, Husband, don't tell anyone else. I'll send this person away first, and then we'll go. Chen Ning praised Bai Xiaoqin's cleverness in his heart once again. Although this would arouse Zhao Yotian's suspicion, he hadn't heard their conversation, so he could only go home in doubt. Qinyu and Bai Xiaozhu, standing aside, couldn't he hear what the two were saying and were filled with confusion. Zhao Yutian, besides being curious, felt more disdain. He didn't believe that a fool could come up with so much money. Zhao Yutian, we guarantee we can repay the money in 3 days. Now leave our house. Bai Xiaoqin said seriously to Zhao Yutian, her small face filled with determination. Regardless of whether Chen Ning had any so-called treasures, she would find a way to delay for 3 days, at least giving them 3 more days to think of a solution. Chapter 6. I'll go to the mountains to get the treasure. Upon hearing Bai Xiaoqin's words, Zhao Yutian's face darkened immediately. His main purpose for coming this time was to take Qinyu away and, secondly, to check out the pair of twin sisters. He had heard that the fool had been sent by the government to marry a pair of exquisite twin sisters, and if they were as exceptional as the rumor suggested, he would certainly find a way to have the sisters for himself. Marrying and taking concubines was out of the question. There were already too many people in his household. If he married again, the taxes on the grain would be burdensome, so the best way was to take them as slaves. Slavery only required paying taxes once, and he could even earn back from them later. Especially pretty female slaves, they could be bought and sold. Because slavery is the private property of the master, it can be bought and sold. Additionally, the government forcibly requires childbirth. Unless he doesn't mind being cuckolded, he currently lacks the ability to do so. As for forcibly taking someone, Zhao Yutian can do that too, but he still wants to continue living his carefree life. So it's better not to provoke the county office openly. Therefore, he can only resort to some tactics, which are safe and reliable, and can also show off his cleverness. Many dirty thoughts flashed through Zhao Yotian's mind, and his expression returned to some extent as he looked at Bai Xiaoqin and said, Your guarantee is worthless. What if you can't pay back the money in 3 days? If you can't pay back, then I will naturally go with you. Qinyu interjected at this moment. She wasn't exactly a completely weak woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to take care of Chen Ning alone for several years and do a good job of it. Just now, her heart had completely died, devoid of any thoughts of resistance, believing that leaving meant leaving, since Chen Ning would have 2 wives to take care of him in the future anyway. However, seeing the Bai sisters, even Chen Ning, fighting for her, reignited a glimmer of hope within her. Even if it ultimately fails, she can still fulfill her initial wish of taking care of Chen Ning for 3 more days at home. If you can't pay back the money, It's only right for you to go with me. And if you want 3 days, that's fine too. If you can't pay back, I want this pair of young ladies to come to my house as guests. Zhao Yutian said with a sneer, revealing his sordid thoughts. Dream on. We're not going to your pigsty or doghouse. Bai Xiaozhu shouted loudly. Yes, my wife will never go to a pigsty or doghouse. Chen Ning stepped forward, took Bai Xiaozhu's hand, and glared fiercely at Zhao Yutian. This time, when her little hand was grabbed again, Bai Xiaozhu had no intention of breaking free. Instead, seeing Chen Ning protecting her made her feel a surge of happiness inside. After the Bai family had fallen into trouble, she and T felt this sense of being cared for in a long time. Both Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu opposed him without reservation, but unexpectedly, Bai Xiaoqin suddenly spoke up from the side. Okay, if we can't pay back the money, we will all go to your house as guests. Sister? Bai Xiaozhu didn't expect her clever sister would say such a foolish thing. Qin Yu was anxious, and Chen Ning frowned. It's okay, as long as we can pay back the money. Bai Xiaoqin smiled slightly, looking at Chen Ning with a glimmer of expectation in her eyes. Chen Ning was taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly smiled inwardly. It seemed this girl was increasingly doubting that she was pretending to be foolish, probably just waiting for a little confirmation from him. However, it wasn't time for that yet. Let her doubt. As long as he didn't admit it himself, it could only be doubt. Chen Ning didn't respond, which made Bai Xiaoqin feel a bit nervous. Could it be that she really misjudged him? All right, it's settled then. I'm not afraid of you going back on your word. If you dare to fool me, the consequences are definitely not something you can bear. Zhao Yutian readily agreed, probably worried that Bai Xiaoqin would go back on her word, and after throwing down a threatening remark, he turned and left. I'm sorry, Xiaoqin and Xiaozhu. It's my fault that you two are involved. When it gets dark, you should take Chen Ning and leave Qingshan village to seek a living in the county. Zhao Youtian's influence won't dare to cause trouble in the county. Watching Zhao Yutian leave, Qin Yu seemed to lose all her strength, looking at the two sisters with deep guilt. Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? We are family. We should face things together. We still have 3 days. It's not certain we can't raise the money. Bai Xiaoqin said, supporting Qin Yu while softly comforting her. Exactly, don't worry, sister-in-law. I can protect you and my husband. If we really can't raise enough money, we can just run away together. Bai Xiaozhu said at the end, her eyes flashing a hint of killing intent. But she was shot down by a glare from Bai Xiaoqin. The eye contact between the two sisters was unfortunately seen clearly by Chen Ning. He was sure that Bai Xiaozhu didn't mean to suggest running away. What was it then? Killing. Chen Ning's heart trembled. This little girl was definitely thinking that just now. What a brave girl. Although he also wanted to kill Zhao Yutian, it was just a fleeting thought. After all, his mindset was still that of a modern person, and he had a certain fear and resistance to killing. However, Chen Ning quickly reflected on his mentality. After all, this was no longer modern society. The constraints on killing here were not strong. If that day really came, he would definitely have to become a ruthless person. Sister-in-law, don't cry. I have treasures. I'll go get them from the mountain. Chen Ning didn't want to say much and couldn't explain anything. It was still early, and he decided to take a trip to the mountain, which would also give him an excuse to bring out some items to exchange for money. Go get treasures from the mountain? Husband, I'll go with you. Before Qin Yu could react, Bai Xiaozhu's eyes lit up, and she shouted loudly. Xiaoning, what nonsense are you talking about? What treasures do you have? Qin Yu asked in confusion. She had never heard of Chen Ning having any treasures. If he did, he should have told her long ago. Under Qin Yu's questioning, Chen Ning's mind quickly turned, and he said, in the mountain, I once saw some shiny treasures. Shiny treasures? Gold, silver, or gems. There aren't many shiny things in this era. Sister-in-law, just let my husband and Xiaozhu go. If it really is something good, our future days will be easier. Bai Xiaoqin said. All right then, Xiaoning, remember what your sister-in-law said. Don't go too deep into the mountains. There are wild beasts there. And take a dagger with you. After a slight hesitation, Qin Yu didn't stop them again. As long as Chen Ning didn't go too deep into the mountains. She was too worried. Although Chen Ning's mind wasn't particularly sharp, his hunting skills were very high, and he was familiar with the surrounding mountains and forests. Having never gotten lost, the only thing Qin Yu was worried about was entering the deep mountains. 6 months ago, it was Chen Ning's venture into the mountainous area that led to his serious injury, which also caused her to borrow money from Zhao Yutian. I know, sister-in-law. Chen Ning smiled foolishly and then directly bypassed the courtyard and headed toward the back mountain. Bai Xiaozhu followed right behind. Chen Ning naturally didn't want to bring Bai Xiaozhu along, but he had no reason to refuse. So he could only lead her into the mountains and find an opportunity to retrieve some items from the warehouse. Sister-in-law, I feel like my husband's mind is no longer a big issue. Bai Xiaoqin sighed as she watched Chen Ning's figure disappear. What you said makes sense. Xiaoning has never expressed himself so clearly before today. It seems that the two sisters have brought him good luck. Qin Yu was slightly taken aback. Recalling Chen Ning's behavior today, it indeed felt like he had changed significantly from before. Chapter 7. Telling my husband a secret. Chen Ning passed through his own backyard and entered the mountains in less than 100 meters. Husband, wait for me. Why are you running so fast? Bai Xiaozhu ran quickly, but she was always a few meters behind, unable to help but feel a bit annoyed. This silly husband. Shouldn't he be holding her little hand at this time? Chen Ning stopped, his expression slightly unusual. It wasn't because Bai Xiaozhu called him, but because he noticed something strange about this body. Just now, while running quickly, a stream of warmth surged through his body, making him feel very comfortable. He not only felt no fatigue, but his strength seemed to increase a bit. Bad husband, stinky husband, why didn't you wait for me? Bai Xiaozhu came up, pouting in dissatisfaction. My little wife is really silly. You can't catch up with me. Chen Ning came back to his senses, grinning foolishly. So, you were playing a racing game with me? Well, you picked the right person. I didn't even really exert myself just now, otherwise. You would even see my back. Bai Xiaozhu had an adorably enlightened expression. Little wife runs, I chase. Chen Ning seemed to wear an eternally foolish smile. All right, let us just go together. If you fall behind, my sister will scold me. Bai Xiaozhu was initially going to agree, but then she thought of something and helplessly gave up the idea. Chen Ning felt a bit gloomy. He didn't expect the playful little girl to suddenly rein herself in at this moment. He had planned to take the opportunity to slip away for a bit. Husband, where's the treasure you mentioned? You didn't forget, did you? Bai Xiaozhu dismissed her playfulness and began to take things seriously, though she was unsure if this silly husband really had any treasure. Chen Ning originally intended to casually point in a couple of directions and then split up the search. However, he reconsidered. What if they went too far apart and the little girl got lost in the mountains and encountered danger? Over there. Chen Ning casually pointed to a mountain ahead and then buried his head and moved forward. Silly husband. Bai Xiaozhu noticed that Chen Ning had forgotten to hold her hand again and pouted slightly. Chen Ning was thinking about how to briefly shake off Bai Xiaozhu when he casually glanced around and suddenly halted, quickly walking toward a nearby grove of trees. Did you find it so soon? Bai Xiaozhu looked at Chen Ning's actions with some confusion. It's something delicious, Chen Ning said with a silly grin, pointing at a patch of lush green shrubs. That's toxic cassava. Eating it will poison you. Bai Xiaozhu rolled her eyes after seeing the shrubs. People who have been into the mountains generally recognize this plant. Its roots are well developed, and in the past, some tried to bring it home to eat, only to end up poisoned. Those who were lightly affected had stomach aches for several days, while severe cases could even lead to death. So, many years ago, no one in Dayun Dynasty dared to eat this anymore, even during famine years. It can be eaten, it's good stuff. Chen Ning didn't know how to explain to Bai Xiaozhu. After all, this cassava was indeed toxic and could be deadly. However, with simple processing, it could be made into a lot of delicious food. Moreover, it had various other uses, but people here had no idea what industrial use meant. If it were other crops, Chen Ning might not understand them well, but he was quite familiar with cassava. The detoxification method was straightforward, just soak in water for a few days. In a place like Dayun Dynasty, where food was scarce, Chen Ning felt that with these cassavas alone, he could become wealthy. Unfortunately, time was of the essence. He still needed to take some items from the warehouse space to resolve the immediate issues. After all, there were many things in the warehouse, and he didn't have to spend money. Why not use them? Let's go quickly. Husband, we really can't eat this. If we can't find anything, we should return home early. Sister-in-law and elder sister will prepare chicken for us. Bai Xiaozhu noticed Chen Ning drooling over the toxic shrubs and quickly pulled him away. Chen Ning took one last longing look at the patch of cassava. He must find a time to enter the mountains alone, or appropriately let trusted people around him understand the value of this plant. After all, Living together all the time while pretending to be ignorant was very inconvenient and would severely impact future plans for wealth. However, even if he confessed, his first choice would still be Qinyu. Although Bai Shaoqin was very smart and steady, she still didn't know enough about the two sisters, especially Bai Shaozhu. Being lively and cute was one thing, but this girl obviously lacked cunning. Although she wouldn't announce things everywhere, she occasionally blurted out things without thinking. Chen Ning had initially noted the location of the cassava, but after walking for a while, he felt it was unnecessary because the further he went, the more cassava he found. Moreover, he also discovered some other wild vegetables that had edible value. These wild vegetables were not widely recognized by the common people of Dayun Dynasty. Otherwise, they would have been completely trampled by now. Although it was not a year of natural disasters, food for the poor was still not very plentiful. Unfortunately, Chen Ning couldn't bring these wild vegetables back to Earth. Otherwise, he could also make a small fortune there. Wow, husband, look! There's a patch of chi-replenishing grass here. Just as Chen Ning was about to give up on searching for wild vegetables, Bai Shaozhu suddenly exclaimed, "Chi-replenishing grass?" Chen Ning hurriedly looked in the direction she pointed. Isn't this tianqi? Tianqi is a type of traditional Chinese medicinal herb. If it's farmed normally, its price is very low, costing maybe $100 for a pound. But this is pure wild. As for its effects, tianqi is a health supplement that can purify the blood to some extent and boost immunity, among other benefits. Is it tasty? Chen Ning pretended to look curious. It can be eaten, but it's a medicinal herb. Its roots can cure diseases. Bai Shaozhu seemed proud of her knowledge and, after speaking, adopted a mysterious expression and said to Chen Ning, "Let me secretly tell you a secret. Husband, my sister can treat illnesses and prepare medicine. If we hand over this chi-replenishing grass to my sister, we can sell it for at least a couple of taels of silver." Chen Ning raised an eyebrow. Bai Shaoqin could actually practice medicine? This was really beyond his expectations. He had initially guessed that the two sisters were not from an ordinary family, but didn't expect them to be so remarkable. In the Dayun Dynasty, where male superiority was prevalent, being literate was already rare, let alone learning other skills. So, the Bai sisters not only knew how to read, but also practiced medicine, which was even more impressive. They were either from a super rich family or a high-ranking official's household, and their parents must have doted on them a lot. "Are you very happy, husband? As long as we get through this tough time, my sister can disguise herself to treat people, and our family will live very well in the future." Bai Shaozhu thought Chen Ning looked stunned because he was surprised by this news. The reason she mentioned the need for disguise was that there were no female doctors in this society. Bai Shaoqin loved medicine and could practice it, but she didn't dare to promote it publicly. Chapter 8. The startled little wife Chen Ning was indeed very happy. He didn't expect that the wife assigned to him by the county office would be such a treasure. Let's take all of this back home and exchange it for money for the big wife. Chen Ning was still maintaining a silly demeanor in front of Bai Shaozhu. "There's too much here. We don't have the right tools. Digging it all out might take half an hour, and then I still have to follow you to find treasure," Bai Shaozhu said, feeling a bit troubled. "The little wife will dig for medicine, and I'll go collect the treasures. It will be quick." Chen Ning directly handed over the dagger that Qinyu had given him to Bai Shaozhu. The warehouse space had plenty of tools. After all, it was a general goods warehouse, containing many living supplies and grains, but at this moment, it was still inconvenient to take anything out. "You want to go alone?" "No way, husband." As soon as Bai Shaozhu heard that Chen Ning wanted to act alone, she instinctively opposed it. However, before she could finish her sentence, she saw her silly husband turn and run, disappearing into the trees in just a few steps. "Running so fast? It feels like it's not slower than my extreme speed technique," Bai Shaozhu murmured after a moment, considering that if she chased after him, she might lose him. So it was better to stay here and wait to avoid both of them getting lost. Chen Ning was finally able to act alone, feeling a bit delighted inside. At this moment, he could run freely, and the warm energy within him was still present. The faster he ran, the more intense the heat became. Could it be that if I keep running like this, I could become Superman? Chen Ning suddenly had this strange thought. Then he shook his head self-deprecatingly. Becoming Superman is impossible, but becoming a martial arts master is entirely possible. There were indeed martial artists in the Dayun Dynasty, and their status was not low. Even some advanced martial artists had very weak constraints from the court. Moments later, after Chen Ning had distanced himself from Bai Xiaozhu, he immediately stopped. He could research his physical issues later. Right now, he needed to think about what items could quickly be turned into money here. Initially, Chen Ning thought he needed to fully focus on the warehouse space like before. However, after trying, he found that he only needed to allocate a little mental energy to easily enter the warehouse. This way, even if Chen Ning was talking to people in the outside world, it wouldn't affect his ability to take items from the warehouse. Why is it gone? Chen Ning looked around the warehouse and couldn't help but feel puzzled. He was searching for the half-silver hairpin belonging to Bai Xiaoqin. He had forgotten about it earlier, but later remembered and thought it must have been stored in the warehouse. However, in his mind, he could clearly sense all the items in the warehouse. Yet that half-silver hairpin was nowhere to be found. Could it be that the half-silver hairpin was the key to opening the space? Did it get absorbed when the space opened? After searching for a while without success, Chen Ning decided to give up and found a reason he could accept. He then began to choose items to take with him. There weren't many options this time. He had mentioned that they were shiny, and the first thing that came to his mind was glass products. Based on the fragmented memories of his original self, aside from basic metal smelting, there were very few other smelting products in Dayun Dynasty, and glass was practically non-existent. So, any glass products he randomly took would be rare. He ultimately chose a box of ordinary glass cups, the kind used in small restaurants, with 6 in a box. He wondered how much one of these could be exchanged for, and what if it wasn't enough? Then he also picked a set of tea utensils that were given for phone top-ups. These tea utensils were beautifully designed, although they were machine-pressed. No one in Dayun Dynasty would know what machine pressing was. If Chen Ning said they were fired, then they were fired. He thought that this would be enough, but suddenly remembered that there wasn't even a decent iron pot at home, let alone proper cooking utensils. After hesitating for a moment, he found a handmade, double-handled pot. This was all he would take for now. Taking more would be excessive. As for how to explain it, he could just say he found it in the mountains. He didn't know where it came from, and he could always go out to find more if needed. Some things were better left unexplained. After all, no one would suspect that he was carrying a warehouse of goods from another world. However, Chen Ning was still cautious and tore off all the packaging, and the items themselves did not have any particularly obvious modern markings. As for the individual characters, they didn't affect anything. Dayun Dynasty's writing was similar to Chinese characters. And if there were differences, that was even better. He could say they were from overseas, which would be easier to explain. There indeed was an overseas, just on the other side of the sea. After Chen Ning made his selections, his consciousness directly exited the warehouse, bringing the items with him. Just as he exited the warehouse, a faint sound suddenly came from the entrance of the spatial warehouse. Chen Ning held the pot filled with cups, thought for a moment, and stuffed it with weeds to prevent it from knocking around, then covered it with dirt so that it at least looked like it was dug out from the ground. He then quickly ran towards Bai Xiaozhu. About 10 minutes later, Bai Xiaozhu had also dug up a pile of tianqi. "Hubby, you're back. Is this the treasure you mentioned? A small pot? How strange." Bai Xiaoqi quickly noticed Chen Ning's return and approached him, looking at him holding a pot with a somewhat odd expression. In Dayun Dynasty, there were no pots with 2 handles. Even those in restaurants were large cooking pots. Chen Ning was taken aback. He hadn't thought of that, but it didn't matter. He didn't need to explain anyway. Treasure, shiny and sparkling. Chen Ning grinned foolishly and handed the pot to Bai Xiaozhu. At that moment, Bai Xiaozhu noticed the items inside the pot, and with the weeds and dirt covering them, she only saw a glass cup for the time being. However, just that one glass cup caused a dramatic change in Bai Xiaozhu's delicate expression. Starting from confusion, it gradually shifted to surprise, then shock, and she quickly reached out to grab a glass cup. "What is this? It looks like it's made of jade, but how could jade be so transparent and colorless?" One glass cup was beyond Bai Xiaozhu's comprehension. Made of jade? This girl really had an imagination. It seemed that Dayun really didn't have glass products. But Chen Ning had overlooked the existence of jade. He just didn't know the value of jade in this world. Chen Ning made no explanations, just grinningly asked, "Little wife, isn't this a treasure? It's valuable, right?" Hearing Chen Ning's words, Bai Xiaozhu came back to her senses, first nodding vigorously, then quickly shaking her head. This left Chen Ning confused. Was it valuable or not? Such a beautiful item must be worth a lot, but if he really sold it, it would be a shame. Sister Xiaozhu and sister-in-law would definitely love it, Bai Xiaozhu said, her face slightly flushed. Chen Ning understood immediately. The girl liked it and was reluctant to sell. There's more. Lots more for the big wife, little wife, and sister-in-law too. Chen Ning gestured forward, indicating that there was more in the pot. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaozhu hurriedly cleared the weeds and dirt from the pot, quickly revealing a set of tea utensils and several remaining cups. Hey hubby, where did you get so many treasures? Bai Xiaozhu's face was pale, whether from excessive excitement or shock. From mountains, I picked them up, Chen Ning replied straightforwardly. Pick them up? Okay, there's no other possibility. Bai Xiaozhu paused for a moment, naturally believing Chen Ning's explanation, and looked into the pot, quickly noticing the other differences of the tea utensils. How can there be such vivid colors, and why are the patterns on these bowls identical? Bai Xiaozhu knew about tea utensils. Her grandfather originally had a very exquisite set, which he treasured dearly, but in her memory, her grandfather's top-quality tea utensils did not have such delicate patterns or the fine, translucent luster. Chen Ning smiled inwardly. The bowls were all pressed from one mold, and the patterns were computer-printed. How could they not be the same? Are they valuable? Chen Ning asked again. As aside from this question, he couldn't explain anything else. Definitely valuable. Just this set of tea utensils is worth at least 100 taels. Bai Xiaozhu nodded vigorously. Chapter 9. The treasure is with me. Upon hearing that it was worth over 100 taels, Chen Ning was stunned. In Dayun Dynasty, 1 tael of silver equaled 1,000 copper coins, so 100 taels equated to 100,000 copper coins. Although he couldn't clearly define the specific currency ratio, Chen Ning felt that the copper coins here were somewhat similar to the yuan in Huaxia, which meant this set of tea utensils was worth about 100,000 yuan. My goodness! Chen Ning was once again shocked by his own calculations. 100,000 yuan. Such tea utensils in Huaxia could easily fill a small truck, considering their cost price was only a few dozen yuan. While Chen Ning was immersed in his surprise, Bai Xiaozhu poured a little cold water on him. But not necessarily. This Qinyan town is a poor place, and it might be hard to find someone willing to pay 100 taels for a set of tea utensils. Unless we could go to Zhen County, but our travel permit only allows us to go to the town. Chen Ning frowned. The girl was right. Qinyan town was relatively poor. Even someone like Zhao Yutian could be considered a wealthy household. But it was unlikely he could take out over 100 taels to buy a set of tea utensils. It's okay, we can sell it for 50 taels, or even a bit lower. As long as we can pay off our debts and buy some daily necessities, that's enough. Bai Xiaozhu quickly comforted Chen Ning when she saw his expression fall. More money is better. Chen Ning immediately disagreed. Although the tea utensils had no value in his eyes, he couldn't just let others take advantage of him like that. I know. How about we sell the teapot and cup separately? Bai Xiaozhu said with a clever expression. That's good. Little wife is smarter than the big wife. Chen Ning's eyes lit up, unable to help but compliment her. No way. Sister is the smartest person in our family. Let's hurry home. Sister might have a better plan. Bai Xiaozhu was clearly a bit proud, but still remained modest. Bai Xiaoqin had always been the most praised one in the family since childhood, smart, sensible, and steady. And what about Bai Xiaozhu? It's just a synonym for being mischievous. All right, let's go home. Chen Ning quickly nodded, handed the basket to Bai Xiaozhu, and stepped forward to bundle a large pile of tianqi together, easily hoisting it onto his shoulder. Fortunately, Bai Xiaozhu didn't separate the roots when digging for the herbs, otherwise it would have been difficult to carry a bunch of roots. Also, Chen Ning knew that the stems and leaves of tianqi were edible and quite tasty when blanched and mixed with a bit of seasoning. Wow, you have such great strength. Bai Xiaozhu looked at him, carrying such a large bundle of herbs, with an admiring expression. Chen Ning smiled inwardly, thinking that the girl knew how to flatter him. However, he couldn't deny that his strength was indeed greater than that of an average young man. And as long as he engaged in vigorous exercise, it would subtly increase. Come on, this time let my little wife chase me. Chen Ning grinned foolishly and began to run towards home with the over 100 pounds of herbs on his back. You bad husband. Carrying so many herbs and still challenging me? Let's see if he can still run. Bai Xiaozhu pouted and hurried after him. Generally, girls wouldn't run like this. But Bai Xiaozhu didn't care. After all, she never considered herself a delicate lady. Even less so now. Bai Xiaozhu thought she could catch up with Chen Ning quickly. But after running over 200 meters, not only did she not catch up, but Chen Ning's speed didn't seem to decrease at all. He even occasionally turned back to smile at her. "You naughty husband, this is a provocation. Today, let me show you the real strength of your little wife. If it weren't for my sister stopping me from showing off in front of outsiders, I could have taken that big bad guy down just now." Seeing Chen Ning maintain his speed, Bai Xiaozhu felt that if she continued like this, not only would she not catch up, but she would be lucky to not fall behind. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and huffed, then took a special step, instantly propelling herself forward several meters. Luckily, Chen Ning didn't see this scene, or he would definitely have exclaimed, "Wow, is this the legendary lightness skill?" Unfortunately, after a glance, Chen Ning didn't pay any more attention to Bai Xiaozhu. At this moment, carrying a heavy load, the heat within him actually intensified. Tired? Not at all. And his speed was even subtly increasing. The distance from home to deep in the mountains was about 5 kilometers, and since it was all mountain paths, it took about an hour to get there. Although both of them were carrying items on the way back, their speed was much faster than when they entered the mountains. Half an hour later, Chen Ning could see the village not far away and finally slowed down. Turning to look, he found Bai Xiaozhu was about 200 meters behind him. After all, she was a girl, although her body was light. Her speed and endurance were quite a bit weaker than his. Chen Ning hadn't considered that Bai Xiaozhu might have lightness skills. Otherwise, he would have definitely asked her about it. If Bai Xiaozhu knew what Chen Ning was thinking, she would probably roll her eyes at him. What normal delicate girl could run continuously for half an hour on mountain roads? Huff, huff, you're like a bull. How can you carry such a heavy load without getting tired at all? Bai Xiaozhu caught up and gasped for breath, her little face covered in sweat, looking at Chen Ning with a mix of surprise and slight discontent. She was quite stubborn, even when she realized she couldn't catch up. She didn't call Chen Ning to stop and wait for her. She just couldn't believe that even using her skills, she still couldn't catch up. The result was obvious. If she persisted a little longer, Chen Ning could still run, while she clearly could not. "I am a bull. Bulls are good at pulling things and plowing fields," Chen Ning said with a silly grin at Bai Xiaozhu. "I was just using it as a metaphor. Who told you to really act like a bull and plow fields?" The simple girl was a bit speechless at Chen Ning's stubbornness. Chen Ning smiled inwardly and continued with his stubbornness. "Anyway, I want to be a bull. I just love plowing fields." "All right, you're a bull. I'll make you plow fields every day until you drop." Bai Xiaozhu shot him a playful glare. Luckily, Chen Ning was quite professional. Otherwise, he would have laughed out loud. After that, the two didn't run anymore and walked back to Qingshan village while bickering. A few minutes later, they descended the mountain and went straight to their backyard. Living at the edge of the village had its advantages. It was convenient to enter and exit the mountains, and some secrets were not easily discovered. Qin Yu and Bai Xiaoqin had already stewed one of the only 2 hens at home. Although they were chatting, their minds were not very settled. After all, Chen Ning's words might not be reliable, so they had to think about what to do next. "Sister-in-law, sister, we're back. There really are treasures in the mountains." Just then, Bai Xiaozhu's excited voice came in, and the two quickly got up from the wooden stump. "Sister-in-law, big sister." Chen Ning dropped the tianqi at the door, wearing a silly grin as he greeted them. "So much tianqi? That's indeed not bad, but..." Bai Xiaoqin's line of sight was blocked by Chen Ning, so she didn't see what Bai Xiaozhu was holding and assumed that the treasures Chen Ning mentioned were just these tianqi. Although this could be considered a good thing, it was still far from being worth 10 taels of silver. Moreover, handling this tianqi would take several days. "Sister, look here, the treasure is with me. Let us go inside and talk." Bai Xiaozhu knew her sister misunderstood, so she hurried over, lowering her voice as she spoke, knowing that it was best to keep financial matters discreet. Chapter 10. The glass cup cannot be sold in the shabby room. Chen Ning sat on the wooden bed with a silly smile on his face. Beside him, the 3 women were constantly wiping and examining the glass cups and tea sets. At first, Qin Yu and Bai Xiaoqin's reactions were not much better than Bai Xiaozhu's, only they didn't express it as dramatically. However, over 10 minutes had passed, and the 3 women had not fully recovered from their surprise, still unwilling to put down the tea sets and cups that they had cleaned to perfection. "Sister-in-law, I am hungry." Chen Ning finally couldn't hold back any longer and reminded them. "Huh? Right, the chicken is still stewing. Let us eat first." Qin Yu came to her senses and remembered that the chicken was still in the pot. Fortunately, the fire had been turned off, so the chicken wouldn't be overcooked. They had made a stew with the only corn they had left, and normally Chen Ning and Chen, you would just eat porridge. Xiao Ning, did you really pick up these treasures in the mountains? When a meal was served, Chen Yu was the first to ask Chen Ning about the origin of the treasures. Even now, she couldn't believe that such things could be found in the mountains. Chen Ning felt speechless in his heart. However, he could understand Chen Yu's feelings. The situation was just too hard to believe. Sister-in-law, we should trust our husband. You've been with him this whole time. You said he hasn't left the village for years, Bai Xiaoqin said from the side. As for what she really thought, only she knew. Okay, I just can't believe it. I'm just too happy. Chen Yu felt a bit embarrassed, and as she spoke, she couldn't control her emotions and started to cry. God knows, ever since she borrowed money from Zhao Yutian, she had been under tremendous pressure, and she had long seen through her miserable future. Now that there was suddenly this treasure, the suppression in her heart finally exploded. Sister-in-law, don't cry, have a chicken leg. Seeing Chen Yu in tears, Chen Ning couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache, and he picked up a chicken leg and placed it in her bowl. I won't eat. Let the younger sisters eat it and nourish their bodies. Chen Yu quickly refused. Sister-in-law, we may look thin, but we're not weak at all. You should eat it. We will get better and better in the future. And chicken can be eaten often. Bai Xiaoqin quickly refused as well. Although they said this, Chen Ning only served chicken legs to Chen Yu, which made the two sisters feel a bit down. They felt that they obviously didn't hold the same position in Chen Ning's heart as Chen Yu did. Big sister, little sister, you all eat too. In front of the three women, Chen Ning was definitely a cunning fox. How could he do something that would make the girls sad? He immediately turned around and served each of the sisters a big piece of chicken. Instantly, smiles of happiness appeared on the sisters' faces. Girls in this era were really too innocent and too easy to please. Then the three women also served food to Chen Ning, and for the first time, he tasted the food from this other world. As soon as the chicken entered his mouth, Chen Ning frowned slightly. It wasn't that the chicken was bad, but the flavor was a bit bland. If there were more scallions, ginger, or a bit more saltiness, he believed this dish would be much more fragrant. So delicious. So tasty, his sister-in-law's cooking is really great. Just as Chen Ning was evaluating it in his mind, Bai Xiaozhu exclaimed in surprise, clearly not faking her ecstatic expression. Looking at Bai Xiaoqin, she was also nodding along. It seemed that the standard for food in this world was indeed quite low. Chen Ning usually lived alone and cooked for himself, so his cooking skills were decent. He felt that if he showed off his skills, he wondered how the women would react after tasting it. Mainly, when he cooked, he could secretly use some of the spices from the warehouse. Then he had some corn rice, millet rice. To be honest, it was his first time eating corn dry rice, and it really wasn't as tasty as porridge. Searching through his memory, Chen Ning realized that the variety of food crops in the Dayun Dynasty was too limited. Aside from corn, the only premium grain was white flour. There was no corn, no soybeans, no sorghum, and certainly no rice. In short, the staple foods in the Dayun Dynasty were just corn and wheat. Unfortunately, the warehouse in his mind only contained finished rice and flour, but no seeds. Otherwise, he would definitely cause a stir in the Dayun Dynasty. Husband, the treasures are in hand. Have you thought about how to deal with them? After eating for a while, Bai Xiaoqin finally couldn't help but bring up the main topic. First asking for Chen Ning's opinion. Chen Ning squinted, feeling that this girl was always testing him, selling them. His little wife would handle that. Chen Ning directly pushed Bai Xiaozhu forward, feeling that Bai Xiaozhu's previous method was indeed feasible and easier to implement. Sister, I told my husband that selling the tea sets separately would be better. My husband said to leave one of these ice-like cups for each of us. Bai Xiaozhu said from his side, Ice-like? This is called glaze. I've been making you read since you were little, and now you embarrass us. Bai Xiaoqin glared at Bai Xiaozhu. Huh, glaze? I didn't know, Bai Xiaozhu replied with a cute, confused expression. Chen Yu looked awkward because she had also never heard of glaze and was even worse off than Bai Xiaozhu since at least Bai Xiaozhu could read. Chen Ning was slightly surprised. It turned out that this world, already a glass, but seemed not to be widespread in the Dayun Dynasty. He wanted to ask more, but it was hard to bring it up. However, Bai Xiaoqin seemed to know Chen Ning's thoughts and explained some information about glaze to everyone. I actually haven't seen real glaze either. I just saw a description in a book about a wandering hero. Many years ago, this hero crossed the sea to the other side, where he saw this vessel called glaze and brought it back to the Dayun Dynasty, presenting it to the emperor of the early Dayun. It's said to still be in the palace treasury. Bai Shaoqin briefly introduced it, leaving Bai Xiaozhu and Qin Yu in awe, mainly amazed at the value of this so-called glazed treasure. None of them noticed Chen Ning's unusual expression. Bai Shaoqin continued, therefore, these glazed cups are not suitable for selling externally for now. It would cause us huge trouble. However, this exquisite tea set can be sold. But we should also avoid revealing our identities. Chen Ning looked deeply at Bai Shaoqin. This girl's intelligence was quite remarkable. From the start, when she said that only the palace treasury had cups, he thought she was inexperienced, mistaking a broken cup for a treasure. And then he felt that the cup would be very valuable. But he never considered that they couldn't sell it externally for the time being. At least for now. They definitely couldn't sell the glass cups openly, as their self-protection ability was too weak. If some power found out they sold something that only existed in the palace treasury, it would certainly lead to disaster. Don't sell them. Let the wives and sisters play with them. Chen Ning directly stepped forward, separating the 6 glass cups, giving 2 to each of the 3 women. Instantly, the 3 women were stunned, and then a trace of emotion flashed in their eyes. Husband, this is worth a lot of money. Are you really willing to give us this? Bai Shaoqin asked softly. To make money for the wives and sisters to spend. Chen Ning almost said it was for his wife to spend. He didn't know if the term wife was popular here. Old lady was indeed used. The most touched was Qin Yu. At that moment, she felt that the effort she had put in over the years was finally worth it. Thank you, husband. Then we'll accept it. Now let's continue to figure out how to sell this tea set. Bai Shaoqin didn't hesitate to thank Chen Ning, signaling her sister and Qin Yu to put the cups away. After that, it was mostly Bai Shaoqin speaking, with Qin Yu and Bai Xiaozhu agreeing from the side and occasionally mentioning their own thoughts. As for Chen Ning, although Bai Shaoqin would also ask, he was like a 5 or 6-year-old in terms of intelligence, and apart from silly smiles, he couldn't offer much advice. Let's do it this way. Since it's still early, I will go to town with Xiaozhu to contact that officer Li. After the group had roughly set their plans, Bai Shaoqin stood up, preparing to go to town with Bai Xiaozhu. Bai Shaoqin's plan to sell the tea set clearly involved the officer who brought them over. I want to go too. I want to go too. When Chen Ning saw the 2 sisters preparing to leave him behind to take action, he immediately objected. He had to go to town. Firstly, he wanted to learn more about the situation here. If conditions allowed, he could also secretly sell or exchange some items to add more things to the house. This home was too poor. They didn't even have enough quilts to sleep with at night. Chapter 11. The super fatty Lu Dasha. Upon hearing that Chen Ning wanted to go, Qin Yu was the first to disagree. However, Bai Shaoqin nodded directly and said, if my husband wants to go, that's fine. After all, this tea set is quite valuable, and having a man around makes us feel more secure. Chen Ning understood immediately. This girl thought he was worried they would run away with the treasure, which was why she was willing to let him come along. That was really overthinking it. No matter how much tea set there was, it couldn't compare to these 2 sisters. However, he wouldn't expose Bai Shaoqin's thoughts, as long as she took him along. The truth would make them realize they were overthinking. Seeing Bai Shaoqin say that, Qin Yu didn't oppose any further. After all, her status was just a sister-in-law, while she was the legal wife. Furthermore, she could clearly feel that Bai Shaoqin was more assertive than her, and many of her insights were beyond her reach. Once we go, listen to Xiaoqin's words. Say less and don't cause trouble. Qin Yu finally reminded Chen Ning. Chen Ning nodded with a silly smile. After a short break following the meal, around noon, Chen Ning left home with his 2 new wives. Before leaving, Chen Ning quietly stored a dozen or so slightly larger tianqi roots in the warehouse space, thinking he could try to sell them at the pharmacy if given the chance. The 3 of them did not walk through the village, but took a detour from the back mountain. It wasn't that they were afraid others in the village would know they were leaving. They were mainly worried that Zhao Yutian was still in the village. If that guy found out they had gone out, he might come to bully the sister-in-law. Taking the detour through the back mountain didn't actually take them far. On the contrary, it was a bit closer. However, the mountain path was much harder to navigate, and villagers wouldn't bother taking the mountain route unless necessary. Qingyan town was about 10 kilometers from Qingshan village, and normally it would take about an hour to walk. Eldest wife, I'll carry you. After walking a distance, Chen Ning wanted to exercise, and since Bai Xiaoqin's physique was clearly not as good as Bai Xiaozhu's, he could take the opportunity to win Bai Xiaoqin's favor, making it a win-win situation. Huh, my husband is also very tired. I don't need it. Bai Xiaoqin was surprised by Chen Ning's words and shook her head, her face turning red. However, her refusal clearly had no effect. Chen Ning directly approached Bai Xiaoqin, turned around, crouched slightly, and then stretched his arms back to lift the little girl onto his back. Bai Xiaoqin exclaimed again, her body pressing tightly against Chen Ning's back, and she instinctively buried her face in his chest. No matter how clever and composed she was, it didn't change the fact that she felt genuinely embarrassed at this moment. After all, growing up, aside from her relatives in childhood, she had never been this close to another male. The masculine scent that entered her nose and the solid feeling of his back pressing against her chest made Bai Xiaoqin feel as if her face was on fire, and she could even clearly hear her own heartbeat. When Chen Ning felt the pressure on his back, his heart also stirred slightly. Fortunately, Chen Ning's self-control was quite good, and he quickly straightened up and grinned. Big wife, you're so light. You must eat more meat in the future. Bai Xiaoqin was about 163 meters tall and barely weighed 90 pounds, which was even less than the bundle of tianqi that Chen Ning had carried before. Moreover, it was a completely different feeling. Bai Xiaozhu pouted slightly. She looked at her sister and felt a bit envious. Little wife, why don't you come after me again? After Bai Xiaoqin shyly did not respond, Chen Ning provocatively teased Bai Xiaozhu and then started to run forward. You stinky husband, you still want to bully me. Bai Xiaozhu knew she couldn't catch up, but still huffed and started chasing after him. After about 10 minutes, the three of them made their way to the main road. At this point, Bai Xiaoqin insisted that Chen Ning should not carry her anymore. It was fine in the mountains without outsiders, but on the main road, there were occasionally pedestrians or bullock carts. Chen Ning felt a bit reluctant. Not only was the feeling of running with his wife on his back incredibly enjoyable, but the warm energy inside him was still radiating. At this moment, there were less than 3 miles left to Qingyun town, and the number of passers-by gradually increased. Chen Ning began to observe the people here. He had to say that Dayun Dynasty was really not prosperous. The pedestrians he saw were all wearing old or even tattered clothes, and each of them had somewhat abnormal complexions. As for the bullock car drivers, their clothing was similar to that of the pedestrians, clearly not from wealthy families. Only the people in the horse-drawn carriages were a bit better off, as horses were not something that ordinary families could buy or sell in Dayun Dynasty. They were strategic resources. Moreover, horse-drawn carriages had compartments, so without some financial strength or background, one could not own a carriage. Just when the three of them were a few hundred meters away from the entrance of Qingyun town, a horse-drawn carriage suddenly caught up from behind. Originally, the three of them stepped aside to give way to the carriage, but unexpectedly, the carriage stopped right next to them. The driver was a middle-aged man dressed in gray servant clothes. After stopping the carriage, he looked at the Bai sisters and said, "Ladies, our young master has noticed your hard work and would like to invite you to ride in our carriage into the town." Upon hearing this, Chen Ning immediately became angry. Was this a scenario where a young scoundrel wanted to rob his wife right after stepping out? "Sorry, we're already married. This is our husband," Bai Xiaoqin spoke first, her tone calm, yet slightly cold. "Do you think two young ladies are blind? You clearly do not have your hair styled like married women. How can you say you are married? Our young master is the future master of the Liu family in Jin County." Upon hearing Bai Xiaoqin's words, the driver continued to ignore Chen Ning's presence, his expression darkening. "Is it not acceptable that we just got married and didn't have time to change our hair? What does the master of the Liu family have to do with us?" Bai Xiaozhu's personality was clearly more direct, and she retorted sarcastically. Although Chen Ning appreciated Bai Xiaozhu's straightforwardness, in certain circumstances in this dynasty, such a personality could easily lead to trouble. No wonder Bai Xiaoqin often had to reprimand and educate this little girl. "How can you be so rude? I have always taught you to be polite and win people over with virtue. I simply appreciate both of you ladies, which is why I wanted to invite you to get to know each other." Just as the driver was about to speak again, a somewhat hoarse voice came from inside the carriage, followed by the curtain being lifted to reveal an extraordinarily fat face. Using the word extraordinarily clearly indicated that this young Master Lu's obesity had surpassed the ordinary range. If the window of the carriage were any smaller, one might not be able to see all of his features. Chen Ning was astonished. The Bai sisters were even more dumbfounded. They had never seen such a large face in their lives. A normal person, even if somewhat overweight, would have a face the size of a basketball. But this person's face was easily the size of 2 basketballs. As for his features, they were practically indistinguishable, completely obscured by fat, and his eyes were mere slits. You alone in this carriage are already heavy enough. We won't get in and add weight to your horse. After regaining her composure, Bai Xiaoqin spoke with a tone that was somewhat unusual. It was probably the first time she had so openly mocked someone. Impudent! Are you mocking our young master's weight? The driver immediately shouted angrily upon hearing Bai Xiaoqin's words. He knew very well what his young master was most sensitive about. This girl was clearly mocking his master, and he naturally wanted to take the opportunity to show off. After Bai Xiaoqin finished speaking, the young Master Lu's eyes, which were buried in fat, flickered slightly. But after observing the Bai sisters again, he suppressed his anger. You are the impudent one, fully. What this lady said is also the truth. Since they care about my horse, then I will not ride. I will get down and walk with them. After saying this, the carriage shook violently in the astonished gazes of Chen Ning and the others. Then, a figure dressed in blue satin rolled out of the carriage. Chapter 12. From now on, we are friends as a modern person. Chen Ning had seen many short and fat individuals. However, the one in front of him had truly refreshed his understanding of short and fat. He had always thought that the phrase "the earthen vat has come to life" was an insult to short and fat people. However, this phrase was absolutely fitting for the person in front of him, and could even be described as vivid and descriptive. Standing at around 1.6 meters tall, his body diameter was roughly the same. The most absurd part was that in Dayun Dynasty, clothing was typically long robes, and this person stood there with equal width from top to bottom. If he moved without his head protruding a bit, he would definitely look like a vat wrapped in satin moving around. As for his neck, it practically didn't exist. Even if he had a neck, it couldn't support that head, which weighed at least 50 pounds. Thus, young Master Lu had evolved to the point where his head simply rested on his shoulders. This guy definitely weighed over 500 pounds. It was indeed a feat that he could still walk with such weight. The originally tense atmosphere dissipated significantly after this young Master Lu got out of the carriage. Bai Xiaozhu looked at him with wide eyes, filled with curiosity as if she were looking at a panda. Of course, she was curious about how this guy looked, not in any other way. Bai Xiaoqin's usually calm face began to show signs of barely holding it together. Husband, pinch me quietly. Bai Xiaoqin couldn't help it anymore and subtly pulled on Chen Ning's sleeve, whispering. Chen Ning was taken aback and almost couldn't hold it in either. This girl actually had a sense of humor. Fortunately, he had received professional training and quickly shook his head, saying, "No pinching. It would hurt the big wife." Although it was a playful exchange, Bai Xiaoqin was still touched by his words, and the earlier tension in her emotions dissipated, revealing a gentle and happy smile towards Chen Ning. Now that I am here, let's get to know each other. I am Lu Haifeng, the young master of the Lu family in Jin County. What about you? After getting out of the carriage, young Master Lu was supported by the driver who jumped down right after him. Seeing Chen Ning and the others ignoring him while being so affectionate with each other, he immediately felt a bit dissatisfied. Chen Ning looked at this fat pig and thought he was not young Master Lu. From the previous statement made by this young master, Chen Ning sensed a hint of something else. At first, I had a preconceived notion that this guy must be a bad dude, which might be a bit biased. Of course, I definitely wouldn't think of him as a good person. You're a bad guy, and we don't want to know you. Bad people don't deserve friends. This time, Chen Ning didn't let Bai Xiaoqin speak first. Taking advantage of the sisters still being in a half-surprised state, he spoke up first. When Chen Ning doesn't speak, others think he's quite normal. But once he opens his mouth, his silly expression and demeanor make it easy for people to think he lacks intelligence. As a young master, always win people over with virtue. I just didn't notice that this brother was indeed rude, but I am definitely not a bad person. I genuinely want to get to know you. I wonder if this Lu Haifeng has noticed Chen Ning's oddness. After hearing Chen Ning call him a bad person, he seemed quite displeased and even showed a hint of anxiety while trying to explain. Chen Ning raised an eyebrow again. This guy's intelligence doesn't seem to be that great either. With so many people on the road, why does Lu Xiao want to make friends with us? Bai Xiaoqin asked from his side. I think you two look good and are pleasing to the eye, so I want you to be my friends. Lu Xiao said after a slight pause. TSK, nice words. Isn't this just lusting after beauty? Bai Xiaozhu rolled her eyes in disdain. I really don't. Look at me. Even if I were really lecherous, I wouldn't be able to show it. Lu Xiao, upon being called out by Bai Xiaozhu, managed to look innocent. Chen Ning and the couple were all speechless. This guy is sensitive about others calling him fat, but he himself has no qualms about revealing such embarrassing private matters. What he said should be true. Being this fat, the probability of having issues in that area is quite high. However, we still need to be cautious. Such people often have psychological distortions. Bai Xiaoqin suddenly whispered to Chen Ning. Chen Ning was surprised, partly because he was astonished that Bai Xiaoqin dared to mention a male issue like this in front of him. Girls in this era wouldn't dare say such things. Moreover, this girl actually understands psychological disorders? Fortunately, there shouldn't be a term for psychological deviance in this era, but distorted and deviant are already synonymous. What are you whispering about? I'm being so sincere talking to you. Can't we be friends? Do you look down on me? Lu Haifeng, seeing that Chen Ning and the others were still whispering and ignoring him, became somewhat annoyed. He thought he had been quite polite and sincere, even mentioning his shortcomings. And yet he was still looked down upon. He really felt like killing to silence them. All right, let us be friends. But being friends means you have to treat me and my wife to good food. Do you have money? Chen Ning noticed that Lu Haifeng's mental state had changed. At this moment, if he continued to provoke the other party, it would be of no benefit. Acting with a fool is something he is good at. They are indeed your wives, and of course, I have money. When we get to town, I'll treat you to a meal. But now you need to tell me your names. When Lu Haifeng heard Chen Ning say the twins were his wives, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. But he quickly shifted his emotions. My name is Chen Dazhu, and they are Chen Dafu and Chen Xiaofu, Chen Ning said with a silly expression. The Bai sisters showed a slight surprise on their faces at Chen Ning's introduction. This foolish husband actually knows how to conceal his identity? But what on earth are Chen Dafu and Chen Xiaofu? So awkward. Lu Haifeng seemed to not notice anything wrong with their names and smiled appropriately after getting Chen Ning and the others' names. Chen Ning also smiled. This guy's intelligence might not be an issue, but his personality is definitely not like that of a normal person. Let's go. We are entering the town. My family has the biggest restaurant in Qingyan town. I'll take you there for a meal. Lu Haifeng waved his short, chubby arm casually, inviting Chen Ning and the others toward the city gate leading into the town. Your family is so wealthy? Then we are good friends from now on, the best friends. Chen Ning's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward to put his arm around Lu Haifeng's shoulder excitedly. The Bai sisters exchanged glances, both seeing a shared understanding in each other's eyes. However, they tacitly did not speak further, just quietly following behind, downplaying their presence. Lu Haifeng, being embraced by Chen Ning, looked momentarily awkward, but soon his face broke into an even happier smile as he said, Let me tell you a secret. I originally had many friends, but later I found out that they were all friends with me because I had money flattering me. Later, when I got angry, I fed them all to my big cat. Chen Ning's arm stiffened, and he asked with a slightly dry tone, Your big cat is? Big cat is a large cat raised by my young master, the coachman coldly replied. Damn, in this era, a big cat is not a house pet, but a king of the jungle. If you keep talking too much, I'll tell my good friends, and if you talk more, I'll feed you to the big cat. Lu Haifeng was quite displeased with the coachman's chatter. After scolding the coachman, Lu Haifeng turned back to Chen Ning and said, You are my friend, so you definitely won't cheat me out of money, right? So you won't be fed to the big cat. Of course not. Not only will I not cheat you out of money, but as your good friend, I will also help you make money. A lot of money. At the end, Chen Ning's eyes suddenly sparkled. What was the main purpose of bringing his wives to the town? Isn't this just a big fish swimming right into his net? With just a little planning, it would surely be more stable than their previous plans at home, and they could even make some extra silver. Chapter 13. Change of plans. Catch a different fish. Chapter 13. Change plans. Catch a different fish. Make me money. and earn a lot? Chen Ning's words left Lu Haifeng momentarily stunned, followed by a look of disbelief and disdain. Does he really think he's a fool? He could see at a glance that this Chen Daju was poor. If there was big money to be made, how could he be in such a state? Friends don't deceive friends. As a fool, I could definitely won't deceive my friends. Chen Ning said with a silly smile on his face. You're a fool? Lu Haifeng looked at Chen Ning in surprise, having never seen anyone admit they were a fool before. Of course. I hit my head, and the people in the village call me Chindasha. Actually, I think I'm fine. Not that stupid, right? Chen Ning said with a vexed expression, finally looking at Lu Haifeng with anticipation. Yes. I could definitely want to see you as a fool. You'll be a good friend of mine. If anyone calls you a fool in the future, I'll help you feed them to the big cat. A hint of sympathy flashed in Lu Haifeng's eyes, probably finding a sense of camaraderie in Chen Ning. While comforting him, he even awkwardly patted Chen Ning's shoulder. This scene left the Bai sisters and the coachman feeling a bit dark in the forehead. However, the Bai sisters became more and more convinced that their foolish husband was definitely not stupid, and his intelligence far exceeded the 5 or 6-year-old level that Qianyu mentioned. Soon, the two of them, like long-lost brothers, walked shoulder to shoulder. One was tall and handsome, but with a dazed look, while the other was short and chubby with indistinct features. This combination was quite the sight. By the way, Daju, how old are you this year? I'm 17, and I currently have 6 wives and concubines. Lu Haifeng introduced himself to Chen Ning. I'm 18, and I have only 2 wives, little brother. You are more impressive than big brother. Chen Ning was surprised. This chubby guy is only 17? Just now he thought he looked 37. And yet, despite not being able to perform, he has 6 wives? It's okay, just that I can't make them have children, which is a slight obstacle for me to inherit the family head. Facing Chen Ning's admiration, Lu Haifeng actually showed a hint of melancholy. And his melancholy was not about not having children, but about the slight hindrance to inheriting the family head. I believe you can do it, little brother. Although you don't have children, you can still make money. As long as you have the ability to earn big money, the head of the family will definitely be you. Chen Ning complained in his heart, but on the surface, he comforted him seriously. That's right, by the way, Dejuzi, what did you mean by making a lot of money just now? Lu Haifeng smoothly shifted the topic to the key point. At this moment, he was no longer interested in the Bai sisters and was filled with thoughts of making money that Chen Ning had mentioned. Don't worry. Let's find a quiet place to talk quietly. We can't let anyone hear us. Chen Ning looked around like a thief and whispered, right? Let's hurry into town and talk about it at my restaurant. Seeing Chen Ning's demeanor, Lu Haifeng became even more convinced about the money-making scheme he mentioned. With the chaos of war gradually stabilizing in Dayun, society was relatively chaotic, and refugees could storm towns at any time. Therefore, whether entering the city, county, or town, people needed to undergo certain checks and registrations. This was when the importance of travel permits became apparent. Without a local travel permit, it was very difficult to enter the city, and one might even be mistaken for a spy and arrested. Once inside the town, Chen Ning finally felt like he had truly entered ancient times. The dilapidated bluestone road was uneven, and there were only a few shops open on either side of the street, which seemed to have very little foot traffic. Overall, there were only a few types of shops: snack bars, pharmacies, blacksmith shops, grain and oil shops, fabric and tailor shops, pawn shops, and some tea shops and small stalls on the street. Chen Ning noticed that most of the people here lacked spirit. They looked listless, as if they had no expectations for life. As Chen Ning and his companions walked down the street, they attracted quite a few gazes, mainly because Lu Haifeng was too eye-catching. If you look again, I'll dig out your eyes. Lu Haifeng was quite sensitive to these odd looks, so he often stayed in the carriage. Little brother, don't mind them. Many of them are just envious and jealous of you. After all, with your figure and demeanor, it's obvious you're a young master who enjoys good food and drink. While they can't even eat, Chen Ning patted Lu Haifeng on the shoulder and said, "You're right. Let them envy me." Lu Haifeng felt that the gazes around him were no longer piercing after Chen Ning's words, and his round body straightened a bit on purpose. This guy walked too slowly. After crossing a section of the street into the town, he had rested at least 5 times in less than 200 meters. Thankfully, Lu Haifeng's restaurant finally arrived. It was a 2-story restaurant, one of the few high buildings in the town, and the facade looked quite nice. From the outside, there were indeed a few tables occupied in the hall. A horizontal plaque hung above the entrance, with the faded 4 characters, Lou's Restaurant. The name was good, simple, and easy to understand. "Young master, you're here." As soon as a few of them reached the entrance of the restaurant, a middle-aged man in a fine cloth shirt promptly came out, bowing and jogging towards them. Chen Ning immediately recognized that this was the restaurant manager, equivalent to a hotel manager on Earth, and here he was an employee of the Liu family. "Prepare a private room in the backyard for me and my friends, and bring out a few signature dishes as quickly as possible," Liu Haifeng said without even looking at the middle-aged man, and was ready to go inside. "Little brother, wait a moment. I'll have my wife handle something. Women aren't qualified to sit at the table with us," Chen Ning called out to Liu Haifeng at that moment. Liu Haifeng was not surprised by this, as women were indeed not fit to dine with them here, even if they were the very beautiful twin sisters. After Chen Ning finished speaking, he pulled the Bai sisters away a short distance. "Big sister-in-law, I'm not looking down on you. I just said that on purpose. We may need to make some changes to our plan. I want you to do something, and after you succeed, I'll take you out for a big meal." Chen Ning still wore a silly smile, first explaining his previous comments to avoid any misunderstandings from the 2 young wives. "I understand, my lord. What do you want to do?" Bai Xiaoqin looked at Chen Ning gently and asked. Bai Xiaozhu, on the other hand, pouted somewhat unhappily. Chen Ning immediately understood their reactions. They must have seen through his disguise completely. No matter, he kept his silly smile on his face, as long as he didn't admit it. He would always be that foolish young man. Although the sisters had already made their judgments, no one brought up any questions. Clearly understanding that Chen Ning's foolish identity was greatly beneficial to them. Then, Chen Ning whispered something in Bai Xiaoqin's ear. Her eyes lit up, and she nodded slightly. "That's great. We don't have to look for that greedy officer Li anymore," Bai Xiaoqin said with a smile. "Then go, big sister-in-law. Be sure to pay attention to safety. There may be changes later. We'll adapt as needed," Chen Ning said with a silly grin. "We know, my lord. You should be careful too. That Liu Haifeng definitely has some issues in his mind," Bai Xiaoqin reminded Chen Ning. Chen Ning nodded, then turned and walked back to the entrance of the restaurant, entering with the waiting Liu Haifeng. Chapter 14. There are no stir-fried dishes here. The first floor of the restaurant had scattered tables. Although lunchtime had passed, there were still a few tables of customers drinking. These drinkers were dressed noticeably better, mostly in fine cloth shirts, which was a stark contrast to the coarse fabric Chen Ning was wearing. However, Chen Ning did not feel the slightest bit inferior. Walking shoulder to shoulder with Liu Haifeng through the hall, they followed the manager through the back door. To their surprise, there was a small courtyard with a row of bungalows. The bungalows were divided into several rooms, each with a small wooden sign hanging at the door, clearly indicating that this place was more prestigious than the second floor's private rooms. This area is usually not open to the public, unless someone of special status comes. Liu Haifeng explained to Chen Ning. "Oh, it looks really high-end, much better than my home," Chen Ning said with a silly smile, but felt a wave of disdain inside. It was just a high-end hotel private room. Nonsense about being closed to the public. As long as the money was right, nothing was really off-limits. The manager couldn't help but glance at Chen Ning. Hearing him speak, he felt that this young man wasn't very bright, comparing a private room to his family's establishment. However, having a fool was also good. At least their young master wouldn't be deceived this time. "Come on, let me take you in to see," Liu Haifeng said, feeling pleased by Chen Ning's comments, as if his vanity had been somewhat satisfied. To further satisfy his vanity, Liu Haifeng took Chen Ning into the most luxurious private room. The room was about 50 square meters, with a huge round table placed against the inner wall and a tea set on the other side, with a large bed draped in curtains behind screen. What caught Chen Ning's attention was a row of antique shelves next to the tea set, displaying various decorative items. There were porcelain and metal items. Although the craftsmanship was relatively crude, in Chen Ning's eyes, they were all antiques. He sighed again in his heart, wishing he could bring these items back to Earth, as they could fetch a good price. He just didn't know what kind of historical era those so-called experts on Earth would determine after their appraisal. To impress Chen Ning with the decorations here was definitely a joke. In any decent hotel on Earth, which one wasn't resplendent? This place really couldn't compare. But Chen Ning's facial expression was on point, with his mouth agape, as if he were shocked, barely stopping short of drooling. Go get the dishes and bring a pot of the best secret fruit wine. Lu Haifeng waved his hand to the manager after enjoying Chen Ning's bumpkin reaction. The manager hurriedly bowed and then turned to leave. All right, Datsutsi, comessit. No one is here now. Let's talk about your money-making scheme. Lu Haifeng clearly still looked down on Chen Ning, calling him little brother from the moment he learned his age. However, Lu Haifeng did not call Chen Ning big brother, clearly feeling that Chen Ning was not worthy of that title. All right, let me tell you, my brother, this is a long-term business. If we weren't already friends and I didn't consider you my brother, I definitely wouldn't be talking to you. Chen Ning started to set the stage, rambling on and on, making Lu Haifeng increasingly anxious, and he even felt fortunate to have met Chen Ning. After enough build-up, Chen Ning finally got to the point, brother, I can give you the opportunity to collaborate with me, but first, you need to have some capital to receive the goods, and you also need to have some connections to sell them. I have those. Just tell me what goods you're talking about. You can't lie to me, or I won't consider you a friend anymore, and I'll make sure to feed you to the big treasure. Lu Haifeng was a bit anxious after all that talk. He still didn't know what Chen Ning was referring to. I can't specify everything because I have a supplier, and the treasures are all brought over from the other side of the sea. We have to take whatever they have. If it's something specific, it will cost more. Chen Ning sighed mysteriously. What? Things from the other side of the sea? Those are rare items. Can you really make contact with such a source? Upon hearing Chen Ning mention the other side of the sea, Lu Haifeng's eyes lit up. Of course, if I lie to you, I'd be fed to the big treasure. And I brought my wife this time to pick up the goods. We just have limited funds, so we can only afford a precious set of exquisite tea sets, Chen Ning said. What? Just a set of tea sets? Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had, I would have gone with you. I could buy anything good. Lu Haifeng was a bit angry upon hearing this from Chen Ning. I have to say, this guy is not human in size, and he has some psychological issues, but he is somewhat shrewd in business. However, he was thinking too simply, how could Chen Ning let him get in touch with the supplier? After all, that supplier was himself. Brother, it's not that I don't trust you. I'm worried that if you get in touch with the supplier, you might abandon me. Plus, that supplier only recognizes me because I have some issues. He thinks only a fool wouldn't deceive him, Chen Ning said. This aligns with my thoughts. I think the same way. Lu Haifeng nodded in agreement, though he still wanted to personally contact the so-called supplier. However, after Chen Ning's words, he had to temporarily dismiss that idea. To make contact, he would need to conduct several transactions first until the other party completely trusted him. So, this time, will it only be the tea set? Lu Haifeng was still unwilling to give up. A single tea set was definitely not enough. Once I sell this tea set, I can naturally go for other goods. Chen Ning took it inwardly. The fish was already hooked, and he just needed to reel it in. No problem. How much is that tea set? I'll buy it directly from you. You can use the money to buy other things, Lu Haifeng said immediately. 100 taels, of course, that's my selling price. I get it from him for 90 taels, and I need to make a little profit, right? What? So expensive? You must have been cheated. Even the most advanced tea sets only cost 30 to 50 taels, and those can even be brought to the palace, Lu Haifeng exclaimed, his eyes turning unfriendly as he looked at Chen Ning. It seems my brother still doesn't trust me. Let's put it this way. The tea set you have is no comparison to the one I got. The one I have is not only pure white and delicate, but the patterns on it are also vivid and lifelike. Most importantly, the patterns on the 4 tea bowls are completely identical. Do you know how difficult that is to achieve? Chen Ning started his pitch again, leaving Lu Haifeng dumbfounded and gradually feeling eager to see the tea set. Just then, there was a light knock on the door, and the manager entered with 2 assistants, each carrying a tray. The 2 assistants brought 6 dishes, while the manager carried a black porcelain jar and 2 silver cups. One must say that the tableware used in the high-end private room was indeed exquisite. Not to mention, those 2 cups were definitely pure silver. Judging by their thickness, each cup weighed at least 1 tael. The food was quickly set on the table, and Chen Ning looked at it with anticipation, but then he couldn't help but curl his lips in disappointment. Apart from stewed and steamed dishes, there were no stir-fried options at all. Clearly, in Dynasty, stir-frying wasn't even an option, and judging by the color of the few dishes, the seasonings here were quite bland as well. After mentally complaining, Chen Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. The more scarce the items here, the more opportunities there were for him. Chapter 15. The sisters whisper, "Come on, dejuzi, try our Lu family signature dish." Although it's from the town's cook, the taste is definitely not bad. Lu Haifeng, seeing the dishes on the table, immediately set aside other matters and urged Chen Ning to dig in. Chen Ning sneered inwardly, but his face definitely showed a greedy expression. He nodded repeatedly, picking up his chopsticks with a look of not knowing which dish to start with. In fact, Chen Ning was looking at the several dishes, and none of them seemed appealing. He didn't pay much attention to the ingredients earlier, but now that he saw them clearly, he was even more speechless. The 6 dishes only had 3 types of main ingredients: stewed beef, boiled beef, stewed fish, stewed chicken, and steamed chicken. Apart from the stewed beef and stewed chicken having a bit of dry vegetable garnish, Chen Ning really couldn't feel how these dishes qualified as signature dishes. Maybe the taste is great? As a result, when Chen Ning took a bite, it turned out to be just as he imagined. The taste was rather bland. However, it couldn't be said to be inedible. It was just lacking in seasonings and salt. The steamed fish was actually the most satisfactory for Chen Ning. It was definitely pure wild fish, but as for what kind, Chen Ning couldn't identify it. It was somewhat different from the freshwater fish he knew. "Come on, don't just eat. Drink some wine too. Have you ever tried it?" After a wild meal, Lu Haifeng finally started pouring wine and proudly asked Chen Ning if he had tried it before. Chen Ning shook his head slightly, indicating he hadn't, and his curiosity was piqued. In the memories of his original self, he indeed hadn't tasted the beverages of this world. Perhaps the original self's family had some contact with alcohol, but those memories were lost to Chen Ning. The black porcelain jar looked to have a capacity of about 1 liter. When the lid was opened, Chen Ning's eyes brightened slightly. He smelled a special fruity aroma mixed with a faint alcoholic scent, and at least it smelled good. When the wine was poured into the silver cup, Chen Ning was slightly disappointed. The color of the wine was slightly greenish and somewhat cloudy with some sediment. Of course, Chen Ning could be certain of one thing. There was definitely no technology or harsh methods involved, and it was absolutely made from natural materials. Being friends with me is your luck, dejuzi. This secret fruit wine is something those diners outside can hardly get. Mainly because it's quite expensive, this jar costs 2 taels of silver. After Lu Haifeng continued to boast, he raised his cup and signaled to Chen Ning, then tilted his head back and downed it in one gulp. Chen Ning didn't dare to down it all at once. Instead, he took a small sip to taste it. After swallowing the first mouthful, Chen Ning quickly finished the rest. What is this? A waste of my expectations and feelings. The alcohol content should be somewhat present, but it was only about 11 or 12 degrees, and mostly it was just fruity flavor, slightly sour and bitter, masking most of the wine taste. It wasn't very bad, but it truly didn't live up to Chen Ning's expectations. It wasn't even as good as mixing some liquor with fruit juice back on Earth. Chen Ning drank according to his original drinking capacity. This kind of wine should be at least 5 jin as a base. And now his physique was much stronger than in his previous life. He didn't know exactly how much he could drink, since he wasn't worried about getting drunk. That's why he just downed it in one go. He just didn't know if this would give him a headache the next day after drinking too much. Chen Ning was drinking casually, but Lu Haifeng felt it was an exquisite delicacy. After finishing 1 cup, he quickly poured himself another and said to Chen Ning, "This secret fruit wine is a family recipe of the Lu family, and you won't find a second drink in the whole Zheng County that's stronger than ours. Come on, let me pour you another cup. Just don't get drunk." The strongest wine? Chen Ning really wanted to take out a bottle of Erguo 2 and smash it in this guy's face, then serve him some high-tech snacks to go with it, and finally ask him if it was delicious. Chen Ning even imagined that after this guy had tasted the high-tech snacks, he would never be able to eat his family's signature dish again, thus losing weight. Should he thank himself then and offer all his wealth just for a single spicy strip? At that moment, Chen Ning didn't forget to clink glasses with Lu Haifeng. It is said that drinking together can easily deepen the bond between men, and at least that was the case for Lu Haifeng. After 3 cups, this guy's face started to turn red, and he began to speak louder, even revealing his family situation to Chen Ning. As the eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Haifeng basically had the first mover advantage. However, the Lu family was large, with his father having more than a dozen sons. Without support from his mother's family, It would be difficult to maintain the position of first heir. Even so, he needed to achieve some accomplishments before turning 18. Otherwise, his status would also be in jeopardy. After a couple more drinks, Chen Ning felt he could no longer let this guy drink. One reason was that the time he had agreed upon with by Xiaoqin was approaching. Additionally, he was worried that this guy might drink himself into a stupor. And then who would he turn to for money? Just then, it was just right. Lu Haifeng was slightly tipsy, but not unconscious, making it the easiest time for him to get carried away. Little brother, that's enough. I can't drink anymore. My wife and the others should have retrieved the treasure by now. How about we take a look at the treasure first? If you feel you can't eat anymore, I can quickly find someone else to sell it to. Chen Ning put down his wine glass and said seriously. If Lu Haifeng had been 7 parts sober at that moment, he would have realized that the big guy he always thought was a bit silly had a clear gaze, looking at him as if he were a delicious cake. Eat, you must eat it. Hurry up and bring the things over. Lu Haifeng slammed his fat hand on the table and was also eager to see if the tea set from overseas was really worth 100 taels of silver. All right, I'll go now. Maybe I can bring back some other little trinkets. Chen Ning stood up and left. Chen Ning quickly arrived outside the hotel, scanning his surroundings, and soon spotted a figure with a dark face, disheveled hair, and a hunched back peeking around a corner not far from the hotel. This girl really has no talent for espionage at all. Chen Ning recognized at a glance who this hunched figure was and walked over with a wry smile. When this person saw Chen Ning approaching, a hint of confusion appeared on her dark face. Little wife, stop pretending. The plan has changed a bit. That fat pig drank too much, and I can just sell the things directly to him. Chen Ning stepped forward and pinched her face. Ah, bad husband. Why didn't you say you weren't coming earlier? You made me look all dirty, and my hair is a mess like a beggar. This person was undoubtedly Bai Xiaozhu. Bai Xiaoqin was also not far away. This was the plan Chen Ning had started, like spies meeting up, which would prevent the sisters from being exposed. However, plans changed quickly. Since Lu Haifeng had drunk too much, Chen Ning adjusted his plan again, making things simpler and more direct. Although this exposed his identity, it didn't matter. After all, he was using a fake name and wouldn't reveal to Lu Haifeng where he was from. Moreover, Chen Ning was sure that Lu Haifeng would want good things in the future, and he would definitely have the upper hand. So he wouldn't probe too deeply into his identity. Otherwise, it would be a complete fallout and no one would benefit. Compared to a fallout, Lu Haifeng would definitely suffer greater losses. After all, cooperating with Chen Ning could really bring him considerable benefits. Thus, considering all possibilities, Chen Ning felt there was no need to worry too much. Seeing Chen Ning come over, Bai Xiaoqin also walked over from a distance. You guys tidy up a bit. I'll be out soon. We still have time later, and I'll take you shopping and for a big meal. Chen Ning didn't say much more to the sisters, took the package containing the tea set, and after a few instructions, turned back to leave. Watching Chen Ning's back, the 2 sisters exchanged a glance. Sister, do you think he really is a fool? Bai Xiaozhu asked in a low voice with a peculiar look. Whether he is or not, now and in the future, he is still our husband. If he doesn't ask, we shouldn't either. I feel that our husband is not an ordinary person, Bai Xiaoqin said with a calm smile. What's so special about him? He just looks a bit better and always pretends to be foolish to tease me. Bai Xiaozhu pouted and muttered. Is that bad? Or do you prefer a husband who frowns at you every day with all sorts of demanding criticisms, even cursing and getting rough? Bai Xiaoqin countered. I definitely don't want that. If that's the case, I might as well marry a fool instead of my current husband. Bai Xiaozhu immediately replied. So, we should be satisfied to have found such a husband. Sister, should we tell him our identities? But if we really do, won't it scare him? Bai Xiaozhu seemed a bit conflicted. Not for now. When the situation is unclear, it could bring trouble to our husband. But wait a bit. Although we all hope it won't happen, the truth is that border conflicts will definitely flare up again soon, and we might still have a chance then. Bai Xiaoqin said some disjointed words, only speaking halfway before her gaze turned to the distant horizon. Bai Xiaozhu didn't pursue the matter this time, but instead became serious, even a bit sad. Chapter 16. Something else disappeared in the space on his way back to the inn after leaving the Bai sisters. Chen Ning pondered. A simple tea set was indeed a bit monotonous. He could take out a few more small items to cheat Lu Haifeng a bit more and make him look forward to the next time. While walking, he divided a bit of his consciousness to probe into the warehouse space. initially considering bringing some small items to the duty room. But once his consciousness entered, Chen Ning paused, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He clearly remembered that when he left home, he had brought a few large fresh tianqi roots and placed them in the duty room. However, now the tianqi roots had disappeared. What's going on? Chen Ning felt a slight panic. Could someone be stealing from his space? Unwilling to give up, he checked around, and aside from the tianqi roots disappearing, no other items were missing, and the warehouse remained untouched. This chair seems to have been moved. After careful examination, Chen Ning noticed that the swivel chair in front of the desk in the duty room seemed to have signs of movement. Originally, it was a bit away from the desk due to his height, but now the chair was noticeably closer to the desk, and its orientation seemed to have changed. Could it be that someone else can enter here? Is someone sharing this warehouse space with me? But that didn't make sense. Nothing else in the warehouse was missing, just the tianqi roots? Or could it be that another person can only appear in the lounge and cannot take anything else from the warehouse, only what I placed in? There is also the last possibility that it was absorbed by the space, just like that half-silver hairpin. Otherwise, just like the silver hairpin, the tianqi roots were taken by another person. Chen Ning mindraktet, speculating al possibilities. He couldn't make sense of it and couldn't determine the truth. Thankfully, the items in the warehouse were all intact. However, even so, it made Chen Ning a bit nervous, and he decided to find a suitable opportunity and place to transfer the items out of the warehouse. In that case, even if the warehouse space disappears or some other unforeseen event occurs, I won't be left with nothing. Chen Ning's greatest strength might be his ability not to get tangled up in things. When he can't figure something out, he absolutely won't dwell on it, focusing instead on how to solve the problem. He definitely doesn't add to his own troubles. Then, Chen Ning didn't want to be picky anymore and casually picked up an oil pen from the table. He also noticed there was half a bottle of Lao Fu mineral water, thought for a moment, and decided to take it along after removing the label. He had initially wanted to get some erguo, a type of Chinese liquor, but he wasn't in the mood for that anymore. Just an oil pen and an emptied mineral water bottle. From the time Chen Ning left to take over the tea set to when he strolled around the space, it had only been about 7 or 8 minutes. When Chen Ning returned to the back courtyard's private room, he found Lu Haifeng was even more drunk. Clearly, this guy had drunk some more while Chen Ning was out. What a drinker. Fortunately, he hadn't brought any erguo. Otherwise, this guy would definitely be passed out after just 1 cup. Chen Ning felt an infinite disdain in his heart. This fat pig had only consumed the equivalent of 2 or 3 bottles of beer and was already in such a state. Luckily, Lu Haifeng's awareness was still intact. When he saw Chen Ning return, a look of excitement appeared on his face. Big pillar, show me the treasure quickly. Lu Haifeng tried to get up, but due to his excessive weight and the alcohol, he lifted his butt and then sat back down. Chen Ning once again felt disdain in his heart, but he didn't slow down his movements, leaning forward to carefully place the package on the table. Bro, let's take it slow. Don't bump the treasure. This is all my savings, costing me 100 taels. As Chen Ning spoke, he opened a corner of the package. TSK, with your poor background, how could you possibly have over 100 taels? You're fooling me. Lu Haifeng, under the influence of alcohol, directly despised Chen Ning without thinking. Chen Ning paused in his actions, knowing this guy was just speaking his mind due to the alcohol, but since he had heard it, he couldn't let him get away with it. As a modern soul, managing this somewhat dim-witted guy was definitely something he could handle. Chen Ning deliberately opened the package wider, took out a teacup for Lu Haifeng to see, and then after Lu Haifeng saw it, stuffed the teacup back inside and even retied the package. Lu Xiao, I really consider you a friend, and you think of me like this? You even called me a fool. Then let's forget about our cooperation. I originally had other good things to share with you, but it seems like a poor fool like me doesn't deserve to be here. After saying this in anger, Chen Ning picked up the package and prepared to leave. Hey, Lu Haifeng was momentarily stunned. He had just seen a delicate white item. So why did it suddenly get put away, and why was Chen Ning angry? Then, Lu Haifeng realized he had accidentally let his true feelings slip. Big pillar, don't go. I was just talking nonsense because I was drunk. I wasn't talking about you, really. Quickly show me the treasure. Lu Haifeng's drunkenness was momentarily shaken. He felt if Chen Ning left now, he would be a complete fool, and he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Really not talking about me? Although I'm poor and a bit foolish, I still have my pride. Don't treat me like a fool if you say such things as a friend. That would be unforgivable. Chen Ning put on a naive expression as if throwing a tantrum. Absolutely not. Big Pillar, I promise I wasn't. Big Brother. I promise to call you Big Brother from now on. Whoever says you're a fool, I'll make them feed the big treasure, even if it's myself. Lu Haifeng looked anxious, but there was a hint of cruelty brewing in his small eyes. Is it true? Then it seems I've wronged my brother. You really consider me a friend. I believe you weren't talking about me just now. Chen Ning returned to his naive expression. Chen Ning was just letting him remember his lesson, not truly wanting to fall out with him. He could sense Lu Haifeng was on the edge of exploding. This fat pig was currently the most suitable target for being a scapegoat, as long as there were no better alternatives for the warehouse items. It was still necessary to maintain some superficial relationship with this fat pig. Of course not. Quickly look at the treasure. Seeing Chen Ning's attitude shift, Lu Haifeng's brewing anger was immediately dispersed, and he reached out to grab the package. Let me do it. Chen Ning stepped in first, fearing this guy would break the tea set. Originally, this tea set seemed worthless to him, but now it was a treasure worth 100 taels. Soon, Chen Ning laid out the entire tea set in front of Lu Haifeng. This is really beautiful. How could there be such pure and delicate porcelain? And the patterns are so vivid and exquisite. They are really identical. At this moment, Lu Haifeng's eyes widened even more, trembling as he picked up the teacup and began to examine it lovingly. So bro, do you believe this tea set is worth 100 taels now? Chen Ning was not surprised by Lu Haifeng's reaction. It was obvious this was Lu Haifeng's first time seeing such pure and delicate porcelain. While Bai Xiaozhu was also amazed the first time she saw it, her reaction had been much better than this fat pig's. Moreover, Bai Xiaozhu had also mentioned that besides the patterns and colors on the tea set, she had seen porcelain tea sets of similar quality before. It's definitely worth it. Big Brother de Zhu, this tea set must be sold to me. I'll give you 101 taels. How about that? Lu Haifeng was probably nodding frantically, but unfortunately, he didn't have a neck, so it wasn't very obvious. This guy was so drunk, he had completely forgotten that Chen Ning had mentioned he bought the goods for 90 taels. And now he was offering Chen Ning a price that only made him a profit of 1 tael. Chen Ning once again looked down on this guy's stinginess. But he was genuinely happy. An extra tael was still good, enough to buy some small items for his sister-in-law and wife. All right, brothers need to settle accounts clearly. We exchange money for goods, and after the transaction, I'll show my brother some other good things. Chen Ning moved the tea set in front of him and extended his hand towards Lu Haifeng. Chapter 17. Transaction completed. Lu Haifeng was not angry about Chen Ning's action and proudly said, I won't shortchange you. It's just 100 taels of silver. In your town? That's a lot of money, but for me, it's just pocket change. After saying that, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a money pouch. At first, Chen Ning hadn't really noticed that this guy could hide such a thing, mainly because he was too fat and his clothes were quite loose. The money pouch was bulging, and when he opened it, he poured its contents directly onto the table. With a clinking sound, yellow and white items scattered across the table, along with a few palm-sized folded brown papers. Silver notes? Chen Ning instantly recognized the true identity of these papers. In addition to the silver notes, a gold nugget the size of a fingernail was the most eye-catching. The rest were a dozen irregular silver pieces. There were no gold or silver ingots, as Chen Ning had imagined, just irregular gold and silver pieces. See, Big Pillar, I carry 500 taels of silver notes with me, and I also have several dozen taels of scattered gold and silver. Lu Haifeng, possibly due to the alcohol wearing off a bit, looked at Chen Ning with shining eyes and began to show off. This guy had something to boast about, and even stopped calling him Big Brother. For a moment, Chen Ning even had the thought of robbing this fat pig. But it was just a fleeting thought. Chen Ning knew very well that actually robbing this guy would be a foolish act that would not be worth the loss. Just a few hundred taels with the warehouse goods, he could easily exchange some items for that. This is 1 tael of silver, and I'll give you 2 50-tael silver notes. Lu Haifeng thought Chen Ning was stunned into silence by his wealth, and directly pushed half a piece of broken silver and 2 silver notes towards Chen Ning. Wait a moment, bro. I want 1 silver note. I want the rest in cash. Chen Ning came back to his senses and directly stopped him. It wasn't that he didn't trust the silver notes. He just felt more secure with cash. Moreover, there were no silver shops in the town to exchange silver notes, and Chen Ning needed cash for shopping and repaying debts. All right, whatever you want. Lu Haifeng didn't dwell on this matter. To him, silver notes and silver coins are the same. Soon, Chen Ning received 51 taels of silver in small coins, along with a silver note worth 50 taels. Upon holding it, Chen Ning realized that the paper of the silver note was quite resilient, which could reduce damage to some extent. As for counterfeiting, firstly, in this era, no one would dare to counterfeit silver notes. Additionally, the technical aspects are quite difficult. The handwriting on the silver note is different, and there are 2 official seals from the government and the silver store. In short, the anti-counterfeiting measures may not be advanced, but they are absolutely effective in this era. After Chen Ning received the silver, Lu Haifeng directly brought the tea set closer, continuing to admire it with a look of intoxication, occasionally clicking his tongue, resembling an expert appraising a genuine article. Brother, I have 2 more little treasures. Are you interested in seeing them? Chen Ning didn't want to delay too long or be taken advantage of again, so he decided to take his wife shopping, as his sister-in-law was still waiting at home. Yes, I'm definitely interested. Hurry up and take them out. At that moment, Lu Haifeng remembered what Chen Ning had said earlier, and he couldn't wait any longer. Chen Ning smiled faintly and took out an empty water bottle and an oil pen from his bag. These were rare items brought from overseas, hard to obtain abroad, and absolutely unseen here. Things that no one has seen are definitely valuable, right? As Lu Haifeng spoke, he saw the items peeking out of the package and was immediately puzzled. A transparent bottle with wavy patterns? A stick he couldn't identify. My supplier told me this is called a plastic bottle, made from a new material, very light and thin, but unbreakable. Chen Ning seriously introduced the mineral water bottle, and as he spoke, he dropped the bottle on the ground. Don't! Lu Haifeng exclaimed. He even heard the sound of his own heart breaking. But the next second, the bottle didn't break at all and bounced a couple of times. Lu Haifeng quickly stood up and then bent down again to the floor. There was no way. He really couldn't bend over. At this moment, he didn't care about his wealthy image anymore, as he knelt on the ground to pick up the bottle, observing it with a look of amazement, then gently stroking it. Chen Ning felt a shiver, although he could guess this guy's reaction beforehand. Seeing the chubby man act this way in reality was truly hard to watch. After about a minute, Lu Haifeng finally had his fill of curiosity and struggled to climb back onto the chair. What is that stick? Lu Haifeng didn't mention the bottle because he remembered the other item. This is an oil pen. You can write on paper with it. No need to dip in ink. You can write any time, and it's portable. Chen Ning took off the pen cap, but searched around and couldn't find a suitable place to write. Where did the shopkeeper go? Bring me a blank ledger. Lu Haitao yelled loudly towards the door. A moment later, Lu Haitao was holding the oil pen, marveling and adoring it. Even though he hated writing and studying, he could still appreciate the value of this pen, mainly because it was really convenient. I want both of these. How much silver? Lu Haifeng tightly hugged the items to his chest, clearly not wanting to return them to Chen Ning. You're my brother. I want you to make a profit on this. Just give me 10 taels of silver in total. If you think you can sell them for more next time, I'll have my supplier bring back more. Chen Ning felt that he wasn't being overly greedy this time. Mainly, it was to ensure long-term cooperation. And there were plenty of new items in the warehouse. But 10 taels is really not considered overly greedy, right? All right. Such good stuff is only 5 taels each. Not expensive at all. Next time you should get 100 of each. I guarantee you'll make a good profit too. Lu Haifeng exclaimed excitedly, clearly thinking this was very cheap. Chen Ning's eyes sparkled. This fat pig was indeed a good person. Together, that would be 200 items at 5 taels each. That's 1,000 taels of silver. Stay calm. I absolutely cannot show too much excitement. Chen Ning suppressed his excitement and said with a hint of difficulty, I can only suggest bringing back as many as possible, but I can't guarantee there will be that many. However, there will definitely be other good items. Like a few more sets of tea sets. Do you want them? Yes, as long as they're brought back from overseas, I want as many as possible. Just let me know how long it will take next time, so I can ask my father to mobilize some silver. Lu Haifeng said, a bit nervous in the end. He spoke boldly, but in reality, all his wealth was on him. If there were really larger transactions, he could only ask his father for help. However, Lu Haifeng was also confident. He believed that his father would fully support him once he saw the items he brought back. He believed that with his father's broader perspective, he would realize that the money made from these items didn't matter much, as long as they didn't lose money. The benefits these items could bring were definitely more than just financial. Not to mention, although Lu Haifeng looked like a fat pig and had some psychological issues, he still had some brains in certain aspects. About 10 days or so. How will I contact you? Chen Ning thought for a moment and said, I'll come back in 10 days. Just come directly to the tavern to find me. Or you can go to Zheng County. That is my family's territory. Lu Haifeng immediately replied. 10 days was completely enough for him. As for how to get items from overseas within those 10 days, that wasn't something he was considering. I can't go to the county without a travel permit. Let's talk about that later. Chen Ning directly refused to go to the county. For now, his family wasn't stable, and he couldn't leave too far. When you want to go, I'll help you sort out the travel permit situation, Lu Haifeng said. After the two made a brief agreement, Chen Ning left the tavern. Lu Haifeng only accompanied Chen Ning to the door of the private room before returning inside. He had enough of these treasures. He also knew that once he took the items back to the county, they would be taken away by his father. Chapter 18. A little shopping trip after Chen Ning left the tavern, he quickly reunited with the Bai sisters. Bai Xiaozhu had also returned to her original appearance. Husband. Upon seeing Chen Ning, the sisters looked at him with a hint of expectation. Everything went smoothly. This is pocket money for my wife. Chen Ning, facing the two sisters, once again put on a silly expression. As he spoke, he took out 20 taels of silver and divided it equally between the two sisters. Husband. We don't need this. You're the head of the family. The money should be in your hands. The Bai sisters didn't expect Chen Ning to directly give the money. In the Dayun Dynasty, women generally lost their economic independence after marriage. Either they came from well-off families with substantial dowries, allowing them to have a higher status in their in-laws' family, or if they had no dowry, they had to rely on their husbands, receiving a fixed amount of silver each month for household expenses. If they had special needs or wanted to buy something, they could only ask their husbands for it. Chen Ning's generous offer of 10 taels of pocket money made even the sisters feel that their husband was truly nice and generous. Since our family is under my authority, then you should keep the money well. Feel free to buy whatever you want. Now let's go shopping. The expenses are all on me. Chen Ning said. Now that he had money, spending it on his women made him sound quite bold and confident. The sisters exchanged glances, both smiling happily as they tucked the money into their clothes. Husband, how much did that fat pig give you in the end? Bai Jiaosu Lianet basically Chen Ning, asking curiously. 101 taels. Chen Ning took it. As for the water bottle and oil pen, he naturally couldn't mention them now. Wow, that's more than we expected by over 10 taels. Husband, you're amazing. Bai Xiaozhu exclaimed excitedly upon hearing the amount. Little wife, since husband is so amazing, is there a reward? Chen Ning stretched out his hands, pulling one sister with each hand, teasing Bai Xiaozhu. Does this still need a reward? What does husband want me to reward you with? Bai Xiaozhu found Chen Ning's suggestion baffling, but was more curious. Use your little mouth to give your husband a peck on the face, Chen Ning said with a hint of mischief in his eyes. What kind of reward is this? No, it's the bad husband teasing Xiaozhu. Bai Xiaozhu didn't react at first, but when she did, her face flushed with anger as she exclaimed. Bai Xiaoqin didn't expect Chen Ning to be so bold. Holding hands in the street was already beyond their understanding. If they were to kiss in public, it would be unimaginable how people would gossip about it. In the end, Bai Xiaozhu didn't give a reward, but Chen Ning didn't press the little girl either, and the three of them began their shopping trip while chatting and laughing. Actually, the types of shops in the town were limited, mostly categorized into high-end and mid-range. Chen Ning chose mostly mid-range shops. The first thing they needed to buy was grain. Upon arriving at the grain store, Chen Ning confirmed his earlier judgment. 1 copper coin here was equivalent to 1 yuan in his previous life. 1 pound of millet cost 3 copper coins, while premium new rice cost 4 copper coins. On Earth, the price of rice was about 3 to 4 yuan per pound. Of course, this 3 to 4 yuan price did not include those fancy packaged products with various gimmicks, which were meant for gullible buyers. Chen Ning bought 10 pounds of new rice and 10 pounds of flour. Although the flour quality wasn't great, it was another type of staple food. To be honest, Chen Ning didn't really like eating millet rice. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy more, it was just that he thought they still had to buy other things. And bringing back too much would be impossible. Next was the fabric shop. Chen Ning initially wanted to buy ready-made clothes, but the sisters said they could make their own and that buying fabric would save a lot and fit better. In the Dayun Dynasty, women, regardless of wealth or poverty, had to know needlework. They bought 2 rolls of different colored fine cloth, a batch of coarse cloth, and a few feet of soft cloth. After asking, Bai Shaoqin blushed and informed him that the soft cloth was for making undergarments. The fabric was slightly more expensive, and after buying a set of cotton quilts from the county town, they spent a total of 3 taels of silver. Then they went to the cosmetics shop, where the sisters didn't forget about Qin Yu at home. This time, Bai Shaoqin paid for everything herself and insisted Chen Ning wouldn't cover any costs. Next was the meat shop, which only had beef, chicken, and live fish. Pork? No one hunted pigs in the mountains, so they couldn't get pork at all. It was then that Chen Ning realized there were no pig farms here. The pork available was all wild boar meat from the mountains. To be honest, wild boar meat wasn't as tasty as people imagined. If not processed properly, it could have a strong, gamey smell. Chen Ning naturally didn't forget to buy some seasonings. But apart from salt, the only other seasoning available was something called herb root. As for star anise, cinnamon, soy sauce, and MSG, they were out of the question. Chen Ning originally wanted to buy some kitchen utensils as well, but seeing how much the 3 of them were carrying, he temporarily gave up the idea and decided to buy them next time. Around 3 in the afternoon, Chen Ning appeared in a slightly secluded street with the 2 little wives, their arms full of packages. Why don't we buy an ox cart? Chen Ning thought it didn't matter how much he carried himself. As long as he could fit it on his body, he could take it all away, and it might even strengthen his physique. But seeing that the sisters were burdened with quite a lot, even affecting their walking, Chen Ning felt a pang of heartache and suddenly thought of buying a cart. However, buying an ox cart wasn't something that could be done casually. They needed a document from the village and then approval from the town officials. Bai Shaoqin said helplessly, "It's that troublesome?" Chen Ning frowned. At that moment, he deeply felt the difficulties of traveling in this era, not to mention transporting large amounts of goods. This was just for an ox cart. If they wanted a horse cart, it would be even harder. Chen Ning had storage space, making it easy to carry many things. However, it was inconvenient to use in front of the 2 women. Moreover, without understanding the reason behind the loss of items in the space, Chen Ning didn't dare to use it easily. Especially when it came to the silver he earned, he definitely couldn't put it inside. Why not buy a 1-wheeled cart? Just as Chen Ning was thinking this, he suddenly heard a hoarse and timid voice from behind. "Big brother and 2 sisters, do you need a cart? I might be able to help you." The 3 of them were slightly taken aback and quickly turned around to look. They saw a small, thin figure not far behind them. It was clearly a child, probably around 11 or 12 years old, with tattered clothes and messy hair covering a dirty little face. With a hoarse voice, it was hard to tell whether it was a boy or a girl. Being a modern person, Chen Ning felt a twinge of sympathy upon seeing such a pitiful child. He was just about to respond when Bai Shaoqin stopped him. "Husband, this might be a refugee. We don't know how they got into the city, so we should be cautious." "Refugee? When we came, we didn't see any refugees outside the town. Even if they are refugees, what danger could a small child pose?" Chen Ning withdrew his gaze from the child and looked at Bai Shaoqin with confusion. "Husband, the kind of people waiting outside the city for aid are refugees, and there's a certain distinction between them and migrants. I'm not entirely sure about his identity, but if he is indeed a migrant, it's necessary to be cautious," Bai Shaoqin explained softly. Chen Ning was even more puzzled. However, as an outsider unfamiliar with local conditions, he felt it was always best to listen to his wife. But was there really a distinction between migrants and refugees? Aren't they all fleeing from disasters or wars? However, upon further reflection, Chen Ning felt there was something wrong. If the 2 were completely the same, there would be no need for 2 different names. Chapter 19. It turns out to be a girl while the 3 were whispering to each other. The child across from them looked timid, wanting to approach, but not daring to. "Little one, come here," Bai Shaoju, lacking her sister's reservations, directly waved for the child to come closer. "It's just a child. Even if there is danger, it wouldn't come from this kid." This time, Bai Shaoqin didn't stop her. The child, seeing that the other party was calling him, quickly put away his hesitation and stepped forward. Are you a refugee or a migrant? What do you want from us? Bai Xiaozhu directly asked as soon as the child got closer. Chen Ning was slightly speechless at the girl's straightforwardness. However, thinking about it, it was better this way. There was no need to beat around the bush. I am not a bad person. I just want to tell you there's a place with an ox cart, the child said nervously, taking 2 steps back after being questioned by Bai Xiaozhu, then mustering up courage to speak. He didn't directly answer Bai Xiaozhu's question. The 3 could tell that the child was evasive, clearly having something to hide. That ox cart you mentioned is outside the town, right? After you take us there, your companions will rob us, right? Bai Xiaoqin's tone turned cold. And no, I don't have companions. I just want some copper coins or food. I haven't eaten for 2 days, the child said, avoiding their gaze. So, are you a migrant? Chen Ning asked directly. I used to be, but I didn't want to follow them to deceive and harm people, so I secretly hid here. Big brother, you have to believe me. I really know there's a place with an ox cart, the child said, looking at Chen Ning, clearly showing a bit more courage than with the sisters. Or perhaps he felt that Chen Ning was easier to talk to. Chen Ning observed the child's reaction, noting only nervousness and anticipation. And the child's eyes showed no signs of flickering, which led him to believe the child's words. If this was also an act of deception, it could only be said that the child was an exceptional actor. Husband, I feel she has a certain degree of credibility, Bai Xiaoqin said. I feel the same. But let's listen to the eldest wife. Chen Ning suddenly smiled foolishly and handed the decision-making power to Bai Xiaoqin. When Bai Xiaoqin saw Chen Ning's expression, she felt a bit fond of him for some reason. She clearly knew he was pretending to be silly on purpose, but she just liked this version of Chen Ning. In contrast, when Chen Ning's eyes were clear, she always felt he was somewhat unreal. It was a strange feeling. Then let's go take a look. If something unexpected happens, my husband can protect us, right? Bai Xiaoqin smiled at Chen Ning. A husband protects his wife. My husband is very capable. Chen Ning wanted to pat his chest to show off his strength, but unfortunately, his hands were full of things. Let's go. If I find out you're lying to us, this dagger can kill. Bai Xiaozhu followed up, drawing out Chen Ning's dagger to intimidate the child. The child was so scared that he took 2 steps back and nodded repeatedly, then turned to lead the way. This street was quite remote, and since the child took a detour, they hardly encountered anyone. After a moment, he led the 3 out of Qingyan town. The identity of the homeless was feared to be discovered by the authorities. If caught, it usually meant forced labor. Of course, if it were a child, the outcome might be somewhat better. Boys might be trained, while girls would mostly be sold. How far is it? After leaving the city, Bai Xiaoqin noticed the child was leading them in the opposite direction from their home, about half a quarter of an hour. The child didn't have a clear concept of distance and could only mention the approximate time. Half a quarter of an hour is about 7 or 8 minutes, which isn't far. You're a girl, right? As they walked, Chen Ning, who was following the child, suddenly asked. He couldn't tell by appearance or voice, but after observing the child's walking posture, he made a rough judgment. Huh? Yes. The girl was startled and stammered in acknowledgement. My husband is really impressive. We all thought she was a boy. Bai Xiaoqin admired Chen Ning a little. It's no wonder that in ancient times, there were often cases of women disguising as men without being discovered. Here, people wouldn't think in that direction, and, on the other hand, their observation skills and experience were insufficient. So you're a little girl. How old are you and what's your name? Where is your original home? Upon hearing that this was a girl, Bai Xiaozhu noticeably reduced her guard and became more curious. The girl, realizing her gender was seen through and sensing that the 3 wouldn't harm her because of it, honestly answered all of Bai Xiaozhu's questions. The girl was actually 14 years old and named Huolanlan. Huolanlan's family was from Sanglong City in the South Prefecture. Because Sanglong City was a border city, it inexplicably fell to the enemy 5 years ago during years of war, and her parents were executed by the Imperial Army. She managed to escape with her brother. However, this brother didn't care for her and even abandoned her to save himself. At that time, Huolanlan was only 9 years old. Initially, she followed the refugees, but soon got left behind by the large group. Eventually, she was taken in by a group of homeless people, and to avoid being beaten and to get enough food, she had to help them cheat and deceive others. Chen Ning now understood the biggest difference between the homeless and regular refugees. Refugees moved in large groups with a strong purpose, heading to another city for shelter. In contrast, homeless people wouldn't stay in one place and would continue to wander after a while. Over time, the homeless lost their identities. Most either got caught and forced into labor or allied with bandits. While listening to Huolanlan recount her experiences, Chen Ning didn't notice the reaction of the Bai sisters. When the sisters heard Huolanlan mention the fall of Tsanglong City, a flash of hatred crossed their eyes, but they quickly concealed it well. I don't want to deceive people with them anymore, and I know that once they find out I'm a girl, they'll sell me sooner or later. So a few days ago, I found an opportunity to sneak into Qingyan town through a dog hole. Huolanlan continued to explain until she finished recounting her experiences. You're not bad. You're still kind at heart. But how did you know there was an ox cart here? Bai Xiaoqin, pulling herself out of her emotions, asked Huolanlan. Chen Ning felt that after Huolanlan finished her story, Bai Xiaoqin's attitude toward her significantly improved. This feeling didn't seem to stem from pity after learning about her experiences. But Chen Ning couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. It was stolen from Huanglong village by that group of homeless people. Once they got here, they killed the ox for meat and left the cart in a pit covered by weeds. The cart is almost new. Huolanlan explained. You said there's an ox cart, but there's only the cart, no ox? Upon hearing Huolanlan's words, Chen Ning was instantly confused. Had he misunderstood from the beginning? Did the girl really just mean a cart without an ox? Yeah. Huolanlan nodded as if it were obvious. Chen Ning looked at Bai Xiaoqin and Bai Xiaozhu, only to see both of them looking at him with a hint of confusion. All right, it seems I misunderstood. Wait, if there's only the cart, then who will pull the cart? Chapter 20. Entering the village with goods. Huolanlan led the group to a very remote location. After walking along a main road for a while, they entered a small path where not a single person could be seen. In fact, Qingyan town was relatively peaceful. It was only a few hundred miles from the imperial capital. If it were closer to the border cities and towns, they would see a large number of refugees or the homeless. Outside those places, traveling wasn't as safe. Soon, Huolanlan brought them to their destination. Although it wasn't far from the main road, it was indeed quite secluded. Beside the path, they could see a large pit hidden among the weeds. If one didn't look closely, it would just seem like a pile of weeds. Without needing Huolanlan's guidance, Chen Ning put down his belongings and went down, lifting the weeds to quickly discover a two-wheeled cart. It looked like it had been made recently, almost 80 to 90 new, mostly constructed with mortise and tenon joints, with only a few finger-thick iron nails used in places where strength was needed. The wheels were definitely wooden, but appeared very sturdy. At this moment, Chen Ning undoubtedly felt like an ox, trying to pull the cart. Fortunately, he could easily move it. Husband, we'll help you. Bai Xiaoqin also put down her things and wanted to help in the pit. No need. Your husband is as strong as an ox. Plowing a few fields is just a small matter. Pulling a small cart is like playing. Chen Ning laughed and stopped Bai Xiaoqin, secretly teasing her. It was amusing that they couldn't understand the teasing. He looked forward to explaining it to them later and seeing their reactions. Sister, our husband is at it again, calling himself an old ox and looking so proud about it. Bai Xiaozhu couldn't help but mutter to Bai Xiaoqin after hearing Chen Ning refer to himself as a strong ox for the second time. This time, Bai Xiaoqin surprisingly didn't scold Bai Xiaozhu but nodded seriously, saying, It's true, it seems my husband's mind isn't completely well yet. Let's indulge him a bit more. Huolanlan, who was nearby, overheard the sisters' conversation, and for some reason, her expression became a bit strange, and even her dirty little face turned slightly red. Chen Ning, pulling the ox cart with a bit of effort, quickly managed to pull it up from the pit. If it had been his past self, he would have probably collapsed from exhaustion and might not have been able to pull up at all. However, at this moment, Chen Ning felt he hadn't even used up 30% of his strength. He was increasingly satisfied with his body, and he could continue to grow stronger. In this chaotic era, having a strong body was incredibly important, even if they didn't get involved in the fighting here. His two little wives at home needed his ox-like physique, not to mention he might have more than 2 little wives in the future. Big brother, sisters, we've got the cart. Seeing the ox cart has been brought up, Huolanlan looked at the three with a hint of expectation. The meaning was obvious. She had made it clear from the start that it wasn't tea for free and wanted some food or a few copper coins. Our food is all raw. I'll give you some copper coins to buy something to eat. Bai Xiaoqin looked at Huolanlan and took out a money bag from her bosom, pulling out 20 copper coins. 20 copper coins were already quite a lot. You must know that in these times, the wages for men working outside were only about 4 or 5 copper coins, and many places exploited wages. After all, if you didn't work, there were always people who would. This meant that a man's daily wage could only buy a little over a pound of millet, which would be enough for a family of 4 or 5 to have a meal of thin porridge. Thank you, sister, this is too much. Just give me 5 copper coins, that's enough. Huolanlan was surprised to see Bai Xiaoqin give her so much, but she hesitated to accept. Just take it. We got a cart for free. If we were to buy it, it would cost 400 or 500 copper coins, Bai Xiaoqin said. Just accept it. Chen Ning, after putting all the goods onto the cart, walked over and said, I have to say, having this cart is really convenient. Chen Ning had initially thought about getting a unicycle cart, but now it seemed that the unicycle couldn't compare to this. After all, this could carry more things. And when the wives got tired, they could also sit on it. Thank you, big brother. Huolanlan saw that Chen Ning spoke up and quickly nodded in gratitude, accepting the copper coins. Let's go home. We'll meet again if fate allows. Chen Ning smiled at Huolanlan and then called the 2 wives to return home. Bai Xiaozhu looked at Huolanlan, hesitating to say something, but was quietly stopped by Bai Xiaoqin. Huolanlan did not follow Chen Ning and the others, instead walking quietly behind, clearly heading back to Qingyan town. Chen Ning pulled the ox cart back onto the main road, feeling much more relaxed than on the small path. The only discomfort being the bumpy wooden wheels. Big wife, little wife, get on the cart. It'll be faster to go home. After walking for a while, Chen Ning felt that the load wasn't enough to stimulate the heat flow inside him, and since Bai Xiaoqin's stamina was relatively poor, after all, he had carried most of the journey. No, I can walk. Husband, you've worked hard enough. Bai Xiaoqin immediately shook her head. She really could still walk. After all, back when she was sent to marry the officials, she had walked through several villages. After several hours of being with Chen Ning, she could genuinely feel that he was different from other men. At least this husband really cared about her and her sister. The more this was the case, the less they could rely on this to bully Chen Ning without limits. Sister, let us take the cart. Husband is strong, and when he gets tired, we can pull him back. Bai Xiaozhu was not as thoughtful as Bai Xiaoqin, and she understood Chen Ning's stamina better. With her persuasion and Chen Ning's repeated requests, Bai Xiaoqin finally had no choice but to sit on the cart. The ox cart was still quite spacious, carrying a lot of items, and the 2 sisters sitting on it did not feel cramped. Chen Ning was once again glad that he hadn't gotten a unicycle cart in town. That thing could never be as steady as this ox cart. Old cow is taking the wives home. Chen Ning took the place of the old ox, gripping the yoke with both hands and shouted playfully, then took large strides forward, running faster and faster. In fact, this shout also represented Chen Ning's mood, which was really quite good. With a cart full of goods, a pair of sisters, and the weight of the ox cart itself, after running for a while, Chen Ning finally felt a bit of the load, and as his speed gradually increased, that heat flow inside him began to radiate again. Chen Ning felt that he simply couldn't stop. Even when Bai Xiaoqin asked several times for Chen Ning to take a break, he selectively ignored her and just kept running. Half an hour later, Chen Ning pulled the ox cart back to the entrance of Qingshan village. Chen Ning finally came to a stop, feeling a bit unsatisfied, while the sisters' faces were slightly pale. Even Bai Xiaoqin trembled a bit in her legs when getting off the cart, casting a resentful look at Chen Ning. Chen Ning awkwardly scratched his head. He really wasn't tired, which was why he had run a bit recklessly on the last stretch. It seems we can't keep a low profile anymore. If any villagers ask later, just say these things are our family's dowry, stored at a relative's house in town. Bai Xiaoqin did not blame Chen Ning, as she noticed some villagers wandering on the street, and she warned the 2. The villagers here were not very friendly. They might even try to rob them. Chen Ning grinned foolishly, looking even more silly than before, which made Bai Xiaoqin understand what he meant. As expected, as the 3 pulled the cart into the village, they were quickly surrounded by some villagers. Oh my, Chen family's young lady, are you going to rob someone? Yeah. How could there be so many things? Quilts, cloth, and grain oil? Is there meat in there? These things must be worth several taels of silver. They're either stolen or robbed. And what about this ox cart? As soon as the villagers opened their mouths, there wasn't a single good word. They spoke while their eyes glinted red, stepping closer to the cart. Bai Xiaoqin's expression turned cold as the group of villagers drew near, and there was even a hint of panic in her eyes. Her earlier guess was correct. These villagers really had the intention to rob. Get lost? All of this is my wife's family's dowry. If anyone dares to steal it, I'll kill them. Chen Ning suddenly shouted, pulling out a dagger from his bosom, stuffing the sheath back into his clothes, and pointing the dagger at the nearest villager. Damn! Ning the fool has gone crazy. Get back. Seeing Chen Ning brandishing the knife, the group of villagers immediately froze. The closest villager screamed and quickly retreated. Chen Ning still had a certain deterrent effect in the village. After all, there were very few young men in the entire village, and Chen Ning was the strongest among them. The main reason was still his identity as a fool. No one was willing to really fight with a fool. Winning would be embarrassing, and being beaten would be even more embarrassing. They wouldn't even be able to explain it if they reported it to the authorities. What are you afraid of? Their stuff comes from an improper source. We need to clarify things. We can't let bad people appear in the village. Or what will we do if it implicates us? Originally, the villagers had already backed off a bit, but unexpectedly, at this moment, a voice from the back of the crowd suddenly encouraged them, causing the villagers to pause again. Chen Ning squinted his eyes, looking through the crowd. Very good. It's that guy again. Chen Ning had a clear memory of this guy. Wang Jinggang. He was considered the leader of the village rascals. He had often harassed Qin Yu outside his courtyard and had been chased away many times by the original owner. When the Bai sisters entered the door earlier, he had also said the most lewd things and had even clearly expressed his intentions towards the two sisters. You say our things are stolen. Do you have any evidence? On the contrary, we can find people in town to testify about these things. My husband said, this is our family's dowry stored at a relative's house in town. Bai Xiaoqin saw that Chen Ning could intimidate these villagers and regained her composure. Looking at the one speaking from the back, Wang Jinggang. Wang Jinggang didn't expect Bai Xiaoqin to directly confront him. He had been talking nonsense to incite the villagers, so how could he possibly produce any evidence? After a moment of hesitation, Wang Jinggang spoke. That's a misunderstanding on our part. It seems that Chen's young lady's family is quite well off, able to bring back so many things. There are many elderly people in the village who can't conveniently go to town. You young ones of a cart, why not sell some things to everyone? Yeah, we're all villagers. We've taken care of Chen Ning's family a lot. Can you sell me 2 or 3 feet of that cloth? My family hasn't bought salt for a long time. I see you have a whole jar. Can you spare me a little bit? I want my old man to eat some noodles before he passes away. With Wang Jingang's instigation, the villagers, who already had the intention to take advantage, had their greed reignited, and they began shouting at Bai Xiaoqin and Bai Xiaozhu. They all claimed they wanted to buy some items, but showed no intention of taking out money. Some even drooled at the sight of the goods on the cart. If you want to buy, then take out your money. We brought these back from the town with great difficulty, so we'll charge an extra 5 copper coins for each item as a labor fee. You, come over and pick out your items and pay. Bai Xiaozhu had endured for long enough and could no longer hold back, directly addressing the 2 women who were getting closer. These 2 women were only in their 30s. But in this place, they looked like they were in their 50s and could be called old women if they went out. What? You little girl? You actually want to add 5 copper coins as a labor fee? We could buy 2 pounds of brown rice if we went to the town ourselves. The 2 women screamed upon hearing Bai Xiaozhu's words. So you can go to the town yourselves? Or were you just saying about being too old to go to the town? You were lying, just trying to take advantage of my family. Bai Xiaozhu mocked directly. The women were left speechless by her retort. I think we should let everyone pick first. You all came out without money anyway. Later, everyone will send the money to your homes. Wang Jinggang spoke up again from behind. Even a fool could tell that his tone was deliberately inciting the villagers to steal. But the villagers were happy to hear such words. After all, if they stole, what could a madman do against half the village? As for reporting to the authorities, they never said they wouldn't pay. They just wanted to take the items home first and would come back to pay later. As the villagers began to imagine scenarios, they moved closer to the cart again. Bai Xiaozhu immediately positioned herself to shield her sister behind her, her eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. Go to hell. At that moment, Chen Ning, who had been deliberately ignored by the villagers, suddenly roared, then bent down and charged at the villagers like a bull. Bang! Ouch! Damn madman. My hip bone. It hurts so much my arm is broken. In an instant, 4 or 5 villagers were knocked flying and fell to the ground, starting to wail. Chen Ning didn't use excessive force against these villagers. He merely knocked them down, his eyes focused on a clear target. Wang Jinggang. This guy clearly didn't expect Chen Ning to suddenly go berserk. By the time he reacted and tried to dodge, Chen Ning had already pushed through the crowd and was in front of him. You idiot, you want to? Wang Jinggang shouted angrily, but before he could finish, he received a punch to the face. In an instant, Wang Jinggang felt a buzzing in his head and fell to the ground. Chen Ning ultimately didn't use a knife. He put away his dagger and stepped forward, mounting Wang Jinggang, then unleashed a flurry of punches on him. As he punched, Chen Ning didn't stop his mouth. He shouted, "You bully my wife. I'll kill you. Want to steal my blanket? I'll kill you. Steal my good food? I'll kill you." Each time he shouted, "I'll kill you," Wang Jinggang, pinned beneath him, tried to resist, but as soon as he moved, he felt as if a mountain had pressed down on him, unable to lift his arms. Chen Ning's fist quickly became stained with blood, and even his clothes and face were splattered, presenting a scene of a maniac in a frenzy. "What are you doing? Stop it!" Just as Wang Jingang's voice grew weaker and the villagers were stunned, a somewhat aged voice came through. Then a thin figure rushed over. "The village chief is here, quick! Pull that idiot off! Wang Jinggang is going to be beaten to death." The arrival of the village chief brought the villagers back to their senses and gave them some courage. Someone shouted to step forward, ready to pull Chen Ning away. "Stealing from my family, I'll kill you." As soon as this person got close, Chen Ning raised his hand and threw a punch, directly collapsing this villager's nose. Blood spurting out instantly. Too brutal. The other villagers who had initially wanted to step forward were scared back by this punch. "Chen Ning, you better stop." The old village chief, Zhao Fugui, stepped forward, and upon seeing this scene, didn't dare to approach Chen Ning. Chen Ning glanced at Zhao Fugui with bloodshot eyes, then turned back to continue pummeling Wang Jinggang. "It's gone too far, too far. Hurry up and pull this idiot away." Zhao Fugui was startled by Chen Ning's glare. His authority as village chief was limited, and he was usually quite moderate, so he didn't hold much prestige in the village. When the villagers heard Zhao Fugui's words, they all retreated. "Village chief, please help us. We brought back some dowry from the town, and this person is inciting everyone to rob us. My husband isn't all there to begin with, and now he has completely gone mad. Because of him." Bai Xiaoqin came in front of the old village chief, looking weak and helpless as she complained. Chapter 22. Xiaoqin Yu Zhao Fugui understood the character of these villagers all too well, or rather, truly pure-hearted people would only suffer more in this world. First, pull your man away. If he really kills someone, even if he is an idiot, he won't escape being taken away for labor. Zhao Fugui didn't respond to Bai Xiaoqin's complaint, but instead instructed the two sisters to pull Chen Ning away. There was no other choice. The other villagers didn't dare to step forward. "Let us give it a try. I'm just afraid he'll go crazy and hit us too." Bai Xiaoqin nodded. Then, with Bai Xiaozhu looking tense, they stepped forward. "Husband, stop hitting, please. The village chief is here to mediate for us." Bai Xiaoqin stood half a meter away, cautiously calling out to Chen Ning. She actually didn't know if Chen Ning was truly in a killing frenzy at this point. Whoosh! Chen Ning turned, his fist swinging through the air with a whoosh. Bai Xiaoqin's face went pale, and she didn't have time to react. Bai Xiaozhu did notice, but couldn't keep up with the speed, only able to let out a gasp as she watched the fist approach her sister's face. The surrounding villagers held their breath. This idiot has really gone mad, even wanting to hit his own wife. "Xiao Ning, stop." Just at that critical moment, a hurried female voice rang out. It was Qin Yu's voice. At the same instant, Chen Ning's fist stopped, less than half a centimeter from Bai Xiaoqin's nose. "Huh." Bai Xiaoqin let out a long breath, then looked at Chen Ning, her eyes flashing with tenderness. As the person involved, she knew best that it wasn't Qin Yu's voice that stopped Chen Ning, but rather, at the moment the voice sounded, his fist had already halted. However, the time difference was so short that no one else could possibly notice the subtle timing. Qin Yu rushed over, pulling Chen Ning aside, then looking him up and down. Seeing the blood on Chen Ning's body and face, her eyes filled with tears. "Sister-in-law, Don't cry. The bad guy wants to steal our things. I'll kill him. Seeing Chen Yu in tears, Chen Ning felt a pang of guilt. Sister-in-law, don't worry. This blood isn't for my husband. By Xiaoqin quietly said to Chen Yu. Chen Yu was taken aback, then observed again, finally letting out a long sigh of relief. Chen Ning, how could you hurt someone like this? Village chief, he incited the villagers to rob us. Shouldn't he be beaten? Should we just wait to be robbed? Zhao Fugui saw that Chen Ning had been stopped by Chen Yu and was about to step forward to deal with him. However, before he could finish speaking, Bai Xiaoqin interrupted him. It must be said that this girl was quite formidable when she spoke, not only clear in logic, but also arguing her case well. These ordinary villagers could make a ruckus, but when it came to reasoning and debate, they absolutely couldn't outmatch Bai Xiaoqin. But you can't beat someone to this extent. We're all from the same village. Zhao Fugui frowned and began to speak, but before he could finish, Bai Xiaoqin interrupted him again. If not this way, then what do you want? If it really doesn't work, let's report to the officials and see how they judge. After all, we only have these belongings, and who dares to touch them? My husband will definitely not allow it. Bai Xiaoqin took the initiative, thinking it's better to speak up first rather than waiting for them to suggest reporting to the officials. Upon hearing Bai Xiaoqin say she wants to report to the officials, Zhao Fugui quickly waved his hand and said, "This little matter shouldn't trouble the officials. Let's settle it ourselves in the village. How about this? Your family has quite a few things. You can give some compensation to the villagers who were beaten. Exactly, it's just a small matter. There's no need to report to the officials. Since I was hit, just get a little compensation and it's settled. That's right, we're all from the same village. And Ning is someone we've watched grow up. Just some compensation will do." Those who were previously hit by Chen Ning, and even those villagers who had their noses bloodied, all echoed Zhao Fugui's words. They all knew that the consequences of reporting to the officials were beyond their control. After all, they had indeed harbored bad thoughts before, and getting hurt this year really wasn't a big deal. The worst off was Wang Jinggang, who naturally didn't die, and Chen Ning had restrained himself a bit. However, it seemed that a second fool might appear in Qingshan village, and it would be a fool without a single tooth in his mouth. "Husband, they want us to compensate them for our food and drink," Bai Xiaoqin said directly to Chen Ning, ignoring the unreasonable villagers. "No way. Whoever wants my family's things, I'll beat them to death." Chen Ning's eyes widened again, and with the bloodstain still on his face, he looked somewhat fierce. "Village head, you saw it too. Our family is managed by my husband. He is hungry and tired now, and we must go home. If you feel you can't handle this, then report to the officials. We'll wait at home for the officials to come." Bai Xiaoqin looked helplessly at Zhao Fugui and then called Chen Ning to go home. "Let's go home. Sister-in-law, get in the cart. I'll take you home. We have good food waiting." Chen Ning was no longer the violent person from before. He approached with a silly smile, helped Chen Yu into the cart, and then quickly pulled the ox cart home. "Stupid husband, now that you have sister-in-law, you've abandoned us." Watching Chen Ning run off with the cart, Bai Xiaozhu pouted and stomped her feet, looking a bit jealous. "Hurry up and catch up. Bai Xiaokun Poulet Bai Xiazu." She wasn't angry with Chen Ning because she knew he was doing it on purpose. Moreover, it was only a few hundred meters from there to their home. The four of them soon returned home. At this point, Chen Yu finally noticed the things in the cart and was a bit stunned. Xiao Ning, two younger siblings. "How come there are so many things? Did you really find a treasure?" Chen Yu said with disbelief on her face. "Yes, sister-in-law, we've struck it rich. My husband found a beautiful set of overseas tea sets, and we sold it for a total of 101 taels of silver." Bai Xiaozhu said happily, wrapping her arm around Chen Yu's. "What? 101 taels? How could you find overseas tea sets in the mountains?" Chen Yu felt her mind was not enough to comprehend. "Sister-in-law, here's money for you. Both the elder and younger sisters have some." Chen Ning stepped forward and handed all the leftover silver and silver notes from buying things to Chen Yu. As for the issue of the tea set coming from overseas, Chen Ning chose to ignore it entirely, as it was a question with no explanation. Of course, Chen Ning kept the 10 taels he made from selling the water bottles and oil pens, and he had just put that 10 taels into the warehouse space. One reason was that his clothes were stained with blood and needed to be taken off and washed, which would be discovered. Another reason was that he thought he needed to verify the issue of losing items in the warehouse space. It was best to understand the reason, or he wouldn't feel at ease. No, this is your family's property. Why give it to me? Chen was shocked again and repeatedly waved her hands to refuse. You are my sister-in-law. We are family, Chen Ning said with a very serious expression. Yes, sister-in-law, we are family. And you're the only elder in our family from now on, unless you really want to leave us, Xiao Qin said seriously to Chen Yu. Of course, I don't want to leave. I promised my mother-in-law that I would take good care of Xiao Ning, okay? Just keep the money with me. If you need it, just come to me, Chen Yu said after a moment of hesitation, and then accepted the money. In addition to giving the two sisters 20 taels, they spent 11 taels and a half on a cart full of items, leaving Chen Yu with over 68 taels. At this point, Zhao Youtian's debt of over 9 taels was no longer a concern. Then the family happily moved the items into the house, and the time gradually approached evening. Chapter 23. Shy by Xiaoqin with 2 more mouths to feed at home, there were naturally many things missing. However, at first, the 3 of them didn't have an ox cart, so some items were not fully purchased. For example, quilts were too large and inconvenient to carry, so they only bought 1 for now. Then there were cloths. Several pieces of fabric were enough for the 4 of them to have 2 new outfits each, plus 1 set of fine cloth clothing. When the sisters took out rouge and powder to give to Chen Yu, she was once again touched. Coming from a poor family, she only knew about these things but had never owned or used them. Chen Ning looked at Chen Yu. She was an extremely beautiful woman, but she had never taken care of herself. Years of hard work had roughened and aged her skin, but with some care, she could definitely amaze many people. Lastly, there were the ingredients: beef, chicken, fish, rice, and flour. The only seasonings were oil and salt, plus a seasoning called herbs. As the family cook, Chen Yu was happier to see these than the rouge and powder. Everyone in Dayun knew that these simple items were the foundation for their survival. It's getting late. Let's cook. We'll use half of the fish and meat and marinate the rest. After all the items were sorted, Chen Yu was ready to prepare dinner. Usually, they didn't have a habit of eating dinner since they would sleep once night fell and there was no labor to do. Although they would feel hungry, they could just hold out and sleep. But now it was different. Her brother-in-law was newly married and had struck it rich. She couldn't let the 2 delicate younger sisters go to bed on an empty stomach. She had to ensure they were well-nourished and quickly provide Chen's family with more children. Chen Yu always believed that Chen Ning's parents and brother would definitely not come back, so the expansion of the Chen family could only rely on Chen Ning. Of course, before this, Chen Yu had an idea that if Chen Ning continued to be foolish, she would rather bear the blame and help the Chen family continue the lineage. However, she didn't expect that this year the emperor issued a cultivation decree, not only giving her foolish brother-in-law a wife, but also a pair of strikingly beautiful twins. Chen Yu felt somewhat complicated about this. In addition to worrying about not being able to support them, she was also a bit happy and disappointed. Now that the family had money, after paying off the debts and being a bit frugal, this money would be enough to support them for a long time. Sister-in-law, I want to eat noodles, and I want lots of meat and a whole fish. As Chen Ning was washing the blood off his face, he heard Chen Yu say to leave half of the fish and meat and immediately spoke up. In fact, they hadn't bought that much this time. They could almost finish it if they ate freely, mainly worried about buying too much and it going bad. All right, you little glutton. Chen Yu pondered for a moment, then smiled and shook her head. Chen Ning followed with a silly grin. After washing his face, he directly took off his shirt. His clothes were stained with blood and had seeped through to his skin. As soon as Chen Ning took off his shirt, the Bai sisters gasped in unison and then turned their heads away, blushing. On the contrary, Chen Yu didn't have a special reaction. After all, she had gotten used to taking care of Chen Ning over the years. Not to mention his upper body, she had even helped Chen Ning wash his entire body before. Huh, why do I feel like Xiao Ning has become a bit more robust? Chen Yu casually glanced at him and showed a hint of confusion on her face. Originally, Chen Ning's figure seemed a bit thin, but now his abdominal muscles were starting to show some definition, and his chest and arm muscles had grown a bit. The Bai sisters secretly glanced over, then continued to turn their heads with flushed faces. The husband has a really good physique, almost comparable to those male dogs, looking quite vigorous and strong. I'm like a cow, eating a lot and running fast, becoming stronger and stronger. Chen Ning's heart stirred, and he said with a silly smile, talking nonsense again, maybe it's just my illusion, Chen Ning said with a hint of annoyance, realizing that she might have misjudged. Perhaps it's because she's been feeling down lately, so she hasn't noticed Chen Ning's physical changes during this time. After that, Chen Yu took Bai Xiaozhu to prepare dinner, leaving Bai Xiaoqin to help Chen Ning bathe. Once the two were left alone, Bai Xiaoqin's shyness noticeably decreased. "Husband, I'll help you wash your back." Bai Xiaoqin picked up a piece of old, even torn rough cloth and came to Chen Ning's back. "Thank you, big wife. By the way, how do you girls usually take a bath? What do you use to wash off the dirt?" Chen Ning thanked her, and aside from being genuinely curious, it was also a way to make conversation. Why is this husband curious about such embarrassing things? Bai Xiaoqin's hand stiffened, and her face, which had just regained some color, turned red again. Huh? Is this really that embarrassing? Chen Ning was a bit confused. Was this question really that shy? For those of us with conditions, we use a bathtub. For those without, we use towels to wipe off. Occasionally, we can go to the river, and as for washing off dirt, we use soapberry or wood ash. Seeing Chen Ning's serious expression, Bai Xiaoqin managed to suppress her shyness and answered honestly. "No way. You even use wood ash? You clearly have rouge. How come you don't even have the most basic soap?" Chen Ning was stunned. He knew that ancient people indeed used wood ash for cleaning. And soapberry is a natural plant. The foam produced by soaking crushed soapberry can also clean. However, this is all very primitive. And he thought that soap should at least be available, since it's not that difficult to make. Yet there was none here. This is definitely another great opportunity for profit. What is soap? Husband, your words are so strange. Isn't everyone like this? Bai Xiaoqin clearly had never heard of soap. Chen Ning immediately shut his mouth, thankful that he hadn't mentioned soap. The warehouse in the space had plenty of soap and laundry soap. Chen Ning decided to find a chance to make some, at least to let his women wash themselves clean and fragrant. His mind had been a bit chaotic just now, and he didn't know how he ended up saying that. Chen Ning pretended to have a headache and patted his head, saying, "Is it time for my illness to act up? Husband, quickly go to bed and rest." Bai Xiaoqin instantly became a bit nervous, this time without a hint of doubt. Previously, Chen Ning's brain had definitely been a problem, and his recent abnormal behavior had only shown significant improvement. At this moment, it could be that he had overexerted himself today, thus triggering his illness again. I'll rest a bit." Chen Ning nodded and walked back to his old bed, lying down directly. Under the thin sheets was a straw mat. Although it had been slept on for a long time and had no prickles, lying on it was really uncomfortable. It seems he still needs to make a trip to the town in the next couple of days. It would be best if he could go out himself, as the bedding in the warehouse's duty room was what he originally used. Even if it was a bit old, it was much better than this. Chen Ning thought to himself. He had seen the quilts here, and they indeed contained cotton, but there was no processing at all. They were just picked, dried, and stuffed in, which was not only uneven, but also very thin. "Big wife, don't worry, I'm feeling much better now. You should also lie down and talk with me." Chen Ning smiled foolishly at Bai Xiaoqin, who was standing awkwardly by the bed. No, I'm not tired. I'll go help my sister-in-law with dinner. Otherwise, it will be difficult to manage when it gets dark." Bai Xiaoqin was truly startled by Chen Ning's sudden invitation. At that moment, all her wisdom and composure disappeared. She turned around in a panic and ran out. Here, when a man invites a woman to lie down on the bed, it means they're going to sleep. Who would believe that lying in the bed is just for chatting? Moreover, Bai Xiaoqin did not forget that today was their sister's and Chen Ning's wedding, and they would definitely be consummating the marriage tonight. At this moment, Bai Xiaoqin even thought about whether she should give her position to her younger sister tonight. Although she theoretically accepted Chen Ning, their sisters originally had complex identities, and given how exhausted they had been physically and mentally during this time, they actually wanted to delay consummation for a while longer. However, Chen Ning didn't have time to say anything before he saw the little girl darting away. Realizing what had happened, Chen Ning couldn't help but laugh. He then felt a bit heated inside, wondering how they would sleep tonight. Chapter 24. Someone entered the warehouse space. Dinner would take a little while longer, and Chen Ning lay on the bed with his eyes slightly closed. Of course, he wasn't sleeping. Although he had experienced a lot today, going into the mountains and then to the town, he felt no fatigue in spirit or strength. At this moment, Chen Ning was most concerned about the 10 taels of silver that had just been stored in the warehouse. Once his consciousness entered, Chen Ning was momentarily taken aback. Surprisingly, the silver was placed on the desk in the duty room, showing no signs of movement. This was strange. Wasn't the warehouse space supposed to absorb it? Where did those things go? Or perhaps the warehouse space was full. Did it need to eat at regular intervals? Chen Ning shook his head slightly, dismissing his unreliable thoughts. Anyway, it was a good thing that the silver was still there. As for the reason, he would wait and see. He would eventually figure it out. Since he had nothing to do, he decided to find some fun. At this time, the greatest fun was naturally counting his treasures. The items in the warehouse space were organized, with types and quantities recorded, so Chen Ning only needed to check the data of items entering and leaving to know everything. He glanced at the computer on the desk, shaking his head helplessly. He had tried to turn it on the first time he came in, but it wouldn't boot because there was no power. It made sense to think about it. After all, this warehouse space should be some kind of magical force impressed into his mind. If there was power, suddenly, Chen Ning's consciousness jolted and even his body, which had been lying on the bed, sat up abruptly. What did he discover? He inadvertently noticed that the computer screen, which should have been pitch black, had a little red light flashing in the lower right corner. Chen Ning admitted he was startled, and after a while, he calmed down, feeling a bit nervous and inexplicably excited, and pressed the power button on the case. Beep. With a beep, the old case's fan whirred to life, followed by the screen flashing the familiar boot screen. How is this possible? It actually powered on? Chen Ning clearly remembered that there was absolutely no power before. And how could there be power? It shouldn't. Absolutely shouldn't. Chen Ning stared blankly at the computer until the screen fully lit up. The familiar desktop made him have to admit that this was all real. Since the computer was on, could he log into a chat software and contact the outside world? Chen Ning quickly tried. Although it was the warehouse's computer, it could usually connect to the internet. However, this time Chen Ning was disappointed. There was no network. Even so, amidst his disappointment, Chen Ning felt a bit relieved. At least it wasn't absurdly unacceptable. If it really connected to the internet, Chen Ning felt that would be a bit terrifying. Since there was power now, Chen Ning's gaze searched and soon found a long-abandoned power bank in a corner of the duty room. He remembered this power bank clearly. It was usually not used for charging phones, but as a flashlight with decent brightness, mainly because it was really durable, lasting for over 10 hours on 1/3 of its power. Don't ask Chen Ning how he knew this for sure. He had once found it on when he left work, and the little light was still on when he came back to work the next day. Good stuff. In a place where oil lamps are the norm, this thing solved quite a few problems. Chen Ning fiddled with it for a moment, and then checked the battery level. Don't mention things that don't even have proper trademarks. The quality is surprisingly good, and there's even half a battery left. Chen Ning valued this because there were no small electrical appliances that could store power in the warehouse. The warehouse wouldn't store anything that could potentially self-combust, nor would it keep fresh vegetables. The duty room is like a little treasure. Although there aren't many items, some of them are not found in the warehouse. After tidying up, Chen Ning placed some small toys he usually played with at work on the table. These items, when taken out, would definitely be top-notch in Dayun Dynasty and could surely fetch a good price. After a moment, Chen Ning turned off the computer. Although he didn't know where the power source came from, it was better to save some just in case the supply was limited, leaving it for charging the power bank. Then Chen Ning thought for a while and hid the silver under the bedding by the bed before exiting the space. The power bank and flashlight couldn't be taken out right now, as he still needed to go through the proper procedures. It wouldn't be good to just conjure them out of thin air. Just as Chen Ning's consciousness exited the space, the warehouse door was suddenly opened from the outside, and a woman in sportswear walked into the duty room. Chen Ning perfectly missed the person, and this was the second time today. Zhao Jie was recently exhausted, both physically and mentally. At only 24 years old, she had learned to do business from her father during her university years, preparing to take over the family business in the future. Unexpectedly, things changed quickly. 3 months ago, the family business was attacked by competitors and went bankrupt overnight. Not only did the group collapse, but they also incurred massive debts. Her parents, affected by the blow, stayed at home all day drinking and depressed. The department store in front of her was given to Zhao Jie by her grandmother when she was very young. So the bankruptcy of the family business did not affect this place. However, the family's reputation still impacted it, leading to the already struggling physical store closing down completely. Now, the Zhao family only had this department store and the nearly 20 million worth of goods inside. Therefore, Zhao Jie had been contacting buyers in recent days, preparing to sell the store and its inventory to at least pay off part of the debts and prevent those people from harassing her parents every day. Zhao Jie negotiated with several companies interested in purchasing the store, but the offers were all at prices she absolutely couldn't accept. The 3 floors above the department store had already been emptied, and Zhao Jie did not want to go home. For some reason, she suddenly felt inspired these days and liked to come to the duty room of the warehouse to find peace. However, today she came not only to find peace, but also because she discovered a dozen fresh medicinal herbs placed in the duty room when she came here in the morning. The store had been closed for a month, and after emptying the upper floors, she was the only one with keys to all the entrances. How could anyone appear here? If Chen Ning knew this, he would be shocked again. Closed for a month? He had clearly been working here the day before yesterday and fell asleep in the duty room. After discovering the items, Zhao Jie first thought it was a burglary, but after checking the warehouse, nothing was missing. In fact, something was missing. However, for a warehouse with over 10 million worth of goods, losing a few cups and a side pot will be hard to notice even during inventory checks, let alone Zhao Jie, who only did a rough check. So when she left in the morning, she turned on the power to the warehouse area, which had many surveillance cameras. Although the network was down, the monitoring still worked. However, as soon as Zhao Jie entered the duty room, she was stunned. Someone had just been here. It was too obvious because there were many small items placed on the desk. A tea canister, a teapot and teacup, a toy 5-in-a-row game, a pair of glass swan ornaments, a razor, a power bank, an alcohol spray bottle, and even a lighter and ashtray, which were strictly prohibited here. Smoking was banned in the warehouse, but some staff member must have sneaked them in. None of that mattered. What was important was this thief out of their mind? What was the point of putting these junk here? If they wanted to steal something, they could have picked any random item from the warehouse, which would be worth many times more. Actually, there were also 10 taels of broken silver in the duty room, but Zhao Jie hadn't noticed it yet. Wait, could it be the previous missing warehouse manager? Zhao Jie suddenly thought of something. The last warehouse manager mysteriously disappeared the day before the store went bankrupt and didn't even collect their last month as salary. It was because of this mysterious disappearance that she remembered the warehouse manager's name. It seemed to be Chen Ning. Chapter 25. The first night of dreams. As Chen Ning exited the warehouse, the outside world was also becoming dim, and dinner was being prepared at this time. Bai Xiaozhu jumped into the house to call him for dinner. Husband, you're not asleep, are you? Come and eat. The fish my sister-in-law made is so delicious. Bai Xiaozhu called to Chen Ning, seemingly salivating. Chen Ning smiled lightly, turned over to sit up, and put on an old coarse cloth vest before leaving the bedroom. The kitchen was a little darker, and when Yu saw Chen Ning come out, she lit an oil lamp. Once lit, the oil lamp emitted a faint black smoke and a smell of tree oil. On the broken and legless table, there were 4 dishes. One was stewed fish, another stewed beef, a third was stewed chicken, and finally, Chen Ning couldn't tell what the last dish was, just a dark lump, but he was sure it was a type of pickled vegetable. Xiao Ning, come sit down and eat. You said you wanted noodles, and my sister-in-law hasn't made them in a long time. I wonder if they will be too bad, Yu said gently to Chen Ning. At this time, Chen Ning saw a wooden basin next to Yu filled with half a basin of slightly yellow noodles. Although the ingredients weren't great, the noodles had a faint sheen and should taste decent. Chen Ning grinned and nodded. Sister-in-law's cooking is definitely delicious. Let us all have noodles. The 3 women smiled slightly and sat down at the table. Chen Ning undoubtedly sat in the main seat. Although the conditions were simple and even shabby, some rules here couldn't be broken. Chen Ning didn't stand on ceremony, knowing that if he didn't start eating first, the 3 women wouldn't eat. He directly picked up a piece of fish and took a bite. As soon as the fish meat entered his mouth, Chen Ning's eyes slightly squinted. This fish was no worse than what was made at the Liu family restaurant, although it was just a bit salty and added some herbs. The taste was 100 times better than boiled with plain water and salt. Chen Ning felt increasingly eager to take some dry seasonings from the warehouse. He believed that with Yu's cooking skills, they could definitely make exquisite dishes. Then he tasted the beef, chicken, and even the pickled vegetables. Based on Chen Ning's taste, he could only say that these dishes were not bad, but compared to the flavors on Earth, they couldn't compare at all. So delicious. Sister-in-law's cooking is really good. Bai Xiaozhu was definitely a little foodie, but her taste definitely needed improvement. It's not all my doing. The seasonings Xiao Ning brought back are great, and mainly that little pot makes cooking much easier. The biggest contribution to the flavor should be the pot. Qin Yu said with a slight smile. Chen Ning raised his eyebrows slightly. Qin Yu was right. In cooking, besides the ingredients and seasonings, the heat and pot are also crucial. Then the noodles were also served in bowls, and Chen Ning hurriedly tasted them. The faint wheat aroma was nice, but the flour itself wasn't fine enough, and there was also a lack of saltiness. In the end, Chen Ning added some of that dark pickled vegetable to the noodles to give it some flavor. The dinner lasted half an hour for the four of them, and outside, it was completely dark. There were no entertainment options at night here, so after dinner, they basically went to sleep. Chen Ning was originally a bit worried that there would be some fallout from the incident with the villagers during the day. There's been no news at all. It is estimated that the old village chief has suppressed the matter, and it is unlikely that it will be reported to the authorities. Finally, it was time to sleep, and the Bai sisters suddenly became reserved and even nervous. Even the lively Bai Xiaozhu fell silent. Although the sisters had already accepted Chen Ning as their husband in their hearts, they had only interacted with him for less than a day. So they hoped that this wedding night could be postponed a bit. However, they couldn't voice this thought. Chen Ning was initially looking forward to this moment, but seeing the sisters' tense expressions and slight resistance, his passionate heart cooled a bit. What was he doing? It was normal for the sisters to feel some resistance being forced to marry a fool like him. If he were to force it now, they might not refuse, but it was hard to ensure that there wouldn't be some resentment later. Moreover, the current environment was too unfair to the sisters. Just looking at this broken wooden bed, there was a 90% chance it wouldn't hold up under any activity. It would be better to wait a few days, giving the sisters more time to accept this, and also giving himself some time to make the environment better, at least to get a sturdy and spacious big bed. After all, they were his wives. They wouldn't run away. I'm so sleepy. Big wife, little wife, you go sleep with your sister-in-law. Chen Ning directly handed the new quilt to Bai Xiaozhu and then turned around to lie back down. The Bai sisters were momentarily stunned, thinking of several possibilities. But they never expected Chen Ning would so straightforwardly let them off the hook. Didn't men usually get impatient at this time? Even if the girl was unwilling, they would often get angry. Could it be that this husband was a bit slow-witted and didn't understand these things? However, this thought was quickly dismissed by the Bai sisters. They were very clear that Chen Ning was definitely not the kind of fool portrayed by outsiders. As for physical issues, that was even more ridiculous. They had witnessed Chen Ning's bull-like physique with their own eyes. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoqin thought of something. Could it be that this husband was being considerate of them? The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was true. After realizing this, Bai Xiaoqin's eyes slightly reddened as she gently said to Chen Ning, "Thank you for your understanding, husband. Actually, we can handle it. No, I want to sleep by myself." Chen Ning waved his hand, feeling a bit frustrated and self-deprecating. "Little girl, if you keep insisting, I might really regret it. Then, husband, you should rest early. If you need anything, just call for me." Bai Xiaoqin, seeing Chen Ning's insistence, felt even more touched. If she lingered any longer, it would be trampling on her husband's good intentions. Bai Xiaoqin pulled her sister away, and Chen Ning let out a long sigh of relief. To say he didn't regret it would be a lie, but since he had made a decision, he couldn't backtrack. He would give them more time, just enough to make them a bit plumper. Chen Ning thought he would take a long time to fall asleep, considering he could just go into the warehouse space to have some fun if he couldn't sleep. However, he lay down and fell into a deep sleep almost immediately. This sleep was not very stable. As soon as he fell asleep, he entered a dream. In the dream, it was a reorganization of the chaotic memories of the original body, as if through this dream they were sorted out and then completely merged into Chen Ning's memory. When the outside world began to brighten, the next morning, Chen Ning woke up. He thought that a night of dreaming would leave his body feeling fatigued. However, on the contrary, he felt completely relaxed, and his mind was clear. It seemed that this time he had truly merged with the original body, which was good since he couldn't go back to Earth anyway. Even if he did, He would have no identity or ties. From now on, he would be the foolish young man Chen Ning of Dayun Dynasty. Chen Ning smiled lightly and then got out of bed. Every morning, one naturally had to visit the toilet to take care of waste. When he stepped outside, the house was quiet. Chen Ning guessed that Qin Yu and the others had not yet gotten up, so he moved quietly to the toilet behind the house. As soon as he pulled open the broken wooden door of the toilet, he heard a low gasp. In an instant, Chen Ning quickly stepped back and closed the door, his face turning red for once. Shouting, "Why are you up so early today?" After a moment, Qin Yu walked out of the toilet after some rustling. I woke up because I needed to pee," Chen Ning said at the door, thinking of a reasonable explanation. He now realized that he had indeed woken up early today. The original body's mind had issues, leading to excessive sleepiness. He would only get up after breakfast was ready. Sometimes, he even had to wait for Qin Yu to help him get dressed, and his behavior and intelligence were indeed at the level of a few-year-old child. Then hurry up. Don't hold it in. Qin Yu seemed to have forgotten the earlier scene and gently helped Chen Ning adjust his shoulder cape before stepping aside at the toilet door. Chen Ning suddenly felt this scene was a bit awkward and then understood that Qin Yu was intentionally trying to shift the embarrassment. If it had been before, when his mind had not yet recovered, neither of them would have felt this awkward. However, last night the Bai sisters had mentioned some things to Qin Yu, which made her realize that Chen Ning's mind was much better now. A moment later, when Chen Ning returned to the room, the Bai sisters had also gotten up. The two had already finished washing up. Today, both had styled their hair in women's hairstyles, giving them a slightly more mature charm than yesterday. However, Chen Ning felt a bit awkward, as the sisters' little faces were still too youthful, making the women's hairstyle seem a bit out of place. But it was fine. He would get used to it, and it didn't affect the two little wives' absolute beauty. "Good morning, husband. We will go cook now. After breakfast, we will make clothes for you with sister-in-law." Bai Xiaoqin greeted Chen Ning with a slight bow. Okay, but don't just make for me. You both should make some too. Later, I will go into the mountains to see if I can hunt some game." Chen Ning nodded quickly. Breakfast was very simple. Although the family was relatively wealthy now, the supplies were still limited. However, the family atmosphere was very important. With 4 people in the household now, under a harmonious atmosphere, Chen Ning felt that even plain porridge with pickled vegetables and leftovers tasted uniquely delicious. "Husband, I want to go to the mountains with you." After breakfast, when Chen Ning put on his old clothes from yesterday and was about to go out, Bai Xiaozhu immediately followed him. "Girl Shun Ti always follow me into the mountains." Chen Ning directly refused Bai Xiaozhu this time. Although taking the little wife along into the mountains was quite romantic, Chen Ning had his own tasks to accomplish, and it would be inconvenient to bring her along. "Xiaozhu, stop being naughty. You're no longer a child. Stay home to make clothes or help me dry medicine." Bai Xiaoqin reprimanded when she saw that Chen Ning didn't want to take Bai Xiaozhu. Bai Xiaozhu immediately pouted, looking at Chen Ning with a bit of grievance. This left Chen Ning feeling helpless. He didn't genuinely dislike bringing her along, but today it really wasn't convenient. "Little wife, I will take you next time. You stay home and make clothes this time," Chen Ning said gently, looking at Bai Xiaozhu's expression. "Really? Is it because of me that husband doesn't want to show my face? Or doesn't want you to go into the mountains to do anything unvirtuous?" Bai Xiaozhu's eyes lit up. "Of course not. Little wife, you are so beautiful. If you want to go out, just go out. Others will envy and be jealous of me. I don't know what unvirtuous means. As long as little wife is happy, you can do whatever you want. Just not this time into the mountains," Chen Ning said seriously. "I understand, husband. Then you go by yourself, and be careful." Bai Xiaozhu was so moved by Chen Ning's words that she didn't have any other thoughts, and only felt that this husband was truly wonderful. Chen Ning took let city. "I will. I married a little wife, so my luck will also be good. I will definitely find some treasures to bring back today." As soon as Chen Ning said this, Qin Yu and the Bai sisters were both taken aback for a moment before they all smiled and nodded. Naturally, everyone doubted that Chen Ning could find a treasure, but they couldn't dampen his spirits. Soon, Chen Ning shouldered the largest basket from home and stepped out. Qin Yu was the least worried about Chen Ning going into the mountains. In the past, when Chen Ning wasn't very bright, he couldn't get lost. Now that he was smarter, there was even less to worry about. The only reminder she gave was not to enter the deep mountainous areas. Chen Ning agreed verbally, but in his heart, He was thinking about venturing further into the mountains. His main purpose was not to hunt for game, but to find a secluded place to stash his goods. The surrounding villagers had a common understanding. Do not enter the deep mountains, as there are great dangers. Therefore, finding a spot in the deep mountains to hide his goods would be much safer. Chen Ning quickly left home and entered the mountains, then picked up speed. Even though there were constant obstacles in the forest, they didn't affect him much. At first, Chen Ning didn't feel anything, but after running over 5 kilometers, that addictive rush of heat began to radiate from his body again, subtly nourishing and strengthening him. Once the heat sensation appeared, Chen Ning didn't want to stop, forgetting his initial plan to dig for cassava. Meanwhile, as Chen Ning entered the mountains, on the other side, or rather inside Chen Ning's warehouse space, Zhao Jie had once again arrived at the general goods warehouse. She had insomnia last night and woke up many times in the middle of the night, even considering calling the police, but ultimately suppressed that thought. The reason was that she had checked the surveillance and discovered supernatural events. When she reviewed the footage, she saw items moving and even disappearing on their own in the warehouse. In the duty room, items were flying around, the computer turned on by itself, and then everything was neatly arranged back on the desk. This was enough to scare Zhao Jie, who usually prided herself on being brave. She immediately called her best friend, but her friend was rather cold, even suggesting that Zhao Jie was too stressed and mentally unstable and questioned whether she had taken something that caused hallucinations, advising her to avoid contacting her in the future. Zhao Jie hung up the phone and blocked her friend. Not daring to linger in the mall, she went home instead. Although she had nightmares all night, she eventually found a moment of calm. After regaining her composure, Zhao Jie suddenly realized that this might not necessarily be a disaster. It could be an opportunity. The supernatural events in the mall definitely existed, as she had witnessed them herself. If she figured things out and uploaded the videos, the mall could become famous. By then, if someone wanted to buy her mall, the price would be up to her to decide. It might even attract government attention, leading to a large sum being offered for research. After thinking about this, Zhao Jie bravely returned to the mall and entered the duty room in the warehouse. However, to her relief and disappointment, there were no changes in the duty room. After reviewing the surveillance footage again, she found that no supernatural events had occurred since she left. At this point, Chen Ning had been running in the mountains for an hour, covering over 30 kilometers. According to the villagers of Qingshan, anything beyond 20 kilometers was already deep in the mountains. Moments later, Chen Ning finally stopped in front of a cliff, or rather, the cliff stopped him. The cliff wasn't very high and wasn't particularly wide, with the opposite wall about 50 meters away, clearly revealing a medium-sized waterfall cascading down into a ravine. Looking down, he could see a pool through the thin mist below, with a height difference of over 60 meters. Chapter 27. On the cliff. Encountering a giant eagle, Chen Ning observed the location and surroundings. The wild grass at the cliff's edge was quite lush, showing no signs of damage, indicating that few people had come here. Unfortunately, there were no caves or dense forests nearby, clearly making it unsuitable for hiding a large quantity of goods. Should he go down and take a look? Chen Ning hesitated slightly before deciding to head down the cliff. He left his basket behind, not directly descending, but running along the edge of the cliff to observe. After about 10 minutes, Chen Ning stopped. He hadn't reached the end of the cliff and didn't know how far this gorge extended into the deep mountains, but it was long enough to be considered safe. There were no proper climbing ropes in the warehouse, but there were supplies from a hardware store, including ropes and chains, which would be perfect. After planning, Chen Ning's consciousness entered the warehouse space. Just a minute before Chen Ning entered, Zhao Jie had left due to an urgent matter, so they once again perfectly missed each other. However, upon entering, Chen Ning was momentarily stunned. Had someone else's consciousness been here? The arrangement of items had clearly changed, and the bed showed signs of someone having lain on it. My silver. After noticing the anomaly, Chen Ning quickly searched under the blanket for the 10 taels of silver. After checking, he felt a bit relieved. The silver was still there. Had the other person not discovered it? Or was there some other reason? Then he thought of something and quickly checked the inventory of the warehouse space. Soon, he realized that nothing was missing, and Chen Ning felt a significant weight lifted from his heart. Nevertheless, he still felt that the place was unsafe. So the plan to move the goods had to be executed immediately. Chen Ning regarded the warehouse's items as his own and absolutely could not let anyone take them. He didn't immediately touch any items in the duty room, now that he had discovered that someone else had been there. He regretted having left those small items on the table. Chen Ning considered himself cautious, but he overlooked one thing. Once the warehouse was powered normally, the surveillance cameras in the warehouse could also turn on. Chen Ning was very familiar with the arrangement of items in the warehouse and quickly found the hardware store's goods among the vast array of items. Pulling out 2 bundles of rope about the thickness of a thumb. Each bundle was 200 meters long, which was enough for Chen Ning. Although they weren't climbing ropes with steel cores, the ropes were thick, and Chen Ning twisted the 200 meters of rope together to make it absolutely sturdy. At least enough for his 100+ kilograms. He also found several steel stakes over a meter long and a large hammer, then took these items out of the warehouse. He casually looked for a suitable spot along the cliff's edge, driving the steel stakes deep into the ground and securing 3 in a row to ensure that the ropes wouldn't slip off. His safety was paramount. Chen Ning didn't want to fall halfway down. Even if he didn't die from the fall, it would be troublesome to climb back up later. His sister-in-law and beloved wife would be heartbroken waiting for him to return home. With everything ready, Chen Ning took a deep breath and began to descend along the rope. Although he had no climbing experience, with his current physical condition, he could rely entirely on strength to descend steadily. Just as he thought the descent was going smoothly, after sliding down less than 10 meters, he suddenly felt a shadow pass overhead and then heard a sharp cry. What the hell? Is that an eagle? Why is it so huge? Chen Ning looked up, his face slightly changing. About 100 meters above him, a large, gray-feathered bird was circling. Due to the distance, Chen Ning couldn't accurately judge its size, but he could estimate that with its wings spread, it was likely close to 10 meters. He felt this might be the largest eagle he had ever seen in his life. And this giant eagle was clearly fixated on Chen Ning, its cries unmistakably signaling warnings and attempts to drive him away. Chen Ning recalled an episode of The Animal World, which mentioned a type of eagle with a wingspan exceeding 7 meters that typically hunted lions and tigers, and this one was obviously much larger. Chen Ning trembled. There was indeed a huge crisis in the deep mountains. At this moment, finding a place to land was the most important thing. Wandering in midair was no different from being a fish stuck on a sticky board. There was still more than 40 meters below. It didn't sound high. But what if it was the height of 12 or 13 floors? The area to move left and right was also not large. Suddenly, Chen Ning noticed something after searching up and down to the left. Not far below to the left, there was a huge stone protruding from the cliff, about 7 or 8 meters long, covered with messy dead branches and leaves. Close to the cliff wall, there was clearly a huge cave entrance. Using a bit of common sense, one could recognize that it was an eagle's nest, evidently the home of the giant eagle above. No wonder the eagle came to warn him. It thought he was going to raid its nest. Chen Ning really wanted to shout that he was wronged. Hey, big eagle, I just happened to pass by. Can we coexist peacefully? Unfortunately, the giant eagle couldn't hear Chen Ning's thoughts. Not only that, but it seemed that the giant eagle had also noticed that Chen Ning had observed its nest, which made it even angrier. With a flap of its wings, it began to dive down. From a distance, Chen Ning could even see the faint red glow on its sharp claws, which were over 20 centimeters long. Who knows how many lives have been lost under those claws? Since you want to act this way, then don't blame me for not being polite. As the eagle dove down, Chen Ning immediately made up his mind, stepping off the cliff and quickly swinging his body to the side. When he reached above the protruding rock, he slightly loosened his grip on the rope and dropped directly onto the stone. Chen Ning didn't completely lose control. He didn't fully let go of the rope while falling. Otherwise, how would he get away later? The eagle, seeing Chen Ning evade and land right at its doorstep, became even angrier. It circled around and extended its claws towards Chen Ning again. This time the distance was very close. Chen Ning could only dodge and slip into the rock cave. Once inside, Chen Ning realized that it was indeed quite spacious. Of course, there was no time to observe closely. First, the giant eagle could also fit in, and secondly, as he just entered about 10 meters, he heard a series of immature chirps beneath his feet. Looking down, he was surprised to see 3 little chicks about the size of a domestic hen. with feathers on their bodies and wings, clearly not fully grown, so they were definitely eaglets. It was almost certain that the giant eagle outside was a female. "Don't come closer, or I will kill your chicks." Seeing the giant eagle glaring at him from the cave entrance, Chen Ning didn't think twice and bent down to grab one of the eaglets. Immediately, a kitchen knife appeared in his other hand, pressed against the chick's neck, holding the eaglet hostage to threaten the eagle. After snapping back to reality, Chen Ning felt his face flush with embarrassment. But the arrow was already on the bowstring. He had to see how it would turn out. What if the eagle in this different world could really understand his words? Surprisingly, it seemed to work. The giant eagle, realizing its chick was captured, called out anxiously a couple of times, but its body, which was about to charge over, abruptly stopped. Chen Ning blinked. Did it really understand? Or was it just a maternal instinct? Regardless, as long as it seemed to understand, his own life was the priority. "I want to harm your chicks. How about you let me leave safely?" Chen Ning yelled loudly at the giant eagle while backing further into the cave, still holding the eaglet. The scene was somewhat strange. Due to Chen Ning's words, both man and eagle fell into a brief standoff. Although the eagle did not approach, it also didn't obediently back away. This made Chen Ning doubt whether this creature could understand human speech. From a non-scientific perspective, a bird this large should be in a semi-intelligent state, right? At this moment, Chen Ning was also able to estimate the eagle's size. Standing at the 6-meter-high cave entrance, its head barely touched the ceiling. So its wingspan must definitely be 14 or 15 meters. With this size, carrying a few adults on its back would be quite easy, right? The eaglets chirped, and the giant eagle followed suit with a threatening call. Chen Ning felt a bit overwhelmed, thinking quickly of a strategy. Suddenly, he noticed that the tunnel behind him extended long and that the entrance clearly narrowed further inside. What a good place. If used for storage, it would be guaranteed that no one would discover it. However, the presence of the giant eagle was indeed a problem. Leaving it behind would allow it to guard the goods, but it also posed a life threat to him. Suddenly, in a moment of distraction, the eagle seized the opportunity and charged at him. Its beak, over 20 centimeters long, aimed directly at Chen Ning's eyes. "Damn!" Chen Ning raised his hand, throwing the eaglet away while simultaneously blocking with the kitchen knife. Clang! A metallic clash echoed, and Chen Ning's body was knocked back several meters. He quickly turned and, without hesitation, sprinted deeper into the cave. He couldn't compete in strength for now, even if this giant creature just stood there and let him chop. Unless he aimed for the neck, it would take a while to kill it. Sometimes, trying to kill a chicken might backfire and hurt a person, let alone this giant eagle. Seeing Chen Ning abandon its chick and run, a glimmer of intelligence flashed in the eagle's eyes. It only symbolically chased a few steps before stopping. After running dozens of meters, the cave entrance became completely narrow, with a height of less than 2 meters. At this point, he felt relatively safe. If the giant eagle wanted to chase, it could only crawl on its belly. You better hope there's another exit inside. Otherwise, if I come back out from here, it will be your doom. Chen Ning shouted at the eagle, and then turned to delve deeper into the cave. What he said was sincere. If there were no other exits, then if he wanted to leave safely, he would have to return and deal with the eagle. He absolutely couldn't allow himself to be trapped here for too long. That Zhao Yutian would come knocking tomorrow, and with only 3 women at home. How could he feel at ease? As Chen Ning continued inward, the originally parallel cave began to slope downward and turn, becoming narrower. After about 10 minutes of crawling, he could only go forward with his power bank flashlight. Just when Chen Ning felt increasingly uncomfortable and wanted to retreat, he suddenly sensed a faint cool breeze in the air. Although he couldn't feel any wind flowing, it nonetheless indicated that there was more space ahead. Continuing to crawl for another 20 or 30 meters, finally, the light from the flashlight expanded, and Chen Ning's surroundings became clear. He hadn't exited the cave. Instead, he had entered a much more spacious cave area. This space felt much larger than the giant eagle's nest at the cave entrance. The light only illuminated a small area, and Chen Ning cautiously moved around to measure the size. He was soon astonished. The space was irregularly circular, with a diameter of about 30 meters. In the center, there was even a small pond with a diameter of 2 meters, where standing at the edge, one could feel a strong coolness. What shocked Chen Ning the most was not the vast space or the pond, but the discovery of a stone bed made of stone slabs and blocks against the wall. On the stone bed lay a clearly weathered skeleton. It was evident that this skeleton had lived here when it was still alive. After calming his startled heart, Chen Ning quickly noticed many signs of habitation. For example, there was a simple stove at the wall, blackened stone walls, and shattered ceramic pots. Suddenly, Chen Ning's foot bumped into an object, producing a crisp metallic sound. Is this a metal bowl? This bowl was covered in thick dust when kicked. It erupted into a cloud of dust, appearing overall dark. Chen Ning curiously picked it up and examined it. Then his eyes widened again, and even his breathing became slightly heavier. The dark color was clearly not the bowl's original hue when the flashlight illuminated it. Some areas where the dust and patina had worn off surprisingly reflected specks of gold. Could this be a golden bowl? Chen Ning struggled to articulate, as this was the first time in either his past or present life that he had come across such a large piece of gold. The bowl didn't seem very big, but it felt substantial, weighing at least 500 grams. Chen Ning was fairly certain, by intuition, that this was made of gold. 500 grams of gold brought back to the modern world, based on the gold price from when he was last there, would be worth over 300,000. This was just the intrinsic value of the gold. Although the Dayun Dynasty was an ancient Earth, it should still be considered an antique. And he couldn't even guess how much the antique value would add. In the Dayun Dynasty, this gold bowl was equivalent to 10 taels of gold. 1 tael of gold is worth 100 taels of silver. So, this single gold bowl would be equivalent to a full 1,000 taels of silver. He struck it rich. Chen Ning instinctively wanted to store the gold bowl in his warehouse space, but then hesitated. He was about to move his goods out. So how could he put the gold bowl in? In the end, Chen Ning tucked the gold bowl into his embrace. Although it was somewhat uncomfortable, it felt reassuring. Afterwards, Chen Ning took out a small flashlight and began to check around. Since there was a gold bowl, what if there were other treasures? As it turned out, he did find more treasures. He discovered a silver plate, a pair of silver chopsticks, and a gold spoon among the dust. Chen Ning was trembling with excitement. Although the patterns on these items weren't very exquisite, they had a certain rugged beauty, clearly looking like antiques. He wondered who this person was, guarding a golden bowl only to die here. Was he a fugitive or something? Chen Ning's gaze finally settled on the weathered bones, and he speculated about this guy's identity. If he were a normal person, he definitely wouldn't be hiding here. With such conditions, a gold spoon alone would allow him to live extravagantly outside for a long time. So there had to be a story behind it. Chen Ning leaned towards the idea that he was a fugitive, and these items could very well be stolen goods. But who cares? If he wanted to sell them later, he could just melt them down into gold bars. Regardless of the other person's identity, Chen Ning felt that since he had benefited from this guy, it was only right to help collect the body. Moreover, the fugitive identity was just his guess. Chen Ning didn't want to directly touch the bones. He initially thought of using a tool to collect them, but suddenly noticed the large stone slab beneath the bones. And an idea struck him. The stone bed wasn't a single piece. It was built up from large stones. And the huge slab on top was about 1/2 meter thick, 3 meters long, and nearly 2 meters wide. He wondered if his space could accommodate such a heavy item. As long as it could be stored, taking it out later would be easy. Chen Ning wasn't actually interested in the stone slab, but it reminded him of the giant eagle outside. If he could store this giant stone slab when he went out, he could just release it. Even if it didn't kill the eagle, it would surely injure it badly. Let's do it, he thought. First, he found a cardboard box and a broom to collect the bones, then reached out to touch the stone slab, thinking about storing it in the warehouse. The location for storing items in the warehouse was something Chen Ning could control. If no specific location was designated, the items would appear in the duty room. But as long as Chen Ning thought of a specific place, the items would materialize wherever he imagined. Whoosh! Chen Ning felt a slight shift in his spirit, and the giant stone slab vanished before his eyes. It was successfully stored. Chen Ning's expression first brightened, but in less than a second, his expression froze. The look in his wide-open eyes showed that something extremely shocking had just happened before him. Chapter 29, Encountering the Beautiful Former Boss. It wasn't that the stone slab was lost after being stored. Rather, after the slab was removed, Something appeared beneath the stone bed that completely stunned Chen Ning. The space beneath the giant stone slab wasn't entirely built from stones. There was a 1 meter wide, 2 meter long hollow space in the middle. And in this coffin-sized space, illuminated by the flashlight, there was a dazzling array of gold. Chen Ning was even enveloped in a layer of golden light. Of course, it wasn't all gold. There were also scattered silver pieces and various colored gemstones, all haphazardly arranged together. Chen Ning was stunned for several minutes before he managed to regain his composure. This was a coffin full of gold, silver, and jewels. Real gold and silver treasures. At that moment, Chen Ning couldn't even begin to describe his feelings. The gold bowl and silver plate in his arms suddenly seemed insignificant. Tossing aside the flashlight and discarding his restraint, Chen Ning lunged forward. Haha, I'm rich. I've struck it big. Chen Ning rolled around in the pile of gold and silver, shouting with joy. Since there was no one else around, he wouldn't be laughed at. After several more minutes, Chen Ning finally calmed down. Having run dozens of kilometers without tiring, he was now flushed and even felt a slight sweat on his forehead. He couldn't take everything. He would take a little and then let his sister-in-law and 2 wives pick out some jewelry and renovate their home to build a 3-story villa. Chen Ning mutteret exquisitely, continuously selecting from the pile of gold and silver treasures. 3 sets of gold jewelry, 3 sets of silver jewelry, plus several pigeon egg-sized rubies and sapphires. After taking out these jewels, Chen Ning thought for a moment and decided to store them in the warehouse. Taking too much would be inconvenient to carry, and he could always take them out to give to his wives once he got home. At worst, during the time before returning home, he would just have to keep a bit of energy in the warehouse to be on guard. If anything unusual happened, he could take them out immediately. Chen Ning originally wanted to take gold and silver ingots, but after searching, he found that there were only jewelry items and no liquid currency of gold and silver. He decided to leave the remaining jewelry in place for now, covering it with other goods. The stone slab couldn't be taken out. After all, it was his weapon and shield for safety when leaving. Afterwards, Chen Ning didn't waste any more time and began to release goods from the warehouse space. The variety of items in the department store was vast, and Chen Ning didn't need to be picky, directly transporting them out indiscriminately. However, he didn't plan to release everything. He left about 20% of each type behind, in case no one entered the warehouse space, and he needed to come back for something. This cave space was extremely concealed. Chen Ning thought it was secure enough and wouldn't need to check on it frequently. A few minutes later, Chen Ning had already moved out half of the goods from the warehouse space, completely covering the original gold and silver items deep within. Although the materials in the warehouse were invaluable in the Dayun Dynasty as a modern soul, Chen Ning believed that the value of these gold and silver items was much higher, and by countless times at that. Moreover, goods weren't money. Looking at them didn't provide the same tangible and reassuring feeling as gold and silver. Just as Chen Ning was enjoying the process of retrieving goods, he suddenly felt a shift in his awareness, and his actions paused. He sensed that the door to the warehouse, which he had never been able to open, had suddenly swung wide open, and a graceful figure stumbled in. Is this the beautiful boss? Chen Ning recognized at a glance that the figure rushing into the warehouse was none other than Zhao Jie, the big boss of the department store. Zhao Jie probably didn't even know who Chen Ning was before he disappeared. But as a mall employee, Chen Ning definitely knows her big boss. After all, the mall holds an employee meeting every month, and during those times, Chen Ning has marveled more than once at the beauty of this young boss from the corner. Zhao Jie rushed over because she discovered through phone surveillance that items in the warehouse were disappearing in large quantities. Initially, she considered calling the police again, but a thought stopped her. As soon as Zhao Jie entered, she noticed that the goods that had been disappearing just a second ago suddenly stopped vanishing. This made her realize that the mysterious force had noticed her arrival. Who are you? Why are you stealing my goods? Zhao Jie, who had just been flushed from running quickly, now felt a bit pale, realizing that her reckless entrance might have been too hasty. What if the other party decided to kill her to silence her? But she was already here, and since she had been discovered, she mustered her courage to understand the situation, especially since the goods here were her property. Hearing Zhao Jie's question, Chen Ning was suddenly at a loss for words. Isn't this warehouse supposed to be the benefit of a time traveler imprinted in my brain? How can Zhao Jie barge in and claim these goods are hers? If that were the case, then this warehouse was clearly still within Earth in Hangzhou. Chen Ning's mind buzzed, even a bit unable to think straight. The only thought was that this warehouse was actually connected to Earth. I don't care who you are or what existence you are. Taking my goods without reason is robbery, and I will report it to the police. Now, please return my goods. At this moment, Zhao Jie was no longer afraid. After all, she was backed against the door and could escape at the first sign of trouble. And why should she be afraid? The other party was the one stealing her things. Sorry, Boss Zhao, I didn't know the goods here still had an owner. I thought. Chen Ning wanted to explain, but stopped midway. How could he explain? Tell the truth? Say he had traveled through time and that this warehouse was in his mind? He used to believe that, but now he couldn't even convince himself, especially since Zhao Jie was standing right in front of him. And her reaction showed she hadn't traveled to the Dayun Dynasty. Wait, do you know me? Zhao Jie was also surprised, initially startled by the sudden voice. She quickly grasped the key point in what the other party had said. Of course I know. I'm Chen Ning. I don't know if Boss Zhao believes me, or if you have any impression of me. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Chen Ning decided to reveal his identity, feeling a bit mischievous. After all, a person who was supposed to be dead suddenly appearing would surely shock Zhao Jie, or maybe even frighten her. Besides, Chen Ning wasn't worried. Here, Zhao Jie posed no threat to him. On the contrary, Chen Ning could dispose of Zhao Jie at will, because he had already realized that he had absolute control over the warehouse space. And this control had not weakened in the slightest due to Zhao Jie's appearance. This meant that with just a thought, he could easily eliminate Zhao Jie. Or perhaps he could transport Zhao Jie to Dayun. Of course, this was just a guess, and Chen Ning didn't want to verify it. It wasn't out of fear of exposing his time travel, but rather afraid of bringing someone over and being unable to send them back. Additionally, another thought had just emerged. He hoped to reach a win-win cooperation with Zhao Jie. You're Chen Ning? Didn't you disappear? Why suddenly? Then come out now. I can choose not to call the police. Let us talk face to face. When Zhao Jie heard Chen Ning reveal his identity, she exclaimed, and the fear she initially felt faded significantly. Chen Ning was taken aback. What do you mean I disappeared? Didn't I die? Just died in the duty room. Chen Ning suddenly fell silent. Zhao Jie wasn't lying about this point. It seemed that his time travel hadn't meant his body died, but rather he had completely disappeared. Sorry, I can't appear right now. And I'm not afraid if you call the police. The one who will suffer the most loss will be you. From now on, this warehouse belongs to me, and everything stored here is under my control. Chen Ning didn't dwell too much on the issue of his disappearance. Having time traveled and even being able to connect back to Earth, what other bizarre things cannot happen? What do you mean? You're still going to forcibly take my goods? You're really bullying me. I don't believe the police can't catch you after sealing off this place. Hearing Chen Ning say this, Zhao Jie thought he was deliberately occupying her warehouse. Then we don't need to talk anymore. Boss Zhao, go ahead and call the police. I need to continue moving the goods. Chen Ning smiled faintly and with a thought. The goods in the warehouse continued to disappear before Zhao Jie's eyes. Zhao Jie's eyes widened in shock. In her excitement, she had forgotten that this guy had superpowers. By the time the police arrived, whether they could catch Chen Ning or not, the goods here would definitely disappear completely. At that time, would the police believe her that things vanished into thin air? Definitely not. The most likely outcome would be that she would be sent to a mental hospital. Right, the surveillance. Zhao Jie thought of this and hurried to the duty room to retrieve the surveillance hard drive. However, her actions were clearly not as fast as Chen Ning's. Just as she was about to move, she saw the computer and the main unit in the duty room, even her phone, float away and then disappear right before her eyes. What do you want? Why are you using superpowers to bully me? My family has gone bankrupt, and these goods are what I prepare to sell to pay off debts. Watching the computer and phone disappear, and the goods still decreasing little by little, Zhao Jie couldn't help but collapse to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she shouted into the air. Chapter 30. Making a deal with Zhao Jie. Hearing Zhao Jie's shouting and seeing her sitting on the ground crying, Chen Ning's movements paused slightly. Zhao Jie's family went bankrupt? Chen Ning had a certain understanding of this beautiful boss's family. It was one of the top group enterprises in Hangzhou. How could it just go bankrupt? To say that Chen Ning worked at this department store, the benefits and treatment were indeed good, and all the employees said they had encountered a conscientious boss. Chen Ning never intended to rob Zhao Jia of her goods. Instead, he thought about collaborating with her. Of course, whether Zhao Jia cooperated or not, he still intended to keep these goods. Stop crying, let us talk. Maybe we can collaborate so you can make money to pay off your debts. Chen Ning paused his movement of transporting goods again. By this time, the goods in the warehouse had already been reduced by about 80, and the remaining ones were what Chen Ning originally intended to keep. You can help me pay off my debts? How do you propose we collaborate? Zhao Jia stopped crying upon hearing Chen Ning's words, her gaze still searching everywhere. She still thought that Chen Ning was somewhere in the warehouse using some special means to steal her goods. At this moment, Chen Ning realized he hadn't thought about the specific collaboration method with Zhao Jia. Some things he could say, but some he hadn't decided whether to say. First, I will give you the corresponding payment for the goods I take. In the future, whenever I need something, you just help me figure out what to send from the warehouse. Chen Ning proposed the simplest form of cooperation. Just like that? Then you first give me the payment for this batch of goods, a total of over 18 million. Then I can believe you. Zhao Jia said, her eyes rolling. No problem, but you need a guarantee that you won't sell this warehouse to outsiders. Chen Ning noted strike chorvartli. It's impossible not to sell. If you have the money, then buy it. As long as you buy it, I can even work for you. At this moment, Zhao Jia showed none of the earlier appearance of grievance and tears. Instead, she spoke with a hint of playfulness. Chen Ning was slightly taken aback. Did this beautiful boss have such a side? It seemed she was deliberately teasing him, thinking he couldn't afford to buy this warehouse. However, Zhao Jia's words completely reminded him that buying it was indeed a good idea. You said it, so calculate how much it will cost, including the entire shopping mall above, to avoid you having to sell it to me layer by layer, Chen Ning said. Zhao Jia felt a bit embarrassed. She had indeed had such an idea just now. Are you sure you were serious? Although this building is a bit old, you know the location. If sold, it's worth at least 90 million. Add the goods, and you can give me 100 million. Zhao Jia still didn't quite believe Chen Ning and didn't even attempt to negotiate, directly giving Chen Ning the lowest price. Of course, others who wanted to acquire it only offered her 30 million at most. All right, then you go get a notarization. I will use jewelry to offset the 100 million. Paying you in 5 installments, Chen Ning said. Although Chen Ning couldn't go back to sign a contract, Zhao Jia, as the owner, could take valid documents to get it notarized. As long as Chen Ning obtained the notarization, the building would no longer belong to Zhao Jia. Details may vary based on plot needs. You don't want to show your face? How can I trust the value of the jewelry you give me? Or are you not worried that I might deceive you regarding the jewelry price? Zhao Jia was not a naive girl. She had been in business for several years, and Chen Ning's words revealed many loopholes to her. It doesn't matter. I set the price for my jewelry. If I say it's worth 20 million and you sell it for 100 million, that's what you deserve. As for showing my face, I will appear when necessary, Chen Ning said. He indeed didn't understand jewelry prices very well, but it didn't matter. As long as he could exchange the jewelry for goods, the benefits he could gain in the Dayun Dynasty would be countless times more. Showing his face was impossible, and maintaining mystery, combined with some extraordinary methods in the warehouse, would make Zhao Jia more cautious, at least not daring to easily deceive him. All right, since you want to maintain mystery, I won't say anything. I'll go get the notarization, but once it's done, the mall is yours. Before that, at least let me feel a bit more secure, Zhao Jia said. No problem. Extend your hand. Chen Ning understood what Zhao Jia meant. Zhao Jia still extended her delicate, white hand. Suddenly, a pigeon egg-sized red gemstone appeared in Zhao Jia's hand. The sudden scene almost made Zhao Jia throw it away. But she was quickly captivated by the gemstone's dazzling brilliance. Is this really a ruby? Natural? How can it be so big? After a brief observation, Zhao Jia was once again shocked. After all, coming from a wealthy family, as a girl, she had a natural weakness for gems, so she had been exposed to many stones since childhood. Of course, gemstones cover a wide range of categories, with jewelry and jade being 4 types. And diamonds are also a branch of gemstones. The gemstone in her hand was a ruby specifically of the highest-end color, pigeon blood red. Zhao Jie clearly remembered that a few years ago at an auction, a pigeon blood red ruby sold for over 30 million, and it was an unattractive cut, equivalent to over 300 million Chinese yuan. So when Zhao Jie saw such a large ruby, she instinctively thought it couldn't be real. Chen Ning did not know the specific value of the ruby. He usually didn't pay much attention to these things, but he thought that a ruby of this size should be worth around 20 million. You can go for an appraisal. I have many of this kind of gemstone. You can covet it, but think about what you will lose in the future. Chen Ning spoke little, but with a strong hint of threat. Don't worry. I need money right now. If this gemstone is real, I will compensate you later. But even if it is real now, it can only offset 20 million. Zhao Jie regained some of her strong woman demeanor. Chen Ning lightly acknowledged, understanding Zhao Jie's meaning. Everything depended on whether the gemstone was real or not. Then hurry and go. We'll meet here again tomorrow at noon. By the way, if possible, help me get some cold weapons, and I also need crossbows. If you can get hot weapons, stop. Are you trying to send me to jail? Zhao Jie interrupted Chen Ning, rolling her eyes. Seeing Zhao Jie like this, Chen Ning was slightly surprised. He always thought Zhao Jie was a rational and aloof beauty, but her actions at this moment made her seem quite cute. Cough. By the way, help me get this appraised too. See how much it's worth. If it's valuable, sell it and use the money to buy weapons for me. Chen Ning found himself distracted by Zhao Jie's eye roll and quickly changed the subject, tossing out the golden bowl he had discovered earlier. Golden bowl? This seems like an antique. How do you even have this? Zhao Jie, unaware of Chen Ning's thoughts, was soon captivated by the golden bowl. Don't ask what you shouldn't. I'm leaving. Remember to lock the door when you go out. Chen Ning didn't want to say more. He needed to calm down and digest everything. And he also needed to return home quickly. No matter what, he was now Chen Ning of the Dayun Dynasty, with women at home that he needed to protect. Chapter 31. Is he pursuing you? Zhao Jie didn't know how she left the warehouse until she realized she was holding a golden bowl and a ruby, and she understood that everything just now was real. Chen Ning, who exactly are you? Why do you have so much money and still want my warehouse goods? Why don't you buy them yourself? And how did you make those things disappear into thin air? Could it be, did I encounter aliens who want to exchange earth materials with me? Zhao Jie, who had always been materialistic, found herself doubting reality. However, apart from this absurd explanation she concocted, she couldn't find any other explanation that made sense to her. It was a pity that Zhao Jie never read online novels. If she had, her imagination might have been richer, and she might have been able to get closer to the truth more quickly. Forget it. Let us first check the authenticity of these two items. If they're real, then my family really has a chance to rise again. And my parents won't have to be so downcast. Zhao Jie temporarily blocked out her wild thoughts and drove straight home after leaving the mall. Originally, as a young lady, she drove supercars, but now she could only drive a second-hand car worth tens of thousands. Her family used to live in a luxurious villa estate, but now they could only rent a small two-bedroom house with her parents. There was no choice. The family owed huge debts, and all of her parents' assets had been seized, and even her spending was restricted. Zhao Jie knew that many parties were watching their family and her little department store. As soon as she made a move, the funds she obtained would be immediately frozen. Zhao Jie did not seek any expert appraisal. Her parents' experience in this area absolutely surpassed those so-called experts. Soon, Zhao Jie returned to the old community where she lived, calmed herself in front of her door, and changed to an excited expression before opening the door. As soon as she opened the door, a strong smell of smoke hit her, making Zhao Jie feel uncomfortable instantly. She didn't blame her parents for being downcast after being hit. She knew that at this moment, her parents also wanted to turn things around. But no one was willing to help them, and some even took the opportunity to step on them. If there were any way out, they wouldn't be in such a situation. What Zhao Jie worried about most every day was that her parents might think of giving up after all. They kept saying they didn't want to be a burden to her anymore. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Today I have some fantastic news. As soon as Zhao Jie entered, she opened the windows to let out the smoke while excitedly telling her parents, who were huddled on the sofa. Sweetheart is back. Mom will go make dinner for you. Seeing Zhao Jie return, Qin Min, who was on the sofa, forced a smile and stood up to head to the kitchen. Once a strong woman in the business world, Chen Ning looked a decade older than a few months ago, wearing ordinary home clothes and giving off a street ant vibe. She didn't even react much to Zhao Jie's announcement of fantastic news. Zhao Jie's father, Zhao Zhigua, glanced at his daughter. His eyes filled with nothing but guilt, and his forced smile was incredibly bitter. "Mom, what are you cooking so late?" "I'm serious." "Dad and Mom, you were originally a master of antique collection and a jewelry designer. Just take a look at these two items I brought before you say anything." Zhao Jie had become accustomed to her parents' reactions. At this moment, all she could do was use these two items to lift their spirits a bit. If they were indeed treasures, then her news would surely cheer them up. "Oh, antique and jewelry? Let us see them. It's been a long time since we've dealt with those," Zhao Zhigua said, showing a slight interest. Zhao Jie didn't keep them in suspense and directly took out the gold bowl and the ruby from her bag. Under her parents' surprised and doubtful gazes, she placed the two items on the coffee table. "They look very real." The couple simultaneously glanced at Zhao Jie and then immediately picked up the items. At this point, they didn't care about the lack of white gloves. That was just for show. Unless they were particularly afraid of scratches, it was all just a fade. This should be a real pigeon blood ruby, but that's impossible. How could there be a second piece of such a large pigeon blood ruby in the world? "I need a magnifying glass." After just a few glances, Chen Ning couldn't contain her excitement and quickly ran to a box, rummaging out a jeweler's loupe. Zhao Zhigua's appraisal had just begun. After all, antiques and gems were different. Appraisal involved not only verifying the authenticity of the material, but also determining the era and provenance. Stunned by his wife's intense reaction, Zhao Zhigua paused, waiting for her final confirmation. If it was indeed a pigeon blood ruby, its value would far exceed that of the antiques he had. It's definitely a pigeon blood ruby, and the color is exquisite with no visible flaws. It's even better than the one that sold for 300 million. In less than a minute, Chen Ning set down the magnifying glass with trembling hands, her words brimming with excitement. This is actually real. "But Zhao Jie, where did you get this?" Zhao Zhigua was also shocked, but at this moment, he finally thought of the crucial question. "Yeah, darling, where did you get this gem?" Chen Ning also asked, a hint of tension in her voice. Although she knew her daughter wouldn't do anything illegal, they needed to know the truth about this. It was more important than the huge debts they were carrying. "Mom and Dad, I sold the department store that Grandma left me. This gem is the deposit they gave me, priced at only 20 million, with another 80 million to be paid in 4 installments later." Zhao Jie was incredibly excited when she confirmed the gem was real. However, when faced with her parents' inquiries, she pretended to be calm and explained. After all, she wasn't lying. Everything she said was true. Only she deliberately concealed Chen Ning's special abilities and the bizarre circumstances she had encountered. "That little department store of yours, even if you count the whole building and the goods, it barely adds up to a little over 100 million. But this ruby, even with the current price drop, is still worth at least 300 million. How could they possibly price it at only 20 million? Chen Ning, upon hearing her daughter's words, clearly found it hard to believe. "I'm telling the truth. You might not know the specific price of the ruby." Zhao Jie indeed hadn't anticipated the price difference would be so vast. Previously, she had felt the gem was real, but thought it was worth around 30 to 50 million. So she had mentioned she would pay Chen Ning later. Now that she knew it was worth 300 million, her feelings were incredibly complex. "Zhao Jie, what kind of person is he? Does he have any special identity?" Suddenly, Zhao Zhigua inquired. "Identity? If I said he was just a warehouse manager at my department store, you definitely wouldn't believe me, right?" Zhao Jie thought of Chen Ning's identity and knew her parents wouldn't trust her if she said it. Sure enough, when Zhao Zhigua and his wife heard about Chen Ning's identity, they were immediately stunned. Then they both shook their heads. "Darling daughter, how old is he? Does he like you? Is he trying to get close to you by hiding his identity? And then when he finds out you're in trouble, he stops pretending and helps you in this way, hoping you'll feel grateful and agree to his pursuit?" Suddenly, Chen Ning said, her eyes flashing with a strong, gossiping gleam. Chapter 32. Dealing with the roadblock on the way home, Zhao Jie never imagined her mother could have such a line of thought, looking at her mother in disbelief. "Mom, have you watched too many short dramas? How could you think that? Why can't I?" Chen Ning pressed, feeling increasingly that her guess was correct. Zhao Zhigua frowned slightly, then surprisingly nodded along. Dad, Mom, Yu Zhao Jie felt a sense of defeat, momentarily at a loss whether to laugh or cry. However, amidst her speechlessness, she couldn't help but feel a little bit of doubt. Could it really be as her parents thought? No, that is absolutely impossible. I haven't even truly met him, and I can't even picture what Chen Ning looks like. Anyone who can work as a warehouse manager must at least be a greasy uncle in his 40s. If he really had feelings for me, how could he treat me like that and be so mysterious about not meeting me in person? It must be that this uncle is controlled by aliens. And this ruby could very well be an alien technology product. All right, Xiao Jie, no need to be tangled up in this. Your parents have been through this, and you're not a child anymore. Just based on how this kid treats you, we both basically agree. Bring him over in the next few days and let us have a look. Seeing Zhao Jie's expression, Qin Min was even more convinced of her judgment. In fact, the couple had never completely decided to leave this world. They were just worried about their daughter. Currently, their biggest wish was to see their daughter find a good place to settle down. Mom, forget it. It's too hard to explain to you. Let us focus on how to deal with this ruby. After all, I got it legitimately, and we don't need to worry about anything else. What we should think about is how to safely liquidate the ruby. That way, we can pay off half of the debt. By the way, Dad, how did you appraise this gold bowl? Zhao Jie suddenly didn't want to explain anymore because she knew that however she explained, her parents would see it as a cover-up, so she simply changed the topic. As for meeting the parents, she also had to be able to see the person first. As long as she kept ignoring the issue, her parents would gradually cool down. Clearly, Zhao Jie underestimated how seriously parents take their children's lifelong matters. However, at this moment, Zhao Zhigua and his wife did not delve deeper into the issue, thinking their daughter was just shy. It's easy to sell this ruby quickly. We can just anonymously send it to Jiafu Auction House. Although we'll lower its value by a point, we can get cash immediately. I can take care of this. Qin Min also regained her decisiveness as a strong woman. Then let us do as your mother says. We really need the money, and accepting a point less is acceptable. As for this bowl, it's definitely pure gold and surely an antique, but looking through history, I couldn't find a corresponding dynasty. Its value might only be 20% higher than the gold price. Antiques are like this. Just confirming it as an antique isn't enough. It's more important to know its provenance and certain historical identities or anecdotes to significantly enhance its value. If the provenance can't be found, it might only be 20% higher than the price of gold. Even so, the buyer would still be taking a certain risk. Then let us sell it. This gold bowl is something he asked me to sell for him, and I'll exchange it for money to buy cold weapons. Zhao Jie said, Cold weapons? Does he want cold weapons with collectible value? I don't know a few collectors of cold weapons, but this gold bowl can only buy low-level ancient weapons. Zhao Zhigua said after a moment of surprise. This gold bowl, calculated at 500 grams, with the current gold price at 700 yuan per gram, plus a 20% premium, would be around 420 to 30,000. Many antique weapons with a history are out of the question, and he can only receive some obscure ancient weapons. This doesn't mean he wants to collect weapons, but rather modern cold weapons, the practical kind. He even wants crossbows. Zhao Jie smiled wryly and said. Chen Ning's reaction at the time was very obvious. He wasn't looking to collect, otherwise. He wouldn't still want those firearms that treat all beings equally. As for the request for firearms, Zhao Jie didn't dare to mention it, otherwise. Her parents would definitely refuse the transaction at the first opportunity. Even so, Zhao Zhigua and his wife furrowed their brows. If it's modern cold weapons, then this amount of over 400,000 could buy quite a lot, and even crossbows wouldn't be a problem. However, what does he need so many cold weapons for? These are all quite irregular. Qin Min was somewhat worried, not just about her daughter, but also about her future son-in-law's profession. Oh dear, don't think too much about it. He gives us money to help him buy things, and since these aren't firearms, we could just consider them as decorative crafts. Zhao Jie said, That makes sense. Since he's spending money to help us, we must assist with this small matter. Let's get started. Zhao Zhigua said decisively. With this money, although it can't completely pay off the debt, it can solve the immediate problem. As long as the other party helps them with 2 more amounts like this. Based on his experience and ability, he could definitely turn things around. After some discussions, the Zhao family was filled with renewed determination. The couple decided to sell some gemstones to pay off the debt. Zhao Jia also didn't forget the main business. She quietly went to the notary office with the department store's credentials. After Zhao Jia left, Chen Ning stayed in the warehouse space for a while longer, mainly digesting the encounter with Zhao Jia. After a long time, he finally calmed down. No matter how Zhao Jia decides in the end, he hasn't suffered any losses. It was absolutely impossible for Zhao Jia to cause him trouble. This trip has already yielded significant gains for him. Just the gold, silver, and jewels were enough for him to live freely here. Not to mention, he had cleared out 80 of the warehouse's goods. Even if he lost the gemstones and the gold bowl he gave to Zhao Jia, it wouldn't matter too much. If Zhao Jia defaults, the gemstones and gold bowl could be considered as purchasing the goods in the warehouse. By the way, there's still that blocking eagle to deal with. Once that's done, he can head home early. After thinking this through, Chen Ning placed some items he planned to take home in the duty room and then withdrew his consciousness from the warehouse space. Taking one last look at the huge cave filled to 1/5 capacity, Chen Ning nodded in satisfaction. This really is a good place. If there's war, it would be an excellent refuge. Chen Ning muttered, then retreated without looking back. As the passage widened, Chen Ning became increasingly cautious. He even took out a frying pan as a shield. If anything happened, this thing could be considered a versatile treasure for both offense and defense. Soon, as Chen Ning got closer to the giant eagle's nest, he first heard the chirping of the 3 little eagles. Chapter 33. The giant eagle is stored in the warehouse. Chen Ning turned off the flashlight at a certain distance. There was already some light coming from outside. Continuing forward for several dozen meters, Chen Ning found there was nowhere left to hide. In fact, there was no need to hide. The space inside the cave was limited, and where Chen Ning stood, the giant eagle could only crawl over to attack. If it did that, the massive stone weapon he prepared wouldn't even be necessary. He could just take out a kitchen knife and chop off the eagle's head. Chen Ning regretted not having Zhao Jia send him 2 crossbows earlier. In this situation, there was no need to plan anything. Just one wave of crossbow bolts would send that old eagle straight to hell. Of course, Chen Ning wanted cold weapons and crossbows for a longer-term consideration. This world is really not safe at all. Although the Great Cloud Dynasty seems to have quelled the turmoil for now, many people know it's only temporary, and no one knows when fighting might break out again. Moreover, he heard that there are martial artists in this world who are basically not constrained by the government and can do as they please. Right now, as a mere commoner, he wouldn't attract attention, but once he becomes successful, he might be targeted. He must prepare for the worst and ensure the safety of himself and those around him. Thinking far ahead, the immediate problem is dealing with the giant eagle. The giant eagle is also very alert. It probably knows Chen Ning is a threat, which is why it hasn't left, always guarding its young. When Chen Ning appeared within 100 meters, the giant eagle immediately noticed, glaring at him with its fierce eagle eyes and letting out an exceptionally angry cry. "Hey, big sister eagle, I'm back. Are you ready to die?" Chen Ning knew he had been spotted, but he looked very relaxed, slowly moving forward as he spoke. His ultimate killing move requires a certain amount of space to execute. The giant eagle, seeing Chen Ning approaching, showed a flicker of doubt and seriousness in its eyes. This 2-legged beast had previously fled in panic, but now it was calmly provoking it. It must have some confidence. Did it find a way to deal with it? Clearly, the giant eagle had considerable intelligence. Seeing that the giant eagle did not rush at him in anger, Chen Ning felt a bit disappointed. This guy is quite cautious. "Sister eagle, I really don't want to kill you. After all, it must have been tough for you to grow up, and you have 3 chicks to take care of. But we can't coexist peacefully, so I'm sorry." Chen Ning babbled as he continued to move forward, quickly closing the distance to just over 20 meters from the giant eagle. The cave here was already quite large, enough for the giant eagle to swoop down and attack him. At this moment, Chen Ning's heart was also a bit tense. He kept his consciousness tightly connected to the stone slab in the space, ready to release it at any moment. The stone was nearly 3 meters long, 2 meters wide, and half a meter thick, weighing at least 20 tons. He didn't believe it couldn't crush a big bird. At this point, Chen Ning had already provoked the giant eagle. Yet it still hadn't moved, merely protecting its 3 chicks with sharp eyes fixed on Chen Ning. Could it be surrendering? That wouldn't do. If it attacked me while I was climbing later, I would be done for. After closing in a few more meters and seeing the giant eagle still not moving, he decided to stop advancing. The giant eagle's movements are fast. If he gets too close, it could ambush him without giving him time to react. As the giant eagle listened to Chen Ning's mumbling, its gaze kept flickering and, inadvertently, it glanced outside the cave. Chen Ning noticed this and immediately squinted his eyes. This guy definitely understood his words and was just waiting for him to step outside for a deadly strike. Damn! Chen Ning collected his thoughts and thought for a moment, then raised his hand and threw the frying pan at the giant eagle. Although it was still 15 or 16 meters away, Chen Ning's current arm strength was impressive. The frying pan whistled through the air and reached the giant eagle in an instant. The giant eagle clearly didn't expect Chen Ning to strike suddenly. Bang! The frying pan directly hit its head. The immense force caused the giant eagle to stagger back 2 steps, nearly stepping on its chicks. The little eagles started chirping in a panic. The giant eagle shook its slightly dizzy head and turned to Chen Ning with an angry cry. Aren't you coming? Then this time, the target is your chicks. Chen Ning smiled slightly, brandishing the kitchen knife and pretending to throw it. The giant eagle remembered the kitchen knife. Knowing it could cause significant harm, it didn't care about itself, but if it hit its chicks, that would be fatal. After letting out a piercing cry, the giant eagle finally cast caution aside and charged at Chen Ning in an instant. The giant eagle's speed and strength were absolutely formidable. It could swallow Chen Ning in just 3 seconds. However, the giant eagle was ultimately blinded by its own anger. As the giant eagle stretched its head and was about to bite Chen Ning, a massive stone slab suddenly appeared in front of him. Bang! The tremendous impact caused the upright stone slab to topple, and it fell right onto the giant eagle itself. In the next moment, the giant eagle was pinned down by the fallen boulder on its head and neck. After struggling a couple of times, it fell silent. Chen Ning was drenched in cold sweat. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, but in reality, there had been some unexpected issues. Originally, Chen Ning intended to drop the stone slab above the giant eagle and crush it directly. However, when he released it, he found that he couldn't throw the boulder like he could with other cargo, limiting him to a distance of only 3 meters. At such a short distance, it couldn't achieve the crushing effect. Fortunately, Chen Ning quickly changed his strategy and used the slab as a shield for defense. Unexpectedly, it worked fairly well. The giant eagle collided with the lower part of the slab, and the boulder fell directly onto it. It was unclear whether it was dead, but at least for now, it was safe. Nearby, a few little eagles were chirping away, seemingly unaware that their mother was in trouble. It was said that eagle meat not only tasted delicious, but also had health benefits. Chen Ning thought it would be nice to bring some back to try with his wives. Ignoring the little eagles, Chen Ning approached with a kitchen knife, ready to dismember the old eagle and take it away. However, as he got closer, he suddenly noticed the old eagle's legs trembled and its chest was still rising and falling. Oh no, it was still alive. Chen Ning instantly became alert. This giant eagle was still alive, demonstrating remarkable vitality. It seemed it had only been stunned, likely unable to move because of the heavy boulder weighing down on its neck. Right, let us test if I can store it in the warehouse space. Chen Ning abruptly dismissed the idea of delivering a final blow. He had previously tried to enter the space with his own body, but that had failed without surprise. He had assumed the warehouse space was a vacuum. But since Zhao Jie could enter, it meant it was a normal oxygenated space. What about storing another living being? Thinking of this, he acted. Chen Ning reached out to touch the boulder, focusing on storing both the boulder and the giant eagle in the warehouse. After handling a lot of cargo, he had become more familiar with using the space. He realized that while he needed to physically touch items to store them inside, he could take items out simply by thinking about them. This logic seemed reasonable. After all, he had absolute control over the warehouse space, while he had no control over the outside world. Otherwise, he would have become a god directly. Without any sound, both the boulder and the giant eagle disappeared from their spot, and Chen Ning's face lit up with surprise. He could actually store other living beings? Chapter 34, upgraded by Big Cat. The warehouse space had clearly given Chen Ning another unexpected surprise. However, after calming down a bit, Chen Ning decided to abandon the idea of bringing the big cloud-chasing individuals into the warehouse. The secret of the warehouse space absolutely could not be revealed to others. Moreover, he was unsure if any individuals or other beings stored in the warehouse could leave it. This needed to be verified when he had the opportunity. Anyway, Chen Ning knew that apart from the entrance to the warehouse, his consciousness had no qualification to see the outside world. He had tried this when Zhao Jie left. Everything outside the door was completely black, and his vision and consciousness could not penetrate it. It was evident that the warehouse space had a significant secret, but Chen Ning felt he could not figure out the reason and would have to wait to slowly discover other functions. As long as he maintained control, that was enough for him. The only thing he was worried about was whether the warehouse would disappear if the mall-esque warehouse was dismantled. Thus, when he told Zhao Jie to buy the department store, he had this consideration in mind. At least it added a bit of insurance, which was better than selling it to others. After storing the giant eagle in the warehouse, Chen Ning moved the boulder aside. Even if the giant eagle recovered once it was in the space, he could control it at will or even kill it. After all, in the space, Chen Ning's consciousness was like a god. Initially, he thought the giant eagle wouldn't wake up immediately and could just leave it be. But then he realized that if this creature suddenly woke up and Zhao Jie came in at that moment, it could potentially harm her. After rummaging around, he found all the chains among the hardware and directly locked one into the eagle's thigh, fixing the other end to the boulder. Although the chains might not be very secure, they would still serve as a tether, and leaving a bit of his mental energy would allow him to detect any anomalies right away. Subsequently, Chen Ning decided to go all the way and stored the 3 little eagles as well. The elder eagle might end up on the dinner table, but raising the little eagles from a young age could potentially yield 3 air forces. After that, Chen Ning saw no need to linger. It was already noon, and he still needed to dig up some wild vegetables and cassava from mountains. He had been looking forward to the cassava and wild vegetables, but his anticipation had diminished significantly at this point. The reason was simple. It was because of Zhao Jie. He had originally planned to use his modern knowledge to produce some cassava. Now, with Zhao Jie, as long as she didn't run off and they reached an agreement, he could have her help him purchase whatever he needed on Earth in the future. Shaking his head slightly, he pushed away the chaotic thoughts. For now, since things were not certain, he had to proceed according to his own plans and not rely too much on the warehouse space. Chen Ning then arrived at the cave entrance. Fortunately, he had left enough length in the rope before. The giant eagle had likely forgotten to cut off his escape route, so it was still draped over the platform outside the cave. Standing on the platform, he looked down and saw lush green grass dozens of meters below, along with a small river. The environment was beautiful. If there were more peach blossoms, it might just be a paradise. As for the waterfall pool he had seen earlier, that was at the end of the cliff at the top of the mountain. The position where Chen Ning descended was one he had chosen randomly after running a distance. He hadn't expected such good luck. Not only had he encountered the old eagle, but he had also taken its nest, capturing a whole family of 4. At this point, Chen Ning had no intention of going down. He would explore later when he had leisure. Then, Chen Ning quickly climbed back up the rope. He left a few iron pegs behind, and with the thick underbrush, he wasn't worried about them being discovered. It was just a marker. The rope, however, had to be taken back. Just as Chen Ning was packing up his things and looking for his backpack, he suddenly felt a tightness in his back and quickly turned his head to look. Upon seeing what was behind him, Chen Ning exclaimed and then took off running. Just 50 meters away, a massive striped big cat suddenly appeared. This creature was estimated to be over 6 meters long, not counting its tail, with incredibly sturdy limbs and standing over 2 meters tall. No wonder few people ventured into the deep mountains. The surrounding villagers were particularly afraid of them. It turned out there really was danger here. Moreover, Chen Ning recalled some information. The wild beasts in this world were generally quite large. The giant eagle he had just captured and the tiger that was now relentlessly chasing him were considered normal-sized, and there were even larger creatures than them. At this moment, Chen Ning didn't want to use the boulder to smash the big cat. After all, this thing was quite agile. If he missed, he might as well wait to become fertilizer tomorrow. He had to think of a way to get Zhao Jie to get him a better weapon. While running frantically, Chen Ning was still able to entertain these thoughts. The tiger seemed to have some patience, likely because it hadn't tasted a two-legged creature in a long time. A normal person would definitely not outrun a tiger, especially in the forest, so the tiger was very confident. However, the tiger clearly didn't know that Chen Ning was different from an ordinary person. The tiger gradually realized that this human speed was actually on par with its own, maintaining a distance of just over 40 meters. As Chen Ning ran with such intensity, a surge of heat quickly emerged within him, even more potent than before, instantly boosting his confidence. As long as the big cat's speed didn't increase dramatically, he could keep running like this and eventually wear it out. About 5 minutes later, the big cat's speed suddenly decreased, and it let out a reluctant roar at Chen Ning's back before finally stopping. The big cat definitely had strong explosive power and speed, but its major issue was its massive size, which led to high consumption and insufficient stamina. Chen Ning also stopped, turned to look at the tiger, and surprisingly showed a hint of gratitude, along with a touch of regret. The gratitude stemmed from the fact that just moments ago, he had felt an explosion of heat within him, as if some kind of shackles inside had been broken, making him feel relaxed and comfortable, almost like he could float into the sky. At the same time, he felt that his mind was becoming increasingly clear, seemingly even having a subtle effect on his storage space, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what that effect was. The regret was naturally because the tiger had stopped chasing him, taking away the motivation to run that came with the threat to his life. After this surge of heat completely erupted, the internal warmth also dissipated. Chen Ning sensed that the heat hadn't completely vanished. Rather, it would likely require even greater pressure and burden to trigger it again. No one had taught Chen Ning these things. It was all a natural reaction in his mind. He firmly believed in his own judgment. Goodbye, big cat. I'll come back to play with you next time, but if you don't get stronger, you might end up as tiger skin and bones next time. Seeing that the tiger truly wouldn't chase him anymore, Chen Ning could only wave his hand and leave gracefully. At this moment, he realized he had already exited the deep mountainous area. Could it be that the fierce beasts of the deep mountains have a sense of boundaries? Do they stop pursuing once they reach the outskirts? Although it felt unlikely, this world had already refreshed many of his perceptions, so it was possible for even stranger things to happen. Not thinking too much, he quickly made his way home, soon encountering a large patch of lush shrubs, which happened to be a thriving cassava field. Although his interest had waned, he still needed to dig up the cassava. At the very least, he should enrich the variety of food at home, and this could even become the main business for his family. Chen Ning took a shovel from the storage space and got to work energetically. With a significant increase in his physical quality, Chen Ning worked like a human excavation machine. Soon, he had dug up a large area, pulling out cassava roots longer than his thigh, which were then directly stored in the warehouse. Chapter 35. Gifts for the women at home. After digging cassava for half an hour, Chen Ning had completely emptied a large patch, accumulating at least 2,000 pounds of cassava in the warehouse. Chen Ning was amazed by his harvest, primarily because the cassava here was so large, with each root weighing at least 30 to 40 pounds. If he needed to rely on cassava for sustenance, this amount would be enough for his family of 4 to eat for half a year. It was said that this year's beginning wasn't great, so if he collected more cassava and made some food, he could potentially save quite a few people if his compassionate side flared up. Of course, Chen Ning knew that in this world, being too compassionate could be detrimental. Just looking at the majority of the villagers in Qingshan village, he felt that even if they starved to death, he wouldn't feel inclined to be kind to them. Besides cassava, Chen Ning also discovered some traditional Chinese medicinal herbs along the way, though in limited quantities, and he couldn't recognize them all. So, he casually dug them up while walking, and by the time he reached the edge of the mountain, he had collected over 3,000 pounds of cassava, and this was without searching other areas. When leaving the mountain, Chen Ning filled his backpack with 3 slightly smaller cassava roots, weighing about 100 pounds. He had wanted to carry more, but unfortunately, the bamboo basket wasn't strong enough. It would definitely break if he tried to add more. Then, Chen Ning took out a canvas tote bag from the storage space, which contained some items he had prepared as surprises for the 3 women at home. As for where they came from, of course, he picked them up. Believe it or not, that's just how it is. As for the gold and silver jewelry and gemstones, Chen Ning hadn't thought about taking them out directly. He needed to wait for a more appropriate opportunity. Chen Ning had long planned that sooner or later, the three women would notice that his items came from dubious sources, and rather than struggling to concoct excuses, it would be better to let them gradually become accustomed to it and accept it as a matter of course. As long as they sincerely followed him and genuinely cared for their little family together, they wouldn't be foolish enough to proclaim the origins of these items. Soon, Chen Ning returned home from the backyard. He paused momentarily by the outhouse, involuntarily recalling the scene from that morning while using the toilet. He quickly shook his head, warning himself not to defile Qin Yu in his thoughts. After all, she was still his nominal sister-in-law. As he rounded to the front of the house, he saw the three women in the yard, busy processing a pile of tianqi. At this point, the tianqi had already had its roots separated, with the stems and leaves thrown aside and the roots sliced and laid out to dry. Chen Ning felt a twinge of heartache. Those leaves and stems were all edible. Husband is back. Little Ning. As soon as Chen Ning appeared, the three women noticed him and quickly set aside what they were doing to come over. Sister-in-law, big wife. Little wife, let us talk inside. Chen Ning smiled, his usual silly grin, as if this smile had become a habit when facing others. Husband, what is this strange package? I can't open it. Bai Xiaozhu was the first to notice the canvas bag that Chen Ning was carrying. The army green strange package was clearly something she had never seen before. Chen Ning didn't refuse and handed the package to Bai Xiaozhu. There were quite a few items inside, weighing at least dozens of pounds, but when the little girl got her hands on it, she didn't seem to feel it was too heavy and ran into the house with a curious expression. Bai Xiaoqin and Qin Yu were also curious, but didn't immediately ask. Instead, they looked at the cassava on Chen Ning's back, frowning slightly. Husband, you really dug up poisonous cassava? Didn't I say that this thing is toxic and cannot be eaten? Bai Xiaoqin spoke with a hint of helpless laughter in her tone. It wasn't a reproach, but rather concern. It's delicious, I'll prepare it. I'll make sure to give it to the big wife to eat. Chen Ning replied with his silly smile. Little Ning, don't talk nonsense. How can you give this poisonous thing to your sisters-in-law? Qin Yu quickly scolded Chen Ning. If this wasn't clarified, one might think Chen Ning was trying to poison his beloved wife. Chen Ning quickly realized and explained, I'll eat it first, then give it to my wife and sister-in-law. Husband, there's no need to explain. I understand your intentions. Just teach us how to prepare it. We can't let you do this cooking all by yourself. Bai Xiaoqin said with a smile. I'll do it. You don't know how to prepare it. Chen Ning insisted. Having lived alone for so long, cooking was actually one of his hobbies. The main point was that he wanted to guide Qin Yu in a variety of dishes to avoid only eating stir-fried dishes in the future. Husband, come in quickly. What is this strange package? I can't open it. At this moment, Bai Xiaozhu's anxious voice came from inside. Chen Ning Smilet placed the cassava at the outdoor entrance and led Qin Yu and Bai Xiaoqin back inside. This time, they entered Qin Yu's room, the room where the three women had slept together last night. Once Chen Ning entered Qin Yu's room, some memories naturally surfaced in his mind. Although Qin Yu took care of Chen Ning, she rarely allowed him into her room, so his memories were mostly of the original body sneaking in. Several times when he had sneaked in, he would catch Qin Yu changing clothes or taking a shower. He didn't know how the original fool managed to be so precise with timing. Qin Yu's bedroom was the same size as Chen Ning's, but it had a few more items, making it feel a bit cramped. Near the back window, there was also a simple screen, behind which was a large wooden basin, the place where Qin Yu bathed. Next to the bed, there are two wooden boxes side by side, clearly indicating that a beautiful woman slept on one of them last night, as there are still sheets on it. Besides these, there is a table with some newly purchased fabrics spread across the surface. Chen Ning sees a men's coarse linen long shirt and a pair of trousers laid out on it. It is evident that the three women have prepared a complete outfit for themselves this morning. Sir, what exactly is this place? This package is quite peculiar. Bai Xiaozhu asked curiously as she ran over to Chen Ning. Seeing the little hand that reached for him, Chen Ning smiled slightly. He really liked the lively and adorable little girl, and with her exquisite and beautiful face, he always wanted to pinch her cheeks. Everything inside was picked up near where I saw the treasure last time. Some of the things inside, I don't even know what they are. but I know how to open this package. Chen Ning grinned and pulled down the zipper, revealing the contents inside. What is this? So strange, the paper is so transparent. What kind of fabric is this inside? Why does it look like two bowls, and there are lace edges? Before the three women could express their astonishment at what Chen Ning had found, Bai Xiaozhu was already captivated by the things that were revealed inside. Well, the things on the top layer, after Bai Xiaozhu described them, no need to guess anymore. Women's lingerie, packed in a transparent plastic bag, which is what Bai Xiaozhu referred to as transparent paper. Just the right amount, a total of 3 sets. The reason a department store is called a department store is that it has everything. Although most of it is home appliances, there are also living supplies related to clothing, food, housing, and transportation, just relatively fewer. Chen Ning initially wanted to get some cosmetics or clothes and shoes for the 3 women, but upon second thought, that would be too conspicuous, especially clothes and shoes. If it got out, they would be considered out of place. Finally, he thought that lingerie was the most practical, allowing the 3 women to wear something comfortable without worrying about being discovered by others. The 3 sets of lingerie are of the same style, but different colors and sizes. Chen Ning couldn't gauge the sizes accurately by sight, so he picked the sizes based on his feeling. They should be about right. They look very nice, and the special fabric felt comfortable. The soft fabric inside the bowls should be worn on the body, but Bai Xiaoqin, the smartest, took out a set of lingerie to study. Within just 10 seconds, the girl stopped talking. Her face began to flush abnormally, and it kept getting redder. Even though she had never seen one before, it didn't prevent her from contrasting it on her own body. And where on her body would be the most suitable for wearing this thing was pretty obvious. If she still couldn't figure it out, that would be really foolish. Chapter 36. The continuous surprises of the 3 women by Xiaozhu and Qinyu initially didn't understand what this was, but Bai Xiaoqin whispered something in their ears. Instantly, the 2 women's faces turned crimson, and they simultaneously glared at Chen Ning in anger. What is wrong, sister-in-law, little wife? Why are you glaring at me? Chen Ning laughed inwardly, but maintained an innocent expression on his face. He had already guessed the 3 women's reactions and knew they would definitely feel shy, but he absolutely couldn't admit that he knew what it was. The 3 women exchanged glances. Bad husband, you really don't know what this is? Bai Xiaozhu squinted at Chen Ning and asked, I don't know, little wife, do you know? Please tell me. Chen Ning shook his head seriously. All right, Xiaozhu. Husband must not know, so let's not say anything. Bai Xiaoqin gave Chen Ning a deep look and stopped her sister from continuing to ask. Then the 3 of them tacitly stuffed the lingerie into one of the wooden boxes. The 3 sets of lingerie were just the top layer. There were still many items below, mostly things that girls could use. A few combs weren't unusual. They had those here too, but the combs here were made of wood or bamboo, not as smooth and exquisite as the cow horn comb that Chen Ning brought. Next were 3 small mirrors, palm-sized, sealed in wood-grain plastic, with a handle support for easy holding and placing on the table. Is this a copper mirror? How can it reflect such a clear image? Bai Xiaozhu was shocked again. Qinyu and Bai Xiaoqin were also stunned. Little wife, isn't this what the big wife referred to as glass? It should be called a glass mirror. Chen Ning couldn't help but interject. Right, I was wondering why it felt so familiar. It turns out to be glass. But shouldn't glass be transparent? Bai Xiaozhu nodded vigorously after a moment of surprise, then looked puzzled again. Chen Ning refrained from explaining, letting them digest it themselves. After the mirrors, there were toothbrushes, toothpaste, and even towels and soap, of which Chen Ning had taken some for himself. He felt a bit uncomfortable without toothpaste and soap. Inside, Bai Xiaozhu's excited exclamations continued, and gradually, the girl became so surprised that she was almost numb. The 3 girls were particularly fond of the soap once they understood its purpose. They loved it so much. Not only did it clean well, but it also had a pleasant fragrance. After half an hour, they finally reached the last big bag of items, which contained a pack of dry spices and seasonings. This was also the heaviest item in the package. Star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, Sichuan pepper, and dried chili, along with salt, soy sauce, MSG, sugar, and vinegar. All the bottled items with labels were taken out by Chen Ning, and the rest of the dry spices were in bulk. When Chen Ning was about to take out the seasonings, he already had an idea. Although these seasonings were quite common, they were also rare here, and worried that Qinyu and the others wouldn't understand their uses, He even included a piece of paper for explanations. After all, these were foreign items, and there was already an introduction, so Chen Ning didn't have to go to great lengths to explain. The Dayun Dynasty did have sugar, but he didn't know what plant it was extracted from, mainly because the extraction process was terribly poor, resulting in yellowish-brown lumps, which could only be considered 6 parts sweet and 4 parts bitter. Can you really put these things in food? Such a strong flavor, and with so many varieties, won't mixing them together be poisonous? The taste can't possibly be good, right? Chen Yu, who considered her cooking skills quite good, acknowledged by the sisters, felt she had the most say on the seasoning issue. This paper and handwriting are also very special. They're exquisite and high-end, Bai Xiaoqin exclaimed slightly from the side. Sister-in-law, you cook, I eat, Chen Ning said directly. He knew that if he didn't try it out, with Chen Yu's cautious character, she would likely leave the other seasonings and used except for the familiar fine salt. All right, since they are seasonings, they definitely won't make anyone sick. Let's try them when we cook later. Chen Yu smiled slightly, seeing Chen Ning's determined and expectant look. Make sure it's good. Don't ruin sister-in-law's cooking by Xiaozhu. Being a foodie, was already very satisfied with Chen Yu's skills, fearing that these random seasonings would ruin her cooking. Chen Ning smiled inwardly. Just wait. After she tasted it, she would realize how bad the food she used to call delicious was. After checking all the new and intriguing items, Chen Ning originally expected to face a barrage of questions from the 3 women, but they surprisingly didn't ask a single one. Xiao Ning, come try on the new clothes and see if anything doesn't fit. If there's anything wrong, sister-in-law will fix it for you right away. After putting everything away, Chen Yu took out the coarse linen long shirt in gray and asked Chen Ning to try it on. Chen Ning quickly collected his day's thoughts and nodded with a silly smile. The 3 women were really understanding, knowing he wouldn't explain, so they didn't bother to ask. As for the silly smile, it wasn't Chen Ning's intention, but he had genuinely gotten used to responding with a silly grin. It seemed that no one in this family was overly concerned about the issues in his mind. He really didn't know what the 3 women were thinking or if they had privately discussed anything. Chen Ning was guessing wildly in his heart, but his actions were not affected at all. Ignoring the 3 girls beside him, he directly took off his upper garment. Here, regardless of wealth, everyone wore a long robe with loose pants underneath. To be honest, such attire was quite hot in summer. However, Chen Ning couldn't directly voice his opinions. He decided to take it slow. As soon as he took off his clothes, the Bai sisters blushed a little, but they didn't shy away like yesterday. They even managed to sneak a few glances. It might be an illusion, but they felt that Chen Ning's physique today was even more fit and proportionate than yesterday. Chen Yu didn't seem to react much, but while helping Chen Ning get dressed, her face also turned slightly red. The clothes were somewhat loose by design, but they fit Chen Ning perfectly now. Chen Yu then fetched a wide cloth belt to help tie it around his waist, ensuring that the hem of the robe wouldn't hinder his movements. It didn't matter whether he tried on the pants or not. After changing into new clothes, even if they were made of coarse gray fabric, Chen Ning's temperament improved a bit. With his already handsome face complemented by the new outfit, he could be described as tall and handsome. If he were to wear a finely woven light-colored shirt, he would truly be a dashing young gentleman. The 3 girls nodded in unison, their eyes glimmering with an inexplicable color. Looks good. Sister-in-law and daughter-in-law, you should also get new clothes. Chen Ning was quite satisfied with this outfit, and of course, it also reflected his satisfaction with his own physique and appearance. When not in a hurry, let us finish your fine cloth shirt this afternoon, and then we'll make our own. The 3 of us can finish everything in 2 days. Chen Yu said with a smile after tidying up Chen Ning. All right, then I'll go get some cassava. I'll make something delicious for sister-in-law and daughter-in-law tonight. Chen Ning did not refuse the goodwill of the 3 girls. After all, there was still some time before the weather turned cold, and it wouldn't hurt for them to take a couple of days to change into new clothes. After finishing with the 3 girls, he changed back into his old sleeveless jacket and prepared to deal with the cassava. Normally, cassava needs to be soaked for more than 24 hours before it can be consumed. Here, the time is shortened. By the evening, he would let the 3 girls taste how delicious what they called poison really was. Some complex cassava dishes would not be processed in time, but he could stew some. Just as Chen Ning reached the door, he suddenly paused. At that moment, a slight wave of awareness, left in the warehouse space as a warning, reached him. It turned out that the giant eagle had awakened. If it weren't for that bit of awareness remaining in the warehouse, Chen Ning might have completely forgotten about the giant eagle's existence. Chapter 37. Threatening the giant eagle to submit after a slight pause. Chen Ning continued to walk out of the door, carrying a relatively large wooden basin. Although it was old, it was sturdy and did not leak. Holding the huge cassava, Chen Ning initially wanted to peel it with the dagger in his arms, but he thought that this item might have been stained with human blood. So he decided against it. He took the only kitchen knife at home and began to peel the cassava. The cassava skin doesn't need to be completely removed. Just making an incision allows it to be easily peeled off, with the skin resembling tree bark. The effort is mostly in removing the inner core. Besides the skin, the central core of the cassava also needs to be discarded. The three girls were initially curious, but after a few glances, they lost interest. Bai Xiaoqin continued to fiddle with her herbs, while Qin Yu and Bai Xiaozhu returned to the house to continue sewing Chen Ning's fine cloth shirt. As Chen Ning processed the cassava, he divided his consciousness to check on the situation in the warehouse. The giant eagle's injury was clearly not severe. In fact, the giant rock pressing down on it was not as damaging as the impact it suffered when it crashed into the rock. After awakening, the heavenly eagle was naturally extremely angry, but soon realized that not only was it in an unfamiliar environment, but it was also shackled by chains. This made it struggle immediately. The chains were not particularly thick, and their craftsmanship was average. With one struggle, the giant eagle nearly broke free. However, just as it prepared to struggle again to escape, it suddenly heard a few familiar chirps behind it, causing it to pause for a moment. It then discovered that its 3 children had also been captured in this strange place, which made it both angry and fearful. No matter what happened to it, it was fine, but these were the only 3 bloodlines of itself and its partner. It would rather die than see its 3 children harmed. After a few low cries to calm its 3 children, the giant eagle prepared to break the chains and escape with them. At that moment, Chen Ning's consciousness entered the warehouse. Just as the giant eagle was about to struggle again, it suddenly felt its body stiffen. Although it tried to exert force, it couldn't move at all, except for its mouth. Chirp, chirp. The giant eagle clearly experienced this strange situation for the first time and immediately emitted a terrified cry. The warehouse then lit up, which startled the giant eagle again. Chen Ning's consciousness did not need lighting in the warehouse, but now that the warehouse was powered, he was more accustomed to the light, mainly to allow the giant eagle to see its surroundings clearly. If possible, Chen Ning wanted the giant eagle to help him conduct an experiment and then see its attitude to decide whether to kill it for meat. Of course, Chen Ning's inclination was towards eating it. If he killed this big fellow, he could at least get 200 pounds of eagle meat, right? Stop calling. You are my prey now. Recognize the situation and behave. Perhaps I might spare your life. The voice from Chen Ning's consciousness directly entered the giant eagle's ears. The giant eagle had just been startled twice, and, not seeing any figure, heard the voice, which startled it again. However, it soon recognized that the voice belonged to the human who had intruded into its nest before. There was no doubt. This damned bastard not only captured it, but also its children. What kind of place was this? Where the hell was that person? The giant eagle's emotions fluctuated violently, filled with rage in its mind, but unfortunately, its body couldn't move, rendering any thoughts useless. After Chen Ning spoke to the giant eagle, he suddenly froze, followed by an uncontrollable joy. He realized that he had actually heard the giant eagle's thoughts. Just now, everything the giant eagle was thinking had transformed into language that Chen Ning clearly understood. Calling it Eagle Sister earlier was indeed correct. Although the giant eagle's voice was somewhat hoarse, it was identifiable as a middle-aged woman's tone. Could it be that when the heat within it exploded and broke the shackles, the slight fluctuation in the warehouse space gave him a new ability? Otherwise, how could he not sense Zhao Jie as thoughts at all before? Or could he only probe the thoughts of non-human beings? Chen Ning was pleasantly surprised while pondering the reasons, but still couldn't figure out the specifics. In any case, it was a good thing, and there was no need to dwell on it too much. Since he could hear the other party's thoughts, it would be much easier to deal with. Don't curse me in your heart. If I don't bring your children over, do you think they will starve to death or be eaten by other beasts? As for where this place is, I can tell you clearly. This is my world, and I can kill you with just a flick of my finger. I am right in front of you, or rather, I am omnipresent, even with your keen, eagle eyes. You cannot see me. Chen Ning answered all the questions the giant eagle had in its heart, and he felt that this feeling of showing off was truly exhilarating. Just looking at the giant eagle's shocked expression told him that this display of superiority was undoubtedly successful. The giant eagle was once again severely startled. This guy even knew its thoughts. However, even if it was thinking, it should be in eagle language, right? Chirp, chirp. The giant eagle called out to Chen Ning. No doubt about it. I understand your eagle language, and you can understand my words, right? Chen Ning asked back. Chirp, chirp. The giant eagle couldn't nod, but it chirped in response to Chen Ning, indicating that it understood and was asking what Chen Ning wanted. When outside, the giant eagle only partially understood Chen Ning's words, but here it fully comprehended Chen Ning's language. As long as it could move, things would be manageable. Now I will release you, and you will obediently submit to me. Otherwise, not only will I eat your flesh, but I will also eat your children. Chen Ning directly issued a shameless threat. You shameless human. The eagle's sister immediately cast aside all shock and was filled with rage. You only have one chance to perform. Go over there and open that door. Chen Ning's tone became very indifferent. The giant eagle trembled in its heart and soon realized that the restraints binding its body had disappeared, and the chains had also automatically loosened. Naturally, the first thought of the giant eagle was to kill Chen Ning, but it quickly realized that it couldn't even see the other party's shadow, while the other party could control it at any time. The main concern was still the children. Glancing at the noisy children behind it, the giant eagle compromised and quickly stepped to the warehouse door. Chen Ning observed nervously. He was evidently conducting an experiment. As expected, the giant eagle's immense strength was unable to open the warehouse door. Even its sharp claws couldn't inflict any damage on the seemingly fragile warehouse door. No need to try. I was originally going to eat you, but since you can be obedient, I will spare your life. However, you must demonstrate your value. Go out now and catch some meat that weighs about the same as you. Chen Ning initially wanted the giant eagle to stay here quietly, but then he thought that if he didn't utilize it quickly, he would have to feed its family of four later, and wouldn't that mean he was raising ancestors here? Do you really want me to go out to hunt? The eagle sister asked, full of confusion and even a hint of surprise. Of course. You can run away and never come back, in which case I can only fatten your children one by one and then eat them. One roasted, one steamed. One. Chen Ning's words were interrupted by a piercing cry. I choose to submit. We Tianning keep our promises and will never go back on our word. You must not harm my children. Undoubtedly, the little ones were the eagle's sister's biggest weakness. And now that it had personally admitted submission, it was indeed true submission. Chapter 38. The Legend of the Giant Eagle Inside the Warehouse Space. Chen Ning could clearly feel the eagle's sister's emotions and knew that it had truly submitted. True submission does not necessarily mean sincerity, but the result is almost the same. In any case, it would not defy Chen Ning's orders now. Chen Ning had not intended to win over the eagle's sister with virtue. You will be grateful for your decision today. Following me will bring you and your children more happiness in the future. Chen Ning was essentially painting a big picture. I want to go hunting. How do I leave here? The eagle's sister directly asked, as her children were already hungry. Wait a moment. After saying that, Chen Ning rose and walked to the back of the house. He couldn't release a giant eagle in front of the few women. Bai Xiaoqin, who was sorting herbs, didn't pay attention when Chen Ning left, thinking he went to the bathroom. Once at the back of the house, Chen Ning quickly climbed over the fence and ran for about 100 meters before entering the woods. Then, with a thought, the giant eagle appeared ahead without warning. Of course, Chen Ning was prepared. A thread of mental strength remained on the giant rock in the warehouse space, ready to smash the giant eagle if it showed any signs of abnormality. This time, he would aim directly for its head. The eagle's sister was startled again. After all, anyone who is suddenly transported to another place without warning would be shocked. Go. Try not to alarm the villagers. Just call me when you return with the prey. And remember to bring back more game. Chen Ning ignored the eagle's sister's dazed state and spoke directly. Cheap. After leaving the warehouse, the eagle's sister still understood Chen Ning's words. She might have given Chen Ning a glance, and then, with a leap, she soared into the sky and disappeared in an instant. Chen Ning shrugged and quickly returned to the courtyard. Husband, did you see that? Just now, a giant eagle flew away from our back mountain. As soon as Chen Ning turned to the front yard, he saw Bai Xiaoqin approaching with a look of surprise on her face. It was that kind of surprise, mixed with a hint of delight. Chen Ning's expression darkened. He had just said not to alarm the villagers, yet Bai Xiaoqin had seen it. I saw it too. Don't worry, big wife, the eagle has flown away. Chen Ning quickly changed his expression and comforted her. Husband, I wasn't scared. In fact, I really like the giant eagles. They are loyal and never harm others without cause. What surprised me was the legend surrounding the giant eagle. Bai Xiaoqin said, her gaze drifting towards the distant sky, her eyes somewhat vacant. A legend? Just a legend. It shouldn't be taken too seriously, regardless of whether it's good or bad. Chen Ning was taken aback to see such an expression on the little girl, and he even felt a wave of sadness from her. I understand now. Husband, I'll continue to dry the herbs. Don't work too hard. Bai Xiaoqin snapped back to reality upon hearing Chen Ning's comfort and smiled gently. Big wife, what legend is there about that giant eagle? Chen Ning was momentarily stunned by Xiaoqin's reaction. Normally, shouldn't she share that so-called legend with him? Since she wasn't saying anything, he could only press for answers. A hint of a smile flashed in by Xiaoqin's eyes. She was clearly teasing him, wanting to see if Chen Ning would be curious. This legend isn't a good thing, so I didn't want to say it, but since husband wants to know, I will tell you. Bai Xiaoqin smiled slightly at Chen Ning. Then her expression turned serious as she continued. When a giant eagle enters a village, it signifies that the world will be in chaos, either due to war or natural disasters. Although it's just a legend, it has been verified several times. Every time someone sees a giant eagle enter a human settlement, something significant happens shortly thereafter. Chen Ning was taken aback. He never expected that the family he had caught from the mountains would have such a magical and ominous power. If this legend were to come true, then the giant eagle family was indeed captured by him. Otherwise, they would still be at their nest, taking care of their young. Considering this, if the legend were true, then wouldn't the disaster be brought upon by him? Chen Ning felt a chill. The eagle was only in the mountains behind the house. It shouldn't count as truly entering the village, right? Chen Ning thought to make one last defense. Bai Xiaoqin looked at Chen Ning's expression and assumed he was frightened, smiling gently. That's right. It hasn't truly entered the village, so it doesn't necessarily have to come true. Husband, don't think too much about it. I won't think too much. Chen Ning naturally noticed Bai Xiaoqin's attempt to comfort him. He smiled foolishly on the surface, but inside he was bitterly laughing. In the past, he wouldn't have believed any ridiculous legends. They were all fabricated stories. But now it was different. He could traverse realms and had a spatial warehouse. In this unfamiliar otherworld, who knew if the legends would actually come true? Moreover, Bai Xiaoqin had said that the legend had been verified multiple times. That made it not just a legend, but a real warning. Husband, what are you going to do with this poisonous cassava after peeling and removing the core? Bai Xiaoqin directly shifted the topic, looking at the already peeled white and plump cassava, and asked Chen Ning, from now on, let's call it cassava instead of poisonous cassava. It's not only unpleasant to say, but will also feel uncomfortable to eat in the future. Chen Ning also took the opportunity to shift the topic, smiling foolishly as he corrected Bai Xiaoqin's name for cassava. Cassava? Okay, I'll listen to husband. Bai Xiaoqin nodded. This thing can be made into a lot of delicious food. Eating it raw can indeed be poisonous, but as long as it's soaked for a few hours, it will be fine. Chen Ning sighed. Really? How do you know all this, husband? Bai Xiaoqin looked puzzled. I read in a book before, and the methods are all learned from book. Chen Ning had just spoken offhandedly and could only hastily come up with a reason to deflect, just like when he was picking treasures in the mountains. It was up to them to believe it or not after he explained. That book must be lost and can't be found, right? Otherwise, it must be a treasure of a book. If I had known that cassava could be eaten, many people wouldn't have starved to death over the years. Bai Xiaoqin not only didn't ask more about the book, but also directly helped Chen Ning find a reason. Yes. Chen Ning didn't want to say more and directly sat back down in front of the cassava tub to continue peeling and extracting the core. I'm just waiting for my husband to make me something delicious. Bai Xiaoqin looked at Chen Ning's appearance and smiled slightly again, then turned to do her own thing. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Ning had processed over 100 pounds of cassava. Then he took 2 wooden buckets to fetch water from the river. There were no wells in the entire Qingshan village, as a small river flowed just outside the village. The river water was mountain spring water flowing down from mountains, clear and sweet. Chen Ning even speculated that this river water might be the waterfall he had seen in the valley. But it didn't matter. Anyway, this water was absolutely pure and unpolluted. Chen Ning made 4 trips back and forth, smashed the cassava, soaked it in water, and filled most of the water tank at home. It wasn't that Chen Ning didn't want to fill it up. It was just that the upper half of the water tank had obvious damage, causing the water to flow out. The house needs to be renovated and everything replaced with good things. It's a must. Chen Ning felt dissatisfied with this home again, thinking that this little home must be rebuilt, and in the future, he even wanted his wife and daughters to use modern equipment here. After processing the cassava, Chen Ning had nothing to do for the time being, and Bai Xiaoqin had basically finished preparing all the tianqi, so the two returned indoors together. Qin Yu's sewing skills were obviously very good, and Chen Ning was surprised to find that Bai Xiaozhu was also quite good. In less than no time, they had completed a third of a long robe. After Bai Xiaoqin joined, the speed increased a bit, and Chen Ning stood by as a spectator. Of course, it was the kind of scene that one would never tire of watching, surrounded by 3 beautiful women who would occasionally speak to him in gentle tones. No man could grow weary of it. Chen Ning looked at the beautiful scene and felt a bit dazed. Is this really the life I can have? If it's a dream, I want to die in this dream. If it's not a dream, I must protect all of this. Moreover, this is just the beginning of my happiness. Great happiness is still ahead. Time quickly approached evening, and Chen Ning's outfit made of fine cloth was completely finished. He tried it on and was naturally very satisfied. Wearing a light blue fine cloth long gown made Chen Ning look even more handsome. It gave him a subtle, scholarly elegance compared to the coarse cloth long gown he had worn before. Little Ning, I'm going to prepare dinner now. Do you want to cook the toxic cassava? Seeing that it was about time, Qin Yu smiled and asked Chen Ning. Chirp! Just as Chen Ning was about to respond to Qin Yu, he suddenly heard a not very loud eagle cry coming from the direction behind the house. Chapter 39 By Xiaoqin's understanding of the heavenly eagle, Chen Ning lightly slapped his forehead. Although the cry was not loud, he could hear it, and the 3 women indoors had no reason not to hear it. Sure enough, as soon as the call sounded, the 3 women paused slightly. Then, Bai Xiaozhu stood up directly. That's the call of the heavenly eagle. Let's go take a look. Chen Ning couldn't understand how she could tell it was a heavenly eagle from such a faint sound. After all, eagle calls should be quite similar. Bai Xiaoqin also stood up, her expression very serious. I thought it was just a coincidence, but I didn't expect the heavenly eagle to come back. Let's go together. The heavenly eagle? Yes. Is it the incarnation of the plague god? How could it be in our backyard? Qin Yu's reaction was even more extreme. Her face turned slightly pale for a moment, and she said in a trembling voice. Clearly, she knew the legend of the heavenly eagle, and that it even had a title as the incarnation of the plague god. Chen Ning scratched his head, realizing that he had really brought a disaster star home. But he felt it was just a larger eagle. Sister-in-law, the incarnation of the plague god is just something people say. The heavenly eagle itself isn't bad. The disasters aren't caused by it. Its appearance serves as a warning for people, allowing us to take some preventive measures. So it's a spiritual bird. Although the legend says that the appearance of the heavenly eagle is accompanied by disasters, Bai Xiaoqin clearly understood the reasoning better. After all, the disasters are not caused by the heavenly eagle. Rather, it plays a warning role, so Bai Xiaoqin actually liked the heavenly eagle. Bai Xiaoqin liked and respected Qin Yu and didn't want her to follow others in spreading misconceptions, so she helped correct her understanding. Qin Yu was slightly taken aback, but didn't get angry. She just nodded in confusion. After all, it's all hearsay. Since my sister-in-law says so, I will naturally listen to her. Chen Ning didn't care what the 3 women said and directly turned and walked quickly outside. At this time, he had no reason to stop the 3 women from following. At most, he would just renegotiate the meeting point and code with the heavenly eagle later. Soon, with Chen Ning in front and the 3 women behind, they climbed over the fence in the backyard and reached the edge of the forest. The heavenly eagle was initially standing, so they could see it upon arrival. However, when the heavenly eagle saw 3 figures following Chen Ning, it immediately crouched down, hiding itself in the forest. Sister-in-law, you 2 ladies, wait here for a moment. I'll go take a look first to avoid any danger. Seeing the eagle hide, Chen Ning told the 3 women to wait at the mountain's edge. Husband, this isn't the heavenly eagle's territory. We generally won't be attacked if we get closer. Bai Xiaoqin obviously knew more about the heavenly eagle and wanted to observe it more closely than Bai Xiaozhu. Ever since the legend of the heavenly eagle appeared, Bai Xiaoqin had always wanted to see this majestic spiritual bird up close, but unfortunately, she never had the chance. Be good. Wait until it's safe. And then I'll call you over, okay? Chen Ning gently coaxed Bai Xiaoqin. It was the first time Bai Xiaoqin had been coaxed like this by Chen Ning, and her little face immediately turned red, confusedly nodding. Chen Ning smiled inwardly, and then quickly ran into the forest. Don't call out, listen to me. Quietly go to the backyard later, and I'll bring you back. As soon as Chen Ning approached, the eagle was about to call out, but was immediately interrupted by Chen Ning's low voice. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Ning noticed that there were 2 sizable prey beneath the eagle. One was a wild boar, and the other was a deer. He had to say that the beasts here were quite large. Neither of these 2 prey weighed less than 300 pounds. Only an existence like the eagle could manage that. Otherwise, with a more ordinary eagle, it wouldn't even be possible to carry one. Chen Ning had a renewed understanding of the eagle's strength. The eagle looked at Chen Ning with flickering eyes, seemingly asking why he wasn't taking it back now and that it would be spotted soon. Chen Ning knew it was best to quietly take the eagle back at this time, but he had already promised Bai Xiaoqin that she could take a closer look at the heavenly eagle. Moreover, the eagle would often go out in the future, so it was good to familiarize his family with it now. That way, they wouldn't be so shocked if they encountered it later. I'll take one of the wild boars back for you and the kids as food. The remaining deer is mine. Later, my family want to see you, and after they see you, pretend to fly away. Come back when it gets a bit darker, understand? Chen Ning quickly explained the situation to the eagle, not caring how much it understood, and while speaking, he stored the wild boar's body in the warehouse. The eagle understood, and, upon hearing Chen Ning mention his family, its eyes flickered, meaning that it realized he had family too. Knowing the importance of family, you still held my child. The evil thought flashed through, but after all, it had vowed to submit. Moreover, letting him see its family could be seen as a kind of sincerity, right? The eagle had its own thoughts, but this time it completely beautified the situation in Chen Ning's favor. Ladies, come quickly. The big eagle really doesn't bite. If you don't come soon, it's going to run away. Just then, Chen Ning suddenly raised his voice and called out to the outside of the forest. Eagle's sister was startled and immediately looked at Chen Ning with disdain. If she could speak, she would want to ask him if he wanted her to stretch out a leg for him to hold. That would make the performance even more realistic. Soon, Qin Yu and the Bai sisters hurriedly ran into the woods and gathered around Chen Ning. It's really majestic. I love it so much, but what's wrong with it? Why is it so quiet? Is it injured? Bai Xiaoqin noticed the eagle lying still just a few meters away and felt something was off amidst her excitement. Maybe it's just tired from carrying its prey here. Chen Ning scratched his head and said, Wow, what a big mountain deer. The eagle is really impressive. Bai Xiaozhu only noticed the deer next to the eagle after Chen Ning mentioned the prey. Qin Yu and Bai Xiaoqin also just saw it, as all their attention had been on the eagle. However, the 2 women only glanced at the prey before their attention returned to the eagle. Feeling Bai Xiaoqin's affection and concern for her, Eagle's sister's eyes flashed with a hint of gratitude, and she stood up slightly swaying. As she stood up, her height of over 6 meters made the 3 of them appear much smaller. This is even bigger than the descriptions I read in the books. No wonder it's a legendary bird that can travel thousands of miles in a day. Bai Xiaoqin looked at the towering eagle's sister, her eyes sparkling again. Chirp, chirp. The eagle softly called out to Bai Xiaoqin a couple of times, then lowered its head to pick up the deer carcass, and surprisingly tossed it right in front of Bai Xiaoqin. Sister, is the eagle giving this prey to you? Bai Xiaozhu was stunned. Qin Yu was shocked and blank, while Chen Ning felt a headache. This guy even knows how to do a favor? After the eagle completed its action, it did not linger, called out to Bai Xiaoqin again, and then soared into the sky and flew away. Is it leaving just like that? Chen Yu said in a daze, looking somewhat adorably confused. That's great. We have deer meat to eat now. Chen Ning wanted to shift the topic to the deer meat. But just as he excitedly finished speaking, he heard a faint sobbing sound beside him. What's wrong, big wife? Chen Ning turned to see by Xiao Qin was actually crying, and he was momentarily stunned. Chen Yu and Bai Xiaozhu were also caught off guard and hurriedly went to comfort her. I'm fine, my husband. I'm just too excited. The eagle actually showed goodwill to me. It must see me as a friend. I don't know if I can see it again in the future. I hardly spoke to it. Bai Xiaoqin felt a bit shy seeing her family worried about her, and quickly explained why she was in tears. Upon hearing this reason, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect the eagle to be so human-like. It seems those people were indeed mistaken. Chen Yu sighed. Sister, I believe it will come back. Right, husband? Bai Xiaozhu comforted Bai Xiaoqin with one sentence, and then asked Chen Ning in the next. Chen Ning was taken aback, not understanding what the girl was thinking, but he nodded decisively. It will definitely come back. If it dares not to, I'll go bring it back for my big wife to ride. Husband, you're talking nonsense. How could the eagle be caught, even if it were really captured? With its unyielding character, it would surely commit suicide rather than be a mount. Bai Xiaoqin laughed at Chen Ning's words, playfully scolding him. Seeing Bai Xiaoqin's mood recover, Chen Ning grinned foolishly and stepped forward to lift the wild deer onto his shoulder, saying, Wives, let us go home and eat some meat. The wild deer weighed about 350 pounds. Chen Ning thought he might find it a bit heavy, but in the end, he underestimated his own strength. Carrying the deer on his shoulder felt like carrying an ordinary package. I really don't know what my current strength limit is. The three women were clearly surprised by Chen Ning's feat, but then their faces broke into happy smiles. Having a strong man at home gave them a sense of security. Once back home, Chen Ning decided not to work on the cassava for now, since it's best soaked for over a day. First, he would deal with the deer. As a skilled hunter, Chen Ning, having merged with the memories, found this task to be a piece of cake. In less than 10 minutes, he had completely skinned the deer and broken down the meat into pieces. He simply cleaned the intestines, preparing to throw them to the little eagle in the warehouse later, since Chen Ning didn't want to eat the innards of such wild animals. Moreover, no one in Dayun Dynasty would eat the innards of any animal. With so much meat, we definitely can't finish it all. The weather is still hot, and it might spoil by tomorrow. The three women looked at the pile of deer meat, feeling happy, yet somewhat troubled. How about we sell some in the village? Bai Xiaoqin hesitated for a moment before suggesting an idea. It would be a waste to throw it away if we can't eat it all. Although the villagers can be a bit annoying, we can at least make some money from them, right? Chen Ning initially wanted to reject Bai Xiaoqin's idea. With his petty nature, he didn't want the villagers to gain any advantage from him. But then he thought if he sold it at a high price. If they couldn't afford it, they could only watch him eat at home. As for not being able to finish it, Chen Ning had ways to handle that. The simplest would be to make it into cured meat. Although deer meat is low in fat and might not taste as good as pork cured meat, as long as it could be preserved for a long time, a little loss in taste was completely acceptable. As for the method of making cured meat, Chen Ning was quite familiar with it. At this moment, Chen Ning also thought that he should get a freezer for the house or make a cold cellar. A refrigerator or freezer wouldn't be possible without electricity, but he could secretly gather a lot of ice to fill the cold cellar. His women must not suffer any deprivation when it comes to food in the future. So it's settled. Xiaozhu and I will go sell the meat, and sister-in-law and big wife can boil some deer meat at home. When we get back, I'll cook for you. Chen Ning grinned foolishly and clearly defined the roles. Okay, but Xiaoning, don't get into a conflict with the villagers. After all, we still have to live in the village. Chen Yu did not oppose, but just reminded him. Chen Ning nodded in acknowledgement, but didn't really care. He knew selling meat wouldn't be smooth. Anyone who wanted to take advantage would first have to ask the knife in the fool's hand if it was willing. After laying some leaves on the ox cart, Chen Ning loaded most of the deer meat onto the cart. After thinking for a moment, he took the deer head and hooves off the cart, deciding to keep those to eat himself, as they should be brought back just as they were taken out. In the end, about 80 pounds of deer meat was loaded onto the cart. Although this mountain deer weighed around 350 pounds after skinning, removing the head and hooves, and gutting it, the net meat was only a little over 110 pounds. Naturally, there was no scale at home, and it all relied on Chen Ning's sense of touch, which was pretty accurate. Of course, Chen Ning knew that when he sold the meat, the villagers would definitely bring scales when they saw he didn't have one. Bai Xiaozhu was clearly happy that Chen Ning was taking her along, bouncing alongside old Cao Chen. Husband, how many copper coins are we selling per pound? After walking for a while, Bai Xiaozhu suddenly thought of a crucial question. 30 copper coins per pound, Chen Ning said very straightforwardly, clearly having thought about the price already. Isn't that a bit expensive? Can the villagers afford it? Bai Xiaozhu was stunned, feeling at that moment that her husband was being a bit too greedy. Beef in town is 20 copper coins. This is deer meat. The big wife said deer meat is very nourishing, and we're even delivering it to their doorstep. I think that is quite cheap, Chen Ning said decisively again. Chen Ning truly believed this. After all, this was wild deer meat, which could sell for $100 a pound on Earth, and here was only equivalent to 31 copper coins per pound, which he thought was quite fair. I feel we'll be able to bring the deer meat home without any issues. Bai Xiaozhu pouted. Don't worry, 30 is just the initial price. We'll have discounts in the end, ensuring we can sell some. Chen Ning smiled slightly. What discounts? Bai Xiaozhu had a puzzled expression. What was her husband thinking? You'll find out soon, Chen Ning teased. Before long, the two of them pulled the cart into the village. There was only this one road in Qingshan village, and usually there were very few people walking around since it was quiet. Most villagers were coming back from a day's work, and not many families were having dinner. So many were preparing to rest. Freshly hunted deer meat, steaming and nourishing. As soon as Chen Ning entered the village, he shouted at the top of his lungs. A nearby woman, who was cooking porridge for dinner, was startled by his shout and shivered. Who is the fool scaring me? Selling deer meat? She cursed, but then quickly realized what he was shouting about, and her eyes lit up. Deer meat was a rare delicacy that could replenish energy and blood. Since he hunted in the mountains, it must be cheap, so she decided to buy half a gene. After his shout, Chen Ning didn't linger, moving to shout in front of another house, quickly pulling the cart to the center of the village. He figured most villagers had already heard, so he simply parked and prepared to sell. I was wondering who scared me. Turns out it's Ning the fool. This fool is going to get rich with so much deer meat. That mountain deer must weigh over 200 gene. Everyone hurry up, it'll be gone soon. The villagers began to chatter as they saw Chen Ning stop. At first, one woman encouraged everyone to rush for the meat, but once she finished speaking, everyone looked at her, and no one approached the ox cart or Chen Ning. Everyone knew about Chen Ning's outburst yesterday. In Qingshan village, aside from Zhao Yutian, who was often not in the village, the biggest bully was Wang Jinggang. But that guy had offended Ning the fool and was now still at home in a coma. With that, who would dare provoke this fool? Chapter 41. Made 1,500 copper coins, Miss Chen. How much is your deer meat? Some villagers began to ask about the price, not daring to ask Chen Ning directly, or knowing it was pointless to ask a fool. So they turned to Bai Xiaozhu instead. 30 copper coins a gene. Although Bai Xiaozhu felt Chen Ning's price was a bit high, she didn't hesitate to quote it in front of the unfriendly villagers. What? 30 copper coins a gene? That is highway robbery. Do you think we're fools? Not buying, absolutely not buying. As expected, the villagers erupted in discussion and curses upon hearing the price. If you're not buying, then it's this price. Beef in town is only 20 copper coins a gene. This is deer meat, hunted by my husband at risk in the mountains, delivered right to your door. What is wrong with charging a bit more? Can beef nourish like deer meat? Bai Xiaozhu explained Chen Ning's reasoning with a serious face. This may be what you say, but it's still too expensive. Miss Chen, can you sell it cheaper? If everyone buys, you'll sell it all. Otherwise, if you keep it at home, it'll spoil by tomorrow. Yeah. Make it cheaper. If everyone buys, it'll help you. Right. How about 5 copper coins for 3 gene? I'll take 2 gene. I'll take 2 gene too. I'll help a bit more. I want 5 gene. Before Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu could say anything else, the villagers had already set a new price for the deer meat. And, judging by their expressions, they truly believed the deer meat was now 3 copper coins a gene. The most ridiculous part wasn't the price being lowered tenfold, but that they were willing to buy meat at that price, while pretending it was for Chen Ning's benefit. At that moment, Chen Ning directly stabbed a dagger into the cart's yoke, leaving only the handle sticking out. Instantly, the scene fell silent. Chen Ning got it, showing signs of a potential outburst, and shouted, "Anyone who dares to snatch my meat will have their own meat cut to take back. My big wife said that those who buy 2 jin can have an extra 2 liang, but no less than that." This was Chen Ning's way of offering a discount. He originally intended to sell 2 jin for 50 copper coins, but after calculating, it was still better to give a bit more meat. Plus, the villagers would feel that the extra meat was a freebie, which would lessen the feeling of a price drop. Sure enough, after hearing Chen Ning's words, the villagers' eyes began to flicker, and as they struggled to process what was happening, they felt there was a deal to be had. 2 jin plus 2 liang. If I buy 20 jin, do I get an extra 2 jin? One villager seemed to discover the big bargain, his eyes shining as he asked. Chen Ning looked at this guy's expression, almost laughing out loud, but put on a confused look. "Wait, that is not right. I'm the one getting the short end of the stick. I'm not selling anymore." Chen Ning first nodded, then suddenly shouted as if he had realized something, clearly not wanting to lose out. "No, you said it. It's your big wife's rule. You have to listen to your wife, right? You can't go back on your word." The other villagers didn't understand what was happening. Seeing Chen Ning backtrack, they really thought he had lost out, and they all began shouting loudly. Bai Xiaozhu was a bit stunned. Were her husband's brains sick? Or were these people just really foolish? This was a bit too silly, right? "Little wife, what should we do? We're going to lose out," Chen Ning said, looking displeased as he glanced at Bai Xiaozhu. Since you said it, let us stick to it." "Losing out is fine," Bai Xiaozhu said, trying hard not to laugh. "All right, then hurry up. I'll sell to you people. Anyone else who comes, I want to sell," Chen Ning reluctantly said after hearing Bai Xiaozhu's words. "Quick, everyone buy together, and we'll split the extra." The clever villager who had started the suggestion began to organize again. Qingshan village wasn't large, with just over 50 households, and at this point, about 30 households were present. After a flurry of chatter, these villagers collectively bought 50 jin of deer meat, and Chen Ning ended up giving an extra 5 jin. Once the meat was cut, some villagers brought their own scales. After confirming that no meat was missing, Chen Ning quickly took the remaining 20+ jin of meat, along with Bai Xiaozhu and a bag of copper coins, and left. It looked as if they had really taken a big loss, and didn't want to sell any more of the remaining meat. In reality, they were worried that these guys would figure it out and backtrack. They weren't really foolish. It was just their first time encountering such a business method, and they were so focused on getting a deal that they forgot to calculate how much cheaper the meat actually was. After Chen Ning left, the villagers began to divide the meat, and indeed some started to feel something was off, but since they had already paid, all they could do was get as much meat as possible. Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu quickly returned home, leaving the ox cart behind the courtyard wall, mostly out of sight. "Why are you back so quickly?" Bai Xiaoqin asked, confused. She and Qin Yu had just cut 10 jin of meat into pieces and hadn't even boiled the water yet. Sister closed the door quickly. "I feel those villagers will come looking for us later," Bai Xiaozhu said nervously. "Looking for us? What is going on?" Qin Yu came out after hearing the noise. "It's like this, husband." Bai Xiaozhu quickly explained the situation, feeling a bit nervous about those people coming back for a refund, but also showing admiration for Chen Ning. 30 copper coins a jin, sold 50 jin, and then gave an extra 5 jin. Although Qin Yu was stupid, she didn't immediately grasp it. The price was high, but 5 jin for free seemed like they were losing out. Fortunately, she quickly realized, her eyes flashing with disbelief. "Sister-in-law, I made a lot of copper coins. Here are some for you and the wife." Chen Ning walked over, one hand carrying the remaining 20+ jin of meat, and the other hand holding a tattered cloth bag filled with copper coins. It was exactly 1,500 copper coins, weighing about 20 jin. Qin Yu was so stunned, she almost couldn't hold it as she took it. After a while, the family of 4 returned to the room. The tattered cloth bag spread out on the wooden box revealed a pile of counted copper coins strung together. "My dear, you have quite the business talent. My sister-in-law and I thought selling a dozen pounds would be good, and we estimated that each pound would sell for about 10 copper coins," Bai Xiaoqin said with a smile as she looked at Chen Ning. She understood Chen Ning's strategy right away, which made her even more amazed by his intellect. This was not just about business acumen. He had calculated the villagers' psychology as well. If the villagers had been a bit less rowdy and had remained calm, These meats probably wouldn't have sold at all. Hee hee, I need to use the restroom. I'll be back to eat meat, Chen Ning said with a silly smile before turning and running out. He had just sensed the presence of the heavenly eagle, a subtle feeling, and it was very close. Sure enough, when Chen Ning turned to the back of the house, he saw the heavenly eagle crouched by the edge of the forest less than 100 meters away. At this time, the sky was slightly dimming, and with the eagle's gray-black feathers, no one would have noticed it if it didn't get close. That's right, next time, let's not call out. Try to come back when it's darker, Chen Ning thought as he quickly approached, patted the eagle's wings, and stored it in his warehouse space. Back in the house, Chen Ning first dealt with the deer head and hooves, which were seldom eaten in Dayun Dynasty. The women shook their heads in disdain, and under the pretext of throwing them away, Chen Ning stored them in the warehouse. He planned to keep them for later once he had a refrigerator. For now, they would serve as food for the eagle and the children, as he was too lazy to deal with them. After returning, Chen Ning prepared to fulfill his earlier promise and cook the deer meat. However, the deer meat needed to be cooked thoroughly, which would take some time. So Chen Ning started fiddling with some cassava. He decided he wanted cassava starch. Once he had starch, it would be convenient for whatever he wanted to make in the future. Cassava noodles, cassava cakes, cassava pancakes, crystal dumpling skins, taro balls, and more, all made from cassava starch. Of course, cassava has quite a few industrial uses, but Chen Ning didn't need those. Rather than wasting time researching them, it was better to trade the cassava with Zhao Jie for finished products. After a moment, the deer meat was ready. With the three women watching curiously and moved, Chen Ning officially began cooking. They were touched because they had never seen any man in Dayun Dynasty cook for his wife. The chefs in restaurants did it for work, but they would never cook at home. Chen Ning didn't think too much about it. He first cut some small pieces of deer meat and cooked them in a clay pot with the original broth, adding some cassava chunks. At this moment, the newly collected seasonings came in handy. A bit of star anise and cinnamon, a little soy sauce and MSG, and of course, salt was essential. He covered the pot and simmered it for 10 minutes. Taking advantage of this simmering time, Chen Ning began to stir-fry the deer meat. It was actually quite simple, spicy stir-fried deer meat. This should have been made with raw meat, but Chen Ning preferred using cooked meat for quick frying. Similar to spicy shredded meat, Dayun Dynasty didn't even have chili peppers, but Chen Ning had brought back some dried red Sichuan peppers. Unfortunately, there were no fresh ingredients in the warehouse. If he had scallions, ginger, and garlic, it would have been perfect. However, even without those, as Chen Ning heated the oil and added the dried peppers, the aroma that wafted out was enough to astonish the three women. "Hubby, what is this? It's so spicy, but it also smells a bit good." By Xiaozhu couldn't help but ask Chen Ning first. This is called spicy stir-fry, also known as pungent stir-fry. Unfortunately, there are no cilantro or scallions. Otherwise, it would make you drool, Chen Ning said with a grin, quickly tossing the deer meat into the pan and stir-frying it rapidly. The heat was quite strong, and since the meat was already cooked, a few quick stir-fries, seasoning with salt and MSG, and it was ready to be served. So fragrant. This time, even by Xiaoqin and Qin, you couldn't help but exclaim. They had originally wanted to ask what cilantro, scallions, and garlic were, but the aroma had completely overwhelmed them. This was definitely the first time they had smelled such a fragrance. It was slightly pungent, even making their eyes feel uncomfortable. But there was a mouth-watering scent wafting into their noses. Momins latte. A large pot of cassava stew with deer meat and a big plate of spicy stir-fried deer meat were placed on the table. Although there were only 2 dishes, the portions were substantial. "It smells so good. Hubby, can we really eat this cassava?" Bai Xiaozhu had swallowed her saliva many times but was still trying to hold back. She looked at the large bowl of cassava and asked again. "I'll eat it in front of you." Chen Ning answered Bai Xiaozhu's question with action. Qin Yu and Bai Xiaoqin wanted to stop him, but they were clearly a step too slow. Chen Ning directly picked up a piece of cassava and stuffed it into his mouth. Cassava did not have the soft, mushy texture of other tubers. Instead, it was somewhat soft and sticky, yet retained a bit of resilience, with a bouncy texture similar to glutinous rice cakes. Coupled with a moderate saltiness and the aroma of the deer meat, it wasn't exceptionally delicious, but it was definitely good. "It's delicious, sisters. Hurry and eat." After finishing a bite, Chen Ning called for the 3 women to join in. He knew that this cassava wouldn't be poisonous, so there was no need to worry. The three women exchanged glances and nodded slightly. They decided to eat the cassava first instead of the deer meat. However, when they put the cassava in their mouths, there was a hint of bravery in their expressions. Chen Ning smiled and waited, believing they would soon change their minds. Wow, sure enough. The first to react was Bai Xiaozhu. After exclaiming, she widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Chen Ning, saying, "Hubby, it's really delicious." Fen Ning replied, "You haven't tasted me yet." Qin Yu and Bai Xiaoqin also snapped back from their earlier delight and nodded vigorously, clearly conquered by the flavor as well. It's delicious, right? Actually, this isn't the best. If we had scallions, ginger, and garlic added, it would be truly delicious, Chen Ning mentioned again. Xiao Ning, what are those things you mentioned? How do you know about them? Qin Yu finally remembered to ask. I read about them in a book. I didn't think about it before, but recently, I don't know why, all these thoughts have come back to me. There are many other things, but I lost that book. Chen Ning wanted to say he wasn't pretending and that he had traveled here, but in the end, he held back. Bai Xiaoqin and Bai Xiaozhu exchanged glances. They realized it was again something he read from that book. The sisters were very tacit and didn't press further, even interrupting Qin Yu, who was about to ask more, and focus their attention on the plate of spicy deer meat. Be careful with this. If you can't handle spicy food, eat less. Chen Ning reminded the three women as they zeroed in on the spicy stir-fried deer meat. Even though the dried peppers were primarily aromatic, they were also quite spicy. Is it spicy? Like the kind of spicy from alcohol? I can eat it. I'll go first. Bai Xiaozhu was already impatient. Having eaten the toxic root, she wasn't afraid of this fragrant little thing. She directly picked up a piece of meat and a dried pepper together with her chopsticks and stuffed them into her mouth. The combination of the meat's aroma and the spiciness of the dried pepper exploded in her mouth, turning Bai Xiaozhu's fair face bright red, and she stopped chewing, looking at Chen Ning with teary eyes. If you can't handle it, spit it out and drink some water to ease it. Chen Ning knew this girl had been overwhelmed by the spiciness and handed her a bowl of water he had prepared. No. Bai Xiaozhu surprisingly managed to swallow it. After a few quick chews, she gulped it down. Spicy, so spicy, but really delicious. Bai Xiaozhu fanned her mouth and then took another bite of the mixture, only to be overwhelmed by the spiciness again, crying out in surprise. Qin Yu and Bai Xiaoqin were both stunned. Why was there such a reaction to eating this stir-fried deer meat? They were clearly in tears, but still eating while crying, unable to resist their curiosity. The two girls also started eating, and like Bai Xiaozhu, they took a piece of meat along with a dried pepper. Chen Ning thought about stopping them, but in the end, he didn't say anything. The results were predictable. Soon, both women also turned bright red, and beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. Soon, Chen Ning was slightly surprised to find that the one who could eat the spiciest was actually Qin Yu. Although Qin Yu was also struggling with the spiciness. The more she ate, the brighter her eyes became. Before long, a plate of spicy stir-fried dishes was completely finished. After all, it was meat stir-fried with chili peppers, not chili peppers stir-fried with meat, and the quantity of dried peppers was far less than that of the meat. It turned out that eating just the meat was so delicious. Bai Xiaozhu then let out a sigh, as if she had finally found the right way to eat. This dinner can be said to have completely refreshed the three women's definition of delicious food. Qin Yu had to admit that only with the support of overseas seasonings could the dishes be considered real dishes, especially this stir-fry. The taste was far better than the originally boiled dishes. After dinner, the sky turned completely dark. Chen Ning took the three women to smoke the remaining deer meat and hung it outside to dry. Then, under the unusual gaze of the Bai sisters, Chen Ning hurriedly said goodnight and went back to his room. Chen Ning could feel that as long as he opened his mouth to ask, at least one of the sisters would accompany him to the bridal chamber. However, he had already firmly decided not to rebuild this house and would not hastily consummate the marriage without a good environment. Moreover, it was only the second day. Hastily consummating the marriage would also be disrespectful to the sisters. Zhao Yutian would come to collect debts tomorrow, and Chen Ning had no psychological burden about it anymore. Not even worried about his sister-in-law Qin Yu. This was the confidence that money brought. Chen Ning did not lie down to sleep this time, but consciously entered the warehouse space. Zhao Jie clearly would not come today, and Chen Ning was here to check on Sister Ying's family's condition and to ask whether the rumors about her in the outside world were true. When Chen Ning entered, Sister Ying had already divided the wild boar into pieces, stacking most of the pork in a corner, while the rest was being torn apart to feed the three little ones. After observing for a while, Chen Ning finally spoke. If he didn't speak, Sister Ying would never know of his arrival. Upon hearing Chen Ning's voice, Sister Ying's reaction was not very big, but the three little eagles reacted quite a bit. The little eagles were not scared but were making excited calls, seeming very eager to get close to Chen Ning. I'll set up a new home for you, and try to keep things clean in the future. Garbage and waste will be fixed in one place, and I'll regularly take care of it. After teasing the three little eagles with his thoughts, Chen Ning built them a new nest. The materials for building the nest were sourced on-site, using the large household appliances left behind to enclose a corner of the warehouse, and inside, he laid down a thick layer of cardboard and waste paper that had been taken apart. This was much more comfortable than their original branches. After some effort, Chen Ning formally inquired Sister Ying about her legends. Chapter 43. Zhao Youtian's threat. As soon as he asked, Chen Ning was somewhat stunned. He initially thought the tales of the heavenly eagle predicting disasters were just legends, and that the heavenly eagle itself was not aware of such things. But the result was just the opposite. Sister Ying clearly stated that she knew such legends existed. Or rather, it was not a legend. The heavenly eagles indeed had such early warning abilities. It wasn't some special power, but rather that their information network was quite extensive, with almost all birds being their spies. Natural disasters aside, wild beasts had a natural sense of impending disasters. As for wars, various birds would discover some clues, and then the heavenly eagles would go to see the excitement, only to be discovered by people. How to put it? The heavenly eagle was a secondary king among birds. As long as their numbers weren't too many, the female eagles would stay home to raise their young, while the male eagles would roam around to see the excitement, somewhat neglecting their families. What about the father of your children? Chen Ning suddenly thought of Sister Ying's husband. Heavenly eagles were more devoted to their feelings than humans, so they practiced monogamy and would not have another partner for their entire lives. Don't worry, he won't come to take revenge on you because he fell after battling the Dragon King. When Sister Ying spoke of her husband, she was slightly sad, but mostly proud. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was like this. What happened to the Dragon King in the end? Chen Ning apologized, then couldn't help but be curious. The Dragon King was heavily injured and fled. He should have died somewhere. Sister Ying clearly did not want to discuss this matter any further. Chen Ning prudently kept silent and did not ask more. After staying in the warehouse space for a while, he fiddled with the jewelry he had brought out for the three women and some gold and silver ornaments he was preparing to exchange for money. Then he exited the space and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Chen Ning found that all three women were already up in the kitchen, so he dared to go to the toilet. After Chen Ning's demonstration last night, Qin had already begun to try cooking, no longer just boiling. In fact, stir-frying was quite simple. After watching it once, women with some cooking experience could generally manage it. Afterward, Chen Ning dealt with a large basin of soaked cassava. He removed the floating debris on the surface, leaving a thick layer of cassava flour settled at the bottom of the basin, which he scooped out and placed on a larger piece of wood to dry. After breakfast, before the three women finished tidying up the kitchen, the moment they had been anticipating arrived. Qin family, ladies of the Chen family, are you ready? I, Zhao Youtian, have come to take you away. With a shout, the fence gate was brutally kicked open, and Zhao Youtian, with his towering figure, walked into the yard. This guy was indeed impatient, arriving so early. Moreover, he was not hiding his intentions towards Qin Yu and the Bai sisters at all. It was clear that he was certain that Chen Ning's family could not gather more than 9 taels of silver. I'll go get the money. Qin Yu went straight into the room and quickly took out an old handkerchief that contained 8 taels of scattered silver pieces and 2 strings of copper coins. These copper coins were obviously the 1,500 copper coins from selling the deer meat last night, which converted to about 1.5 taels of silver. Taking out the copper coins clearly indicated that she did not want the villagers to know that her family still had extra money. Chen Ning fiddled with the dagger in his hand and walked out of the room with the 3 women. It would be one thing if this guy just took the money and left, but if he dared to have any other thoughts, Chen Ning guaranteed he wouldn't let him off easily. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw that a large group of villagers was actually following Zhao Yutian. The expressions of these villagers were evidently unfriendly, especially when they saw Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu. They seemed to be gritting their teeth. Chen Ning certainly knew why these villagers had such expressions, but he didn't care at all. In fact, he felt disdainful. Really wanted to ask these people if the deer meat was delicious last night. Of course, Chen Ning only thought about it. It was better not to actively provoke hatred at this time. Dealing with Zhao Yutian was the primary concern. Qin family, ladies, our agreed time has come. Is the money ready? Zhao Yutian saw Qin Yu holding a large string of copper coins, but he didn't mind. He had already heard the villagers discussing Chen Ning selling deer meat last night. He felt a bit jealous of the fool's good fortune, but was not worried. The deer meat had only sold for a bit over a tael of silver. He didn't believe that a fool and 3 weak women could gather 8 taels of silver in 3 days. The money is all here. How about the loan agreement? Qin Yu took the initiative to step forward and indicated the silver in her hand to Zhao Yutian. You've gathered enough money? That's impossible. Zhao Yutian's face changed as he shouted loudly when he saw the wallet in Qin Yu's hand. He had come today intending to bring the beauty home. But what did he hear? They had enough money. Not only was Zhao Yutian disbelieving, but the other villagers also couldn't believe it. But then they thought of something. The Bai sisters had brought back so many things from the town. Who could guarantee that there was no silver among those dowries? It must be so. Zhao the rich. It should be the dowries of those 2 young ladies. A villager immediately stepped forward with a flattering demeanor to inform Zhao Yutian. Dowries? This is impossible. If there was so much dowry, they would have shown some signs before. Zhao Yutian is not as easily deceived as an ordinary villager. The money is here, and everyone is a witness, so hurry up and bring the loan contract. Qin Yu urged again, reminding them that they wouldn't explain where the money came from, and it had nothing to do with them. Zhao Yutian's expression turned ugly, his gaze constantly scanning Qin Yu and the Bai sisters, feeling extremely unwilling. However, the money was in front of him, and it would be difficult to default on it, and he certainly had to accept it. Nearly 10 taels of silver, which, while not much for him, was still not insignificant. He was just a small landowner in a town, and compared to those who truly had wealth, he was nothing. Just the young Master Lu that Chen Ning met, who carried pocket money that nearly equaled half of his entire fortune. Did Zhao Yutian want to go back on his word? Bai Xiaoqin, seeing Zhao Yutian hesitate, said sarcastically, "What a joke. I, Zhao Yutian, have always been trustworthy. Since the money is enough, let's take it, and I'll give you the loan contract." After changing his expression twice, Zhao Yutian finally took out the loan contract. Qin Yu revealed the silver from her handkerchief, which, along with the copper coins, amounted to exactly 9.5 taels. Under the envious gaze of the villagers, Qin Yu snatched the loan note, and after Bai Xiaoqin confirmed it was real, she tore it to shreds on the spot. Zhao Yutian, we have cleared our debt today. Our family is too poor to entertain, and all the fellow villagers can go home now. After tearing up the debt note, Qin Yu felt much more relaxed, and her tone became much firmer as she directly sent them away. Qin, don't think that paying back the money is enough. You know my intentions very well. You and these 2 young ladies will eventually fall in my hands. I believe it won't be long before you come to my house to find me. Zhao Yutian suddenly said to Qin Yu as he left, casting a cold sneer at the Bai sisters. Chen Ning immediately tightened his grip, almost throwing the knife. Just as he was about to move, he was quietly tugged by Bai Xiaoqin at the hem of his clothes. Chen Ning frowned slightly, then understood Bai Xiaoqin's concern. He couldn't show too much right now. However, this matter certainly couldn't end well. Since this guy dared to say such things, there would definitely be schemes later. What was the best way to eliminate danger? Chen Ning narrowed his eyes, a flash of killing intent passing through them. Chapter 44. Taking a detour to ambush Zhao Yutian left, with only a few villagers trailing behind him, while more stayed at Chen Ning's house. Do you have any other business? Qin Yu still had a bad attitude towards these villagers. It could be said that in Qingshan village, the only household that had a good relationship with Qin Yu was a widow who, like her, had lost her husband and had a child. What else do you want? Yesterday, Chen Ning sold us deer meat at a high price, and we want our money back. A woman shouted loudly with a gloomy face. Want money? You were the ones who wanted to buy it. We didn't force you, and why do you say that deer meat was overpriced? Bai Xiaozhu immediately retorted. hands on her hips. Deer meat is hardly sold in the market, and the price is determined by the seller. If you think it's expensive, you don't have to buy it. If you try to rob my family of money, I'll kill you. Chen Ning finally had an opportunity to act, pulling out a small dagger and preparing to stab that woman. The fool is going to kill. The woman screamed when she saw Chen Ning approaching with a knife and immediately turned to run outside. Chen Ning scoffed. He was still quite far away. Bai Xiaozhu, watching the scene, almost laughed. At this moment, she truly felt fortunate to have married this fool, Chen Ning. Often, his foolishness was very useful. The other villagers who initially came with the intention of demanding money also left, having witnessed Chen Ning's craziness. They looked at each other and finally left in a dejected manner. Husband, we need to be careful of Zhao Yutian. His previous comment suggests he might resort to threats to force us to comply. If that happens, we should move. After everyone left, Bai Xiaoqin spoke to Chen Ning with concern. Qin Yu's face turned pale, and she quickly nodded in agreement, saying, yes, let us move to the town. With our current money, we could buy a small courtyard there. No, I'm not afraid of Zhao Yutian. Our crops haven't been harvested yet, and Zhao Yutian lives in the town too. Chen Ning immediately shook his head in refusal, saying he had no reason to fear a small local bully. He had his own ideas. If you want to blame someone, blame Zhao Yutian for bringing this upon himself. Chen Ning's words left the three women silent. Sister-in-law wives, don't be afraid. I can protect you. You go home and continue making clothes. I'll go to the mountains. Chen Ning reassured the three women. Zhao Yutian had just left, and if he chased after him now, he would definitely catch up. However, since Zhao Yutian had martial skills, Chen Ning needed to do one more thing first. When Bai Xiaozhu heard that Chen Ning was going into the mountains, her eyes sparkled. She remembered Chen Ning saying that next time he went into the mountains, he would take her with him. However, just as Bai Xiaozhu was excited for less than 2 seconds, she heard her sister say, husband, be careful. We'll wait for you at home, and Xiaozhu will help me with the herbs. Bai Xiaozhu's expression immediately fell. Xiao Ning, what are you going into the mountains for? Qin Yu asked. In the past, Chen Ning went into the mountains to hunt small animals to improve their living conditions. Now that their situation had improved, they had enough silver, and even the deer meat he brought back yesterday, to pick up treasures. Once I get rich, I'll buy a big house and hire a bunch of servants to protect and serve my sisters-in-law and wives. Chen Ning said with a silly smile. Although his words were somewhat dismissive, they were also sincere. However, no matter what he did, the threat had to be resolved first. When the three women heard Chen Ning's words, they were all stunned for a moment, then became deeply moved. They had wanted to say that with the several dozen taels of silver at home, getting a big house was completely doable, but hiring servants and guards was not very realistic. After all, hiring more than one person would require long-term payment unless they purchased slaves. However, in the end, none of the three reminded Chen Ning, clearly not wanting to discourage him, letting him discover the reality slowly. Chen Ning could sense the thoughts of the three women, but he felt no need to explain. Once he had the chance to find some treasures, they would believe him. Chen Ning did not waste too much time and quickly slipped into the mountains through the backyard. Once in the mountains, Chen Ning began to run quickly, heading towards the main road in the town. While running, he also split some of his attention to check on the warehouse space. Zhao Jia had not come yet. He wondered if this Zhao boss would keep his promise and send him things. Of course, it was still a bit early for the agreed time. Sister Eagle and the three little eagles were still comfortably living in the cardboard nest they had made for them before, and there were some wild boar carcasses and deer heads and hooves left over from yesterday nearby. Sister Eagle, can you take me for a flight around? Chen Ning looked at the comfortable Tianying and suddenly had an idea, directly asking the Tianying. Cheap. The Tianying was first startled by Chen Ning's sudden voice, then realized what he had just said. Impossible. Although our Tianying is only a second-tier king, we are still noble rulers of the sky and cannot be used as riding tools by humans. Sister Eagle unhesitatingly rejected Chen Ning, with a hint of say it again and we'll break off our friendship. Chen Ning squinted and smiled. The main reason for the refusal is that the offered chips are not enough. I don't want to force you. I just want to ask what conditions you need. Eagle's sister? Tianying was somewhat confused by Chen Ning's way of thinking. After a moment of contemplation, she actually thought about what she wanted. No, there was nothing that could make her a noble person give up her last shred of dignity. But what if this guy used her children as a threat? If you let go of my 3 children, I would consider letting you ride me once, Eagle's sister said to Chen Ning without hesitation. Just that? That's fine. But are you sure that if I let them go now, they can survive in the harsh jungle without your care? Chen Ning readily agreed, but then retorted to Tianing. Of course, Chen Ning couldn't let Xiaoying go. Otherwise, there would be no restraint on Tianing. He didn't have any kind of enslavement contract from the fantasy world. Chirp. Tianing was caught off guard by Chen Ning's question. She clearly realized she had been thinking too simply. All right, when they grow a bit bigger, I will let them go free. For now, I'm not forcing you to be a mount. I just think we should interact like friends, Chen Ning said with a slight smile. Friends don't imprison and threaten each other, Eagle's sister replied, somewhat displeased. But she could also hear that her resentment towards Chen Ning had lessened a bit because of his words. At that time, we were in a hostile relationship. I was actually going to catch you for meat, Chen Ning said with another smile. While Chen Ning communicated with Eagle's sister without barriers, his body never stopped moving. After running for a while, Chen Ning felt a bit disappointed. The heat flow in his body had not appeared again, indicating that the amount of exercise was still not enough. After bypassing 2 hills, he saw the main road leading to the town in the distance. Unless Zhao Yutian rode a horse at full speed, Chen Ning believed he had not yet reached this position. Chapter 45. An unexpected situation. Chen Ning was uncertain when Zhao Yutian would leave Qingshan village, so he was prepared to wait for a long time. In fact, Chen Ning hoped Zhao Yutian would be as late as possible because he also needed to wait for his weapon. Without a suitable weapon, Chen Ning didn't have much confidence in defeating Zhao Yutian. After all, that guy had been a soldier and a bandit, and he had skills. Of course, Chen Ning was here for a reason. Someone like Eagle's sister was knocked out by his move, so Zhao Yutian would definitely be smashed into meat paste. However, this move had to be used with utmost caution. It couldn't be discovered by anyone, and there couldn't be any mistakes. If he couldn't kill Zhao Yutian in one blow and let him escape, it would definitely lead to great trouble. Chen Ning sat on the hillside, his gaze fixed on the distant road, occasionally splitting a bit of his consciousness to check the situation in the warehouse. Time passed, and after 2 hours, it was nearly 10 o'clock. There was still no movement in the warehouse, but 2 figures appeared far down the road. One of them looked obviously tall and strong. Even without seeing clearly, Chen Ning could basically confirm the identity of the other person. The other one. There are actually 2 people? This made Chen Ning frown slightly. From a distance, the other figure was obviously much smaller, barely reaching Zhao Youqian's armpit. Upon closer inspection, it was likely a woman. Chen Ning pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to wait to see the situation clearly. He would never show mercy, but he also absolutely did not want to shed innocent blood. When the 2 people were still a few hundred meters away, Chen Ning quietly descended from the mountain. The wild grass was high near the road, and by slightly bending down, Chen Ning could hide well, unless the other party stared closely at the grass. They wouldn't notice him. When Chen Ning was still more than 20 meters away from the roadside, he couldn't get any closer. There was a ditch beside the road. Although there was also some weeds, it wasn't enough to conceal his figure. At that moment, the 2 people originally far away had also approached within less than 100 meters, allowing Chen Ning to see their appearances clearly. The tall and strong one was indeed Zhao Yutian. The other person was indeed a woman. She wore a patched coarse cloth long dress, was slender, and appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old. Though her looks were not as exquisite as Qin Yu's, by Chen Ning standards, she could definitely be considered a beauty. The woman's expression seemed somewhat cold, but there was a hint of helplessness and despair in her brows. After taking a few more glances at the woman, Chen Ning frowned again. Memories of the original body merged completely, bringing forth information about this woman. She was also from Qingshan village, named Zhang Lan, and was considered a woman of misfortune. Not many people knew Zhang Lan's original identity. They only knew she arrived in the village with a swaddled baby. Eventually, she married a disabled man from Qingshan village using a travel permit provided by the government. However, less than 3 months after their marriage, her husband died unexpectedly, leaving Zhang Lan a widow. The village spread rumors that she had a fate of bringing misfortune to her husband, and no one wanted to associate with her. However, Zhonglan didn't leave Qingshan village because of the rumors. She had been living on the 3 acres of thin land left by her deceased husband for 3 years. Chen Ning remembered Zhonglan a bit more because she was the only friend of his sister-in-law Qinyu. When they had free time, the two women would spend time together, and Qinyu would occasionally help take care of her child. Of course, it was mostly Qinyu visiting Zhonglan's home. Zhonglan rarely went out and wouldn't visit anyone else's home. In recent days, Qinyu had not gone over due to family matters. So Chen Ning didn't know what had happened to Zhonglan, who was now walking with Zhao Yutian. And where was her child? Chen Ning looked closely again and confirmed that Zhonglan was not carrying a child on her back. Chen Ning's original plan was to attract Zhao Yutian to chase him into the mountains. This was originally very easy to achieve, as Zhao Yutian was very arrogant and self-confident. This was evident from the fact that he never brought any followers when he went out. But what should he do now? Watching Zhao Yutian and Zhonglan approach within 10 meters in front of him, Chen Ning remained still. He didn't want to kill Zhonglan, and he also didn't want to be discovered by the other party. Miss Zhang, why don't you just follow me? I will take care of your child. After all, I have no offspring, and I will treat your child as my own, Zhao Yutian said to Zhonglan as he reached this point, leaving Chen Ning stunned. Although the words sounded unappealing, the reality of this era was that there were many women, and many of them were quite beautiful. For a man with a bit of wealth, marrying 17 or 18 was quite easy. However, very few were willing to raise someone else's children for the sake of a woman. Zhonglan's deceased husband was a special case. He was a person with a disability who couldn't have heirs, so having a wife was mutually beneficial. But for Zhao Yutian to say this, he must have some psychological issues. Chen Ning judged that this guy must have a special preference for married women. Zhao Yutian, I only ask you for medicine. After I get the medicine, I will give you a loan contract for 3 or 2 silver. I will definitely pay you back in a month. Zhonglan said, not even looking at Zhao Yutian, her tone carrying a hint of indifference. Chen Ning raised an eyebrow. He could tell from Zhonglan's words that she was also a woman with spirit and boundaries. Why bother? You can completely not pay back the 3 or 2 silver, and it would be much more comfortable to follow me. I won't make you a slave. This treatment is even better than that of Qinyu. Zhao Yutian, surprisingly, still had the patience to persuade Zhonglan. I only know that Qinyu didn't come back with you in the end, so everything you think is too beautiful. If you continue with such thoughts, I can go find someone else to borrow money for the medicine, Zhonglan said. You can try. In the entire Qinyan town, I'm the only one who would lend you money to buy medicine. If you can't get the medicine back, your child probably won't survive until tomorrow, and even if they do, their brain will be damaged, right? Zhao Yutian said with a cold laugh. In just a few exchanges, they had already walked past Chen Ning, their voices fading away. Chen Ning frowned, feeling helpless again. It seemed that this plan was going to fail, and he could only wait for the next opportunity. Just as he was feeling frustrated, he suddenly sensed a faint wave in his consciousness. Chen Ning was instantly delighted and quickly directed a portion of his consciousness into the warehouse space. Inside the warehouse space, the tightly locked door was open from the outside, and Zhao Jie, with her graceful figure, pushed a shopping cart inside. Chirp, chirp. Before Chen Ning could say anything, the Tianning heard the sound first, let out a couple of calls, and jumped out of its nest, heading straight for the warehouse door. The warehouse was already over 500 square meters, so the distance was not too far. It could be said that the giant eagle took just 2 small hops to reach the front. Fortunately, it was a warehouse with a height of 10 meters. Otherwise, the Tianning would have to bow down to walk, let alone jump. Zhao Jie was already somewhat nervous, and suddenly seeing a 6 or 7 meter tall giant creature pouncing towards her made her scream in fright. Chen Ning felt a wave of shame. He had overlooked this detail earlier and should have set up a barrier for the Tianning. Sister Eagle, don't hurt her, she's one of us. Chen Ning's voice rang out as he directly used his spatial control to restrain the Tianning. The giant eagle's sharp beak stopped less than half a meter from Zhao Jie's head. Chen Ning felt a slight cold sweat forming on his forehead. Fortunately, he had spatial control. Otherwise, even if he had time to speak, he might not have been able to stop the Tianning in time. Chapter 46. Zhao Yotian's death. Zhao Jie was so frightened that she couldn't move for a while, as a giant creature with a fierce gaze was staring at her. Cough. Cough. Calm down. Don't be afraid. This is my friend. He usually helps me guard the warehouse. Chen Ning waited for over 10 seconds. But seeing that Zhao Jie still hadn't reacted, he had to call out to her. Ah! Zhao Jie suddenly screamed again, then waved her hands and shouted loudly. Chen Ning, are you trying to kill me? Putting a giant monster here scared me to death. Fortunately, Chen Ning was just a spiritual entity. Otherwise, he suspected his ears might have been pierced. Before he could say anything, Zhao Jie actually sat down on the ground and began to cry. Chen Ning was a bit dumbfounded. Wasn't she supposed to be a strong woman? She hadn't cried at the bizarre disappearance of the warehouse goods before, so why was she crying now? Chen Ning didn't know how to comfort Zhao Jie and just thought he would let her recover on her own. However, after waiting, he found that Zhao Jie's crying was getting more intense. It seemed like she was venting something, and it wasn't just simple fright anymore. Chen Ning frowned slightly. Then his eyes brightened. He finally noticed the shopping cart that Zhao Jie had brought, filled with dozens of weapons. Other things could be temporarily ignored, but on top was what Chen Ning needed the most right now. It was a powerful crossbow made primarily of carbon fiber. This was evidently a well-crafted item. Carbon fiber is lightweight and strong, allowing for better accuracy. The bowstring was made of steel wire, which was definitely strong enough. Especially since the front of the crossbow was equipped with a laser sight, this would be very helpful for someone who had never used one before. Naturally, there were arrows as well, with 10 short alloy arrows secured under the crossbow's handle. The only pity was that it wasn't a repeating crossbow, but that's not a problem. He could upgrade it slowly later since he had Zhao Jie. Now, Chen Ning had no mood to deal with Zhao Jie. A thought flashed through his mind, and the crossbow disappeared from the warehouse, appearing in Chen Ning's hand in the outside world. At this time, Zhao Yutian and Zhang Lan had already walked over 100 meters in front of him. Although the theoretical range of this small crossbow was between 100 to 150 meters, Chen Ning had no shooting experience. Moreover, he needed to ensure a one-shot kill, so he quickly approached Zhao Yutian and Zhang Lan through the grass by the roadside. Fortunately, Zhao Yutian and Zhang Lan were not moving fast, and Chen Ning soon closed the distance to about 50 meters. He directly knocked an arrow and aimed. He had never shot before, but had seen pigs run, and this device was not complicated. He turned on the sight, and a red appeared on the back of Zhao Yutian's heart. Although the head was the best target for a kill, Chen Ning was not very confident in his technique. The back was a larger target and easier to aim at. Of course, Chen Ning was also somewhat nervous. He didn't want his first kill to be too bloody, fearing he might have nightmares afterward. As for accidentally injuring Zhang Lan, it was almost impossible. There was at least a meter between them, and Chen Ning believed that even with poor aim, he wouldn't miss that far. Without much hesitation, Chen Ning aimed for a few seconds and pulled the trigger. The crossbow bolt shot towards Zhao Yutian's back with a faint whistle. Zhao Yutian was indeed not simple. At the moment Chen Ning shot, he sensed the danger, his body hesitated slightly, and he made a dodging move at the critical moment. However, it was a pity that Zhao Yutian had only ever encountered bows and arrows. He had never heard of crossbows and did not know that their speed was many times faster than that of arrows. At the moment he made his move, the crossbow bolt had already struck his back, and its powerful penetrating force drove the bolt halfway through his chest. It was unclear whether the arrow hit his heart, but Zhao Yutian did not die on the spot. He groaned in pain, turned his body over, and lay back without moving or making a sound. Zhang Lan was completely unaware of what had happened. It wasn't until she saw a large pool of blood seeping from under Zhao Yutian and the gleaming arrowhead exposed on his chest that she awakened from her daze. However, this woman was quite remarkable. She did not scream in terror immediately, nor did she turn to search for the assailant. Instead, she raised her hands and knelt on the ground, saying, "My lord, I am just an ordinary woman, accompanying this person to town because my child is sick. Please show mercy." Hiding in the grass, Chen Ning was slightly surprised. Originally, after his shot, he intended to hide deeper into the grass and reload the crossbow bolt, preparing for the possibility of this woman searching for him. If Zhang Lan really came to look for him, Chen Ning would indeed be in a difficult position. He wouldn't be able to bring himself to kill her, but he also didn't want to expose himself. Now, Chen Ning was quite satisfied with Zhang Lan's reaction. Without any response, he quickly bent down and retreated into the nearby mountains through the grass. "Help me." Zhang Lan remained kneeling on the ground with her head down. And after waiting for a moment without sensing any danger, she was just about to get up when she heard Zhao Yutian calling for help beside her. This bully was still not dead. Zhang Lan's body tensed, and she quickly got up to look around. Fortunately, there were no shadows of people on the road in either direction at that moment. Zhao Yutian, who was already weak to the limit, struggled to reach into his chest and pulled out a money pouch. "Help me. Money. I can give you all my money." Zhao Yotian's eyes were filled with a strong plea. He was unwilling to part with his wealth and status, having worked hard to accumulate everything he had. With over a dozen wives and concubines at home, he hadn't enjoyed it enough yet. "Help you? How can I help you?" Zanlan Daochet Besai Zhao Zutian. A slight smile on her face as she whispered. This. Zhao Yutian was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling that at this moment, Zhang Lan was nothing like the ordinary peasant woman she had appeared to be. He had no healing medicine on him, and it would take at least half an hour to get to town, and he certainly wouldn't be able to hold on for a few more minutes. So it wasn't that he didn't want to help, but he truly couldn't. "If I can make it to town, I can send a message to your family, and you can consider this money as my reward." Zhang Lan continued to smile as she spoke, reaching out to snatch the money pouch away. She was very careful not to let a trace of blood stain her hands, and even speculated that Zhao Yudian might have other valuables in his arms, but ultimately gave up the search due to the blood-soaked items. After snatching the money bag, Zhang Lan quickly opened it to take a look, and a look of joy quickly flashed in her eyes. There were actually 15 taels of broken silver. Only 3 taels were enough for her to buy suitable medicine for the child at the pharmacy. Zhao Yutian looked at Zhang Lan's face, struggling to raise his hand to say something, but clearly lacking the strength. His arm finally fell heavily to the side. Zhang Lan watched Zhao Yutian gasp for breath. Her expression remained mostly unchanged, but when her gaze fell on the half-arrow embedded in his chest, a hint of hesitation showed. The arrowhead, glinting with silver, was stained with traces of blood. In a world devoid of other silver-colored metals, this arrow could easily be mistaken for silver. Zhang Lan was not greedy for what might be silver, but was conflicted about whether to help that mysterious killer eliminate the evidence. Chapter 47. Initial discussion on cassava trade. Meanwhile, Chen Ning quickly ran back in the mountains, ensuring that Zhang Lan could not see him before he resumed his watch on the main road. He needed to confirm whether Zhao Yutian was dead. If he had been saved, Chen Ning would definitely have to find a way to deal with him. As for Zhang Lan, Chen Ning was not worried. This woman was very clever and had no ties to Zhao Yutian. Not only would she not see him, but even if she did, she probably wouldn't report him. Chen Ning even began to suspect that Zhang Lan's identity was not simple. After all, how could an ordinary farmer's wife be so composed and calm? However, this was of little concern to Chen Ning, as long as she wouldn't cause him trouble in the future. After observing for a while, Chen Ning saw Zhang Lan snatch Zhao Yotian's money bag away. He was unsure what she hesitated about, but she ultimately left quickly. Moments later, Chen Ning could confirm that Zhao Yutian was definitely dead, even if that arrow hadn't been fatal. The prolonged bleeding would have been enough to send him to meet the king of hell. This threat was eliminated. No one would suspect that a bully like Zhao Yutian could be taken down by a fool. As for the crossbow arrow left in Zhao Yutian, Chen Ning naturally hadn't forgotten it and hesitated about whether to retrieve it. However, just as he hesitated, he noticed several passers-by approaching on the main road from a distance. This made Chen Ning abandon the idea of retrieving the arrow and turn back into the mountains. Although the plan encountered a slight mishap, the final result was satisfactory for Chen Ning. Another thing that satisfied Chen Ning was himself. For the first time killing someone, he felt no discomfort, either mentally or physically. In fact, he felt a sense of exhilaration and relief. Chen Ning understood that this was due to the elimination of the threat to himself and his family. As he hurried back, he finally remembered the giant eagle still confined in the warehouse space. Of course, mainly Zhao Jia. It could be said that the weapons Zhao Jia brought were quite timely. If they had been delayed for another 3 to 5 minutes, the ambush operation would probably have to be canceled. At this moment in the warehouse, Zhao Jie had just finished venting her frustration and called out a few times without receiving a response from Chen Ning, thinking he was hiding to watch her make a fool of herself. So Zhao Jie decided not to call out anymore and began to take an interest in the giant eagle. Clearly, she had noticed that the super eagle posed no threat to her at this time. Where on earth did this guy get such a big eagle? Even the largest eagle couldn't possibly be this big, right? Unfortunately, the surveillance had been destroyed. Zhao Jie curiously circled around the giant eagle, unable to hold back her amazement. From her understanding of birds of prey, she simply couldn't fathom what species of eagle could be this large. They say eagles are big, even capable of carrying several people in flight, but those are just fabrications from television. But now, a living giant was right in front of her. It must be an alien creature, or they have resurrected a prehistoric species. Zhao Jie kept wildly speculating about the identity and origin of the giant eagle, even muttering to herself. It was at this moment that Chen Ning's consciousness returned, just in time to catch Zhao Jie's words clearly. Boss Zhao, I advise you not to continue your deductions. Haven't you heard the saying, the more you know, the faster you die? Chen Ning's sudden reappearance startled Zhao Jie again. Then Zhao Jie quickly reacted, the fright in her eyes fleeting. And she even said with a hint of excitement, Chen Ning, don't scare me. I think you and your alien friends need my help. So you definitely want to kill me. Chen Ning was taken aback. He had just been teasing this beautiful woman, but unexpectedly, she took it seriously. She had completely linked him with aliens. Just as he was about to refute and correct her, a light bulb went off in his mind. Since this woman had accepted that explanation, he wouldn't need to come up with various reasons. Exactly. Moreover, he could indeed be considered an alien now, just that his alien status didn't come with advanced technology beyond Earth. Boss Zhao, you are very clever, but you must ensure that you don't let the secret out. If we can cooperate well, then since you can come back, it proves that the gems I gave you are fine, right? Chen Ning said casually. I'm not a fool. I know what to do. As for the gems, they're indeed real, and I sold them at a high price. But I want to be finding you a price difference. And you still owe me 80 million as the remaining payment. Zhao Jie nodded decisively, then began discussing the selling price of the gems. It doesn't matter. Since I priced them at 20 million myself, any extra money is yours. As long as you can cooperate sincerely with me. There will be more benefits like this in the future. Chen Ning was not curious about the specific selling price of the gems. He probably feared that if the gems were sold at too high a price, he would feel frustrated. Okay, you have enough sincerity. I'm not picky. This is the notarization for the transfer of the department store building. As long as you sign your name, this building will be yours. But the notarization has a time limit. You must handle the formal transfer within 2 years. Zhao Jie took out a slightly thick file bag from her bag. Chen Ning was slightly pleased as the file bag disappeared directly from Zhao Jie's hand. The transfer was impossible to complete. Anyway, with this notarization, the department store could not be transferred to anyone else, thus achieving his goal. Zhao Jie had gradually gotten used to things disappearing before her eyes. Initially, she had many questions she wanted to ask, but considering it might provoke Chen Ning's alien friend's dissatisfaction or suspicion, Zhao Jie cleverly buried most of her questions in her heart, as long as they cooperated long-term and steadily, showing the other party her sincerity. She would eventually learn some things. For example, the giant eagle in front of her was something Zhao Jie had never seen before, much larger than any eagle she had encountered. Just consider it a mutant species. Don't think about it too much, or you might get eaten in one bite. Chen Ning wasn't able to explain the specifics of the giant eagle, as his knowledge was also limited. The giant eagle, seeing Chen Ning's attention finally return to it, let out a displeased low call. Chen Ning knew the eagle wouldn't harm Zhao Jie anymore, so he lifted the confinement on it. The giant eagle glanced at Zhao Jie, although this woman posed no malice toward it. She was nowhere near as warm as the previous woman. Turning around, the giant eagle quickly returned to its nest to care for its young. What were those things? Zhao Jie felt a bit reluctant, but didn't dare to follow too closely. When the giant eagle left, Zhao Jie also saw a large pile of thick tree roots not far away. They looked somewhat like cassava, but she couldn't be sure, as they were much larger than any cassava she had ever seen. Cassava. Can you find a stable purchasing channel? I could provide you with a large batch of cassava in a while. Chen Ning finally remembered cassava. There was plenty of it in the mountains, and if he could sell it, it would count as a small income. I'm not very familiar with the specifics. I've heard it's around 2 to 3 yuan. How much do you have in bulk? If it's a small amount, there's no need to fuss about it, Zhao Jie said. There are definitely several hundred tons. Chen Ning calculated slightly and said, he had only dug up 1.5 tons in just 1 or 2 hours. If he used some means and hired people to dig, several hundred tons would definitely be no problem. Of course, this was a very conservative estimate from Chen Ning. Several hundred tons? At 5,000 per ton, even if it's only 200 tons, that's $1 million business, and the profit isn't small either. I can help you with that. Zhao Jie's eyes lit up slightly. As a middleman, she could also make a small profit. Maybe tens of thousands. Maybe over 100,000. She might have looked down on such small money before, but she and her family were no longer the same as before. That pigeon blood ruby was sold this morning, directly traded to the auction house at a price 1.5 times lower than a market price. And before the money was even warm in her hands, it was used by her parents to pay off debts. I'll give you 3,000 per ton. And I don't want cash. Just keep a tab, and when I need something later, you can help me buy it with that money, Chen Ning said. Zhao Jie was once again delighted. This way, the profit would be even more, and it would be a two-way profit. She could profit from the cassava, and the things Chen Ning needed could also earn her profit. It seemed that her guess was indeed correct. These aliens just wanted to get some supplies from the planet. Anyway, since the other side wasn't plundering and was trading for goods, she didn't consider it selling out Earth's interests. Once your cassava arrives, let's discuss the specific trading details. Now that the mall is yours, do you plan to leave it empty? Why not bring some good things from your side to help restart this department store? Zhao Jie suddenly suggested to Chen Ning. Chapter 48. Preparing to restart the department store. Zhao Jie's words made Chen Ning's mind slightly move. The footsteps of the outside world, which were originally hurried, paused for a moment. How did he not think of this? Of course, he wasn't thinking about filling the mall with alien supplies. That would definitely bring trouble. Some local specialty crops would be fine. Mainly, this alien didn't have too much stuff, let alone super technology. But the mall could definitely be reopened, and the things he needed could be more conveniently obtained. Zhao Jie often delivered goods to the warehouse, so she had a perfect excuse. Okay, you handle this matter. From now on, you're the general manager of the mall. Just keep a few electrical appliances, and you can handle the rest of the daily necessities. As for the warehouse, you know what to do, Chen Ning decisively said. You agree just like that, and even make me the general manager? Zhao Jie was taken aback. She had just casually mentioned it, and it was confirmed, with a job position arranged for her. Of course, she could accept this position. After all, she would be helping Chen Ning in the future. The reopening of the mall, stocking goods, hiring workers, all aspects needed a large investment of funds. Also, what goods do you plan to bring over? Zhao Jie was somewhat invested in her identity now. Me? I have nothing. At least for now, I won't have anything to sell. Chen Ning shook his head immediately. He wanted to say he had a large batch of jewelry and gold, but that couldn't be openly sold. It was all to be exchanged for cash, privately, with Zhao Jie. Zhao Jie was once again taken aback and instinctively said, Nothing at all? Can't you just get some small super technology items? Chen Ning felt a bit annoyed. Of course it's possible. But the key is that he needed to have the ability to do so. To be honest, there are only primitive materials here, and the technology is not as advanced as yours, so don't think about it. At most, I can give you some jewelry, gold, silver, or other wild products. Chen Ning said half-truthfully. Zhao Jie was stunned. This alien seemed different from what she had imagined. Well, you need to give me the startup capital for the mall. By the way, you sold the golden bowl for 400,000, and you exchanged it all for these weapons, which are all high-alloy weapons, each costing thousands or even over 10,000. Zhao Jie then remembered to report the issue of the golden bowl and weapons. Speaking of which, she also noticed that Chen Ning had taken away a crossbow earlier, not knowing if he went hunting. Now, Zhao Jie wasn't worried at all about what Chen Ning would do with the weapons. After all, these weapons wouldn't be used on their side. I'll give you another gemstone, still calculated at 20 million, and the remaining startup capital will all go into stocking goods, striving to fill the warehouse again. By the way, first get some freezers in the warehouse, and then get more fresh ingredients and seasonings, as well as various seeds. Chen Ning directly started giving a long list of instructions, and Zhao Jie nodded frequently, her face showing a special joy. How could she not be happy? After all, she heard that Chen Ning was going to give her another gemstone, priced at 20 million. Even if it wasn't as good as the previous ruby, it shouldn't be too far off. If this continues a few more times, her family's debts would be completely paid off. How could she not be happy? As for the things Chen Ning wanted, they were all daily necessities, which was simply too easy for her. Chen Ning explained everything he thought of, and the rest was left to Zhao Jie to arrange. After all, earning his money meant that what had to be paid must be paid. Finally, Chen Ning took out a slightly larger emerald than the previous ruby and tossed it to Zhao Jie. It must be said that the quality of the gemstones from Dayun Dynasty was indeed very good, and Chen Ning also had some understanding of it. This thing was not considered particularly precious in Dayun Dynasty, equivalent to the same weight in gold. Zhao Jie found a large emerald in her hand and was completely stunned. So big, the texture was as transparent and brilliant as glass, definitely not lower in price than the pigeon blood ruby. Chen Ning no longer paid attention to Zhao Jie, temporarily ending the call and shifting his focus to the remaining weapons. In addition to that strong crossbow, there were 30 weapons, almost every one costing over 10,000. At such a price, buying a cold weapon, which isn't an antique, the quality would definitely not be poor. Chen Ning counted them: 10 tang swords, 10 broadswords, and 10 swords. The rest were relatively modern Gorkha knives, Nepalese national knives, commonly known as dogleg knives. As a modern soul, Chen Ning actually preferred dogleg knives, feeling that they were more handy to use. However, in reality, if he really had to fight, Chen Ning believed he would choose a thick-backed machete, as the weight suited him better, and the materials for these swords and knives were definitely solid and high quality. Zhao Jie actually didn't understand much about these, only saying they were alloys, but they were actually high-carbon steel alloys, which were much harder and sharper than ordinary steel knives. Chen Ning also had some understanding of the weapons from Dayun Dynasty. The quality was poor. Just taking one random item from a shopping cart would be considered a supreme treasure blade in Dayun Dynasty. After admiring them, Chen Ning placed these knives beside the eagle's nest. Although no one except Zhao Jie would enter the warehouse, Chen Ning still felt it was safer to keep them here. Also, the gold and silver jewelry prepared for Qin Yu and the two wives should be kept here as well. The eagle had no interest in these things at all. Afterwards, when Zhao Jie was about to leave, Chen Ning called her back and asked her to bring in some medicines later. Zhao Jie just nodded blankly and left with a dazed step. Clearly, she hadn't fully recovered from the surprise of the gemstone. Before Chen Ning seriously set off, he let the eagle out too, allowing it to enjoy itself before bringing its prey back home when it got dark. Although the little eagle still had enough food, Chen Ning didn't want the eagle to be depressed. After all, as the ruler of the sky, it couldn't always be kept in a cage. Before noon, Chen Ning returned home carrying a bag. He found only the Bai sisters at home, busy sewing clothes. "Husband, you're back. Have you found something good again?" Bai Xiaozhu saw Chen Ning come back, and he brought a bag with him, instantly feeling delighted as she approached. Found some more things, but this time they're all kitchen utensils. No use for you." Chen Ning grinned foolishly and then asked, "Where's sister-in-law? Gone to the fields?" Chen Ning and Qin Yu had rented 2 acres of thin farmland. It was almost time for harvest. "Husband, sister-in-law was invited by a sister named Zhang Lan to help at her home. She might be back a bit later," Bai Xiaoqin explained from the side. Chen Ning raised an eyebrow, instantly knowing that Qin Yu was asked by Zhang Lan to help watch the children. "Oh, I see. Zhang Lan is the only person sister-in-law is close to in the village, so it makes sense for her to help," Chen Ning casually replied. From the previous conversation between Zhang Lan and Zhao Yutian, Chen Ning recognized the friendship between Zhang Lan and Qin Yu, especially since there were no outsiders then, and Zhang Lan could still speak up for Qin Yu. "Wow, husband, such exquisite tableware. It's all porcelain, just like the tea set." At this moment, Bai Xiaozhu opened the package and gasped upon seeing the plates and bowls inside. Chapter 49. Let's be landlords. Bai Xiaozhu's exclamation drew Bai Xiaoqin's attention, and after a glance, the little girl showed surprise in her eyes as well. These plates and bowls were actually quite ordinary, but their delicate sheen and fine blue patterns clearly impressed both girls again. "Are things from overseas really this good?" There were a total of 8 plates for rice bowls, 1 large soup bowl, and 4 porcelain soup spoons. In addition to the plates and bowls, Chen Ning also brought back 2 knives, a cleaver, and a lighter vegetable knife. Chen Ning was preparing to gradually replace the old, broken kitchenware at home. Husband, will these things be too eye-catching for us to use ourselves? How about we go to town and sell them to that Lu Xiao? After being amazed, Bai Xiaoqin quietly suggested to Chen Ning, no, let's keep them for ourselves. The ones at home are too shabby. It's embarrassing for my wife to use such broken things. It pains me too, Chen Ning firmly rejected. With a few days left until the agreed time with Lu Fatty, and when the oil bottles, pens, and tea sets were delivered, he would already have made a small profit. Now that he had money, and it would only increase, he naturally wanted to improve the quality of life for himself and his family comprehensively. Hearing Chen Ning say this, both girls' eyes sparkled with delight, their happiness nearly overflowing. After all, no one wants to use broken things, especially since their sisters originally lived quite lavishly. Then husband, we should be careful when using them. Try not to let outsiders see. Bai Xiaoqi no longer opposed Chen Ning's arrangement. Well, basically no outsiders come to our home, and even if they do, we might not be eating, Chen Ning said with a smile. Then Bai Xiaoqin and Bai Xiaozhu directly put the tableware into their boxes, as the kitchen didn't have a proper cupboard. Seeing this, Chen Ning thought about how many more things he needed to collect. Big wife, when do you think we should start building a new house? Winter is coming in 2 months, and this kind of house will be very cold then. With nothing to do for the moment, Chen Ning began discussing the new house construction with Bai Xiaoqin. After all, without a new house, there wouldn't be a new bed, and naturally, there wouldn't be a wedding chamber, which was a requirement he set for himself and must fulfill. If they were really going to build, the sooner the better. This time of year was relatively slack for farming, and in a while, labor costs would likely rise. Bai Xiaoqi noticed Chen Ning's seriousness and stopped being perfunctory. Husband, let us hurry to build the new house. Bai Xiaozhu chimed in, seemingly excited. As the little girl indeed hoped for a better living situation, she was afraid of the cold in winter, and the current house's conditions for winter could be imagined. When sister-in-law returns, we could discuss it and finalize the new house construction. As for the workers, we can find people in town, no need for those from the village. Chen Ning site. Is that all right? After all, we will still be living in the village. We shouldn't make relations too tense. Bai Xiaoqin naturally didn't like unfriendly villagers, especially those who always wanted to take advantage of them. But she considered the long-term situation. Chen Ning understood this reasoning and pondered slightly. Should they leave this village in the future? In fact, Qingshan village had a great environment, being near water and mountains and far from towns. Refugees and homeless people hardly came here. So, Chen Ning quickly decided to focus on developing this place. However, he really didn't like the villagers here. Unless let us be landlords, so the villagers will work for us. If they want to eat well, they have to listen to us. Chen Ning had a thought. He wasn't thinking grandly of leading the whole village to prosperity. He just wanted the villagers to work for him, to be under his control, and to ensure that they could eat well. Landlords? Husband, being a landlord now isn't that easy. First of all, we still don't have enough resources. And these villagers are unlikely to listen to us. Bai Xiaoqin felt that Chen Ning was a bit fanciful. As long as we want to do it, husband will surely have a clever plan. However, for external matters in the future, it will rely on you and sister-in-law to handle. I'm just a fool who can only do some scare tactics. Chen Ning smiled slightly, his face showing confidence. The Bai sisters exchanged glances, both understanding Chen Ning's intention. He clearly wanted to stay in the background, and everything outwardly would be the ideas of the 3 women. As long as husband doesn't mind us women being in the spotlight, we are naturally willing to help husband do things. Bai Xiaoqin smiled at Chen Ning. As long as you can protect yourselves, for everything else, husband supports you in doing what you like. Chen Ning once again gave a goofy smile to show his attitude. Husband, you are so good. Now tell us, how are we going to be landlords? What is your clever plan? Bai Xiaozhu directly clung to Chen Ning, starting to ask, even hugging one of his arms. I'll tell you when sister-in-law comes back. Now I'm going to make cassava cake, Chen Ning teased. Actually, making cassava food now also hinted at a bit of his plan, but the 2 girls didn't think of that. Is cassava cake delicious? Is it better than the cassava and stewed deer meat? The little foodie by Xiao Zhu was directly distracted. The two aren't the same category. Cassava cake is a dessert. Quite sweet, and can be eaten as a snack. There are many foods that can be made from cassava. I'll slowly make them for you in the future. Chen Ning said with a smile. Husband is amazing, knowing so much. If others knew how delicious cassava is and that it's not poisonous. The poisonous cassava in the mountains would probably have been dug up long ago, by Xiao Zhu said with a hint of admiration for Chen Ning. Chen Ning smiled slightly. He would definitely find a way to have those villagers dig up all the cassava, but in the end, all of it must be obediently delivered to him. As for whether anyone discovered he was making money from cassava, it didn't matter, because even if they dug it up themselves, no one would come to collect it. So, Chen Ning selfishly decided that he must keep the detoxification method for cassava strictly confidential. Cassava cake is one of the more complicated desserts made from cassava, mainly requiring some milk, butter, and eggs, which made Chen Ning scratch his head. Having said so much, if he didn't make it, then forget it. He would just make the simplest cassava pancakes. After all, by Xiao Zhu and the others didn't know what real cassava cake looked like. He would make a few more simple things. Besides cassava pancakes, glutinous rice balls and taro balls are also simple, just needing sugar and no more additional ingredients. While Chen Ning was busy preparing food at home with the two little wives, there was some noise in the town's guardhouse. In the great Cloud Dynasty, only when reaching the county level would there be a real court office. The town only had the guardhouse. The town guard manages all matters related to the town and its subordinate villages, and can be equipped with up to 20 officers, who can also be considered as constables. Usually, they handle cases at the town guard's residence. At this moment, in the courtyard of the town guard's office, a group of officers is confronting a group of young women. Are these women out of their minds? In this male-dominated society, even women confronting ordinary men are rare. Yet these women dare to stand against the officers in the town guard's office? Chapter 50. Zhao Youtian's martial artist friend. Chapter 50. The mysterious man in black. Shut up. Are you looking to die by causing a ruckus in the town guard's office? When the body was sent here, it had nothing on it. Are you trying to frame our town guard officers? A middle-aged officer, probably the head constable, stepped out of the courtyard and shouted loudly. There were 8 women in total, and at the head constable's shout, they instinctively shrank back and took a few steps backward. What are you afraid of? You are the wives and concubines of the deceased, who died under mysterious circumstances. The town guard must clarify all belongings when bringing someone back. Just as the group of women trembled, a faint voice came from behind them. Who are you? Did you encourage them to cause trouble? The constables clearly realized that there was another person present besides the women. At first, the other officers didn't pay much attention to this person, but upon hearing the pointed remark, they immediately drew their swords and surrounded him. The man appeared to be in his 30s, dressed in a tight-fitting black long robe, with an ordinary appearance but particularly bright eyes. He had his hands clasped behind his back, and his expression was very calm, even somewhat arrogant. I am a close friend of Zhao Youtian. He was murdered, and I came to see his widow and check the body. Is there a problem with that? The man showed no change in expression as 7 or 8 officers surrounded him, only displaying a hint of disdain. Seeing the man so calm, the head constable furrowed his brows tightly, instantly judging that this person was not from their Qingyan town. Qingyan town was too small and too poor. Even someone of a bit of status coming from the county would not be someone these small officers could provoke. He realized he had been somewhat impulsive. Everyone stepped back. The head constable waved his hand to signal his subordinates to lower their weapons and stepped forward a few paces to clasp his hands in greeting, saying, Since you are a close friend of Zhao Youtian, I can explain the situation to you. As for when he was sent here, he indeed had no possessions on him. The head constable assumed that this man was there to demand Zhao Youtian's belongings. He speculated that the man might be involved in a scheme to rob and murder, as they had genuinely found no money on the deceased when they brought him back. Of course, that deadly arrow was an exception. The head constable's implication was, Are you saying my brother was murdered for his wealth? Did you find any signs of the perpetrator? A cold light flashed in the man's eyes as he calmly asked again. No signs of the perpetrator were found. The incident occurred half an hour's journey from the town, discovered by villagers entering the town, who brought him to the town guard. When they first saw Zhao Yutian, he was already dead, but the blood had not yet cooled. The head constable explained, clearly having gathered some initial information about the situation. The man frowned, looking into the head constable's eyes, and only withdrew his gaze when the head constable felt uncomfortable, saying, "Get me the information about those villagers who brought him here. Now, I want to examine my friend's injuries. Is that possible?" The head constable frowned. This was against the rules, and he felt a bit guilty. "You are in the presence of the town guard Wang De, and you dare not stop me, do you?" The man narrowed his eyes. "Please, my lord." Upon hearing the man's words, the head constable's expression changed immediately, even addressing him as my lord. The name of their town guard was generally unknown to ordinary people. Townsfolk only knew him as Wang the town guard. To know his name and to dare to call him directly was definitely not something a small head constable could afford to offend. Originally, Zhao Yutian had some influence in the town, and the matter of his murder required the town guard to personally inquire. However, today the town guard had gone to the county for official business, leaving this head constable to make decisions temporarily. His guilt stemmed from the fact that he had hidden the arrow that was lodged in the deceased's chest after they brought the body in. Like Zhonglan before him, he thought that the shiny arrow might be made of silver. However, he hadn't had the chance to verify it before Zhao Yotian's relatives came to demand the body, even suspecting that the officers had embezzled Zhao Yotian's wealth. Seeing the head constable back down, the man in black let out a faint hum and directly approached Zhao Yotian's body, although it had only been over an hour since the murder. The hot midday weather had already caused a slight odor to emanate from Zhao Yotian's corpse. The man didn't mind and stepped forward to tear open Zhao Yotian's clothing, quickly discovering the fatal wound. Arrow wound, a fatal stealth attack from behind. The man raised an eyebrow. After a quick glance, he had nearly deduced the cause of Zhao Yotian's death. The main reason for his frown was that the perpetrator had used a bow and arrow, clearly intending to kill with a single shot. Aside from soldiers in the military who like to use arrows during long-range attacks, martial artists rarely use bows and arrows in combat. After all, arrows are too conspicuous, and only those lacking confidence in their own strength or bandits intending to ambush would prepare bows and arrows in advance. Judging from this injury, the perpetrator must have come prepared to ambush Zhao Yutian. If that were the case, it was highly likely that the items on Zhao Yotian's body were taken by the attacker. The man claimed to be Zhao Yotian's close friend, but in reality, there was a significant secret between them, with a crucial item kept with Zhao Yutian. The reason he came to find Zhao Yutian was that news had leaked, and he intended to retrieve the item. If Zhao Yutian refused, he would have killed him anyway. But unexpectedly, someone had gotten there first. The man was almost certain that someone who had learned about the news had acted first. As for why they chose to ambush a low-level martial artist, the man no longer cared. Where's the arrow that shot Zhao Yutian? The man suddenly discovered another issue with the wound. If the arrow had pierced through from the back to the heart, the wound would be slightly torn, and even feathers might be left behind. But this wound was unusually smooth and clearly did not appear to be caused by an arrow. This arrow is special. We intended to keep it as evidence for the investigation. It was placed indoors, and I will go retrieve it. The head constable had been praying that the man wouldn't think of the arrow issue, but unfortunately, he was overthinking. The man's brow furrowed as he looked at the head constable's back, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Sister-in-law, please take them back. I will come later to help you arrange Zhao's funeral," the man said to Zhao Yotian's legal wife calmly. "Okay, Brother Fong." Zhao Yotian's legal wife looked to be under 30, with a charming figure and a face like a peach blossom. When she responded to the man, there was a special light in her eyes, showing no signs of sadness at all. As the woman led the group away, the head constable brought out the crossbow arrow. The head constable had considered faking it, replacing it with another arrow, but upon thinking of the man's gaze, he dismissed the idea. At this moment, the head constable no longer cared about the man's other identities, as he had just realized one thing. This man in black was a martial artist. Just based on that alone, he did not dare to offend him. As the head constable, he certainly understood some basic martial arts, but he could only handle a few ordinary men. However, a martial artist, even a low-level beginner, could easily kill him multiple times over. For instance, the deceased Zhao Yutian, while alive, was someone these officers would not dare to provoke lightly. After seeing the crossbow arrow in the head constable's hand, the man's eyes showed confusion, soon followed by anger. Are you kidding me? This sharp silver bar is a murder arrow? The man clearly thought at first glance that the shiny arrow was made of silver. Then he felt as if the constable was mocking him. In his eyes, this thing was not an arrow at all. Sir, I dare not deceive you. When the deceased arrived, this silver arrow was embedded in the wound. Is it possible that this is not an arrow, but rather a hidden weapon used by a high-level martial artist? The captain said hastily. He had previously suspected that this was not an arrow, but a hidden weapon. The captain's words made the man pause slightly. After taking the arrow and examining it, his frown deepened. It seems the captain's guess has some merit, but what kind of deranged martial artist would use silver as a dart? However, this is also good. Having such a special hidden weapon might make it easier for me to find clues. Chapter 51. Zhang Lan seeks help. Chen Ning was unaware that by leaving behind a composite crossbow bolt, many people mistook it for silver, causing the pursuit of the murderer to deviate somewhat. If he had known, he would have laughed until his stomach hurt. Of course, he would be more cautious in using crossbow bolts in the future. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Ning made 3 types of cassava food. The materials were still somewhat lacking, resulting in different shapes, but all were milky white in color. Even so, after tasting one, Bai Xiaozhu was immediately stunned. She had eaten high-end pastries from the Dayun Dynasty, but due to the quality of the raw materials and sugar, no matter how exquisite they were, they couldn't mask the flaws in taste. In contrast, Chen Ning's dishes, aside from their unappealing shapes, had the best flavor of any dessert Bai Xiaozhu had ever tasted. Besides the rich sweetness, the soft and chewy texture of the cassava flour was also a major factor in its deliciousness. Bai Xiaoqin also tried some. Although not as excited as Bai Xiaozhu, her reaction indicated that she quite liked the food. Chen Ning felt a bit sorry for his 2 wives. He had only thought of using cassava to make some food, but cassava was really not a high-end ingredient. If he had real flour, cream, eggs, butter, etc., he could make desserts 100 times better than this. Of course, the shapes wouldn't be too elaborate. Husband, I think we have a plan to get rich. Bai Xiaoqin suddenly said to Chen Ning with shining eyes after finishing a piece of cassava cake. The big wife wants to sell these cassava foods, right? Chen Ning guessed Bai Xiaoqin's thoughts directly. After all, he had just been thinking the same thing. Bai Xiaoqin was taken aback and then slightly annoyed, saying, Husband, you are too clever. I hadn't even said it, and you guessed it. Just like before, Bai Xiaoqin preferred Chen Ning's silly appearance, even if he was pretending. Chen Ning was also surprised and then grinned foolishly, saying, I was just joking. Big wife, what kind of plan to get rich are you talking about? Uffed. Seeing Chen Ning act so goofy, Bai Xiaoqin couldn't help but laugh. No one acts like you. Husband, it's too obvious. Exactly. Bai Xiaozhu nodded in agreement while eating taro balls. Just eat a little less. This stuff is sticky and a bit sweet. It's not good for digestion if you eat too much, Chen Ning reminded Bai Xiaozhu. It's fine. My sister is very skilled in medicine. Not being easy to digest doesn't mean it can't be digested. It's not a big problem, right, sister? Bai Xiaozhu clearly didn't want to give up the delicious food and came up with a proud excuse. Your excuse doesn't count. Husband said to eat less. We still have to eat dinner later. Bai Xiaoqin glared at Bai Xiaozhu. Just as Chen Ning was about to speak, he saw Qin Yu walking in with a paper bag. Sister-in-law is back. I want to let sister-in-law try the desserts made by my husband. Bai Xiaozhu found an opportunity to change the topic and bounced out to greet Qin Yu. Husband, I will educate this girl more. You mustn't argue with her. Bai Xiaoqin said to Chen Ning. Chen Ning was taken aback, then realized that Bai Xiaoqin was worried that Bai Xiaozhu's behavior would annoy him. I'm not bothered at all, and I want to get angry. I actually quite like this lively little wife. Big wife, you could be a bit more lively too. Chen Ning said, showing a silly smile. Like this? So it turns out husband likes lively. Then I'm not as good as Xiaozhu. Since I was young, my parents couldn't let me be lively, especially after I learned medicine. My master always taught me that as a healer, the most important thing is to have a mature and steady mindset. Bai Xiaoqin's voice grew quieter, seeming worried that Chen Ning would dislike her because of this. Seeing Bai Xiaoqin's rapidly changing expression, Chen Ning felt speechless but was also a bit happy. The little girl clearly had a bit of a gain and loss mentality. If she didn't care about him, she would have such feelings. You two complement each other's personalities. I like it even more when you're together. So, I also like big wife's steadiness. I just want you to be more cheerful, so you don't have to think too heavily. We should all live happily. Chen Ning gently stroked by Xiaoqin's hair and said softly. By Xiaoqin's body stiffened slightly, and just as she was about to say something, she was interrupted by Qin Yu and by Xiaozhu coming in. Sister-in-law is back. After giving Chen Ning a gentle smile, Bai Xiaoqin quickly stood up to greet Qin Yu. Yes, I'm back. Xiao Ning is also back. Sister Lan went to the town and asked me to help take care of Xiao Jiao. She just returned and insisted on giving me some sweet cakes. After greeting everyone, Qin Yu's last explanation was directed at Chen Ning. As Bai Xiaoqin and her sisters didn't know who Zhang Lan and Xiao Jiao were. Chen Ning also recalled that Zhang Lan's son was named Xiao Jiao and was only 3.5 years old this year. The villagers hardly saw that little boy, but Chen Ning had seen him a few times. Each time, he would obediently call him uncle. The sweet cakes can't be as good as the desserts made by my husband. Sister-in-law, you should try them. By the way, this is the porcelain bowl and plate my husband found in the mountains today, and there are also 2 new knives in the kitchen. Bai Xiaozhu brought a plate of cassava cakes and a bowl of taro balls to Qin Yu. Chen Ning felt a bit embarrassed. The way this girl described going to the mountains to pick things up made it sound as if these items grew there. Qin Yu was surprised for a moment, but it was just a moment. After glancing at Chen Ning, she tasted the cassava cakes and taro balls. Really sweet, very delicious. Did this really come from those poisonous cassavas? After tasting, Qin Yu seemed a bit incredulous. This was a normal reaction. The Bai sister smiled and gave Qin Yu an affirmative response. Chen Ning originally wanted to ask if Zhang Lan had noticed anything unusual when she returned from the town, but he couldn't find a good reason to inquire. However, from Qin Yu's reaction, it was clear that Zhang Lan had not mentioned Zhao Youtian's murder to her. Otherwise, Qin Yu would definitely not be so calm. That woman is truly clever. She will probably pretend not to know about this matter. I just don't know if she can escape scrutiny. After all, Zhao Youtian left Qingshan village with her. After Qin Yu returned, there was still some time before dinner, and the few of them had eaten quite a bit of cassava food, so they didn't feel hungry. Husband, didn't you say that when sister-in-law comes back, we should talk about building a new house and the plan to get rich as landlords? Is it time now? After Qin Yu admired the porcelain tableware and knives, Bai Xiaozhu brought up the topic Chen Ning had set aside. Qin Yu knew about Chen Ning's plan to build a house. But what was this landlord's plan to get rich? Chen Ning grinned foolishly and was about to speak when he heard an urgent, crying voice from outside. You may come out and help me. Xiao Jiao is not going to make it. As the voice came, a woman stumbled in, holding a child, and quickly reached the door. It's Sister Lan. Did something happen to Xiao Jiao? Didn't he just take the medicine bought from the town? Qin Yu immediately recognized the voice and hurried out to greet her, speaking in a flustered manner. She had been taking care of the child, who had been running a fever and sleeping heavily, but there hadn't been any major issues. How could it be that just after she left, the child was in trouble? Chapter 52. The child's high fever and critical condition. Chen Ning and the Bai sisters quickly got up and rushed to the door. Sister Lan, what's wrong with Xiao Jiao? Hurry in. When Qin Yu reached the door, she saw Zhang Lan, pale and trembling, holding a child whose face was obviously turning purple. She hurriedly urged her to come inside. No, I don't know what to do, woo-woo. Zhang Lan shook her head as she began to cry upon seeing Qin Yu and the others. Chen Ning sighed. This woman had been so calm when facing Zhao Yutan, even when he was shot, but now she seemed completely lost. This is what maternal love is, he thought. No mother can remain calm when faced with such a situation involving her child. Chen Ning then recalled that in this place, outsiders with serious illnesses cannot casually enter someone else's home. If a patient were to die in someone else's house, it would be a great curse. Quick, bring her in. The child is having difficulty breathing, is already severely unconscious, and must be cooled down immediately. Bai Xiaoqin, watching the purple-faced child in Zhang Lan's arms, said seriously. Zhang Lan was in a daze and didn't react in time when she suddenly felt a large hand reach over and take the child from her. Listen to the eldest daughter-in-law, Chen Ning said foolishly, turning and bringing the child inside. Chen Ning didn't care about any curses, even if it ultimately came to nothing. He couldn't just stand by and watch the child die at the door. Once the child was brought inside, Zhonglan regained a bit of her composure and looked at Qinyu with a face full of tension and guilt. Don't say anything. Just check the situation first. My sister-in-law Xiaoqin knows a little about medicine. Qinyu quickly comforted Zhonglan. Upon hearing that, Xiaoqin understood medicine. A glimmer of hope appeared in Zhonglan's despairing eyes. Wiping away a tear, she was pulled into the house by Qinyu. At this moment, the child had already been placed on the bed by Chen Ning, and Xiaoqin was beginning her examination. Xiaoqin was quick in her actions, checking the child's eyelids and mouth, and finally checking the pulse. The entire examination took less than a minute. Xiaozhu, soak a towel in cold water for me, quickly. After her simple diagnosis, Xiaoqin quickly instructed Xiaozhu. Xiaozhu nodded and hurriedly went to prepare. Sister Xiaoqin, Xiaojiu, Zhonglan asked as Xiaoqin paused. She had met the Bai sisters when she came to ask Qinyu for help, but at that time, she had no idea Xiaoqin understood medicine. The situation is not good. It's a high fever causing heat toxicity, and there are sores and toxins in the cavity. It's been dragged out for too long, and now I have no needles or medicine on hand. I can only try to reduce the heat toxicity as much as possible, and it would be best if the child could take a high-level detoxification medicine within 2 hours, Xiaoqin explained, her expression not looking good, clearly feeling a sense of helplessness. If she had been allowed to examine the child earlier and prepare the medicine sooner, the child wouldn't be in this condition. For now, she could only try to cool the child physically. As for the final outcome, she already had an idea in her heart. Even if the child were sent to town at this moment, it would likely be too late. Chen Ning understood now. The inflammation here was called heat toxicity or sore toxicity. The child was likely suffering from an upper respiratory infection caused by a high fever. If this were in modern times, early use of children's fever-reducing liquid along with a few anti-inflammatory pills would have sufficed to reduce the fever more quickly. A shot of chai-hu injection would be effective. Old Hay doesn't understand medicine, so don't take it personally, please. Chen Ning knew that thinking about those things was pointless. After all, they were in the Great Yin Dynasty, where many aspects were underdeveloped. Xiaoqin's medical skills were already considered advanced here, and it seemed she even knew about silver needles. The medical care in the Great Yin Dynasty was actually quite backward, with a high mortality rate from illnesses every year, especially on the battlefield. Many times, even a small wound could cost a soldier's life. Of course, this was just the Great Yin Dynasty. There were many other countries in this world. Otherwise, there wouldn't be constant conflicts at the borders. The Great Yin Dynasty was located within the Eastern continent and was considered a lower middle-level country. It was the same everywhere. If you were backward, you would be bullied. Zhonglan listened to Xiaoqin's words, and the hope in her eyes turned into despair once again. She had spent a high price to buy the best medicine from the town, thinking that once the child took it, he would be fine. But now, she needed an even higher-level detoxification medicine. Where was she supposed to get that, especially within 2 hours? Even if there were high-level medicines in town, running to the town and back would take at least 2 hours. The more Zhonglan thought, the more desperate she became, and she soon slumped to the ground. Watching the small figure on the bed, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Qinyu and Xiaoqin also didn't know how to comfort Zhonglan. None of them could say that the child would definitely be okay, as the reality was right in front of them, and they were powerless to change it. Xiaozhu quickly brought a cold towel, and Xiaoqin hurriedly began to cool the child physically. The inflammation within the child's body was causing a continuous high fever. And if this continued, the child might wake up with brain damage. This child was very good-looking, with a round, chubby face, fair skin, and long eyelashes. Chen Ning recalled the original body's memories. This little guy always stared at him with round eyes, calling him uncle. How could he save him? Chen Ning's first thought was the warehouse space, but unfortunately, there were no medicines inside, not even in the duty room. Moreover, in the child's current condition, it would be difficult to treat without a quick-acting fever-reducing injection. After wiping the cold towel over the child, the temperature dropped slightly, and the child seemed to feel a bit better, with his tense little face showing a hint of relaxation. But the atmosphere in the room was not joyful. Everyone knew this was only a temporary relief. At that moment, Chen Ning felt a slight wave in his consciousness. Someone had entered the warehouse space. Chen Ning's eyes brightened instantly. Zhao Jie had entered the warehouse. He recalled that he had asked Zhao Jie to bring some medicines to the warehouse that morning. Zhao Jie was truly a timely help. He had indeed shown foresight, diverting his attention to the space outsiders wouldn't notice. And Chen Ning directly focused half of his energy into the warehouse. Zhao Jie pushed a shopping cart full of items into the warehouse. At that moment, Zhao Jie was in a good mood. After returning home at noon, she had taken the time to change into a fitted pair of jeans and a white top, making her look much more youthful and lively. She had brought the emerald home for her mother to appraise. As expected, it was a high-quality emerald, practically flawless. While emeralds were not worth as much as pigeon blood-red rubies, this emerald was larger and could be made into 2 complete sets of jewelry, thus having a higher value than the ruby. For this reason, Zhao Jie felt not only curiosity, but also gratitude towards Chen Ning. So, after handing the gemstones over to her mother, Zhao Jie began running around for the reopening of the department store. It wasn't until all the departments were closed that she remembered Chen Ning wanted some medicines. Without stopping, she rushed to the pharmacy, not knowing Chen Ning's specific request, and bought a variety of medicines and small instruments to bring over. Zhao Jie wanted to have a good chat with Chen Ning, but as soon as she entered the door, she saw all the medicines in the cart flying up. Quick, quick, help me find children's fever-reducing medicine and respiratory anti-inflammatory medicine. The fastest-acting fever reducer. Before Zhao Jie could exclaim in surprise, she heard Chen Ning's somewhat urgent voice. Chapter 53. The medicine arrives just in time. The atmosphere in Qin Yu's bedroom was somewhat gloomy, with only a woman continuously sobbing. Bai Xiaozhu and Qin Yu could only quietly comfort Zhang Lan while constantly replacing the cold towels. As for Chen Ning, he stood there in a daze. Zhang Lan, not in the mood to pay attention, wouldn't have any thoughts even if she did notice. She understood Chen Ning's situation, and his reaction was normal. Is there really no way at all? Qin Yu quietly asked Bai Xiaoqin. Bai Xiaoqin's complexion was also not good, with a hint of helplessness and bitterness. She shook her head slightly. When she looked at Zhang Lan and the child, there was also a trace of guilt in her eyes. Although it had nothing to do with her, as a healer, she could only watch a child leave like this, which made her feel self-reproach and guilt. Thank you. You may. Thank you, Xiaoqin. This is Xiao Jio's fate. I will take him home now. Zhang Lan suddenly stood up, slightly bowed to Qin Yu and Bai Xiaoqin, and then was about to take Xiao Jio home. From her expression, it was clear that Zhang Lan wanted to stay with the child in his final moments and did not want him to die in Qin Yu's home. Sister Lan, Qin Yu had already cried with Zhang Lan for quite a while, and her eyes were red. Bai Xiaoqin wanted to stop her, but what could she do? Even if she had silver needles in her hand, it would not increase the hope much. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoqin's gaze turned to Chen Ning. She knew that Chen Ning had a secret, and with such a small life about to fade away before her eyes, she wanted to see what Chen Ning would do. Deep down, she even hoped that Chen Ning would create a miracle for her. At that moment, Chen Ning had just regained consciousness and met Bai Xiaoqin's gaze. Chen Ning really wanted to take out the medicine directly for the child to use, but reason told him that he absolutely could not be impulsive. If it were only Qin Yu and the Bai sisters, Chen Ning might take a gamble. But there was also Zhang Lan here. At this moment, Zhang Lan had already stepped forward and picked up Xiao Jio. I know a god who can save Xiao Jio. Chen Ning sutenli spoke clumsily, then stepped forward and snatched the child from Zhang Lan's arms, rushing toward the door. Zhang Lan was taken aback by this sudden scene, and when she regained her senses, she instinctively reached out to grab Chen Ning's clothing. Chen Ning, what did you say? Zhang Lan wanted to scold Chen Ning for talking nonsense, but the words were on the tip of her tongue, and her tone suddenly changed, carrying an indescribable emotion. A god? There are also legends about such beings here, an existence that could do anything. If it were someone else saying this, Zhang Lan might have directly knelt down and begged the person to summon the god to save the child. But who was Chen Ning? Even though Qin Yu had said that Chen Ning's mind had improved a bit, he was still a fool. Moreover, he was a fool who could go crazy. Zhang Lan also knew about the incident with Wang Jinggang the day before yesterday, where he almost beat someone to death. Yes, Sister Lan, my husband knows where God is. Let him take the child to try. Maybe there's a glimmer of hope. Just as Chen Ning was thinking about how to speak, Bai Xiaoqin spoke up first. It must be said that Bai Xiaoqin was quick-witted. She knew that Chen Ning must have a way to treat the child, but she did not want to show that her mind was completely fine in front of Zhonglan. Chen Ning smilet indortli. If his big wife did not help cover for him, it would be too unqualified. Qinyu and Bai Xiaozhu were slightly taken aback, but they also understood Chen Ning's situation and would never act recklessly. Sister Lan, let Xiao Ning take the child. Maybe there will really be a miracle. Seeing that Bai Xiaoqin supported Chen Ning, Qinyu could not help but lend a hand. However, Zhonglan was somewhat conflicted. Even if the child's only hope was very illusory, she naturally wanted to try, but it was mainly about Chen Ning as a person. At that moment, Bai Xiaozhu, perhaps sensing Zhonglan's distrust of Chen Ning, said angrily, "Sister-in-law, let us not send my husband. What if the child doesn't get better and it brings trouble to him? What are we after?" Bai Xiaozhu's words were possibly meant to vent her anger toward Zhonglan, but the effect of her statement was even better than what Qinyu and Bai Xiaoqin had said. Zhonglan was instantly awakened by Bai Xiaozhu's question and hurriedly bowed to Chen Ning, saying, "Chen Ning, I entrust the child to you, regardless of the outcome. Sister Lan will remember your kindness." Chen Ning was not actually angry at Zhonglan's initial reaction. After all, he could empathize. If it were him, he would probably react even more excessively than Zhonglan. Seeing Zhonglan like this, Chen Ning did not say much and simply smiled foolishly. "I'm off to find the god. I want to let Xiao Jiao die." His foolish expression and silly words made Zhonglan's heart very complicated, but she still let go. Chen Ning ran out of the house with the child and quickly entered the mountains. Once in the forest, Chen Ning did not run far before finding a place to stop. During this time, he had been dividing part of his consciousness to communicate with Zhao Jie in the warehouse. Mainly, Chen Ning did not expect that Zhao Jie actually had some understanding of children's illnesses. Upon learning that Chen Ning wanted to bring down the fever of a child who was already unconscious from high fever, she immediately recommended an oral medication and also prepared an injection. This was considered the child's luck. When Zhao Jie went to the pharmacy to buy medicine, she bought some of every type, including some injections. In such a serious situation, it was too late to rely solely on oral medication without going to the hospital for an injection. After placing the child down, Chen Ning first took out 2 tablets and gave them to the child, then prepared to give an injection. It was definitely his first time, but there was no choice. He had to do it. Just do it. Fortunately, it was just a muscle injection. If it were an intravenous infusion, Chen Ning might not have been able to do it correctly. After injecting a tube of medicine, Chen Ning sat cross-legged and held the child, waiting for the medicine to take effect. He had done everything he could. If there were any other problems, there was nothing more he could do. "Don't worry. Based on your description, it's just a respiratory infection caused by the high fever. The antipyretic injection works very well. Just observe for a while. As long as the fever subsides and the complexion is no longer purple, just take a few days of anti-inflammatory medicine, and it will be fine. If it really doesn't work, just give a few more injections." Zhao Jie seemed to sense some of Chen Ning's anxiety and comforted him from the warehouse. "Thank you. I'm keeping an eye on it." Chen Ning casually expressed his gratitude. "Are there children on the alien side? Why is there no medication for a fever?" Seeing that the situation was not so urgent, Zhao Jie finally became curious. She had been holding back her questions for a long time. "I think I've told you that the aliens here are also in human form, eat grains, and reproduce through male-female combinations. It's just that their development in various aspects is relatively backward and resources are scarce." After a moment of silence, Chen Ning explained a bit more to Zhao Jie. This was partly out of gratitude for Zhao Jie's timely delivery of medicine, and partly to avoid any misunderstanding that she might have about the aliens on his side being tentacle monsters. "I see. So what form do you take when you see me, and how can you communicate with them in a timely manner? Also, is the child born from you and the aliens?" Zhao Jie was now like a curious baby, and her questions became sharper. Chen Ning sforehead darkenet, and he quickly realized that Zhao Jie's question seemed to have an ulterior motive. She probably wanted to know what role he played on the alien side. "Your questions are too many. Report your afternoon schedule to your new boss, and how valuable is that emerald?" Chen Ning directly shifted the topic. Chapter 54. The Sky Eagle Delivers a Ginseng. Zhao Jie pouted slightly and stopped pressing for answers when she saw Chen Ning change the subject. She knew that Chen Ning would not reveal more about the aliens to her. The new procedures will be completed within a week. I will be very busy these days, and the goods you specified earlier will be sent to the warehouse. By the way, will the unloading workers enter the big eagle when the goods arrive? Zhao Jia was indeed reporting her work, but as she spoke, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't seen the giant eagle that had scared her in the morning. It's a sky eagle. You can call it Sister Eagle. It went out to hunt and will be back later. Chen Ning responded and continued. The unloading workers will definitely need to come in. Just let me know in advance when the goods arrive. You also need to find another warehouse near the mall. You know that this warehouse only receives goods and doesn't ship them out. Chen Ning had already mentally prepared for the unloading workers to enter the warehouse. The people who come in won't notice anything unusual. As for the golden eagle and its young, it's enough to isolate them in advance. A 500 square meter warehouse with a height of 10 meters is more than enough even if we allocate 100 square meters for the golden eagle family. The two then discussed some issues about the shopping mall, while Zhao Jia never responded to a question from Chen Ning, which was about the price of the blue sapphire. Chen Ning hadn't forgotten, he just didn't press the issue. From Zhao Jia's reaction, it was clear that the price of the gem would definitely exceed 20 million. However, Chen Ning really wasn't planning to pursue the matter. After all, it was something Zhao Jia deserved. Time quickly passed by for more than 10 minutes, and the sky outside had started to darken. Although Chen Ning was discussing matters with Zhao Jia, he did not forget to keep an eye on the child in his arms. Finally, Chen Ning felt the child's complexion gradually returning to normal. The once feverish small body was also cooling down, and even the big eyelids began to tremble slightly. Chen Ning's expression brightened. He had finally pulled this little life back from the brink. Just then, he heard a rush of air from above. Looking up, he saw the golden eagle circling above him. Chen Ning waved slightly, and the golden eagle landed directly. This time, the golden eagle brought back 2 pieces of prey, still a wild boar and a mountain deer. Just as Chen Ning was about to speak, he noticed the golden eagle directly dropping a plant that looked like a root vegetable from its beak. Chen Ning's eyes lit up instantly, quickly freeing one hand to grab the object. Good heavens, it was actually a ginseng. Moreover, this ginseng was as long and thick as the arm of the little one in his arms, with 2 forked ends entangled like human legs. And the very end had dense roots. This can't possibly be a 1,000-year-old ginseng king, right? Chen Ning couldn't help but marvel. I know this root is good for you humans. There are plenty in the deep mountains, so I brought one back for you. The golden eagle replied to Chen Ning, while its enormous eagle eyes curiously observed the child in Chen Ning's arms. Root? You call this treasure a root? Chen Ning grinned, feeling a twinge in his gums. This was definitely wild ginseng, so big that it should be worth more than those gems. And the golden eagle considered it beneficial for humans from the root? Wait, didn't the golden eagle just say there were plenty more in the mountains? Oh my God! Chen Ning grinned, even revealing a hint of a flattering smile. Just as Chen Ning was about to say something, the child in his arms shifted slightly and then slowly opened his eyes. Chen Ning immediately raised an eyebrow and stored the golden eagle and mountain deer into the warehouse space, leaving behind the wild boar's carcass and the ginseng. Little Gio was awake. The little one began to groggily realize he was being held by someone, not even able to see the person's face clearly. Gradually, after adjusting to the dim light, he saw that the person holding him was not his mother. "Uncle, where is my mother?" Little Gio clearly recognized Chen Ning and asked with a slightly hoarse voice. "Uncle will take you to find your mother. Don't cry," Chen Ning said with a pretend silly smile. Little Gio didn't cry. Little Gio knew he was sick and didn't cry. Little Gio can't cry. If he cries, Mother will be sad. The little guy was only 3.5 years old, but he spoke very clearly, and his serious demeanor while talking made Chen Ning's heart feel touched. A smart and understanding child, showing such filial piety at such a young age. "Drink some water, then we'll go home to find Mother." Chen Ning noticed the child's throat was dry, clearly indicating that the fever had caused some dehydration. Temporarily setting the ginseng aside, he pretended to take out a small bottle of sugar water from behind. It was the kind of glucose water used for intravenous drips, a very small bottle. Although there were drinks in the warehouse, glucose or saline was more suitable for the child at this time. Little Gio was really thirsty and didn't notice the bottle issue. Out of trust in Chen Ning, he directly took the small bottle and drank it. In fact, glucose water wasn't tea very tasty, but after the little guy drank it, his eyes became bright, and he gulped down the entire bottle. Even if it wasn't tea very tasty, the sweetness was definitely genuine. And it was little Gio's first time encountering such pure and sweet water. "I'm sorry, uncle. It was so delicious that I drank it all," little Gio said with a guilty expression after finishing. How could this child be so understanding? Chen Ning's heart was once again struck. "It's okay. It was meant for you. Let's go home. Your mother must be very worried." After Chen Ning finished speaking, he put away the ginseng and let the child continue to hold the water bottle, while with his other hand, he casually grabbed the wild boar's hind leg and tossed it over his back. "Uncle is so strong." Little Gio was not scared by the wild boar. Instead, he looked at Chen Ning with shining eyes and admiration. Hee. Chen Ning smiled with slight pride. This child is too smart. So Chen Ning felt he could conceal himself a bit. Originally, Chen Ning hadn't gone far from home, and carrying the wild boar while holding the child, he returned home in less than a few minutes. Chen Ning was increasingly fond of the location of his home, at least more than 300 meters away from the village, plus it was dark, so no one would notice anything unusual at their house. As soon as Chen Ning arrived outside the door, several women rushed out in a panic. Chen Ning directly threw the wild boar outside, making a loud thud. Mother! Little Gio is fine." While Zhang Lan and the others were astonished, little Gio called out to Zhang Lan from Chen Ning's arms. "Huh? Little Gio, my child, you're okay. That's great." After discovering her child had woken up, even if a deity stood beside her, it wouldn't distract Zhang Lan's attention. All her thoughts were focused on the child. She excitedly trembled as she stepped forward to hold little Gio tightly, looking him over from top to bottom, then hugging him tightly again. Chen Ning took the opportunity to hand the ginseng to Bai Xiaoqin beside him. "Husband, this is..." Bai Xiaoqin seemed not too shocked about the child being rescued, but when she received the ginseng, she was stunned. It was all given by the big eagle," Chen Ning said with a grin in a low voice. Qin Yu and Bai Xiaozhu understood immediately, and with a wild boar beside them. It was clearly another gift from that golden eagle. Although the situation was a bit strange, the three women had personally experienced the golden eagle delivering a mountain deer once, so they had no doubts about it. Suddenly, just as Chen Ning had whispered 2 sentences to the 3 women, Zhang Lan suddenly knelt in front of Chen Ning, holding the child. Chapter 55. Zhang Lan informs of the situation. As soon as Zhang Lan knelt down, Chen Ning and the others hurried forward. "Sister Lan, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Don't scare little Gio." Qin Yu was the first to step forward to pull Zhang Lan up. "Ayu Mei, let me thank Chen Ning. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to express my gratitude." Zhang Lan slightly trembled her shoulders, shaking off Qin Yu's hand, and bowed her head to Chen Ning while holding the child. Seeing this, Qin Yu didn't continue to stop her. In fact, she internally agreed with Zhang Lan's actions. If it were her, she wouldn't just bow. She'd be willing to give her life to the other person. Chen Ning accepted Zhang Lan's gratitude with a silly smile on his face. After 3 bows, Qin Yu and Bai Xiaoqin stepped forward to help Zhang Lan up, then directly took the child back into the house. Chen Ning intended to stay outside to deal with the wild boar. He felt that he had already received the gratitude, and once inside, he would have to face Zhang Lan's questioning and appreciation, which he found a bit troublesome. However, Chen Ning couldn't have his way, as Bai Xiaozhu took his arm and pulled him back into the house. "Chen Ning, this is all the money I have on me. Please help me pass half of it to that deity, and the rest is for your gratitude." As soon as Zhang Lan entered the door, she placed Xiao Jiu on the bed and took out a small handkerchief pouch from her bosom, directly handing it to Chen Ning. Chen Ning was stunned and did not respond, looking at Qin Yu. "Sister Lan, you must have borrowed money. Quickly take it back and pay off your debt. Our family doesn't lack money." Qin Yu immediately stepped forward and pushed the pouch filled with silver back to Zhang Lan. "You may listen to me. I didn't borrow money. There are 11 taels of silver in here. Just let Chen Ning take it." Zhang Lan refused to accept it, her expression carrying a hint of something unusual. "No borrowing? Then how could you have 11 taels of silver?" Qin Yu didn't believe Zhang Lan's words at all. Their relationship was very close, and there were hardly any secrets between them. She absolutely did not believe that Zhang Lan had so much money. If she had money before, how could she have let the child suffer from a fever for so long? Zhang Lan was stumped by Qin Yu's question. After pondering for a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, "You may. I need to tell you something about the two younger sisters and Chen Ning. You must not spread it outside. This money belongs to Zhao Yutian." "What? Sister Lan, did you borrow money from Zhao Yutian again? Why did you do that?" "I told you. If you really need to borrow, come to me." Qin Yu was instantly anxious, tears welling up in her eyes upon hearing Zhang Lan's words. Only Chen Ning smiled inwardly. This woman was indeed trustworthy, able to share such a secret with their family. "You may, don't rush. Let me finish," Zhang Lan said with a slight smile. Glancing at the child first, the little one had been sick for several days and had temporarily broken the fever, but was still quite weak. After lying on the bed for just a couple of minutes, he fell asleep holding something in his arms. "What's going on? Hurry and tell us. If you really borrowed money from Zhao Yutian, we'll pay it back immediately. I have some silver here." Qin Yu was still urging Zhang Lan to speak quickly. When she mentioned having money, her gaze flicked to the Bai sisters and Chen Ning, as the family finances were not solely her decision. The Bai sisters didn't mind at all, just smiled, indicating that it was fine for their sister-in-law to take charge. As for Chen Ning, he had no reaction. He knew how Zhang Lan had gotten this money, so there was no way Qin Yu could borrow it. Sure enough, Zhang Lan simply shook her head and said, "There's no need, you may. This money indeed belongs to Zhao Yutian, but I didn't borrow it. He personally handed it to me when he died." Zhang Lan was being a bit playful. However, it was true that Zhao Yutian had held the money bag in front of her. "What do you mean he gave it to you when he died?" Qin Yu was taken aback, clearly not processing it. The Bai sisters understood, but were also somewhat confused. "I mean, when he died, Zhao Yutian was killed, and I was right next to him. I saw it with my own eyes." Zhang Lan seriously explained the situation to Qin Yu and the others. "Huh? Zhao Yutian was killed? How is that possible?" Qin Yu's eyes widened, clearly struggling to believe this news. The Bai sisters reacted much better, their eyes flashing with surprise before they simultaneously turned their gaze to Chen Ning. As for Chen Ning, he simply smiled foolishly and shook his head, leaving the sisters momentarily puzzled about what he meant. Originally, Chen Ning showed no surprise, which made the sisters feel that this matter was somehow related to him, especially since Chen Ning had gone out right after Zhao Yutian left. However, Chen Ning's head shake seemed to deny that. Good riddance. That bastard should have died long ago. If only he had died a few days earlier. Our family wouldn't have to pay back that money. Bai Xiaozhu said from the side. "Don't talk nonsense. It's only right to pay back debts. Even if Zhao Yutian is dead, his wife can still come to collect the money with the promissory note." Bai Xiaoqin shot a glare at her sister. In many places in Dayun Dynasty, things were backward, but some aspects were quite refined, like debt collection. Zhao Yutian really died? At this moment, Qin Yu was starting to accept this fact. Although she was still questioning it, a hint of anticipation and joy was already showing on her face. "I'm not lying to you," Zhang Lan affirmed with a smile. "That's great. That bastard threatened our family when he took the money. I wonder which deity helped kill him. I'd love to set up a memorial for him." Qin Yu suddenly became very happy. Initially, she was relieved about paying off the debt, but Zhao Yotian's threat felt like another heavy burden on her heart, even more oppressive than the debt itself. After all, before, she only needed to worry about herself. But Zhao Yutian had clearly intended to target her two younger sisters as well, which she absolutely could not accept. Hearing Qin Yu wanting to set up a memorial for him made Chen Ning's mouth twitch several times. Of course, seeing Qin Yu so happy also made Chen Ning feel genuinely pleased. "By the way, Sister Lan, you were with Zhao Yutian when he was killed, so the authorities might come looking for you. You should be careful," Bai Xiaoqin suddenly said from the side. Instantly, the atmosphere became tense, and Chen Ning took this issue very seriously. "Don't worry, I didn't leave the village with Zhao Yutian. No one in the village knows, and we didn't encounter anyone on the way, so no one will know I was with him at that time," Zhang Lan said with a smile. But her expression changed slightly at the end, though there is someone who knows. Only the person who killed Zhao Yutian knows. Upon hearing Zhang Lan's words, everyone, including Chen Ning, breathed a sigh of relief. This way, the possibility of Zhang Lan getting into trouble was very low. As for the person who killed Zhao Yutian, since they hadn't killed Zhang Lan at the time, they obviously wouldn't report her later, unless they were out of their minds. Chen Ning's mind was certainly sound. After hearing all the news, he grinned and said, "I'm hungry. Let's eat pork." With that one sentence, the atmosphere in the room shifted again. Zhonglan suddenly remembered the wild boar Chen Ning had brought back earlier, along with a large ginseng. "What's going on, you may?" Chen Ning went into the mountains and caught a wild boar and dug up ginseng. "You guys are about to get rich," Zhonglan said with surprise and genuine joy. "I'm not sure. Maybe that old deity sent it to Xiao Ning. He himself can't explain it, but it's true that we're getting rich. So you keep that money for yourself. The autumn harvest is coming, and you and Xiao Jiu need to prepare for winter." Qin Yu understood what was going on, but clearly wouldn't tell Zhonglan the truth since it involved Chen Ning's secret. Even if their relationship was good, she wouldn't say it, as she still distinguished between friends and family. Chen Ning didn't care what the women were chatting about in the room and turned outside to deal with the wild boar's carcass. The wild boar weighed nearly 400 pounds, and it would take some effort to process it. Plus, he needed to cure the meat afterward. Chapter 56. Want to have a heart-to-heart with my husband while Chen Ning was processing the wild boar. The women didn't immediately come out to help because Zhonglan wanted to take the child home. After all, she was a widow, and it wouldn't look good for her to be in a man's house at night. However, Qin Yu and the Bai sisters insisted on keeping Zhonglan for dinner before she left. In the end, not only did Zhonglan not deliver her money, but she also was compelled to stay and enjoy a feast of wild boar meat at Chen Ning's house. After Zhonglan decided to stay, the other women also began to busy themselves. After all, processing a several hundred-pound wild boar was quite a hassle. Bai Xiaoqin initially wanted to mention the ginseng, but seeing that Zhonglan seemed not to notice, she temporarily held back and carefully placed the ginseng in the box. Chen Ning was skinning, deboning, and removing the entrails, while the women helped by boiling water and assisting him. The shabby home was surprisingly lively at this moment, and the busy atmosphere gave it a hint of a festive vibe. Of course, Zhonglan soon noticed some differences in Chen Ning's home compared to before. First, there was the iron pot with 2 ears that she had never seen before, and then there was a brand new kitchen knife. Just these 2 points were enough to leave Zhonglan in astonishment. Although she doesn't usually visit, Chen Ning's home is an exception. She had come over once or twice before, and not long ago, she visited again. At that time, she was sure that Chen Ning's home didn't have so many good things. Zhonglan clearly didn't know that the items they had chosen not to take out were valuable. It wasn't that they didn't trust Zhonglan's character. It was mainly a matter of caution. Zhonglan was also very clever, and she had her own judgment. These changes were brought about by Chen Ning marrying these 2 young wives, so she had no intention of asking questions and just focused on helping out more. When the water boiled, Chen Ning cut a lot of meat and filled the pot, at least 30 pounds, mostly lean meat and pork belly, while the real fatty meat would be used for rendering oil later. People here prefer to buy fatty pork because it can be rendered into lard, and the leftover oil residue is considered a rare delicacy for them. Of course, when properly handled, the oil residue is indeed delicious. After putting the meat in the pot, Chen Ning left the kitchen affairs to Qin Yu and the others, concentrating on processing the remaining wild boar. The head, hooves, and offal were still prepared to be thrown away. Now, many cooking tools were missing, and the seasonings and ingredients were incomplete, so whatever was made wouldn't taste good. Chen Ning didn't want to trouble himself too much. There would always be opportunities in the future. Suddenly, an idea popped into Chen Ning's mind. When he had the time, he would set up a barbecue grill. After all, everything in the world can be grilled, and at that time, he could have skewers and drink some beer, surrounded by beautiful women serving him. Chen Ning shivered. How did his thoughts suddenly go off track? However, barbecuing could really work. An hour later, the meat in the pot was cooked and tender. Qin Yu personally took charge and stir-fried a pot of twice-cooked pork using Chen Ning's method, then shredded a lot of lean meat before they began to eat. The variety of dishes was limited, but the quantity was ample. For those who often don't eat meat, this was definitely a delightful meal, and Zhonglan was one of them. Little Jiu in the house was still asleep, missing out on a delicious meal. A spicy stir-fried meat dish shocked Zhonglan again. What is this red thing? It's a bit spicy, but it smells really good. Ayu Mai, your cooking skills have improved so much. After tasting a bite, Zhonglan couldn't help but ask. It's all thanks to my younger sister's new skills. I'm still not very good at it. This thing is called chili, a spice made from a vegetable that is dried from another place. Since Chen Yu had revealed the stir-frying and the chili, she naturally wanted to explain. Chen Yu knew Zhang Lan's character. She wasn't a gossip and wouldn't pry too deeply into her affairs. Sure enough, after Zhang Lan received the introduction and explanation, all that remained was praise for the food and gratitude for the family, without any further questions. Chen Ning felt very comfortable interacting with such a person. The most annoying thing was dealing with someone who wasn't very familiar, yet kept prying into others' secrets. The staple food was corn rice and the flatbreads that Chen Yu had brought back, which Zhang Lan had previously brought for her from the town. Zhang Lan enjoyed this meal especially, not only because of the refreshing taste of the food, but also due to her child's recovery. Half an hour later, Zhang Lan, unable to refuse, took a piece of fatty meat and a packet of medicine powder that Chen Ning had given her, then carried the still sleeping little Gio home. The medicine powder was made from crushed anti-inflammatory tablets, enough for little Gio to take for 3 days, essentially ensuring a complete recovery. It was only a little after 7 in the evening, and a small oil lamp barely illuminated half of the kitchen, while Chen Ning and the 3 women continued to be busy. After all, with so much meat, it would spoil if not processed. All the fatty meat was rendered into lard, producing enough lard for 3 jars, and the leftover oil residue became a snack for Bai Xiaozhu. The rest was for curing salted meat and smoked bacon. The family worked hard until after 9 o'clock, and the eaves at the back of the house were already filled with strips of wild boar and deer meat. So tired, but it feels so good. If we save this meat, it would last until next year, Bai Xiaozhu said, shaking her small fist on her shoulder. It really is enough. I never dreamed we would have so much meat and money. It's just wonderful, Chen Yu said, also tired but obviously in a good mood. Chen Yu's good mood was also related to the killing of Zhao Yutian. Everyone could feel that she seemed much more cheerful than before. Husband, what should we do with the ginseng? Bai Xiaoqin finally brought up the ginseng issue. Let the eldest wife decide. We aren't short on money. We can keep it at home for now and sell it later if we get more, Chen Ning said. He intended to keep this ginseng at home for the 3 women. Anyway, Tianing said there was more in the mountains, and next time they got some, he would give Zhao Jie one to evaluate its value. I'll handle this first. Otherwise, it will waste its medicinal properties, and then we'll talk, Bai Xiaozhu said after pondering for a moment. Chen Ning nodded, saying to let Bai Xiaoqin take charge, so he wouldn't say more. Husband, it's already very late. Aren't you going back to rest? Bai Xiaoqin, seeing Chen Ning still in their room, asked with a shy smile. Oh, now that we've finished discussing the ginseng, I still want to ask if we can talk about building a house and the landlord's matters, Chen Ning said, feeling a bit awkward. He found it enjoyable to talk with the 3 women and momentarily wanted to stay in the room. Xiao Ning, stop messing around. We need to wash up and rest. Can we talk about this tomorrow? Chen Yu unconsciously still treated Chen Ning as the previous Chen Ning, speaking in a tone that coaxed a child. Fen Ning smiled helplessly. Perhaps the aftereffects of the day's killing were showing, and he really didn't want to go back to sleep alone. However, since Chen Yu said so, he couldn't oppose it. He nodded sullenly and exited the room. Bai Xiaoqin noticed that Chen Ning's mood was a bit off, hesitating before saying, Sister-in-law and little sister, you wash up first. I'll go talk to my husband for a bit. Bai Xiaozhu also wanted to follow out, but was directly pulled back by Chen Yu, who smiled at Bai Xiaozhu with a strange expression and said, Sister Zhu, don't disturb them. Let's rest early. Clearly, Chen Yu misunderstood something, and Bai Xiaozhu quickly figured it out. The little girl was momentarily stunned, feeling a bit uncomfortable, but quickly shook her head. She didn't believe her sister would be so proactive in going to the husband. Just as Chen Ning returned to his room, he didn't expect Bai Xiaoqin to follow him in. Eldest wife, why did you come over? Chen Ning was taken aback for a moment before smiling and asking. I want to have a heart-to-heart talk with my husband. Bai Xiaoqin suddenly realized she had acted a bit impulsively. It was night, and she just walked into a man's room. If others didn't misunderstand, she didn't believe it herself, especially since this man was her lawful husband. Chapter 57. Preparing to go to town again, Chen Ning was naturally very happy about Bai Xiaoqin's initiative. He directly reached out to pull Bai Xiaoqin to sit on the bed. Instantly, Bai Xiaoqin's body tensed up, and she couldn't even speak. What's wrong, eldest wife? Didn't you want to talk to me? How can we talk if you don't say anything? Chen Ning wasn't foolish. He could certainly sense Bai Xiaoqin's nervousness, but he wanted to tease her a bit more. Sometimes, Teasing the dignified and composed by Xiaoqin was even more fun than teasing the lively by Xiaozhu. I felt that my husband was in a bad mood, so don't think too much, by Xiaoqin said softly, her face reddening. What am I thinking too much about? Chen Ning continued to ask. Husband, you're teasing me. Bai Xiaoqin immediately realized that Chen Ning was deliberately teasing her, and she became a bit annoyed. Although she felt a bit shy and angry, Bai Xiaoqin didn't reject Chen Ning's behavior at all. Haha, I'm not teasing you anymore. It's tiring to sit. Let's lie down and chat. Chen Ning laughed heartily, lying down and pulling Bai Xiaoqin down beside him. The moment Bai Xiaoqin felt a little relieved. She immediately became tense again. After all, she was lying on the same bed as a man. Especially since Bai Xiaoqin was very aware that her figure and appearance were quite good, which would definitely be a great attraction for a young man full of vigor. Don't be afraid. We'll just cover ourselves with a quilt and chat, Chen Ning said gently, wrapping his arm around Bai Xiaoqin's slender waist. Not being afraid is easier said than done. Bai Xiaoqin felt the strong, masculine aura coming from behind her, and she couldn't relax at all. The large hand resting on her waist made her feel a bit flushed. Chen Ning, of course, was not a gentleman, but at that moment, he really didn't want to do anything to Bai Xiaoqin. He was already quite satisfied with things being like this. Wife, what do you think I should do to make the villagers willingly express their gratitude while having them dig cassava in the mountains without wanting to take advantage of us? Chen Ning knew Bai Xiaoqin was nervous, so he straightforwardly discussed his thoughts, deliberately asking her for advice to ease her tension. Sure enough, this tactic was very effective. Bai Xiaoqin's attention was partially diverted. That's simple. We could just hire them to help us dig cassava and pay them a little less, Bai Xiaoqin said. If that's the case, will they give their all to work? I guess they will definitely find ways to slack off, Chen Ning continued to ask. They won tea. We can set a quota for each of them. If they don't meet the daily requirement, they won tea get paid for that day. If someone exceeds the quota, we could give a little reward to encourage them to work harder. Bai Xiaoqin casually came up with a solution. Chen Ning couldn't help but brighten his eyes. He had thought of this method long ago, but Bai Xiaoqin came up with it on her own, which made Chen Ning marvel again at how quick-witted she was. After that, the two just talked about this matter, such as how to hire the villagers, the daily wages, and how much reward to give for exceeding the quota, etc. In any case, some of the discussions were just finding topics to talk about. As they chatted, Bai Xiaoqin's breath gradually stabilized, and, eventually, she nestled her head in Chen Ning's arm and fell into a deep sleep. Chen Ning smiled slightly and had no intention of sending her back. He just held her like this and fell asleep contentedly. When Chen Ning felt something unusual in his arms, it was already dawn the next day. Chen Ning knew that Bai Xiaoqin wanted to leave quietly, and he naturally wouldn't expose her to avoid making her too embarrassed early in the morning. A few minutes later, Chen Ning heard Bai Xiaozhu's surprised exclamations and questioning sounds coming from the kitchen, followed by Bai Xiaoqin's low reprimand and explanation. Chen Ning smiled slightly, feeling the faint fragrance left in his arms. For a moment, he didn't want to get up. However, being lazy was not Chen Ning's habit. There were still many things to do today. As soon as Chen Ning came out, Bai Xiaozhu glared at him with a red face, while Qin Yu had a gentle smile on her face. Chen Ning was puzzled about how Bai Xiaoqin explained things, as the reactions of the two women made it seem like he had really done something. However, Chen Ning didn't explain anything. After all, his wife was above board. And even if something had happened, it was reasonable. For breakfast, they used new utensils, and the food consisted of corn porridge and cassava cakes, with leftover dishes from last night, plus some vegetables grown in their own yard. The variety of vegetables here wasn't rich. There were no fruit-type vegetables like tomatoes, eggplants, or peppers, only leafy and stem vegetables like chives, oat vegetables, celery, and cabbage. Since there were no stir-fried or cold dishes here, these things could only be eaten boiled, and the taste was predictable. Of course, there was another way to eat these vegetables, which was pickling. Qin Yu had pickled quite a few vegetables, and at least Chen Ning felt that pickled vegetables tasted much better than boiled ones. After breakfast, the family of four officially began discussing what to do next. Chen Ning strongly suggested building houses first. Build the best house. Husband, do you want us to buy back the original courtyard? Zhao Yutian was already dead, and his family probably didn't want to guard the house, so they might sell it to live in the town. When Chen Ning heard that Chen Ning wanted to build the best house, she brought up a small idea. Originally, Chen Ning's family was the richest in the village, and their courtyard and house were the best. However, Chen Ning only pondered for a moment before rejecting it. Even though the original courtyard and house were good, they were still far from what Chen Ning wanted. Because Chen Ning wanted a house that could accommodate modern items, buying back the original courtyard would complicate the renovations. Additionally, the location was also a consideration for Chen Ning. He preferred a place at the foot of the mountain, away from the village, which not only had a large area for future development, but also made many things much more convenient. As for any sentimentality towards the original house, don't joke around. After all, the current Chen Ning was not the old Chen Ning anymore. I want to design our new home myself so that it's comfortable to live in. Today, I'll go to the town to see the situation and check if there are any suitable work teams, Chen Ning said. Now, Chen Ning was undoubtedly the head of the family. Since he had made this decision, the three women might have their thoughts, but in the end, they all nodded in support. When will we start hiring villagers to dig cassava? If we dig a lot, does my husband really have a market for it? We won't need that much cassava food ourselves. Bai Xiaoqin naturally remembered this matter. I've already found a market. Sister-in-law can start by asking some people if they're willing. We'll pay them 2 copper coins a day, and they need to dig at least 500 cassavas each day, Chen Ning said, also placing importance on the cassava digging, as getting it to the warehouse to hand over to Zhao Jia could be quite a good income. Qin Yu nodded, indicating that she understood. 2 copper coins really weren't much, but she believed there would definitely be villagers willing to do it. Husband, can you take me to town too? When Chen Ning was about to leave with the 10 taels of silver given by Qin Yu, Bai Xiaozhu pouted her little lips and looked at Chen Ning with an expectant expression. Chen Ning pondered for a moment and then nodded. Then let us take the little wife with us. Hurry up and change into new clothes. Ah, thank you, husband. I'll be ready soon. Bai Xiaozhu had not held any hopes, but she was surprised to hear Chen Ning agree. The little girl jumped up in excitement and quickly ran back to her room after speaking. Chen Ning smiled slightly and shook his head. She really was like a child. But then again, the 2 sisters were only 16 years old this year. Chapter 58. House building plan. Seeing that Chen Ning was willing to take Bai Xiaozhu to the town, Qin Yu and Bai Xiaoqin exchanged smiles, as they could sense Chen Ning's indulgence towards Bai Xiaozhu. Husband, don't spoil this girl too much, or she will become more and more unruly, Bai Xiaoqin said with a smile. I'll spoil you too, my big wife. Will you become unruly? Chen Ning replied with his habitual silly smile. I was talking about Xiaozhu. Why is my husband teasing me again? Bai Xiaoqin didn't expect Chen Ning to turn the conversation back to herself. Although she secretly liked it, she still felt a bit shy and annoyed in front of Qin Yu. Haha, husband isn't teasing you. What I said is the truth. As long as you are my woman, I will spoil you. I believe you all have self-restraint and one become arrogant because of being spoiled. Chen Ning laughed and said, being spoiled and becoming arrogant. What a good phrase. Bai Xiaoqin heard this term for the first time, and as she pondered its meaning, her eyes sparkled again. I'm here, husband. Let us set off. Just then, the door opened, and a pale green figure bounced in. This was the first time Chen Ning saw Bai Xiaozhu in new clothes. The sisters had been wearing their old, coarse, gray clothes for the past few days. After this glance, Chen Ning was immediately stunned. The saying that people rely on clothing was indeed not wrong. When buying fabric, Chen Ning liked this pale green color, feeling it was fresh and natural, but he didn't expect it to look so beautiful when made into a girl-esque dress. The little girl already had a good figure, but it was hidden under the coarse, old clothes. At this moment, her well-fitted new outfit completely revealed her perfect figure, especially as Chen Ning's gaze briefly lingered on a certain area that was noticeably higher than usual. The little girl was particularly sensitive. As soon as Chen Ning looked over, she immediately crossed her arms over her chest, and her small face turned red in an instant. Cough, what's wrong, little wife? Are you feeling unwell? Chen Ning asked, feigning confusion and concern. Bad husband pretending to be foolish. Seeing Chen Ning like this, Bai Xiaozhu knew he was teasing her again. However, to say she was uncomfortable, the new clothes felt incredibly comfortable. When she changed into the new outfit, she couldn't help but wear the underwear that Chen Ning had brought back underneath. This feeling made her utterly disdain the original cloth band bra. Moreover, The most embarrassing part was that after putting on the clothes, she felt significantly taller than before. Qin Yu and Bai Xiaoqin also immediately noticed the issue and quickly surrounded her, even pulling Bai Xiaozhu aside to whisper. Chen Ning touched his nose and didn't eavesdrop, but he could see Bai Xiaozhu's charming face growing redder. To make matters worse, in the end, Qin Yu even wanted to personally feel it. This made Bai Xiaozhu unable to bear it any longer. She ran to Chen Ning's side, pulling him to walk outside while looking back and saying, "Sister-in-law, you're so curious. You could try it on yourselves later to find out." "What are you saying? We can't let the husband know." While Chen Ning went to the back of the courtyard to fetch the cart, he continued to tease Bai Xiaozhu. "Bad husband, do you want me to show you?" Bai Xiaozhu, annoyed by Chen Ning's teasing, blurted out without thinking. Chen Ning suddenly stopped, his gaze turning fiery as he looked at Bai Xiaozhu. After she said that, Bai Xiaozhu froze, her face turning crimson again as she hurriedly explained, "Husband, I misspoke. Please don't take it seriously. Misspeaking is not okay. What you say counts. Little wife, hurry and show your husband." After regaining his composure, Chen Ning wore a mischievous smile. I can't, not now." The little girl didn't know if she was anxious or shy, her speech becoming disjointed. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. I'll let you show your husband secretly on the wedding night. Now, get in the cart." Chen Ning felt that if he continued teasing, she might cry right there. Okay, husband, you're the best." Bai Xiaozhu nodded repeatedly. Although Chen Ning's words still made her extremely shy, she felt it was much more normal now. "By the way, husband, what are we going to do with the cart? Are we going to buy a lot of things?" Bai Xiaozhu asked Chen Ning after getting in the cart without hesitation. "Let us see how it goes. This time, we mainly want to check if there are any construction teams available for building houses. If we can settle on one, we'll buy more food to bring back." Chen Ning replied. Although there were many things the family needed, he didn't want to acquire too much right now. Everything would be properly arranged once the new house was completed. Chen Ning's primary purpose for going to the town this time was to recruit workers for building the house and to hire servants for the family. Moreover, if necessary, he even wanted to buy a few slaves. He wasn't joking when he said the family needed help, but hiring individuals might not be secure. So investing in lifelong help seemed more reassuring. Construction team? Bai Xiaozhu was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood and said, "It's a team specifically for building houses, right?" "Exactly. My little wife is really smart. I just wonder if there is such a team." Chen Ning praised her. "There definitely isn't such a team in town. The big mansions have the government construction department, while small houses are usually built by individual contractors." Bai Xiaozhu directly answered Chen Ning. "Is that so? Then we'll see when we get there. Let us check it out first," Chen Ning said with a slight frown, but didn't worry too much. Actually, he had his own ideas regarding the construction. If he couldn't find a suitable construction team, he would strive to have it all built by his own people. He didn't plan to purchase materials here, as the blue bricks were similar to those on Earth. As long as the blue bricks didn't show any abnormalities, he wouldn't worry about the inner materials. The only thing to pay attention to was how to communicate with the construction workers. If necessary, he would buy more slaves and have it all done by his own people. There were no people on the village street, and no one noticed them as they left. They chatted leisurely along the empty road, and from time to time, Bai Xiaozhu's silver bell-like laughter could be heard. "Husband, it's so hot today." Not far from the village, Bai Xiaozhu couldn't help but complain. Due to Chen Ning's physique, he usually didn't mind the heat. But as soon as Bai Xiaozhu spoke, he started to feel it too. It was just around 7 in the morning. Although the autumn sun was quite harsh, the heat was indeed a bit much. "Don't worry, husband will cool you down soon," Chen Ning said without thinking much, then began to speed up. Husband, slow down a bit. This will be hard for you." Bai Xiaozhu quickly felt a bit of a cool breeze due to the speed, but her first thought was to worry about her husband. "Just sit back and relax. I'll take you for a ride," Chen Ning shouted loudly, then continued to accelerate. The ox cart simply wasn't suitable for high speeds, or he would have gone even faster. The distance was less than 20 kilometers. Walking normally would take at least 2 hours, but at Chen Ning's speed, they could see Qinyan town from far away after just an hour. After running for an hour, Chen Ning was disappointed to find that his physical exertion was minimal, so he didn't feel any heat inside. Bai Xiaozhu was initially worried about Chen Ning's health in the cart, but gradually she became astonished. Even though she knew Chen Ning had a strong physique, She didn't expect it to be to such an extent. Husband's physique is definitely stronger than a beginner martial artist, but he hasn't even touched martial arts. Bai Xiaozhu thought, her eyes flashing. As they got closer to Qingyun town, Chen Ning slowed down to a normal pace. It wasn't that he couldn't run anymore, but rather that a group of people appeared in his line of sight ahead. Chapter 59. Officials investigate the Zhao Yutian incident at first. Chen Ning thought it was villagers from a certain village heading back to the town, but as he got closer, he squinted slightly. It turned out to be the town's officials. The officials in town were essentially the captains, in a small town without a barracks. These officials were almost the only ones in uniform. There were 4 officials behind, and a man in tight black clothes in the front. From their formation, it was clear that this black-clad man was the leader of the officials. Chen Ning furrowed his brow. Having killed Zhao Yutian yesterday, encountering the officials today made it impossible not to feel a bit uneasy. However, Chen Ning quickly calmed down. This was no longer Earth. There were no all-seeing eyes everywhere, nor were there eyewitnesses or actual evidence. He was confident that no one would suspect him. Furthermore, one more thing. The Dayun Dynasty didn't place much importance on deaths, especially those of martial artists, which are likely to be attributed to vendettas in the martial world, and they couldn't be bothered to investigate. Unless the identity of a murderer was obvious, the government would hardly inquire. Husband, it looks like there are officials over there. Bai Xiaozhu also noticed the figures in the distance. But it has nothing to do with us. Chen Ning's expression quickly changed to a silly one. Bai Xiaozhu nodded slightly, seeming not to think much of it. Seeing Chen Ning return to his silly demeanor, she just smiled knowingly. In no time, Chen Ning and the group of officials came face to face. Oh, isn't this the little fool from Qingshan village and his little lady? Are you going to buy something? Chen Ning originally thought they could just pass by without incident, but one of the officials recognized him and Bai Xiaozhu and greeted them with a teasing tone. Chen Ning still appeared foolish on the surface, but he recognized the official who was speaking. It was the middle-aged official, Huang Baixin, who had previously escorted the Bai sisters to their wedding. The dagger in Chen Ning's arms was still taken from him. Chen Ning later learned that the Bai sisters were able to stay until the end because they had bribed Huang Baixin with a considerable amount of silver. Otherwise, given their looks, how could they have gone unpicked for so long? Is it because you have no rice to eat at home, Sir Huang? My husband and I are going to the town to buy some brown rice. What are you doing? Bai Xiaozhu jumped off the cart and curiously asked Huang Baixin. The officials are investigating a case. You, as a woman, should not pry, Huang Baixin said, adjusting his stance, his gaze lingering on Bai Xiaozhu's new clothes, revealing a hint of unusual interest. It seemed he had been too lenient in his previous dealings with his sisters. Otherwise, how could they be wearing such fine new clothes? Bai Xiaozhu slightly pouted. If you hadn't spoken up, we would have passed already. It's better not to talk now. Let us just go our own way. Husband, let us go, Bai Xiaozhu called to Chen Ning. Chen Ning gave a foolish smile and pulled the ox cart to continue moving. Wait, just as Chen Ning moved, a man in black who was with the officials suddenly spoke up to stop them. My lord, they are just a foolish lad and a newlywed wife from the same village. Huang Baixin quickly explained Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu's identities. The man in black ignored Huang Baixin and first fixed his gaze on Bai Xiaozhu's new clothes. Then his eyes landed on Chen Ning. Chen Ning looked confused, staring blankly back at the man in black, offering him a foolish smile. What do you want? Bai Xiaozhu stepped forward, placing herself behind Chen Ning. Where did you get the money for those new clothes? And is this man really a fool? The man in black shot a quick glance at Bai Xiaozhu before asking directly. You're the fool. Your whole family is foolish. Without letting Bai Xiaoqin speak, Chen Ning angrily retorted at the man in black. He suspected these people were investigating Zhao Yutian, and this man in black had developed some suspicion due to Bai Xiaozhu's new clothes, though he didn't know how he connected the dots. At this moment, Bai Xiaozhu was indeed in a good position to speak, so his foolish identity would come into play. Dare to insult me? Are you seeking death? The man in black was momentarily distracted by Chen Ning's curse, his eyebrows raised as he unleashed a wave of pressure towards Chen Ning. What do you want? Are you trying to intimidate my husband? The official is right here. Bai Xiaozhu placed her hands on her hips, glaring at the man in black. Chen Ning felt touched. But this girl was a bit impulsive. However, since things had escalated, he decided to perform a bit more. He again put on a fearful expression, ducking behind by Xiaozhu. But in his unseen eyes, a fierce killing intent flashed. If this man in black dared to trouble his little wife, he would definitely send him to meet Zhao Yutian without hesitation. Do you think they will dare to interfere with me? The man in black casually glanced at the several officials, instantly tightening their expressions. What do you want? Bai Xiaozhu frowned. Since he is a fool, he should keep his mouth shut and say less. Otherwise, he won't be able to speak again. Answer my previous question. Where did your money come from? The man in black's gaze was cold. It's my and my sister's dowry money, stored at a relative's house in the town. If you don't believe me, I can take you to ask, Bai Xiaozhu said, slightly flustered inside, but maintaining a natural expression on her face. The man in black stared at the two for a moment longer, and evidently, he found no flaws in their story. With a cold snort, he turned and left. How strange. Bai Xiaozhu felt somewhat dissatisfied and wanted to say something, but Chen Ning discreetly pulled her back. The man in black left decisively, and the officials quickly followed. Huang Baixin walked at the back, and after hesitating for a moment, he quietly said, "You two should hurry and leave. This gentleman is a martial artist from the county, and we are assisting him in finding the murderer of Zhao Yutian." Huang Baixin's ability to say so much was already quite good, probably as a favor to Bai Xiaozhu, as he saw potential profit in the sisters. So that's how it is. Thank you, Uncle Huang, for letting us know. We hope you can visit our home sometime. Bai Xiaozhu understood the social intricacies and, instead of giving money directly, changed her approach, even altering her address for him. I will definitely visit when I have the chance. Remember, don't talk about Zhao Yutian's murder. It will bring trouble to yourselves. Huang Baixi nodded and quickly rejoined the group. He and Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu were old acquaintances, so even if other officials saw them talking, it wouldn't be inappropriate. Chen Ning watched the departing figures, his brow furrowing again. He felt that the man in black posed a certain threat to him. Could it be that they had really traced the matter back to him, a martial artist? He wondered if, with his current physique, he could actually defeat the opponent if it came to a real fight. What is wrong, husband? Bai Xiaozhu noticed Chen Ning's silence and couldn't help but ask curiously. Little wife, what do you think the martial artists here are capable of? Chen Ning suddenly asked Bai Xiaozhu. Bai Xiaozhu was slightly taken aback. Then her expression showed a hint of hesitation and conflict. She and her sister were of two different paths. She had already told Chen Ning about her sister's medical skills, but she had not mentioned her own identity as a martial artist. At this moment, Bai Xiaozhu was conflicted about whether to confess this to Chen Ning. Her sister's medical skills would only elicit some surprise, not be hard to accept. But a girl becoming a martial artist would be hard for the world to accept. What respectable girl practices martial arts every day? Forget it. Asking you would probably be pointless. How could a little girl possibly know about these things? Get on the cart. Let us continue our journey. Chen Ning didn't notice Bai Xiaozhu's hesitation and, seeing her not respond, took the initiative to change the subject, urging her to get back on the cart and prepare to move on. Chapter 60. Do you want to become a martial artist? Husband, actually, there's something I've been hiding from you, Bai Xiaozhu said when she saw Chen Ning not pursuing the matter any further, which made her come to a decision. Hiding something from me? That's fine. Everyone has their own secrets. As long as we don't harm each other, you can tell me when you feel ready. Chen Ning replied, slightly surprised but smiling. Husband, how can you be so nice? You're different from other men. Bai Xiaozhu was moved by Chen Ning's words. Little girl, it sounds like you've had experience with many men. Chen Ning shot a glare at Bai Xiaozhu. I certainly haven't tea. You're absolutely the only man for me and my sister. Bai Xiaozhu was taken aback and quickly explained. That can't be said so carelessly. In this society, women's status was already low. If it was said that she lost her virtue before marriage, the outcome would be terrible. Of course, I believe you. Don't be so nervous. I was just joking earlier. Chen Ning quickly reassured her, realizing that his earlier joke might have been a bit too much for women in this context. Thank you, husband. I knew you were the best. Do you want to become a martial artist? Bai Xiaozhu asked, her face breaking into a smile. Then her expression turned serious. Become a martial artist? Isn't that something you have to start learning from a young age? Chen Ning was puzzled as to why Bai Xiaozhu suddenly asked him this. Others might need to start early, but husband, you have excellent physique. I feel you could become a martial artist. Although you might not become an advanced martial artist due to your age and bone structure being set, becoming a beginner is definitely not a problem, Bai Xiaozhu explained. Little wife, how do you know all this? Chen Ning finally sensed something odd in Bai Xiaozhu's words and couldn't help but stop. Actually, I'm a martial artist too, a beginner martial artist. Bai Xiaozhu confessed to Chen Ning without much hesitation this time. After speaking, the little girl focused on Chen Ning's expression changes. Chen Ning was indeed stunned. Several seconds later, he looked at Bai Xiaozhu with a disbelieving expression and said, Little wife, don't joke with me. With your little arms and legs, you're a martial artist? You underestimate me. I'm a real martial artist. If you don't believe me, let's spar. Bai Xiaozhu, seeing that Chen Ning didn't look down on her but just didn't believe her, immediately called out with dissatisfaction. Spar with me? Even if I let you use one hand. You still can't beat me. Chen Ning still didn't believe it. Then let's have a competition. I know you're faster than me and stronger, but you don't know martial arts. Bai Xiaozhu seemed completely provoked and issued another challenge to Chen Ning. Are you serious, little wife? You really are a martial artist? Chen Ning also noticed Bai Xiaozhu's seriousness and couldn't help but ask earnestly. Of course, being a martial artist isn't just about strength and speed. A big factor in winning a fight is the flexible martial arts techniques, Bai Xiaozhu said proudly. Chen Ning understood, but didn't fully agree. Little wife, have you heard the saying one strong person could defeat 10 skilled ones? One strong person could defeat 10 skilled ones? I've never heard of that. But I guess you mean that if someone is strong enough, an ordinary person can defeat 10 martial artists, right? Bai Xiaozhu said, puzzled. Chen Ning nodded with a smile. That's about the gist of it, little wife. You're really smart. I don't believe it. An ordinary person, even if they're strong, can't possibly defeat a martial artist who knows martial arts. They wouldn't even be able to touch them. Bai Xiaozhu firmly rebutted. Just adapt to the situation. Wait for the opponent to come forward, Chen Ning said. Well, I just don't believe it. If we fight, you'll know, Bai Xiaozhu continued to disbelieve, looking determined to make Chen Ning recognize the gap between them and martial artists. This isn't convenient. Let's wait until we get home to try it out. But tell me how you became a martial artist. Can advanced martial artists use internal energy? Can they fly? Chen Ning changed the subject, feeling confident that even if Bai Xiaozhu was a martial artist, she couldn't possibly defeat him. You're really dreaming. Advanced martial artists definitely have internal energy. Once they reach that level, they can open up their internal meridians to circulate internal power, ultimately connecting the Ren and Du meridians, reaching the state of three flowers gathering at the top, which is the realm of the strongest martial arts masters. However, they can only leap very high with lightness skill. They absolutely can't fly, Bai Xiaozhu explained to Chen Ning while laughing. Is that so? So you can really open up the meridians to produce internal energy. What does that internal energy feel like? Chen Ning suddenly thought of that stream of heat within him. As long as he output his physical strength at high intensity, it would emerge to nourish his body. Until now, Chen Ning had never truly felt fatigued. I don't have internal energy, so I naturally don't know what it feels like. However, internal energy nourishes the body and improves physical condition, allowing martial artists to have greater endurance and more agility. Of course, when internal energy reaches a certain level, it can be externalized, greatly increasing attack power, Bai Xiaozhu explained to Chen Ning again. Then, little wife, if you're going to teach me, what will you teach me? Chen Ning, while thinking about studying that stream of heat within him, continued to ask Bai Xiaozhu. What young person doesn't have a martial arts dream? If Bai Xiaozhu really knows these, Chen Ning would certainly be willing to learn. Of course, I'll teach you martial arts. My extreme running technique is very powerful. Although I can't run faster than you, that's because my physical condition isn't as good as yours. If you learn from me, you'll definitely run faster, Bai Xiaozhu said, slightly frustrated at the end, recalling that she had tried her best to catch up with Chen Ning in the mountains, but couldn't keep up. However, Bai Xiaozhu didn't think she was really weak. She just felt her physical condition wasn't as strong as Chen Ning's. In the case of an ordinary person, she could definitely take on 10 by herself. Extreme running technique? Can't outrun me? Chen Ning was taken aback, then remembered that he and Bai Xiaozhu had raced before and didn't expect that she had used her skills at that time. However, she still couldn't catch up with him in the end. It didn't seem that impressive. Of course, he thought it in his heart and decided not to say it out loud. If he did, the little girl would probably ignore him for days. Yes, this is our family's ancestral martial art. Our family's martial arts are among the few complete versions. Many martial artists, even if they reach advanced levels, don't have the method to circulate internal energy, Bai Xiaozhu said proudly. Your family. Chen Ning was hearing about the sister's family situation for the first time and wanted to ask more. However, he thought that the Bai sisters likely experienced a great tragedy at home, with their parents gone, and if he inquired, it might upset Bai Xiaozhu. After Bai Xiaozhu finished mentioning her family, she also felt a bit regretful. The sisters had always been avoiding the topic of their family. They thought that finding a foolish husband would help them dodge this topic well, but unexpectedly, this originally foolish husband suddenly became smart, and both sisters, being clever themselves, naturally noticed some unusual traits about Chen Ning. This made it both beneficial and detrimental for them. They couldn't guarantee what choice Chen Ning would make once they revealed their family background, so they needed more time to understand him better. I'm sorry. My family situation is a bit complicated. After a few days, I'll let my sister talk to you, Bai Xiaozhu said after hesitating for a moment. Chen Ning sensed Bai Xiaozhu's emotions and smiled foolishly. What is there to apologize for? I actually didn't plan to ask about this. Bai Xiaozhu was once again moved by Chen Ning's understanding. Seeing that he really didn't press the issue, her mood quickly returned to normal. Moments later, Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu finally arrived at Qingyan Town. Chapter 61. The labor market in Qingyan Town at this time. It was only a little past 8 in the morning, but the weather was already very hot. The guards at the town entrance were reluctant to stand outside, as there weren't many people entering the town. Both Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu had passes for the town, so they entered without any issues. Husband, why are you lost in thought? Where should we go first? After entering the town, Bai Xiaozhu saw Chen Ning suddenly stop, seemingly in a daze. Oh, it's nothing. Let's go directly to the labor market. Little wife, go find out where the market is, Chen Ning said, coming back to his senses. He wasn't lost in thought for no reason. He had just received news that Zhao Jie had brought a group of people into the warehouse to install 10 large refrigeration units, half for freezing and half for fresh storage. Besides the freezers, there were also many daily necessities prepared for storage. The reason Chen Ning was dazed for a while was that he had first received Zhao Jie's reminder to seal off the area where the Falcon was to avoid unnecessary trouble from the workers seeing it. Additionally, Chen Ning observed to see if those workers could freely enter the warehouse. If they could, he would really have to consider the security of the warehouse. Fortunately, just as he finished responding to Bai Xiaozhu, Chen Ning felt that anyone wanting to enter the warehouse without his authorization would not be able to do so. With this discovery, Chen Ning immediately felt at ease and opened the access for outsiders to enter. He then confirmed one thing. The only outsider who could enter and exit the warehouse freely was Zhao Jie. As for the reason, it was probably because she was originally the owner of the warehouse. Chen Ning left a bit of energy to watch the workers install the freezers and stock the goods while asking Bai Xiaozhu to find out the location of the labor market. In such a world, the labor market was quite bustling. Many people in the town actually lived worse than those in the countryside, as the countryside had a few acres of thin land to barely get by. Most townspeople had no land, and if they were out of work, one could imagine how difficult their lives were. Most worked for wealthy families. The labor market in the town was easy to find. In no time, Chen Ning, with a silly smile on his face, pulled a bullock cart and brought Bai Xiaozhu to the market. It was the first time Chen Ning realized there were so many people in the town. In an open-air market as large as 10 football fields, there were at least 1,000 people of all kinds. Most of them wore very shabby clothes, with only a few dressed in fine cloth. Clearly the employers looking to hire. There was also an administrative office, but it was semi-private. If someone needed reliable workers or wanted to hire staff for a long time, they could register at the office for help in finding people, but a fee was required. Chen Ning wasn't very sincere about finding temporary workers. He actually intended to buy some people. He knew that in this labor market, there were some who voluntarily sold themselves into servitude. The reason for selling oneself here, rather than reporting to the government, was that the money reaching one's family would be halved. Selling privately here saved money. The remaining fees for official registration were the employer's expense, and even so, the employer could save quite a bit. Chen Ning left the bullock cart outside, paid 2 copper coins with Bai Xiaozhu, and then entered the labor market. Fortunately, it was open air. If it had been indoors, the smell would probably be unbearable. Master, madam, are you hiring? I can do anything. Master, madam, hire me. I only need 3 copper coins a day. As soon as Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu entered, they were surrounded by a crowd of people, each one starting to promote themselves. Chen Ning was fine, dressed in rough new clothes, but Bai Xiaozhu was in fine clothing. And with her appearance and demeanor, it was obvious she came from a wealthy family. Moreover, it was unlikely to find such young men and women in the entire market. Most people looking for work here were over 40. Younger men were already scarce, and those who were younger were mostly conscripted into the army. It is said that women should not show their faces, yet Chen Ning clearly noticed many middle-aged women among them. The situation in the Great Cloud Dynasty was indeed seriously imbalanced, with more women than men. Chen Ning wore a foolish smile, which made the workers realize something was off. So they turned their attention to Bai Xiaozhu. Fortunately, the girl was quite clever. We are not from a wealthy family. We are from a village and want to find some workers who can build houses. We don't need them right now, just looking to reserve the right people. Bai Xiaozhu spoke loudly in her clear voice. In fact, being called Little Madam by these people made her feel quite pleased. Upon hearing Bai Xiaozhu's words, 90 of the crowd lost interest immediately. Building houses required some skill, which they lacked, and many were unwilling to work in the countryside. Some people from the town, who were clearly worse off than those in the countryside, still wanted to save face and considered themselves superior, refusing to work for the villagers. Building a couple of shabby houses in the countryside, and they come here to hire people. They probably have poor relations in the village. No one wants to help them. Such a family must be stingy. They probably wouldn't even be willing to pay wages. The crowd grumbled and began to disperse, with only a few older-looking individuals hesitating. But they no longer surrounded the two. Chen Ning quietly observed their reactions, feeling disappointed as none met his expectations. Of course, the people here were not selling themselves, but looking for temporary work. Those truly wanted to work long-term or sell themselves were deeper in the market. The two continued walking inward, with Bai Xiaozhu repeatedly echoing her previous statements, dispersing wave after wave of self-recommendation. Everyone disperse. The young master of the richest family is coming. Just as Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu reached the center of the market, a loud shout came from behind. At the sound, the previously noisy market quieted down slightly, and the crowd quickly parted to make way. Many people even turned and hurried away. Young man, young lady, quickly step back. If the young master of the Liu family sets his sights on you, you're finished. While Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu curiously looked back, an elderly voice came from behind them. Turning around in confusion, they saw a tall old man. The old man stood about 9 meters tall at first glance. He looked sturdy, but closer inspection revealed that he was just broader in build and not very fleshy. His face was somewhat rugged, with a scruffy white beard, giving off a disheveled impression, but his eyes were clear. "Thank you, old man. Who is this Liu Xiao?" Bai Xiaozhu quickly expressed her gratitude and asked curiously, "You're not from the town? How can you not know about the Liu family?" The old man raised an eyebrow at Bai Xiaozhu's question. Seeing that Bai Xiaozhu was dressed well and carried an air of nobility, he initially thought she was from a wealthy family in town. "Oh, we are from the village and don't usually come to town, so we don't know." Bai Xiaozhu explained. "I see. Young lady, you and this young man seem familiar. So let me remind you, keep your heads down in the crowd and try to avoid running into the young master of the Liu family. Otherwise, you'll get into trouble." The old man nodded after hearing Bai Xiaozhu's explanation and quietly reminded them again. Chen Ning remained silent, but understood from the old man's words that the young master of the Liu family was not a good person. He had nothing to worry about for himself, but his young wife's looks were too striking. From the old man's veiled gaze, it was clear that the young master of the Liu family would not let Bai Xiaozhu go if he saw her. Although Bai Xiaozhu was inexperienced, she understood the obvious hint. "Thank you for the reminder, old man. We don't want to provoke anyone." After Bai Xiaozhu finished speaking, she pulled Chen Ning back a bit. There was no shame in avoiding unnecessary trouble. Seeing that Bai Xiaozhu and Chen Ning were obedient, the old man smiled and moved a bit deeper into the crowd with them. At this moment, the market became noisy again, but it was noticeably quieter than before, as the crowd had cleared a large area. After a moment, a group of more than 10 people approached from the entrance of the market, with a young man in white embroidered with gold thread leading the way. Clearly, this was the young master of the Liu family, Liu Fugui. Liu Fugui looked to be around 21 or 22, standing just over 1.7 meters tall, with a thin face and rather ordinary features, especially his deeply sunken eye sockets, which were quite striking, from the bluish dark circles under his eyes. It could be inferred that this guy either indulged excessively or was addicted to something. However, in the Great Cloud Dynasty, there was nothing to be addicted to, so it was most likely the former. Liu Fugui was flanked by a young woman on either side, both dressed elegantly and looking quite good. Following the three were 10 young men in uniform guarding attire, each wearing a sword at their waist. This was rather ostentatious. The Great Cloud Dynasty had strict weapon control. Civilian weapons like knives were usually confiscated. Although wealthy families might possess some weapons, they typically wouldn't so brazenly allow their guards to carry them openly. Chen Ning glanced at Liu Fugui from a distance, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. With such a good background, why not take care of himself? Indulging in momentary pleasures had turned him into someone unrecognizable. At this rate, he probably wouldn't live for many more years. Listen up. I'm here to hire 20 long-term workers and 50 short-term workers to build a fish pond in my family's backyard, and another group to help harvest crops. Long-term workers will be paid 100 copper coins a month, with food and lodging included. Short-term workers will be paid 5 copper coins a day, plus a hearty meal. Liu Daxiao stopped after walking a short distance, seemingly calming his somewhat chaotic breath, and then spoke loudly. The spot where Liu Daxiao stopped happened to be not far from Chen Ning and by Xiaozhu. But Liu Daxiao did not look around and failed to notice the two of them. As soon as Liu Daxiao spoke, the scene fell silent again. Some people pretended not to hear, but many others were clearly a bit tempted. 100 copper coins a month for food and accommodation was not a low salary. Although it was only 3 copper coins a day, at least 2 meals would still add up to a considerable expense. The pay for short-term workers sounded more, but short-term work might only last a day or at most 3 to 5 days. In the long run, it was obvious that long-term work was more cost-effective. Liu Xiao, I want to sign up for short-term work. I want to do short-term work too. I want to go as well. After about 10 seconds of silence, someone finally stepped forward to sign up. Moments later, more than a dozen people had gathered behind Liu Xiao, and then no one else signed up. All were short-term workers. Not a single person was willing to do long-term work. The conditions offered were pretty good, yet no one was willing to go. So it seemed that the Liu family was really not well regarded. Bai Xiaozhu couldn't help but mutter when she saw only a dozen people go over. When she and Chen Ning first arrived, many people had approached them, even offering to work for just 3 copper coins, which was not enough to buy a pound of decent corn. Yet, with Liu Xiao offering 5 copper coins a day for short-term work and a meal, why were so many people unwilling to go? Because working long-term for the Liu family could mean coming back with serious injuries, and the wages earned might not even cover the cost of medicine. The elderly man behind Bai Xiaozhu clearly heard her muttering and kindly explained. Huh? Is there really no one willing to go? Don't they know? Bai Xiaozhu exclaimed in surprise. Of course they know. No one in the entire market is unaware of this. They might not go because their families are starving, or they think they might be lucky and survive a few days as short-term workers, the old man said, his tone clearly tinged with helplessness. Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu exchanged glances, both speechless, and felt a twinge of sadness for those who had signed up. How come there are only so few people? You bunch of fools. You want to even take a long-term job that provides food and accommodation? Do you want to wait here and starve to death? Liu Xiao was frustrated that after such a long time, he had only managed to attract a dozen people, all of whom were short-term workers, which was quite disrespectful to him. Usually, it was the steward who came to hire people, and he would only come when bored to show off his noble status in front of a group of poor people. Although the steward sometimes had a hard time hiring, today was particularly embarrassing for Liu Xiao, as he hadn't even managed to recruit half the number he wanted and not a single long-term worker. He cursed, and that only caused the crowd to distance themselves further from him. Even 2 of the short-term workers who had originally signed up quietly backed out after hesitating. Let these lowly people starve. Since they don't cherish the opportunity, we might as well buy some slaves, a woman beside Liu Xiao said in a high-pitched voice. Not far away, Chen Ning initially felt a bit regretful seeing that the two women looked decent, but as soon as the woman spoke, he felt a strong dislike for her. Buying slaves was not cost-effective. The cheapest ones cost 3 taels of silver, and if they died in a month or two, it would be too much of a loss. Liu Xiao shook his head slightly. He himself spent more than 10 taels on entertainment occasionally. Yet he found 3 taels to buy a permanent laborer too expensive. He clearly wouldn't reflect on why the slaves from his family rarely lived past a few months. Let us go, my dear. We should go do our own thing. By Xiaozhu gently tugged at Chen Ning. Yeah, let us go inside. Chen Ning nodded with a silly smile, wanting to see if there were any workers he could buy directly. Wait a moment, young lady. You're here to hire workers, right? What kind of workers are you looking for? The tall old man had been following Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu, and he sensed that Chen Ning might have some issues, so he spoke to Bai Xiaozhu. Chapter 63. Pei Laosher and Old Jean hearing the old man's inquiry. Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu realized that the old man had not heard their earlier responses to those people. Sir, our family needs some workers to help build a new house soon. What kind of work do you do? Bai Xiaozhu responded politely, feeling a good impression of the old man, and casually asked a question. Building houses? Although I do manual labor, I know someone who can build, and he can gather enough people for a team. If you can hire me, I can take you to find that person. They are reliable for building houses. The old man said after a moment of thought when he heard Bai Xiaozhu mention building houses, clearly trying to offer himself as a worker. Really? That would be great. I just don't know what kind of wages you're looking for, Bai Xiaozhu asked, her eyes twinkling. How about 6 copper coins a day? I'm very strong. I can do the work of 2 people. Actually, if it's just me, I can work for food, but I have a child to support. The old man said after some contemplation, slightly awkward when mentioning the 6 copper coins, as the usual pay for manual workers was 3 to 5 copper coins. So his asking price was a bit high. 6 copper coins? That's fine, as long as you think your work is worth that price. I'd agree even to 10 copper coins, Bai Xiaozhu said without any dissatisfaction, instead agreeing readily. The old man was taken aback. Then a proud smile appeared on his face. I understand. Don't worry, I will definitely ensure that you and your husband don't suffer any losses. Young lady, shall I take you to find that person? Great. Bai Xiaozhu nodded, then suddenly asked, Sir, you must have been a soldier before, right? Chen Ning was a bit surprised on the side, not knowing why his little wife suddenly asked this. The old man paused slightly at Bai Xiaozhu's question, a glint flashing in his eyes. Then he awkwardly smiled and said, Yes, I was a soldier for many years when I was young, but I was just a common soldier with no prospects. When I got older and couldn't carry a sword, I came back. Chen Ning was also surprised that the old man had indeed been a soldier. However, he soon felt admiration. The old man said he had been a soldier for many years. The wars many years ago were more severe than now, with battles occurring almost daily. Surviving for several years on the battlefield during such times was not something an ordinary soldier could do. Bai Xiaozhu clearly didn't fully believe the old man's self-deprecating remark about being a common soldier, but she didn't pursue the topic further. She only felt a military aura similar to that of her father from this old man, which made her unable to stop herself from confirming. Master, let us go. Young lady, the person I mentioned should be at the back of the market. The old man didn't ask Bai Xiaozhu why she inquired about his military background, but directly changed the subject. Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu nodded and followed the old man as he weaved through the crowd toward the depths of the market. On the other side, Liu Daxiao realized he really couldn't recruit anyone and, in anger, led his team cursing as they headed deeper into the market. There were indeed many people in the market, but there weren't many employers looking to hire. As Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu, 2 young people dressed decently, walked through, they naturally attracted more attention. However, this time it didn't require Bai Xiaozhu to speak. The old man directly announced that he had already hired people, causing those around to quickly disperse. Most of those who came here to work were of a simpler mindset. At this point, Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu also learned the old man's name, Pei Laosher. It was unclear if this was his real name, but it was what the old man himself said. Chen Ning and the others didn't care. As long as there was a title, it was fine. The deeper they went into the market, the sparser the crowd became. After all, both the recruiters and the job seekers preferred better spots at the entrance. There were actually houses over there. People could still live here. After the crowd thinned out, Bai Xiaozhu saw a long row of wooden houses at the deepest part of the market. Of course there are. Many homeless people rent here. Just 1 copper coin per person per day, and if you stay long-term, it's only 15 copper coins a month. Plus you don't need to pay an entrance fee to get in and out of the market, Pei Laosher said. That area is the outer wall of the deepest part of the market. It's easy to build wooden houses. This row of wooden houses is about 200 meters long, with mostly open spaces inside and only a few partitions. At its peak, it could accommodate over 300 people. Although they are just simple wooden houses, at least they can protect against wind and rain, which is much better than sleeping outside. It's likely that many people living here are willing to sell themselves, right? Bai Xiaozhu knew Chen Ning had some thoughts, so she deliberately asked Pei Laosher. That's right, but not many can be sold. After all, money isn't small, and character is unknown. It's not as reliable as the tooth shop, Pei Laosher said. Having been in the market for many years, he understood things here quite well. Bai Xiaozhu quietly glanced at Chen Ning, who grinned foolishly and nodded. Old Pei, how did you end up here? Just then, someone suddenly called out to Pei Laosher. Old Jean, what a coincidence. I brought the boss here to find you. This young couple wants to build a new house. You can discuss it with them. Pei Laosher explained his purpose upon seeing this person, then introduced him to Bai Xiaozhu and Chen Ning. This is Old Jean. He used to work in the construction department of the government, later went out on his own and knows many craftsmen with him around. You won't need to find them one by one. Old Jin's skills are quite good. As for the rest, you can negotiate with the boss yourselves. Pei Laosher's introduction was simple, and he didn't overly promote Old Jin. Clearly, Pei Laosher's intention was obvious. He was only responsible for the introduction, briefly mentioning that Old Jin's skills were good, but whether to use him in the end depended on their own negotiation. For this, Chen Ning felt a little more favorable towards Pei Laosher. He was a bit worried that Pei Laosher would overly praise the person he introduced, making Bai Xiaozhu feel embarrassed to refuse, which could even affect his judgment. How big does the young boss want to build the house, and where in the town? Old Jin, evidently more astute, smiled broadly at Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu after Pei Laosher finished introducing him. Old Jin was not tall, somewhat thin, but had a sharp demeanor, with dark skin and a plain appearance. From his somewhat casual tone, he probably thought it was just an ordinary small residence. Our house is in Qingshan village. Can you go there? Bai Xiaozhu first mentioned the location, thinking that if the other party wouldn't go to the village, then there was no need to discuss anything further. Qingshan village? Old Jin paused slightly, then said, going is no problem, but the cost might be a bit higher. After all, we will need to eat and stay ourselves. First, tell me how big a house you want to build? Bai Xiaozhu felt a bit awkward answering Old Jin's question, since Chen Ning had never specified how big he wanted the house to be. Build a big, beautiful one. If there are more wives, there will be more children, and it needs to be very strong, Chen Ning chimed in with a silly grin. Old Jin looked at Chen Ning with a peculiar expression. From his gaze and tone, he sensed that Chen Ning might have some issues. Youth is good. With such a fool, it seems that this beautiful and graceful young wife is not the only one. Of course, being young also means having money. My husband may be a bit slow, but he has great ideas and talent in building houses. You could discuss it with him, Bai Xiaozhu said, turning the question over to Chen Ning. Chapter 64. The costs of building a house. Hearing Bai Xiaozhu say this, both Pei Laosher and Old Jin were somewhat surprised. Not because they were shocked by Chen Ning's building talent, but because Bai Xiaozhu openly stated that her husband had issues. What kind of wife would say such things about her husband? If a normal woman said this about her husband, she would certainly face a beating. In fact, in the Dayun Dynasty, if it was established that a woman was unfaithful or unfilial, she could be sold off. This law has made many post-marriage women as status even lower, and they dare not speak up even when beaten. However, the two quickly realized that apart from Chen Ning's silly grin, he showed no signs of being angry about Bai Xiaozhu's comments regarding his intelligence. It seems he really isn't very bright. Boss, please specify how big a house you want to build, the estimated cost, what materials to use, and so on. After a moment of surprise, Old Jin directly asked Chen Ning, his gaze not dismissive. Old Jin had seen people who appeared somewhat dim-witted but had exceptional talents in certain areas. The main house should be 20 meters long, 12 meters wide. A pure brick and tile structure, with both overhead and underground beams. Walls 3 to 7 thickness, preferably a flat roof, leaving a foundation for a second floor. The east and west wing rooms also need to be built, as well as a yard. Chen Ning saw that no one around was paying attention, so he simply shared his vision for the new house. Old Jean was somewhat dumbfounded from the start of Chen Ning's explanation, eventually opening his mouth and staring at Chen Ning with a look of someone who had just met a fool. A large area is one thing, but wanting overhead and underground beams? Does this guy really need such a sturdy house? The main house 20 meters? Normally, 3 rooms would be sufficient at 12 meters. This guy wants 20 meters and 12 meters wide? The main thing is he wants to build 2 stories. If you add the east and west wing rooms and the gatehouse, that's equivalent to a large courtyard. Old Jean guessed correctly. If it weren't for Chen Ning considering the limited space at home, he would really want to create a large mansion. However, expansion wouldn't be impossible in the future. He could enclose the back mountain in the yard and build a villa on a mountain or something. We won't discuss interior decoration for now. I will give you a layout plan later, and you can build according to the drawings. How long do you think it will take to finish what I said? After Chen Ning finished speaking, he asked Old Jean. Not only was Old Jean stunned, but Pei Laoshi and Bai Xiaozhu were also nearly dumbfounded. Pei Laoshi thought about how he never expected this silly kid's family to be so capable, and if he worked with the construction team, it would take several months. The wages would be quite a bit. However, Pei Laoshi recalled something he had predicted and couldn't help but frown slightly. He originally planned to work for a month, then use the money earned to buy enough food. Bai Xiaozhu was also somewhat stunned. She really hadn't thought that Chen Ning wanted to build such a large house. And was it really necessary for the walls to be that thick? If Chen Ning knew Bai Xiaozhu's thoughts, he would surely say it was necessary. To live comfortably and safely, everything he mentioned was absolutely necessary. Although he currently had quite a bit of money, it would soon be available. Furthermore, Chen Ning also didn't plan to spend money on materials from here. And Chen Ning hadn't even mentioned his basement plan yet. In Chen Ning's mind, the basement was also very necessary. The basement could be partially converted into a cold storage and also partly built into a sturdy shelter. So it shouldn't be easily known to outsiders. Young boss, with what you said, it won't be finished in less than 5 months and the cost 1 TB small. If you want blue bricks, it'll cost at least 200,000 plus rice paste and sand and many iron bars for the overhead and underground beams. After calculating in his heart, Old Jean looked at Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu with an unusual expression and said, I can only estimate roughly, even without considering labor costs. The material costs will be around 300 taels of silver. What? So much? Pei Laoshi exclaimed directly. Although he believed that building this house would definitely cost a lot, he only thought it would be a little over 100 taels. But the result turned out to be 300 taels, not counting the labor costs. Bai Xiaozhu was only slightly surprised in her heart this time, but did not show it too obviously on the surface. At this moment, it was still Chen Ning who made the decision. She also wanted Chen Ning to hear the price and retreat. However, Bai Xiaozhu clearly thought too much. The price didn't matter. I just want it sturdy and beautiful, and the materials have to be the best. I don't want any materials from Qingyan Town. I will get the materials myself. Just tell me how soon you can finish building. Chen Ning was naturally not intimidated. On the contrary, the cost that Lao Jin mentioned was much less than he expected. Chen Ning originally thought that with his requirements, it would cost at least 1,000 taels. And 300 taels? Converted to copper coins, that's 300,000, equivalent to just 300,000 Longsha currency. 300,000 would not even buy a small house of dozens of square meters on Earth. Even in the countryside, to build an ideal courtyard, you wouldn't get away without 2 million. Buying materials elsewhere? The employer can do as they please. We only earn labor costs and 1 T profit from material differences. As for the construction period, it would take at least 4 months. Lao Jin thought that Chen Ning was worried about him profiting from the material difference. But he really wasn't. 2 months. Chen Ning said directly with a silly, stubborn expression, I want to finish the house before it completely turns winter. It's cold in winter, and I want to bring my wife to live in the new house. That's impossible. I can only recruit a dozen workers. 4 months is already the fastest. If you want it in 2 months, at least 20 more people need to be added, Lao Jin said, shaking his head after a moment of shock. He naturally didn't want to hire more people to shorten the construction period. As every extra day he worked meant more labor costs for him. Chen Ning frowned slightly and then remembered that there were no modern mechanical aids here. Everything relied purely on manpower, so it was normal for progress to be slow. Chen Ning also guessed his little thoughts from Lao Jin's momentary, unwilling expression. Wasn't he just worried about his own income decreasing? Chen Ning scratched his head, looking a bit silly and unsure of what to do, but secretly gave Bai Xiaozhu a glance. Bai Xiaozhu immediately understood Chen Ning's meaning and directly asked, if there aren't enough workers, just get more laborers. Anyway, for us, shortening the construction period and adding manpower have similar costs. You're just worried about earning less yourself. First, tell me how your labor costs are calculated. Seeing that his little thoughts were seen through by Bai Xiaozhu, Lao Jin's face turned slightly red, and he said, the daily wage for skilled workers is 12 copper coins, for intermediate workers is 6 copper coins, and for laborers and miscellaneous workers is 4 copper coins. I have a total of 13 people here. 3 skilled workers, 3 intermediate workers, and the remaining 4 are laborers and miscellaneous workers. The basic daily wage is 88 copper coins. Lao Jin clearly explained his team structure, and the calculation of labor costs was straightforward, looking like it wasn't a temporary calculation, but something they had always done. At this time, Chen Ning was pulled aside by Bai Xiaozhu. After the two whispered for a while, Bai Xiaozhu returned. Let us do this. We will provide 300 copper coins a day for wages and also provide 3 full meals. You can find as many workers as you want. Our only requirement is that the house must be completed within 2 months, Bai Xiaozhu said directly to Lao Jin. 300 copper coins a day, all at my disposal? Lao Jin was taken aback. He was not a fool and quickly calculated the profit. Even if he doubled his team, the wage would only be 176 copper coins a day, leaving over 120 copper coins. He could easily hire a few more laborers, gaining an extra 10 or 20 copper coins. Then he could save over 100 copper coins a day. That's right. Then you will be the foreman, and these will all be up to you. However, let me make it clear. While we'll let you earn, you must ensure the quality and speed of the house. Bai Xiaozhu said confidently. Seeing Bai Xiaozhu affirming the pricing and allowing him to truly be the foreman, Lao Jin immediately nodded and said, as long as the employer keeps their word, I can guarantee that the house will be built within 2 months. As for the quality, that depends on the materials the employer buys. We can absolutely guarantee our construction skills. Chapter 65, Pay Laoshi volunteers to work long-term. It's settled then. You can start work in Qingshan village 3 days later. By then, the initial building materials will be prepared by Xiaozhu, under Chen Ning's suggestion, directly set the start date. In fact, Bai Xiaozhu originally did not want to agree to this decision, as the time was too rushed. And she really didn't know how to obtain the materials Chen Ning mentioned. That was a huge batch of materials. But since Chen Ning said so, as a wife, she naturally had to listen to her husband. Okay, 3 days later, I will bring people over. You will definitely provide 3 full meals, right? Lao Jin first nodded and then confirmed the meal issue. It should be noted that in other places, working only provided lunch at most. Moreover, the food was the poorest brown rice, and it would be good to have a little pickled vegetable with it. We will keep our word. But we can only provide the ingredients. You will need to cook yourselves, Bai Xiaozhu said, having a clever idea. If they had to provide meals for 40 people, cooking alone would be a big problem, and Bai Xiaozhu didn't want to make Qin Yu and her sisters work hard. Moreover, she believed that if she provided enough ingredients, those people would definitely be willing to cook for themselves. Sure enough, Lao Ji nodded and said, that is natural. We will bring our own pots and utensils, and I will let my wife go along to cook. Originally, his wife was also supposed to work as a laborer. If she could cook, it would be much easier than doing labor work. Then it's settled. We have other matters to attend to, and we hope you won't break your promise, Bai Xiaozhu said with an employer's demeanor. Rest assured, we will definitely keep our promise, Lao Jin quickly assured, as he was still worried that Bai Xiaozhu and Chen Ning would break their promise. After all, he could earn over 100 copper coins in a day, which would amount to over 6,000 copper coins in 2 months, equivalent to 6 taels of silver. Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu planned to walk around other places since Chen Ning had not yet encountered anyone wanting to sell themselves. He was very curious about what those people's situations and mindsets were. In Chen Ning's view, if someone were bought by him, it would definitely be their luck, as he wouldn't treat them cruelly like other landlords. Lao Jin, come to my house later. I'll treat you to a drink. Lao Jin naturally wouldn't forget to introduce such a big deal to Lao Pei. Seeing that he was going to follow Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu, he quickly whispered to him. Eating and drinking to show gratitude were secondary. He wanted to learn more about this employer-esque situation. Lao Pei smiled slightly, nodded, and then followed Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu. Young lady, do you still need to hire anyone? Pei Laosher asked after catching up with the two. In this short time, Pei Laosher had already changed the way he addressed Bai Xiaozhu. You want to hire a few long-term workers or buy a few slaves? Bai Xiaozhu thought about it and felt that there was nothing wrong with saying this plan. Moreover, after Lao Jin's matter, Bai Xiaozhu thought that if they really hired long-term workers or bought slaves, perhaps this Lao Pei could provide some good suggestions. At least to help her family hire some reliable long-term workers. Hiring long-term workers? Young lady, what type of long-term workers do you want to hire? Or what requirements do you have for the slaves you want to buy? Upon hearing Bai Xiaozhu's words, Pei Laosher's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, I want to hire 2 maids for my wives and sisters and find 2 strong household servants who can also act as guards. Chen Ning interjected with a silly remark. Like this. Pei Laosher clearly didn't believe Chen Ning's words and looked towards Bai Xiaozhu. Yes, my husband cares for me and my sister, not wanting us to be too exhausted, and our family is somewhat well off. Worried about some ruffians causing trouble in the village, Bai Xiaozhu nodded. I don't know how much the wages are for the young lady servant and guard. If possible, I would like to give a try. I have served in the military, and dealing with 3 or 5 ruffians would definitely not be a problem. Pei Laosher asked directly and expressed his thoughts. He never considered selling himself. After all, if he sold himself, his freedom and life would no longer belong to him. It would be one thing if he were alone. But now he has concerns and ties. His child is still young and cannot be left without care. Pei Laobo is willing to work long-term? If it's you, we can offer you 150 copper coins a month. Bai Xiaozhu did not ask Chen Ning's opinion this time and made the decision directly. After speaking, she remembered that she shouldn't have acted on her own and quickly looked at Chen Ning. Chen Ning wouldn't get angry over such a trivial matter. He just smiled and nodded. Pei Laosher is indeed not bad. Apart from being a bit older, he doesn't seem to have any other issues. Moreover, it's nearly impossible to find someone younger here. Besides, being older has its advantages. He's more stable and grounded, and he would likely have fewer ulterior motives compared to younger people. Such a high wage? Pei Laosher did not expect Bai Xiaozhu to offer such a high wage. Normally, a household servant earns only about 50 copper coins, as that includes food and lodging. Guards earn slightly more, but usually only about 80 to 100 copper coins. Indeed, that's why the household servant also works as a guard, which pays better than being just a household servant. After receiving Chen Ning's approval, Bai Xiaozhu felt completely at ease, having some experience with such matters given her family's original situation. I will do it, but I have one request. Pei Laosher decisively decided to accept the job, but the next moment his expression became slightly awkward. From Pei Laosher's speech, it was clear he was a very straightforward and decisive person. So seeing him make a request while looking awkward led Chen Ning to instinctively think it must be something difficult. Pei Laobo, go ahead and say it. Chen Ning intended to say something, but Bai Xiaozhu was quicker to ask. I only want 100 copper coins, but I want to bring my child along. His food and lodging will be with me. The child is very well behaved and won't affect my work. Pei Laosher made his request without hesitation. Chen Ning was taken aback. He hadn't expected that Pei Laosher's request would be this, which made him think it was something much more difficult. Pei Laosher had previously mentioned having a child, but Chen Ning thought he looked at least in his 50s. His child must be at least 30. Now it seems the child is quite young, otherwise, he wouldn't need to bring him along for care. If he really brings a small child, Chen Ning would be even more willing, as this would mean Pei Laosher would be more loyal to their household. How old is Pei Laobo's child? Bai Xiaozhu directly asked the question Chen Ning wanted to know. 9 years old. Actually, he is not my biological child, but a ward entrusted to me by a comrade from years ago. I have taken care of him for 6 years now. Pei Laosher did not hide anything and directly explained the child's background. Bringing a child is fine. I like children. Chen Ning made the decision even faster than Bai Xiaozhu this time, with a hint of happiness on his face. Bai Xiaozhu, seeing Chen Ning's reaction, immediately understood his thoughts and smiled slightly. saying, Pei Laobo is truly a person of deep affection and loyalty. We agree to your request to bring your child. As long as the child is as well-behaved and sensible as you say, we will not treat him poorly. Rest assured, Xiao Yuan is very sensible and can even help with many things. Pei Laoshi saw that both Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu agreed, and a sincere and happy smile appeared on his face. Just then, an angry voice suddenly interrupted the conversation among the three. Let go of me. I don't want to go work for you, and I certainly won't sell myself. The voice was slightly hoarse, but it was clearly from a not-so-young girl. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu were both slightly taken aback and exchanged glances. They both felt the voice was somewhat familiar. Chapter 66. Playing dumb and coming to the girls' aid. The voice was not far from the three of them. Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu looked in the direction of the sound and found a crowd gathered. Although there were many spectators, it was still clear to see that there were more than 10 strong men with knives in the crowd. It was obvious that the young master of the Liu family was causing trouble over there. Husband, I remember now. It's Huolanlan's voice. Bai Xiaozhu whispered to Chen Ning, clearly wanting him to help the girl, but she paused halfway through her sentence. Since she and her sister came from Songlong City, they had a special feeling toward Huolanlan, so they had given her some extra coins when they left, thinking they would never see her again. But unexpectedly, they encountered her here, and the little girl was clearly in trouble. Bai Xiaozhu wanted to help, but she also thought that she shouldn't let her man get into trouble for a stranger. There's something going on. I want to see. Chen Ning, being clever, immediately saw through Bai Xiaozhu's thoughts and looked curious, pulling Bai Xiaozhu toward the scene. Master, that's the notorious Liu Fugue over there. I think it's best if we don't get involved in this mess. Pei Laoshi, fully embracing his identity as a guard, advised against it for the sake of Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu. In this world, one must keep their distance from matters that do not concern them. Being a busybody often leads to a bad ending. Pei Laobo, that person is an acquaintance of ours. We just want to take a look. If it's not necessary, we want to interfere, Bai Xiaozhu explained to Pei Laoshi. Is that so? Then let us go take a look. Young lady, it's best if you don't show yourself and stay behind me. After hearing Bai Xiaozhu's explanation, Pei Laoshi nodded. Although he was reluctant to let his master get involved and draw trouble, he also didn't want his master to be the kind of ungrateful person. The three quickly made their way to the back of the crowd, and Chen Ning and Pei Laoshi, being taller, could see the situation inside. However, this made it difficult for Bai Xiaozhu, who could only see their backs. But this was also good, preventing the girl's extraordinary beauty from attracting even more trouble. At that moment, no one noticed the three of them. Everyone was focused on the commotion inside. The troublemaker was indeed Liu Fugue, who was now arrogantly tilting his head, flanked by two women on either side. In front of them sat a small, thin figure dressed in rags, with a dirty little face that was now a mess from crying. Despite this, Chen Ning recognized her at a glance. It was indeed Huolanlan, who had previously taken them to pick up the ox cart. You want to look for something that won't be given to you? I see you're acting all strange. It turns out you're just a little whore who wants to hide her identity. I have reason to suspect you're a spy. Show me your travel permit. Liu Fugue said with a gloomy expression, clearly having not realized before that this was a girl until just now when he tried to forcefully take her away and she screamed. Originally, Liu Fugue had intended to buy a few slaves to take back, but unexpectedly, he saw Huolanlan. Of course, it wasn't her beggar status that attracted him, but he noticed that Huolanlan was very young. Liu Fugue had always wanted to have a younger servant around him. He envied those young masters in the city who had a young boy by their side, feeling that it truly represented the demeanor of a big shot. As for having women around, he found that unremarkable. After all, with more young men than women now, unless it was an exceptionally stunning woman, there was really nothing to show off. Unexpectedly, when he kindly offered to buy her, she resisted fiercely. Now that he found out she was a girl, Liu Fugue was even angrier, feeling that he had been deceived by this little whore. Liu Fugue said that checking the travel permit was just an excuse. He just wanted to destroy Huolanlan's permit and then make things difficult for her. Anyway, with his status in the town, even if he killed the woman, it wouldn't cause him much trouble. Undoubtedly, Huolanlan was most afraid of having her travel permit checked. After all, she had worked hard to get here. wanting to see if there were any opportunities to find a job and save money to buy a travel permit for herself in the future. A lost travel permit could be replaced, but it would require some money and someone to vouch for her. If she never had a travel permit for this town to begin with, she could privately spend more money to buy one, essentially re-establishing her residency. On what grounds are you checking my travel permit? You're not an official. Although Huolanlan was scared, she didn't show it too much on her face. She only questioned him angrily. After all, having been a refugee for several years, she had seen a lot and had even cheated with those people. So her acting skills were quite good. She had just cried out of fear of being taken away by the bully, although she had only been here for 2 days. She had already heard about the various evil deeds of the Liu family. Why? Just because I'm Liu Fugue and my uncle is the town guardian? In Qingyan town, I can do whatever I want without anyone being able to stop me. Not having a travel permit makes you a spy. Take me to the town guard office. Liu Fugue sneered arrogantly, not caring how others viewed him. In his eyes, these lowly people didn't dare to provoke him. After saying this, he waved his hand, instructing the 2 guards behind him to move forward to capture her. Although Bai Xiaozhu couldn't see the situation, she could hear the voices in the crowd and knew that Huolanlan was about to be arrested, which made her feel conflicted. At this moment, Chen Ning also felt a bit troubled. Rationally, he thought it wasn't worth it to get into trouble with Liu Fugue for Huolanlan, especially since this guy just mentioned that the town guardian was his uncle. However, Chen Ning couldn't bear to see Bai Xiaozhu upset. It was clear that the girl genuinely wanted to save Huolanlan. Pei Laosher also frowned slightly. He felt sympathy when he saw the frail girl, but rationality told him it was best not to get involved in this trouble. Little sister, what are you doing here? Come home with me. Just when Bai Xiaozhu and Pei Laosher were feeling conflicted, Chen Ning then shouted and pushed through the crowd. The scene fell silent for a moment, and the 2 guards who were about to grab Huolanlan paused their actions. Huolanlan was struggling when she suddenly saw Chen Ning appear, and her expression clearly froze. She instantly recognized him as the kind brother who had given her coin 2 days ago. Little sister, I finally found you. Come home with brother. Seeing Huolanlan frozen, Chen Ning rushed forward, speaking while giving her a hint with his eyes. At this moment, Chen Ning just hoped that the little girl could be smart enough not to say anything like I don't know him. Clearly, Chen Ning underestimated Huolanlan's intelligence. After just a moment of surprise, Huolanlan cried out and jumped into Chen Ning's arms, sobbing, Brother, I want to go home. The bad guys want to catch me. Shut up. You are her brother? Liu Fugue was also stunned by the sudden turn of events, and then reacted, angrily shouting, What's wrong? I'm her cousin. What do you want? Chen Ning replied innocently, asking Liu Fugue back. Am I some kind of fool? Liu Fugue noticed from Chen Ning's expression and reaction that Chen Ning seemed to have a problem with his brain, which made him a bit confused. He initially thought Chen Ning was pretending to be someone else to take Huolanlan away, but a fool should not have such cunning. Moreover, a normal person wouldn't have the guts to pull such a stunt in front of him. Are you really her brother? What is her name? Liu Fugue wasn't stupid. Even though he thought no one would dare to deceive him, he still needed to verify. My sister's name is obviously Lanwan. She was supposed to be engaged to young Master Liu from the county, but she didn't want to, so she ran away. Chen Ning said with a silly look, and after finishing, he even playfully tapped Huolanlan's little head. Chapter 67. Huolanlan's decision from the moment Chen Ning decided to step in. He knew that pretending to be silly and claiming to be a brother wouldn't be enough to take someone away. So he had already thought of a plan. That was to leverage power. The only person Chen Ning knew who had some influence was Liu Haifeng from the county. Chen Ning believed that the Liu family owned the largest restaurant in town, and as the richest young master in the town, he couldn't possibly not know Liu Haifeng. Sure enough, when Chen Ning mentioned young Master Liu from the county, Liu Fugue's expression froze. Then he immediately asked, Which young Master Liu are you talking about? What do you mean which? It's that fat guy Liu Haifeng. We were just eating at his restaurant a few days ago. You know him too, right? Chen Ning said with a dazed expression. At this moment, Chen Ning could only keep pretending to be silly, hoping that Liu Haifeng's name would truly make this guy wary and overlook some of the flaws in his act. I certainly know young Master Liu. You guys are friends? Is this young Master Liu's fiancé? Liu Fugue felt a bit apprehensive about Liu Haifeng's identity, but looking at Chen Ning's attire, he felt it was somewhat unbelievable. Lu Haifeng's status was definitely not something a small-town rich kid like him could compare to. Compared to him, he was just a bumpkin. You actually think I'm lying to you? In 3 days, Lu Haifeng will come to the town. When the time comes, you can ask him. He definitely isn't going to marry my sister, but is going to take my sister as his 18th wife. Chen Ning's face showed an angry expression. It seems you really know young Master Lu. You even know about his coming in 3 days? Lu Fuguwei was directly surprised this time, because he also knew that Lu Haifeng would come to the town in 3 days. It was normal for Lu Haifeng to frequently visit the town since he managed the restaurant there. However, Lu Fuguwei had received news that Lu Haifeng had recently become famous in the county, reportedly having presented a treasure from overseas to the county magistrate, and was coming to the town for a big event. Even the old man from the Lu family was personally coming. Of course I know. We're going back to the county. Are you still going to bully my sister? Chen Ning didn't want to waste more time talking to this guy. He decided to leave the rest for later. After all, he hadn't exposed his identity, so if they wanted to investigate, let them. If they really found out, he might not even need to worry about this small-town bully anymore. This is all a misunderstanding. Since my brother is young Master Lu's friend, then he is also my Lu Fuguwei's friend. Come to my house. I'll host a banquet for you, just as an apology. How about that? Lu Fuguwei was a bit uncertain, so he wanted to test the waters again. No, my family is in a hurry to find my sister. Young Master Lu is also waiting for me to go back to drink. Chen Ning directly refused, pulling Huolanlan to walk out. Wait a minute. I still don't know how to address my brother. Lu Fuguwei didn't stop him, but then thought of something and asked. My name is Chen Dizhu, the 8th household in the 7th alley at the west end of the county. That's my home. Chen Ning casually said the name he had given to Lu Haifeng, and while speaking, he had already pulled Huolanlan into the crowd, heading directly towards the market exit. Young master, should we stop him? I feel like there is something off about this person. One of the guards saw Chen Ning leaving with someone and said to Lu Fuguwei with a fawning expression, I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Lu Fuguwei was not grateful at all and even shot an annoyed glare at the guard. He naturally had some suspicions, but since Chen Ning mentioned Lu Haifeng, it made him wary. He was unwilling to offend Lu Haifeng for a trivial matter concerning a lowly girl. He calculated the gains and losses very clearly. Let him go. Go back and have someone check on Chen Dizhu. If he really dares to deceive me, I guarantee he will regret coming into this world. Lu Fuguwei waved his hand and led his men away, and as for recruiting people, he had no mood for that anymore. On the other side, Chen Ning took Huolanlan and walked outward, not reuniting with Bai Xiaozhu, but he knew Bai Xiaozhu would follow them from a distance. Sure enough, when they reached the gate, Bai Xiaozhu and Pei Laosher quickly followed. Boss, come with me first. Pei Laosher walked past Chen Ning without any pause, just quickly saying a few words. There were still many people around, and Chen Ning didn't want anyone to notice that he was with Bai Xiaozhu. Moreover, Lu Xiao should be coming out soon. Chen Ning pulled the cart and quickly left with the silently following Huolanlan. After leaving the labor market and winding through several streets, they finally arrived at a very remote and dilapidated alley. Ahead, Pei Laosher stopped outside a somewhat shabby courtyard with Bai Xiaozhu. Boss, this is my home. Let's go inside for a bit. After I make some arrangements, I'll take Xiao Yuan and you back to the village, Pei Laosher said. And only when he got here did he feel somewhat at ease and directly invited Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu inside. Uncle Pei, do you still want to go with us? We've offended Lu Fuguwei, and maybe one day he will come looking for us, Bai Xiaozhu said, slightly surprised by Pei Laosher's words. Both she and Chen Ning had guessed that Pei Laosher might refuse this job because he had offended Lu Xiao. Would I be afraid of him? If it weren't for Xiao Yuan needing my care, I would have dealt with him in the market. Besides, I see that the boss isn't afraid of him either. He must have some backing, right? Pei Laosher smiled slightly and spoke to Chen Ning. I'm certainly not afraid of him. If he dares to come to my house to cause trouble, I'll kill him, Chen Ning said foolishly with a hint of ruthlessness. At this moment, Huolanlan couldn't remain silent any longer and came in front of Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu, wanting to kneel down. However, Bai Xiaozhu, being a martial artist, reacted quickly and directly reached out to stop her. Big brother's sister, thank you. I know Lu Xiao is very bad. If I go with him, the outcome will be terrible. In the future, Lan Lan will work like a cow or horse to repay you, Huolanlan said, still wanting to kneel. There's no need to say that. Since we've decided to help you, we never thought about having you repay us. You should leave here as soon as possible to avoid being caught by Lu Fugue again, Bai Xiaozhu said. Qingyan town is not big, and with Lu's family's ability, it would be too easy for them to find her. In fact, it wouldn't be surprising if she encountered him on the street one day. Therefore, the safest way is to leave Qingyan town. Where else can I go after leaving here? Huolanlan became confused upon hearing Bai Xiaozhu's suggestion. After finally escaping from that group of refugees, she thought she could slowly establish an identity in this poor little town, and even if life was hard, she would be willing. But what was the result? They had to leave after just a few days. In such a vast world, Huolanlan felt like there was no place for her to stay. Why not go work for the boss? Didn't the young lady say she needed to find 2 maids? Pei Laosher casually said while unlocking the courtyard gate. Huh? Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu both paused, as they only wanted to help the girl and hadn't considered taking her in as a maid. However, now with Pei Laosher's seemingly intentional or unintentional comment, both felt that this idea was not out of the question. There are many 14-year-old girls working as maids in wealthy households, and some even younger. Big brother, sister, if you're willing to take me in, I can sell myself to be your servant. Huolanlan seemed to be awakened and directly broke free from Bai Xiaozhu's hand to kneel down. Let's not go that far. You're still young, and the road ahead is long. But if you are willing, you can come to our house as a maid. We can discuss your wages later. Bai Xiaozhu hesitated slightly, glanced at Chen Ning, and helped Huolanlan up. Daddy, are you back? At that moment, a child's cautious voice came from the courtyard. Let's go inside first, Bai Xiaozhu said, pulling Huolanlan along. Chen Ning fell silent again. Actually, it was somewhat unnecessary to pretend in front of Huolanlan, as this girl had seen him in his normal state before. However, she was clever enough not to show any doubt or inquiry. Even when Bai Xiaozhu pulled her, she lowered her head and stepped aside, directly adopting a servant's posture. This made Chen Ning sigh slightly. It seemed that the concept of hierarchy had deeply penetrated the bones of people in this world. Xiao Yuan, is Daddy back? Pei Laosher's voice became exceptionally gentle as he opened the courtyard gate. As soon as the door opened, they saw a little boy in worn-out clothes, who was surprisingly holding a wooden stick in his arms. The child was not thin, about 1.3 meters in height, with a round face and big eyes, looking somewhat cute. Daddy. Upon seeing Pei Laosher, the boy directly threw away the wooden stick and ran up to hug him, looking at Chen Ning and the others with curiosity and a hint of caution. You're already so big, yet you're still so unruly. Quickly greet him. This is your father's future boss. You should call him boss, Pei Laosher said, his tone becoming serious after the boy showed some spoiled behavior. Introducing Chen Ning's identity to the child. In this place, servants refer to their employers as boss, while if they are slaves, they must call the master. As for the term lord, it is used less frequently and is typically reserved for particularly high-ranking officials or wealthy families. Chen Ning intended to correct the address, as he found it strange that such a young child already had such a serious sense of hierarchy, but after thinking it over, he chose to remain silent. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Sooner or later, I will have to adapt or change them gradually in the future. Although the child was young, he was indeed very sensible. As soon as Pei Laosher spoke, he quickly let go of him and properly saluted Chen Ning and Bai Xiaozhu, saying, Xiao Yuan greets the boss. No need for such formalities. As long as you work well in our home, there won't be so many rules. Chen Ning couldn't help but say to the child. Pei Laosher narrowed his eyes slightly, noticing that the tone of this young boss was quite different from before. However, he didn't think much of it and quickly let Chen Ning and the others into the courtyard. The courtyard was small, only over 30 square meters, and still piled with firewood and miscellaneous items. The main room was just one, with an indoor area of less than 50 square meters. Besides the kitchen, there were only 2 wooden beds, one large and one small, and a cabinet inside. Although the room was small, it was relatively clean, at least without any unpleasant odors. This house was one of Pei Laosher's only assets, bought a long time ago, but such a courtyard would only be worth 500 to 600 copper coins if sold. Boss, let's tidy up a bit and then go back to the countryside with you, Pei Laosher said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he looked at the room where there wasn't even a place for everyone to sit. This was Pei Laosher's second time saying he wanted to return to Qingshan village with Chen Ning. However, Chen Ning had no intention of taking them back right now. No need to rush. If you go back now, there won't even be a place to stay. Let's wait 3 days and go back with Lao, Jin, and the others. Chen Ning said. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaozhu's expression turned slightly unusual as she said, Husband, our house might be torn down in 3 days, and there will be even less place to stay. Don't worry, there will be a place, though it might be a bit tough. At least you won't have to sleep outdoors, Chen Ning said with a slight smile. Young lady, I will go back with you, even if I have to sleep outside. I am willing, Hulanlan said firmly from the side. This little girl was adapting quickly and had already recognized herself as a maid of the Chen family, changing her address for Bai Xiaozhu from sister to young lady. However, this address might need to change again once they got home, as there was still an older daughter-in-law in the family. You want to go back? It's too dangerous to stay in town, Bai Xiaozhu nodded directly, and since she had accepted Hulanlan, she naturally couldn't let her stay behind. She was different from Pei Laoshi. Uncle Pei. Bai Xiaozhu wanted to say something to Pei Laoshi, but just as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Pei Laoshi, who said, Little madam, I can't afford to be called uncle by you. From now on, just call me Laoshi or Old Pei. Besides, I'm only 46 this year. What? Chen Ning exclaimed in surprise. Pei Laoshi is not even 50? But looking at his appearance, he could easily pass for over 60. Bai Xiaozhu and Hulanlan were also surprised, but not as much as Chen Ning. There are many people in this world who age prematurely. It's just that Pei Laoshi's demeanor was a bit exaggerated. All right, then I'll call you Old Pei from now on. Bai Xiaozhu quickly nodded. Since he was a household servant, age was irrelevant. Only hierarchy mattered. It's fine to treat the servants well, but there must be boundaries. We won't linger here too long. Husband, shall we go buy some things? Bai Xiaozhu didn't want to stay there any longer. Of course we need to buy some, but I'll go myself. You and Lanlan wait here for me, and I'll come back to pick you up after I'm done shopping. Chen Ning nodded. I'll go with the boss, Pei Laoshi said after thinking for a moment. After a while, Chen Ning and Pei Laoshi took the ox cart to the town. Pei Laoshi's home was quite remote, but the town wasn't large. Only divided into eastern and western areas. It could also be divided into rich and poor areas, and Pei Laoshi's side was clearly the poor zone. Chen Ning wasn't planning to buy anything special or high-end. He mainly wanted to buy more rice, flour, and cooking oil since they needed to feed dozens of workers. And the daily consumption was significant. Fortunately, the corn here was indeed very cheap, at 5 copper coins per pound. Chen Ning bought 500 pounds in one go, which made Pei Laoshi feel a bit pained, as Chen Ning was buying only premium corn, without any brown rice at all. He also bought some oil, but he didn't buy any salt. The salt here was very bitter and quite expensive, costing 20 copper coins per pound. Chen Ning certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to buy salt at that price. There was plenty of salt in the warehouse, and Zhao Jie could provide as much as needed. The salt there was 100 times better than this, and only cost around 1 copper coin per pound. If he could resell table salt from Earth here, Chen Ning estimated he could sell it for 60 or even 100 copper coins per pound. There would be plenty of ways to make money in the future, and Chen Ning wasn't in a hurry to think about these things for now. Then Chen Ning bought 5 batches of thick but somewhat hard fabric, each bolt measuring 12 meters and only cost 12 copper coins. Finally, he bought 3 new quilts, as the ones purchased last time were insufficient, and he was adding another new member this time. Chen Ning didn't buy any more miscellaneous items, as he would be coming back in a few days to gradually add what was lacking. Fortunately, it was an ox cart. The 500 pounds of grain plus some other items weighed over 600 pounds. It was also good that it was an ox cart, as there was enough loading space. As a servant, Pei Laoshi naturally couldn't let Chen Ning, the master, pull the cart back. Chen Ning didn't expect Pei Laoshi to have quite a bit of strength. Pulling over 600 pounds of goods didn't seem to tire him much. On the way back to Pei Laoshi's home, the two talked intermittently. Boss, I have something to discuss, but I'm not sure if I should. Pei Laoshi, seeming a bit tired, suddenly stopped to wipe the sweat from his forehead and said to Chen Ning. Chen Ning squinted. He thought Pei Laoshi was going to reveal that he had seen through his act of pretending to be dumb. After pondering for a moment, he said, Laoshi, if you have something to say, just say it. I hope we can become like family. Pei Laoshi didn't delve into the meaning behind Chen Ning's words and lowered his voice deliberately, saying, I feel that the weather patterns these days are a bit abnormal. If you trust me and have some spare money, it's best to stock up on food supplies. Even though there was clearly no one around, Pei Laosher still lowered his voice. Chen Ning was taken aback. He had misunderstood. This guy was actually talking about weather patterns? This guy could read the weather? Chen Ning quickly realized that since Pei Laosher was suggesting he stock up on food and mention the weather patterns, did that mean he knew some disaster was about to happen here? Chapter 69. Possible drought and locust plague. After guessing Pei Laosher's meaning, Chen Ning took it seriously. Reflecting on the weather of the past few days, it was indeed unusually hot for this season. Pei Laosher wasn't the kind of person to speak carelessly. Although he wasn't certain, Chen Ning felt he must have some basis for what he was saying. Old Pei, tell me what you've noticed. Or just say directly what kind of disaster you think it will be, Chen Ning asked directly. Pei Laosher was taken aback. He had only reminded Chen Ning about the unusual weather and hadn't said there would be a disaster. Was this the same master he thought was slow-witted before? It seemed he was the fool. This young master was quite quick-witted. It seems the boss believes what I'm saying. Actually, I feel that it shouldn't just be me who has this feeling. Anyone who has experienced such weather in the past should have some guesses. But perhaps they are unwilling to believe that scene will happen again, Pei Laosher said. I believe your guess. Just get to the point. What disaster is it? Chen Ning didn't like this guy beating around the bush. Severe drought and a plague of flying insects. Pei Laosher said this with a somewhat unpleasant expression, even showing a hint of fear. Drought? Autumn harvest is just around the corner. The drought shouldn't have a significant impact. As for the plague of flying insects, could be a locust plague? Chen Ning interpreted the two disasters Pei Laosher mentioned, and his expression changed slightly when he spoke about the latter. There was definitely no mistake. Locusts usually appeared alongside droughts, especially the locusts in autumn were even more rampant. When locusts pass through, not a blade of grass survives. Chen Ning deeply understood and believed in this saying, although he had never experienced it personally. He had seen news reports about a locust plague in a certain country back in the day. He had also watched similar movies. The movies might exaggerate, but Chen Ning knew that if locusts were not controlled, it could be extremely terrifying. Locust plague? We call a plague of flying insects. It should mean the same thing. That plague of flying insects is really quite terrifying. Not only will all the crops be eaten clean, but even the trees on the mountains will be devoured. Pei Laosher, a strong man standing at nearly 2 meters tall, trembled a bit as he spoke about this. Have you experienced it firsthand? Chen Ning asked quietly. Yes, my first year in the army, there was a severe drought in the entire eastern region for a month. And then the flying insects appeared. That year, countless people starved to death in the eastern region due to the insect plague, far more than those who died in the wars. Pei Laosher said weakly. He was referring to the eastern region, not Dayun Dynasty. And the Dayun Dynasty was just a small to medium-sized country within the eastern region. It has only been a few hot days. How did you connect this? Chen Ning asked another key question. If one were to say there would be a drought and a locust plague based solely on these few days of unusual heat, it seemed a bit unreasonable. Of course, Chen Ning wasn't questioning him, but he needed more evidence to convince himself. 3 days ago, I suddenly noticed that the insects on the ground were migrating underground, and some animals were behaving unusually. Moreover, the heat this year is different from previous years. The main point is a few days ago, I saw a heavenly eagle flying overhead. Pei Laosher shared some of his observations from the past few days. At first, he didn't want to believe his guess, so he observed deliberately. But what ultimately made him sure was seeing the heavenly eagle. Chen Ning was somewhat speechless, instantly feeling that Pei Laosher's guess had become infinitely less credible. Perhaps he didn't see an eagle, but was this species of eagle really that ominous? Since you were so certain that disaster is coming, why are you still looking for work? Why not report it to the town guards so they can prepare in advance? Chen Ning pressed on with another question. When Pei Laosher heard this question, he immediately looked at him with a strange expression, although he didn't say it outright. His gaze clearly showed a look of "Are you an idiot?" It seems that he remembered he was now Chen Ning's servant, and Pei Laosher quickly retracted his gaze, hurriedly explaining, "When natural disasters come, we must survive. Moreover, my judgment is only a rough estimate and may not be accurate. Even if it is correct, we still have about a month to prepare. We should take this time to make money and stockpile grain. As for notifying the guards, they will definitely accuse me of spreading panic and disturbing the people's hearts, and then directly execute me. Even if the guards believe me, They will only hoard supplies quietly without informing all the common people. Pei Laosher said a lot, but he was being cautious and did not mention that he originally intended to work for a month. If he said that now, the employer might dismiss him immediately. Besides, since this employer was willing to accept him bringing his child along, it wouldn't matter where he was when the disaster actually struck. The main thing was that this employer seemed to be naive and wealthy. If he gave a warning in advance and was truly believed, then the supplies prepared would definitely be much better than what he could prepare himself. Chen Ning listened and fell into a brief silence. He had to admit that Pei Laosher made a lot of sense, and his previous question was indeed somewhat foolish. The most important thing was that Pei Laosher was not a saint. After making his judgment, his first thought was how to ensure a better life for himself and his child. Thank you, old Pei. You continue to observe in the coming days. I will also make some arrangements in secret. If a disaster really comes, you and your child will definitely not suffer any grievances in my house. Chen Ning said very seriously at last. Thank you, master. I believe I won't misjudge. You and the young lady are both virtuous and wise people. So I took the risk to say these things, hoping that my child and I can live better with you. Pei Laosher responded, his smile becoming even more sincere upon hearing Chen Ning's words. The two of them had already returned to Pei Laosher's doorstep, and both tacitly avoided discussing any matters related to disasters. After a moment, Chen Ning left with the two girls, and before leaving, he gave Pei Laosher a small piece of silver. This was 1,000 copper coins, while Pei Laosher's monthly salary was only 100 copper coins, which meant this was his pay for 10 months. Of course, Chen Ning was not giving this money as an advance on his wages, but as a preparation fund for buying an identity for Huolanlan. The result would be known when Chen Ning returned in 3 days. Regarding Chen Ning buying so much grain and other items, Bai Xiaozhu did not ask further, knowing that he had to feed dozens of workers, and that 500 jin of grain would not last until the house was finished. When leaving the town, although there were no inspections, Chen Ning still had Huolanlan hide among the grain piles, covered with cloth, and even Bai Xiaozhu did not go out with Chen Ning, but rejoined him after exiting the town. Perhaps Lu Fuguwei had not considered these things at all, but Chen Ning felt it was still better to be cautious and careful when he did not have the strength to confront directly. It was just noon, and perhaps Pei Laosher's words had some psychological effect. Chen Ning felt the heat in the air was somewhat unusual. Looking at Bai Xiaozhu and Huolanlan, they were both struggling, but neither of them said anything. Little wife, you, and Lan get in the car and hold a thick cloth to shield yourselves from the sun. Chen Ning felt sorry seeing Bai Xiaozhu's condition. No need. Husband, there's so many things in the cart, Bai Xiaozhu replied with a sweet smile. Master, I'm fine. I won't get tired after walking for a day. Let the young lady get in the car. Huolanlan wiped her face, which was even more smeared due to sweat, and said to Chen Ning, get in the car. If you don't, you won't be able to keep up with me. Chen Ning said, his expression slightly darkening. With over 600 jin of grain and items, plus the two girls weighing about 150 to 60 jin, he could easily handle this weight with the cart. Chen Ning wanted to see if carrying this load could activate the heat within him again. Chapter 70. New supplies arrive at the warehouse. Seeing that Chen Ning seemed a bit angry, Bai Xiaozhu and Huolanlan could only obediently climb onto the ox cart, sitting safely among the grain bags, and then obediently pulled the thick cloth to cover their heads. Once the two girls were settled, Chen Ning grinned and shouted, hold on tight, we're going home. After shouting, Chen Ning set off, gradually increasing speed. The ox cart had no shock absorption, but due to the heavy load, it was actually steadier than when it was empty, at least without the small bumps. Young lady, the master is really strong. When the speed reached a certain level and continued for a few minutes, Huolanlan was amazed and couldn't help but whisper to Bai Xiaozhu. At first, she thought that with such a heavy ox cart, Chen Ning would be exhausted in no time, but the reality was the exact opposite. Moreover, looking at Chen Ning's back in this hot weather, he showed no signs of sweating. Yes, my husband is very strong. Bai Xiaozhu also had no time to talk much with Huolanlan, her gaze fixed on Chen Ning's back. Chen Ning maintained a steady speed for half an hour, and finally, when he felt a hint of fatigue, that heat within him reappeared, though he had only been absent for 2 days. Chen Ning felt a long-lost sensation from this heat. Comfortable. This heat rose from his lower abdomen and quickly spread to every cell in his body, making the fatigue that had just emerged vanish instantly. Then, under the nourishment of this little bit of heat, Chen Ning's physique slowly grew. After the last full eruption, Chen Ning thought he had broken through his physique once, and that future growth would weaken. Unexpectedly, it was just the conditions for the heat's activation that had increased, while the effect of the heat on his physique's growth had not weakened as a result. Clearly, there was still a lot of room for improvement in his physique. He just didn't know what it would eventually become. Chen Ning had always wanted to see where his physical limits were, but unfortunately, he had never had the opportunity, as there was no situation that would allow him to keep running like this. Just as Chen Ning was enjoying the joy of his physique growing, he saw Qingshan village ahead. He had to stop helplessly, and Bai Xiaozhu and Huolanlan quickly got off the cart, both looking at Chen Ning with admiration on their faces. All the way, Chen Ning had run for an hour without any pause. Even though Bai Xiaozhu knew Chen Ning was physically strong, she was still amazed by this performance. In fact, Bai Xiaozhu felt that her previous estimate of Chen Ning having the physique of a beginner martial artist was wrong. Her husband's physique was at least at the level of an intermediate martial artist. Huolanlan looked at Chen Ning as if he were a superhero. If we meet any villagers when entering the village, just say you're a distant cousin of my little wife. Chen Ning thought of something and directly told Huolanlan. This girl currently had no identification. If she said she was a servant hired by his family, it might cause trouble if the villagers had ill intentions. Got it, master. Huolanlan nodded obediently. And don't call me master anymore. Just call me young master, Chen Ning added. He was still not clear about the titles here, as there were too many nuances, but young master or young gentleman had no particular restrictions and could be used universally. The three of them chatted while pulling the cart into the village. It was noon, and the sun was scorching hot, since the villagers had no chores to do outside. They were all hiding at home to cool off or take a nap, so they didn't encounter a single villager along the way, which saved them some minor troubles. When they reached the doorstep, Huolanlan looked a bit nervous. Do you dislike our house? Bai Xiaozhu couldn't help but smile slightly upon seeing Huolanlan's tense expression. Normally, a family that could afford to hire servants wouldn't be too bad, but Chen Ning's house was really too shabby. No, just a little nervous? Huolanlan quickly shook her head. She wasn't lying. She hadn't really paid much attention to how the house looked. She had seen Bai Xiaoqin before, but she knew there was also a sister-in-law in this family, and even the master and young master had to show respect to her. I don't know how that sister-in-law is to get along with. Will she criticize her everywhere? Nervous? Don't be nervous. Both the sister-in-law and the elder sister are very nice. Let me take you inside. Seeing this, Bai Xiaozhu pulled Huolanlan into the courtyard. After Chen Ning parked the car, he started unloading the goods. Soon, Qin Yu and Bai Xiaoqin also came out of the house. When they saw a thin child next to Bai Xiaozhu, Qin Yu was taken aback. Bai Xiaoqin recognized Huolanlan at a glance. Xiaozhu, isn't this Huolanlan? Why did you bring her home? Bai Xiaoqin directly asked. Although she felt some familiarity with Huolanlan because of where she came from, she couldn't just bring her home. Lanlan has met the young madam and the sister-in-law. It's because the young madam and the young master felt sorry for her that they let her come to be a servant here. Without Bai Xiaozhu explaining, Huolanlan directly knelt in front of the two women and said in a low voice, "To be a servant?" Qin Yu's eyes widened. Although Chen Ning had mentioned these thoughts, she had never taken them seriously. Could their family still afford to hire a servant? Who would they serve? Qin Yu, who came from a poor background, had never thought that one day someone would serve her. Instead, she had always been taught that she would marry and serve her husband and in-laws in the future. Sister-in-law, Lanlan is very pitiful. She almost got caught by the local bullies, Bai Xiaozhu said, stepping forward and quickly explaining the situation. Then Bai Xiaozhu even briefly mentioned that Chen Ning had hired another pei laoshi and that the construction team would start building the house in 3 days. At this moment, Chen Ning carried the blankets and several pieces of cloth into the courtyard, and the women hurriedly paused their conversation to help. I'll move the remaining food myself. You all go back inside and get to know Lanlan. It's too hot outside. After handing over the blankets and cloth to the three women, Chen Ning turned around to continue moving the food. Qin Yu was still a bit stunned. Chen Ning had mentioned the construction and the servant, but she never expected it to be so straightforward. Building the new house in 3 days? And according to what Bai Xiaozhu just said, would this new house be built by more than 40 people in 2 months? How big of a house would that be? And how much silver would it cost? To know that the 3 earthen houses they lived in now, she had only managed to build in 3 days with just 3 people, including herself. Feeling a bit dazed, she was pulled back into the house by Xiaozhu, and Qin gradually came back to her senses, getting to know whole Lamlin's situation along with Bai Xiaoqin. Bai Xiaozhu also took the opportunity to explain the situation in the town in more detail. Chen Ning didn't care about these trivial matters. He moved 500 pounds of millet into his bedroom in a few trips. After all, besides Chen Ning's room, there was no other space to store the food, and he couldn't put the items that had already passed the bright road into the warehouse. After moving the food, Chen Ning didn't chat with the women, but lazily lay back on the bed, resting while diverting part of his consciousness into the warehouse space. Zhao Jie had been in the warehouse all morning. Besides installing 10 large freezers, she also moved in a lot of supplies that were not originally in the warehouse. When Chen Ning entered, he saw that the originally empty warehouse was once again filled to 1/3, and Zhao Jie had just sent the last batch of workers out of the warehouse. A large amount of goods and freezers were not moved by human power, but by small forklifts. Chen Ning happened to see 1 or 2 forklifts disappearing at the door, which made him feel a bit excited. If only he could find a suitable reason to get a vehicle over. Chapter 71. Let Zhao Jie purchase building materials. Chen Ning was just thinking, if he were to get a vehicle now, the army from the court might come to encircle him tomorrow. Not to mention the freezers. The other supplies were mainly rice, flour, oil, and a large amount of salt and various spices as per Chen Ning's previous requests. Finally, there were various vegetables and crop seeds that were not available in the Dayun Dynasty. Zhao Jie, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Seeing Zhao Jie looking at the goods and about to leave, Chen Ning hurriedly called out to her. Oh, you're still here. I thought you'd left. What is it? Zhao Jie was now used to Chen Ning's sudden appearances and was not startled. She was very willing to help Chen Ning with anything. Of course, it would be best if it involved giving her another gemstone. Her family's external debts could be completely solved if she got 2 more like the previous emerald. Of course, among the money from selling the previous emerald, 20 million had to be recorded under Chen Ning's name, but she wouldn't be greedy, as her family had made more than 200 million at once. And the goods that came in today only cost a little over 2 million. I need a batch of building materials, enough to build 1,000 square meters of houses, ready within 3 days. Can you do that? Chen Ning directly stated his request to Zhao Jie without wasting time. Although the main house and the east wing only amounted to about 500 to 600 square meters, Chen Ning wanted to prepare a bit more, as he might want to add some things at any time. Moreover, the building materials for the houses would also be materials for constructing the courtyard walls. Chen Ning might even expand the backyard into the mountains. Chen Ning was absolutely serious about his residence. He wanted it to be comfortable to live in, as well as absolutely safe, so that ordinary rogues wouldn't be able to spy on him. Building materials? Those aliens really don't mind the trouble, do they? Such heavy things also need to be transported back. The transportation costs must be quite significant, right? Zhao Jie became curious again. Chen Ning was slightly taken aback, then understood what Zhao Jie meant. She wanted to pry more information out of him. This woman thought he was still on Earth, contacting aliens to purchase goods and then transporting them back through some means, treating him as a middleman between aliens and Earth. Chen Ning pondered for a moment, considering whether to let Zhao Jie learn more to avoid her constantly making unfounded guesses. After thinking for a while, Chen Ning spoke. There's no need to be so troublesome. Actually, there's a spatial wormhole here. As long as I have a thought, the items can be transported over. Chen Ning certainly didn't tell the whole truth, but this excuse could well explain Zhao Jie's confusion, and it was quite persuasive. Sure enough, when Zhao Jie heard him say this, she was immediately filled with surprise and exclaimed for a while, so it's a spatial wormhole. If that's the case, can other people also use this wormhole to go over there? Zhao Jie was only amazed, without a trace of doubt about Chen Ning's explanation. This hasn't been tested yet, so I don't know if there will be any danger. Anyway, I paid a huge price to come here. Would you like to give it a try? Chen Ning said after a moment of contemplation. This statement was not entirely a lie. He wasn't sure if he could bring someone over, But based on the situation where Chen Ning could come and go freely, the possibility was quite high. As for how he got here, he currently couldn't figure out the reason, but the cost was indeed very high. After all, his original body was gone. Chen Ning judged that by saying this to Zhao Jie, she would definitely not try easily, as the risks involved were high unless she had nothing to worry about on Earth. As expected, when Chen Ning actively invited her to try, Zhao Jie shook her head and said, "Forget it. Let's talk about it when there's a chance later." Although Zhao Jie refused outright, it wasn't because she was scared. Rather, she didn't dare to gamble with her life, especially since her parents' condition had just improved and she still needed to help them completely out of their predicament. If her parents were fine, or if she had no attachments, she would absolutely be willing to take the risk, as not everyone had the opportunity to explore another planet. All right, when you've thought it over, I can help you communicate and let you try it out. But for now, let us talk about the things I need. Chen Ning said, directly shifting the topic back. The building materials for 1,000 square meters sound like a lot, but you know, as long as the money is in place, everything is not a problem here. Could you elaborate a bit more so I could take notes? I will help you purchase them tomorrow. By the way, you currently have about 15 million in funds left. Zhao Jie has also gotten into the swing of things. Although she only spent a little over 2 million today, she is also busy restarting the mall's operations, where many expenses are needed. With this 15 million, if the mall officially starts stocking goods and hiring personnel, we can probably only hold on for the beginning. And it will take at least a few months to see profits. Money is not a problem. Everything must be of the best quality. The bricks need to be high-strength blue bricks, and the cement must also be of high strength. For the indoor electric wires and heating pipes, in addition to the basic reinforcement materials, give me some steel plates that are 1 centimeter thick. I want to build an underground shelter following the vault model. Chen Ning said in a flurry, while Zhao Jie seriously took notes without any issues. After all, I don't know much about construction. Please help me find a professional over there to calculate it. And then if anything is missing, you can take charge of the purchases and send them to the warehouse gradually, Chen Ning said in conclusion. Until Chen Ning finished speaking, Zhao Jie nodded and said, "No problem at all. I will find a construction company this afternoon to help calculate the materials. As I said, as long as the money is in place, everything you need will be delivered within 2 days. Then it's settled. If the money is not enough, come find me. I still have several gemstones." Chen Ning understood Zhao Jie's hint about money and directly reassured her. Upon hearing Chen Ning mention gemstones again, Zhao Jie's eyes lit up slightly and then squinted into beautiful crescent shapes. The current funds are still sufficient. Let us talk after buying all the materials. If there is nothing else, I'll leave now. There is still a lot I can do this afternoon, Zhao Jie said. Chen Ning thought for a moment. Many items had already been delivered today, and there was nothing he needed at the moment. If I need anything, I will let you know later. By the way, send me some steel pipe frames for building tents and some steel pipes for making beds later. With that, Chen Ning ended the conversation. After Zhao Jie left, Chen Ning waited for a moment, first checking the supplies Zhao Jie had just delivered, and then inspecting the 10 refrigerators. The refrigerators had already been powered on and were starting to cool. With a thought, Chen Ning controlled the movement of some vegetables into the fresh-keeping cabinet, and also placed a lot of mineral water and drinks into the freezer. The weather in Dayun Dynasty was getting hotter, but for now, the appliances were not needed. However, preparing some cold drinks for the wives was completely fine. Then Chen Ning thought for a moment, and also threw some frozen chickens, ducks, and vegetables from Earth to the Tianying family, unexpectedly finding that this family liked Earth's vegetables the most. Perhaps they were tired of eating meat every day and wanted some greens to cleanse their stomachs. Without lingering too long, Chen Ning withdrew his consciousness and got up to go to Qin Yu's room. "Husband, if you're tired, you should rest more." "We had a great chat with Lan Lan," Bai Xiaoqin said with concern upon seeing Chen Ning. She and Qin Yu had heard from Bai Xiaozhu that Chen Ning had pulled a cart of 500 pounds of food back from town with the two of them. Although Chen Ning showed no signs of fatigue, Bai Xiaoqin and Qin Yu felt a pang of sympathy. "I'm fine, big wife. You all continue chatting. I'll go outside and plan our future yard," Chen Ning said with a slight smile. "Wait a minute, Xiao Ning. Earlier, you mentioned finding someone to dig cassava. I've already spoken to the village chief about it. Let me tell you what he said," Qin Yu quickly said as she saw Chen Ning about to go out. Chapter 72. planning the new home yard. If Chen Yu hadn't mentioned this, Chen Ning would have almost forgotten about asking her to contact someone about it this morning. Sister-in-law, what did you find out? Are the villagers willing to dig cassava? Chen Ning asked. I first spoke to the village chief. He said it's impossible for us to hire workers, but we can pay a deposit and then buy the cassava. The villagers can bring the cassava here, and we'll pay them at the same time, Chen Yu said. Pay a deposit? He really dares to think that. We can collect cassava, which is easier than hiring workers. Just 2 copper coins for 500 pounds. We'll take as much as they bring, Chen Ning said with a cold laugh. Hiring workers would only cost 3 to 5 copper coins a day, and if someone was diligent, they could dig 500 to 600 pounds in a day relatively easily. Originally, Chen Ning had planned to pay the villagers 2 copper coins for their work. If they didn't want to work, he absolutely didn't want the villagers to take advantage of him. The village chief was moderate in his dealings and lacked responsibility. But that didn't stop him from being a cunning old fox. This old fox calculated it clearly. Paying a villager 2 copper coins a day meant he wouldn't gain anything. Produce. Each person had to dig at least 500 pounds of cassava a day while being supervised by Chen Ning's family. It would be better for him to let Chen Ning buy the cassava. His ideal was to have Chen Ning buy from him at 1 copper coin for 10 pounds, and then he would buy from the villagers at 1 copper coin for 100 pounds, making a big profit. However, unfortunately for him, he didn't even get to propose this before Chen Yu rejected it, saying she would discuss it with Chen Ning. Let us not worry about it for now. If we take too much initiative, they have the upper hand. If they want to make money, they will come to us. As long as they want to profit from cassava, this is the price. There won't be any room for bargaining, Chen Ning said finally. Chen Yu nodded directly. She also didn't want the villagers to take advantage of her family. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed in the room, and everyone turned to look at Huolanlan, who was standing to the side. The sound clearly came from the little girl's stomach. Oh no, I forgot that lunch hasn't been eaten yet. Lanlan, don't worry. I'll get you some sweet cakes to tide you over. We'll have dinner later, Bai Xiaozhu said, jumping up and heading to the kitchen. In fact, the little girl hadn't eaten lunch either. Because there had been plenty of food these past 2 days, she and felt hungry. But she was also craving cassava cakes. Chen Ning had already taught Chen Yu how to make simple cassava cakes with the leftover cassava flour. After all, it was really simple. Anyone with hands could do it, and not to mention, Chen Yu had a talent for cooking. No, it's okay, young lady. I can eat just 1 meal a day, Huolanlan said nervously. After all, she would be a servant in the future. How could she eat the host family's food, right, after arriving when she hadn't done any work? Lanlan, don't be nervous. You don't have to do anything today. Just eat something first, and I will make you a set of clothes later, Bai Xiaoqin said, clearly caring for Huolanlan. Upon hearing that she would have clothes made for her, Huolanlan's eyes turned slightly red. Having wandered for so many years, she had never received anyone's care. She felt she should refuse, but the words just wouldn't come out, especially since she only had this tattered piece of clothing to wear, and didn't even have a change of clothes. Then deduct it from my monthly salary. However long it takes is fine, Huolanlan finally said softly. They had already set Huolanlan's salary at 60 copper coins a month, which wasn't high. But Huolanlan thought it was quite generous, especially since Chen Ning had saved her and was providing food and shelter. The others smiled but didn't respond to Huolanlan's words. Xiaoning, I see you bought several pieces of thick coarse cloth. Are you planning to make a lot of shoes? Chen Yu suddenly remembered that among the items Chen Ning had transported, there were about 5 pieces of black and gray coarse cloth. This type of fabric, while the sturdiest and cheapest, could only be used for boots and shoe soles. It was not suitable for clothing at all. No, it's not for making shoes. It's for making tents. If the house is torn down the day after tomorrow, we can't sleep outside, Chen Ning replied with a silly smile. Although the new house will not be in this position anymore, it still has to be torn down first. Otherwise, it will greatly affect the construction. Anyway, the weather is hot, so it doesn't matter if we sleep outside. But we can't let our wives sleep outside, so Chen Ning plans to set up a tent after the house is demolished. This rough cloth is 12 meters long, and it only costs 12 copper coins a roll, which is really cheap. Xiao Ning is quite thoughtful, but while we can sleep outside, the younger sisters can't. So let's have them stay at Sisterland's house. Chen Yu said, thinking that the tent is just a piece of rough cloth supported by wooden poles. which is not much different from sleeping outside. No need for that. Sister-in-law, we're not delicate girls. If you and your husband can stay there, we can too. So don't trouble others. Bai Xiaoqin said from aside. At that moment, Bai Xiaozhu ran back holding a plate of cassava cakes. She originally wanted to grab one to eat directly, but when she thought of Chen Ning being there, she became more ladylike. Chen Ning smiled slightly. This little girl really is a treasure, always making him feel happy unintentionally. You want Teeny to sleep outside. You'll know when the time comes. I'll go out for a bit. The cassava cakes have cooled and are a bit hard. It's better to heat them up before eating. Knowing that Huolanlan might be more nervous with him around, Chen Ning decided to go out for a while. Chen Ning stepped out of the door and started measuring around his courtyard. Previously, he only estimated it roughly, but now the construction is about to begin. He needs to plan properly. Expanding the courtyard is a must, as the main house Chen Ning wants to build will be 20 meters long. There is no concept of land approval here. As long as it's not farmland, you can enclose as large an area as you want. When Qin Yu built the house, she only enclosed a small courtyard about 15 meters long and wide with a fence to be able to manage it. And the backyard is about 100 meters from the foot of the mountain. After walking around, Chen Ning finally decided to expand the area to a square courtyard with a 100-meter side length. The front cannot be expanded forward because he cannot occupy the road in front, only to the sides and the back. This way, the wall of the backyard will be right next to the foot of the mountain, and just a few meters away is a dense forest. Even if he encloses it, it won't be much different from his backyard. Chen Ning climbed over the backyard and entered the back mountain. After a while, he stood at the top of the mountain and looked down for a while, finally nodding in satisfaction. The back mountain is not very high and is relatively gentle, but from the top he can see everything in his small courtyard and even everything in the village, and he can even observe several miles away. It would be great if all the villagers were nice. Then he could turn the whole village into a very safe paradise. After watching for a moment, Chen Ning siket softly. He had no desire to live in the city. Even in a place like Dayun Dynasty, life in the city wouldn't be much better. Besides, as a modern person, what kind of prosperity hasn't he seen? Chen Ning just wanted to live steadily as a landlord in this valley. However, Chen Ning knew deeply that to truly secure this world, he must have enough self-defense capability. Since asking Zhao Jia to help prepare those weapons, Chen Ning had been planning to recruit some people. Pei Laosher was just the first guard, and he didn't know if he could be completely loyal. Next time he goes to the town to see Lu Haifeng, he needs to find a way to get him to help him acquire some strong slaves. Another idea popped into Chen Ning's mind. Chen Ning sat at the top of the mountain for half an hour when he suddenly saw Bai Xiaozhu climbing over the fence of the backyard and running up the mountain. This girl wouldn't have remembered that she promised to teach him martial arts? Would she? Seeing Bai Xiaozhu come to find him, Chen Ning immediately thought of her, saying she would teach him martial arts. Chapter 73. The shock of the little wife. Sure enough, the little girl came for this. Qin Yu and Bai Xiaoqin were at home, making clothes for Huolanlan, and feeling bored. Bai Xiaozhu thought of the promise to teach Chen Ning martial arts. Husband, I'll first teach you the basics. To learn martial arts, your stance must be stable. I'll teach you the squatting stance. And after 10 days or half a month, depending on the situation, I'll teach you punching and kicking skills. After explaining her intention, Bai Xiaozhu prepared to start the lesson. Squatting? Isn't that the horse stance? I feel like I don't need it. My stance is already stable. Chen Ning said with a smile. Husband, being self-important is the worst in martial arts. Don't look down on the squatting stance. After standing for a few minutes, you'll know how important and difficult it is, Bai Xiaozhu said seriously. Chen Ning looked at Bai Xiaozhu's serious little face and directly pinched her cheek. Then, as Bai Xiaozhu's face turned red, he immediately did a standard horse stance. Come on, little wife. Let us see if your husband's horse stance is stable. Chen Ning provoked. So you've practiced the squatting stance before. Then I'll see if you're stable enough. Bai Xiaozhu said, forgetting her shyness as she stepped forward to push Chen Ning. Chen Ning's body didn't sway at all. Bai Xiaozhu felt like she was pushing not Chen Ning, but a giant rock. The little girl was surprised and then pushed harder, even kicking a few times at the bend of Chen Ning's legs, but she couldn't budge him at all. The weather was already excessively hot, and even though there was shade in the mountains, after a while of exerting herself, the little girl was drenched in sweat. Husband, Xiao Zhu surrenders. You don't need to practice the squatting stance anymore. Whatever you want to learn, I'll teach you. The little girl sat down unceremoniously under a tree, waving her small hands to cool off. Chen Ning smiled slightly, seeing the little girl suffering from the heat, and couldn't he help but feel a bit of heartache. After thinking for a moment, he reached into his pocket, and, when he withdrew his hand, a folding fan was in his grasp. The fan ribs were made of bamboo, and the fan surface was white satin with a simple yet elegant painting of green bamboo. Wow, husband, is this a fan? Where did you get it? Bai Xiaozhu exclaimed, recognizing the fan, which meant there were fans here too. I bought it in the town, and there are several more. I forgot to take them out before, but when we get home, each of you will have one. Chen Ning was really talking nonsense without blinking. Thank you, husband. What a delicate fan. This must have cost over 100 copper coins. You didn't spend all the money sister-in-law gave you, did you? Bai Xiaozhu took the fan, admiring it while feeling a bit pained about the money. How could that be? Sister-in-law gave 10 taels of silver, and I only spent 8 taels. Even counting the 1 tael I gave to pay Lao Shi. Previously, Qin Yu gave Chen Ning a full 10 taels of silver, and buying rice, flour, and oil cost about over 3 taels, while bedding and cloth and other miscellaneous items cost over 2 taels. Adding the 1 tael for pay Lao Shi, it didn't even reach 7 taels. What Chen Ning said included the money for the fan as well. It must be said that the purchasing power of money in this dynasty is quite strong. Bai Xiaozhu didn't probe further with the fan. The little girl felt much more comfortable. Chen Ning felt a bit regretful. It was a pity he didn't have a good excuse. Otherwise, he would directly take out a bottle of ice water, which would really be refreshing. Waiting a bit longer, the timing would be right to reveal some secrets to a few people. What martial arts do you know? Tell me, so I can choose. Chen Ning brought the topic back. I know long fist, ling, sword technique, extreme walk, and the internal energy operation of the Songlong secret. Bai Xiaozhu said straightforwardly. Then you should teach me the Songlong secret first. Chen Ning made his choice without hesitation. Bai Xiaozhu was taken aback, then gave Chen Ning a beautiful eye roll and said, Husband, I already told you that I don't have internal energy yet. I can't use it at all. I can only teach you the theoretical meridian operation route. It's okay. Just teach me the theory. Your husband is a genius. Maybe in a few days, I'll be able to cultivate internal energy, Chen Ning said with his habitual silly smile. Teaching you is not a problem, but you must not force cultivation. Otherwise, it could harm your meridians, and once the meridians are damaged, not only will your body be affected, but you will also never be able to become a high-level martial artist. Bai Xiaozhu was momentarily speechless, but she agreed to teach Chen Ning the Songlong Ju, while also clearly informing him of its drawbacks. Bai Xiaozhu's words were somewhat meant to scare Chen Ning, actually to make him more cautious. In reality, without internal energy in his body, it was impossible to cultivate at all. I know, I'm just researching it. If it doesn't work, I won't force myself to cultivate. Chen Ning sight. That's good. I'll first tell you the mantra and also teach you to recognize the meridians and their distribution. Seeing Chen Ning say this, Bai Xiaozhu no longer refused and began to explain to him earnestly. At first, Chen Ning wasn't paying much attention, but as he listened, he became engrossed. The mantra described the route and method of internal energy operation, and it was quite miraculous, as it was unclear who had researched it. The understanding of meridians and their distribution was the same for both humans here and on Earth. Under Bai Xiaozhu's detailed explanation, Chen Ning quickly became familiar with it. The Songlong Ju consists of 3 stages, with a total of 17 meridians for internal energy operation. In the early stage, 7 meridians need to be opened for internal energy to flow. In the middle stage, 8 meridians are opened, and in the later stage, the Ren and Du meridians are opened. As long as the Ren and Du meridians are opened, theoretically, one reaches the peak master realm of a martial artist. After completing his understanding of meridian distribution, Chen Ning couldn't help but feel curious and instinctively tried to activate the Songlong Ju. He thought that since he couldn't sense any internal energy, trying would be in vain. Unexpectedly, after he silently recited the mantra, his entire body suddenly felt a slight warmth. And then he felt this heat gather from all parts of his body towards his lower abdomen's dantian. Chen Ning was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. Suppressing his excitement and focusing on sensing and activating the mantra. Once the heat gathered in the dantian, it condensed into a milky white mist, which then overflowed from the dantian along the meridian routes, as described in the mantra. Chen Ning judged that this mist was the so-called internal energy. As it slowly flowed along the first meridian of the Zhonglongju, the originally not-so-thick meridian gradually expanded and became more resilient under the nourishment of the mist-like internal energy. After the internal energy completed its flow through the first meridian, it directly moved on to the second meridian, continuing to expand and nourish. Bai Xiaozhu was still imparting various theoretical knowledge to Chen Ning when she suddenly noticed that he had closed his eyes, resembling a monk in deep meditation. After just a few seconds, she felt a faint energy aura emanating from him, while some kind of energy around Chen Ning was slowly merging into his body. Bai Xiaozhu was momentarily stunned and then realized something. Her beautiful eyes widened and her mouth slightly opened, looking at Chen Ning as if she had seen a monster. She recalled what her father had told her years ago, that exceptionally gifted martial arts geniuses sometimes enter a state of enlightenment, which can allow a beginner martial artist to advance to a high-level martial artist or even produce internal energy in their body. In this state of enlightenment, one can internally observe the meridians and the operation of internal energy. However, many martial artists may not encounter this state even once in their lifetime. It is undoubtedly a super opportunity and a manifestation of extraordinary martial talent. Chapter 74. Now I have internal energy. Chen Ning was unaware that his condition had shocked Bai Xiaozhu. At this moment, he was not concerned about anything else. The meridians in his body were expanding and nourishing as his internal energy flowed. Immersed in this, he lost track of time and finally completed the operation of the initial 7 meridians. Chen Ning felt that these 7 meridians were much wider and sturdier than before, and after running the internal energy again, the speed was more than doubled, and there was clearly still room for improvement. Additionally, Chen Ning felt that during the operation of the second cycle, the previously somewhat thin internal energy seemed to have increased slightly. Soon, Chen Ning grew a bit impatient with the internal energy only flowing through the first 7 meridians. After a moment of contemplation, he directly switched to the middle stage mantra and began to activate the 8th meridian. The 8th meridian was not as smooth as the previous ones. It was like opening a new map, making the progress relatively slow, but it could still slowly operate, expand, and nourish. 1 meridian, 2 meridians, 3 meridians. When Chen Ning thought this would continue indefinitely, he reached the 11th meridian, which was the 4th meridian of the middle stage. And he clearly felt that the meridian was unusually narrow and even somewhat congested. It turned out this was the stumbling block to advancement. If the meridian was not clear, internal energy was needed to break through. Chen Ning might indeed be a martial arts genius. Upon encountering this situation, he quickly understood the reason and began to use his internal energy to impact the congested area of the meridian. Twice, after an unknown number of impacts, the congested meridian was cleared by a small distance. Moments later, Chen Ning clearly felt that his internal energy was excessively consumed, and the remaining internal energy no longer obeyed his command, retreating back to the dantian to lie dormant. Chen Ning tried to activate it again, but felt that the internal energy in his dantian was lazy and unwilling to move. Finally, after forcing it to operate, it only slowly flowed through the initial 7 meridians. Chen Ning realized again that he could only cultivate to the middle stage of the Zhonglongju now, and to advance to the high level, he needed to open all 8 meridians. So, according to the current martial artist levels, what level was he? Chen Ning didn't know how to define it, so he decided to ask his little wife. Chen Ning opened his eyes and saw a delicate and beautiful face, but with an expression of extreme shock right in front of him. Why does my little wife smell a bit bad? Just as Chen Ning was about to say something to Bai Xiaozhu, a faint odor suddenly entered his nose, and he also felt a slight stickiness on his body. Darling, you're awake. How do you feel? Bai Xiaozhu was also brought back to her senses by Chen Ning's words, completely unconcerned about the faint smell emanating from him. and excitedly asked, I feel great. Does this mean I have internal energy as a martial artist now? Chen Ning was momentarily taken aback and then smiled. Darling really has internal energy? Then of course you count as a martial artist. As long as you can operate internal energy, you have entered the ranks of high-level martial artists. Quickly tell me how many meridians you have activated and what the internal energy feels like. Was that enlightenment just now? Bai Xiaozhu was completely back to her senses, and then her mouth began to chatter nonstop, asking many questions with a face full of curiosity. Take it slow. You have so many questions, I don't even know how to answer you. I'm all stinky now. Let me go take a shower first, and then we can talk slowly. Chen Ning wanted to pat Bai Xiaozhu on the shoulder, but worried about transferring his odor to her, he reluctantly withdrew his hand. It's okay, darling. You don't have to be afraid. It's normal for internal energy to emerge like this. This is the preliminary stage of cleansing the marrow. In the future, your physique and various abilities will see a significant improvement. Bai Xiaozhu nodded as she spoke, her eyes filled with not only shock but also deep envy. She had been pestering her father to teach her martial arts since she was 6, with her own interest and some talent. She had practiced for 10 years and only reached the beginner martial artist level, still some distance from the intermediate level. Yet this silly husband, in the eyes of others, who had clearly never been in contact with martial arts before, had managed to become a high-level internal energy martial artist just like that. From the beginning of the teaching until now, it hadn't even been 2 hours. Chen Ning was a bit anxious, as being sticky and emitting a bad odor was really uncomfortable. He quickly descended the mountain and jumped into the small river at the village head. While Chen Ning was bathing, Bai Xiaozhu naturally couldn't get too close, so he directly took some shower gel from the storage room to clean himself properly. I washed my clothes directly as well, and after washing, I twisted them a few times with my hands, and they were basically 7/10 dry. In such hot weather, putting them on will dry them completely in just a few minutes. The river seems to have dropped quite a bit. After Chen Ning finished tidying up, he noticed that the water level of this small river had obviously decreased somewhat. Previously, it was somewhat forced to call a small river. Now it might only be called a small stream. At this moment, Chen Ning naturally thought of Pei Laosher's judgment and speculation. If such weather continues without rain for a month, it will really lead to a drought, and with a severe drought, a locust plague is not impossible. Hubby, are you done washing? At this moment, Bai Xiaozhu's voice called from a distance. The small stream has a deep terrain, and there are tall weeds above, so one cannot see anyone standing on a road above. Okay, I'm coming. Chen Ning quickly responded and walked back after putting away the bathing supplies. Just a moment ago, he felt sticky and uncomfortable, but now he felt refreshed all over, and he could sense some changes in his body. In fact, the changes were not as significant as he had imagined. He just felt refreshed and had a bit more strength. This feeling was similar to how he usually felt when dissipating heat, though a bit stronger. However, when Chen Ning activated his slightly recovered internal power, he immediately felt a huge difference. It was difficult to describe this feeling. It was like he was just a battery with only half a charge. And after running the internal power, the charge skyrocketed to full capacity. If only this internal power could keep running in the meridians, it would allow for continuous slow growth and a quicker recovery. Unfortunately, as long as he didn't run the technique, that mass of internal power would lie dormant in the Dantian, and although it was recovering bit by bit, the recovery speed was at least 10 times slower than when it was running. Hubby, you look more handsome again. As soon as Chen Ning returned to the roadside, Bai Xiaozhu stared at his face and said, her little face slightly blushing after she spoke. Chen Ning's body was already quite good-looking, especially with the mysterious heat improving it continuously over these days, showing signs of moving toward perfection. Now, with the activation of internal power, he had added a special aura to himself. It was hard to define what kind of aura it was, but Bai Xiaozhu felt that this aura made her somewhat infatuated. You've always been beautiful, little wife. Let's go home first. Don't tell outsiders about this. Chen Ning reached out and rubbed Bai Xiaozhu's head. I know, but can my sister and sister-in-law know? Bai Xiaozhu nodded seriously. Of course, I mean outsiders. Sister-in-law and the eldest wife are family. Chen Ning smiled again and then pretended to be puzzled, asking, little wife, didn't you say that internal power is hard to cultivate? So how do you explain my situation? Bai Xiaozhu paused, her expression changing repeatedly, and then said uncertainly, I don't know either. I only know that your state just now was an epiphany. Maybe your brain suddenly got better, allowing you to have a breakthrough in martial arts? Bai Xiaozhu herself didn't believe this explanation, but she couldn't find another one. After all, what happened to Chen Ning far exceeded her understanding. If her father or grandfather were here, they might be able to explain something. Chapter 75. Planning modern house layout. The little girl's explanation made Chen Ning feel a bit helpless. It sounded like an explanation, but in reality, it was not much different from saying nothing. However, upon reflection, it's probably true that there are not many people in the world who can explain their own situation. After all, even if they exhausted their brain cells, they wouldn't think of themselves as a time traveler. If Chen Ning said that this change had nothing to do with time travel, he wouldn't believe it himself. Now asking Bai Xiaozhu to explain was indeed putting her in a difficult position. You are right, little wife. I must have had a breakthrough. In the future, I'll become stronger and be able to protect you well, Chen Ning said with a silly smile. Chen Ning's silly grin immediately diminished the special aura around him by half. However, like Bai Xiaozhu, Bai Xiaoqin actually liked this side of Chen Ning. Hubby, let me teach you long fist and extreme walking, okay? Without martial arts. Just using brute force would be too wasteful of your internal power. Bai Xiaozhu, touched by Chen Ning's words, said with an eager expression. This was already a high-level martial artist, and she was in the mid-stage of the Zonglongju. If she joined the army, she would at least be at the deputy general level. If she mixed in the rivers and lakes, there was no doubt she would be a strong person. Forget it. It's too hot today, and you've worked hard, little wife. Let's go home first and wait until it cools down a bit before you teach me. Chen Ning looked at Bai Xiaozhu's flushed face from the heat and decided to go home. He had already gained a lot today. Not everything could be achieved in one go, and he had things to do when he got home. Hubby is so nice. Then let's go home. Bai Xiaozhu had no resistance to Chen Ning's concern. After speaking, she proactively came forward to link arms with Chen Ning, while using her other hand to wave a fan to help Chen Ning fend off the heat. In fact, Chen Ning didn't feel very hot, but he felt a sense of happiness from his little wife's actions. When the two returned home, Hua Lanlin's new clothes were nearing completion. The little girl's face was already clean, and she was diligently tidying up the house. There wasn't much to clean, but Hua Lanlan didn't dare to be idle. After all, both ladies were helping her make new clothes. How could she, as a maid, just stand by idly? Chen Ning had noticed from the start that this little girl was quite good-looking. Now, after being cleaned up and tidying her messy hair, Chen Ning was a bit surprised. Although she was only 14, it was clear that she had the potential to become a top beauty. However, her body was a bit too thin. If she had a bit more flesh on her face, a fuller chest, and wore some bright new clothes, it would be even better. After greeting her, Chen Ning didn't linger in Qin Yu's room and went directly back to his own room. Chen Ning naturally didn't want to rest, but took out a few sheets of paper and a pencil from the warehouse and began to sketch. He was drawing a layout plan for his new house. The first sheet of paper was quickly finished. It was just the outer wall of the courtyard, with dimensions, height, and thickness marked. This drawing was easy to do by hand. Then came the layout of the house. The outer frame dimensions of the main house had been determined to be 20 meters long and 12 meters wide, with a wall thickness of 37 centimeters. Chen Ning knew that in rural areas of northeast Earth, houses were often built with this thickness, while storehouses used 24-centimeter walls. The so-called 24-centimeter wall is the length of one brick, while the 37-centimeter wall consists of one horizontal brick plus a row of vertical bricks. Compared to each other, there is a significant difference in insulation and sturdiness, in addition to the standard foundation and 2 rings of beams. Chen Ning added more than a dozen load-bearing beams. After all, there were enough materials, and it was also a preparation for actually building a second floor in the future. Without load-bearing beams, the first floor could easily collapse after the second floor was built. He wasn't worried about wasting materials. After all, including the area of the east and west wing rooms, it only amounted to over 600 square meters. But he had Zhao Jie prepare materials for 1,000 square meters. Even if this wasn't enough, he could easily have Zhao Jie restock. Moreover, with the excess materials, Chen Ning had an important project in mind. That was the underground cold storage and underground safe room. After finishing the framework, Chen Ning began to think about leaving grooves in the walls. Since he wanted to create a modern house, he would definitely need electricity in the future. What do you mean by no electricity? That's just wind power generation or generators. At the very least, he could set up 2 large batteries. When the power ran out, he could take them back to the warehouse to recharge, using the 2 alternately to ensure he always had electricity available. Then Chen Ning drew a heated Kong and even underfloor heating pipes inside. The winters here could be deadly cold. In Dagwakeo, there was no such thing as a heated Kong. They only had fire basins. Wealthy families had tightly sealed houses. If they added a few more charcoal fire basins, there would still be someone to guard them. Poor families can't afford to spend money on charcoal. They can only make a fire pit themselves and wear more clothes. And the rest is just to endure. Although the cooking is done on a clay stove here, the stove is only functional for cooking, and no one has ever thought of using the stove for heating. Chen Ning finds this behavior hard to understand. After some thought, Chen Ning decided to add a more than 30 square meter annex to the back of the house. This small second room is quite important. Chen Ning arranged the kitchen, boiler room, bathroom, and toilet here. Biting the end of his pen, he pondered for a while and, feeling there were no major mistakes, began to divide the layout of the main house. With a length of 20 meters, 1 living room is enough, placed right in the center. The living room is 4 meters wide, leaving 8 meters of space on each side, totaling 96 square meters. On the left side, he created 4 bedrooms, one of which is over 20 square meters, quite spacious. On the other side's 96 square meters, Chen Ning only made 3 rooms. One is his own master bedroom, which must be large. The other 2 rooms are designated as a study and one left temporarily vacant, which Chen Ning speculates will likely be for a child in the future. After studying the room layout, he sketched out a rough design for the basement, already having a simple yet sturdy idea for it in his mind. Then came the east and west wing rooms. In the future, there will likely be no shortage of servants, and Chen Ning won't be harsh on them, so the walls will be built solidly with all necessary internal facilities, though the rooms will be much smaller. Each row of wing rooms will be 15 meters long and 8 meters wide, with storage, a communal dining room, and kitchen set aside, leaving a total of 15 bedrooms, enough to comfortably accommodate 40 people. If squeezed a bit, it could probably fit 80. This would certainly suffice for a short time. Chen Ning never intended to make things too chaotic at home. After all, the courtyard is only so big, and there is no need for that many people. Chen Ning is not a professional architect. After drawing for over an hour and looking at all the plans, his face turned red. Aside from the walls, he realized he would have to explain everything during construction. Otherwise, no one would understand what he had drawn. Just as Chen Ning was putting away the drawings, he heard a noise coming from the kitchen. Qin Yu and the others were starting to prepare lunch. Chen Ning stepped out, and before he could say much, he heard someone calling loudly at the door. "Qin family, I want to discuss some matters. Is it convenient to come in?" Chen Ning immediately recognized the voice of the old village chief, Zhao Fugui. Thinking of the old village chief, Chen Ning and Qin Yu quickly guessed the old man's intentions. Chen Ning felt a bit strange recalling the old man's name because it was the same as the Liu family's bully he encountered in town, both called Fugui. It seems people here like that name. Chen Ning even recalled that in their Qingshan village, there were at least 4 or 5 people named Fugui. While Chen Ning complained in his heart, he walked out of the room with Qin Yu and the others. Chapter 76. The village chief comes to the door. Zhao Fugui didn't come alone. He was followed by a group of villagers, numbering at least 10. Whether out of disdain or fear of Chen Ning, these people only stood outside the fence and did not enter the courtyard. When they saw Chen Ning and Qin Yu by Xiaoqin come out, the expressions of the villagers changed significantly. This was because the 3 of them had actually changed into new clothes. Although they wore coarse clothing that was not flashy, it was new. How could this widow and fool's family suddenly be so well off? Immediately, all eyes turned to the Bai sisters. That's right. It was after this pair of sisters married over that huge changes occurred in Chen Ning's family. Previously, they had brought back a cart full of supplies and even over 9 taels of silver from Zhao Yutian, all brought as dowry by these sisters. This widow and fool really are fortunate. The villagers now also knew that Zhao Yutian had been killed. Otherwise, he might not have let Chen Ning and Qin Yu off. Could it be that the good fortune brought by these sisters to the Chen family was the reason Zhao Yutian, who posed a threat to them, was killed? Village chief. I don't know what business you have with my family, Chen Ning said as she approached the door, directly asking the leading Zhao Fugui knowingly. Although she wore coarse clothing, Chen Ying's demeanor had significantly improved compared to before. Previously, while strong at heart, she often appeared very weak externally, willing to endure and compromise in everything. To put it bluntly, she seemed somewhat subservient. But now, even with just a single question, she exuded an air of sharpness. How dare she? Who gave her such confidence? Everyone's gaze shifted from Bai Xiaoqin back to Chen Ning. This fool still had a silly look, but he inadvertently revealed a hint of fierceness. Whether it was an illusion or not, the villagers felt that this fool seemed to have grown a little stronger. Aside from his silly expression, he also looked even better. The old village chief was momentarily taken aback, then regained his composure, his expression slightly darkening as he said, "What are you asking, Chen? Didn't you say before that you wanted to buy toxic root potatoes from the villagers? We came to your house, naturally to ask if what you said before still stands." The old village chief might have felt a bit embarrassed by his earlier reaction, so he spoke quite assertively. "Village chief, what do you mean by that? What I said was to hire the villagers to dig up the toxic root potatoes. I never said I wanted to buy them. It was you who proposed the purchase. And I never agreed to it," Chen Ning said lightly. Zhao Fugui was about to retort when a villager behind him became unhappy and shouted loudly, "Chen, we heard the village chief say you would hire us to dig up the toxic root potatoes, offering only 2 copper coins a day. And we must dig at least 500 pounds a day. Do you think we are fools?" "Exactly. The village chief said the proposal for you to buy them was for everyone's good," another villager chimed in. "If you don't want to do it, you don't have to. We are hiring workers, not begging." Chen Ning shot back without backing down. Her meaning was clear. If you think the pay is too low, you don't have to do it, and no one is forcing you. Chen Ning silently gave Chen Ning a thumbs up in his heart. Although they had discussed the purchase before, they wouldn't agree so easily now. The initiative must be on their side. However, 2 copper coins a day is too little. Others hire workers for at least 3 copper coins a day. Isn't that too much for our fellow villagers? Another villager voiced his dissatisfaction. "If you all are just here to demand more wages, then there's no need to discuss this. We don't absolutely need the wood toxic root potatoes. You can go back now. We need to eat," Chen Ning said directly, dismissing them. "Chen, I am now formally representing the villagers to negotiate with you. Let's change the hiring to a purchase," the old village chief said again when he saw that the villagers' words had no effect on Chen Ning. "Purchasing is fine. Then it will be 2 copper coins for 500 pounds. We will buy as much as you bring," Chen Ning straightforwardly agreed to Zhao Fugui's suggestion. As soon as Chen Ning said this, some villagers reacted angrily, saying, "How is this any different from hiring at 2 copper coins a day? Whether there's a difference, you can figure out yourself. You can either be hired or sell at this rate. Think it over and go back. Take care." Chen Ning finished speaking and turned around, leading Chen Ning and Bai Xiaoqin away. How unreasonable. This Chen is relying on her good sisters and disregarding the feelings of her fellow villagers, some villagers muttered. "Exactly. What's the difference from a white-eyed wolf? Whoever wants to be a fool can go ahead. Our family won't do it." This despicable woman really has no sense of gratitude. Seeing Chen use tough attitude, the villagers began to voice various complaints and even insults. Chen Ning suddenly turned around and walked briskly toward the villager who had spoken the most harshly. "Ah, Ning. Ning the fool is going to hit someone again." Village chief quickly stopped him. The villager, seeing Chen Ning rushing over, was so scared that his legs went weak, and he directly pulled the old village chief in front of him for protection. The old village chief really wanted to curse. At his age, how could he withstand a punch from this fool? "Xiao Ning, forget it this time. Don't hold it against them. Next time, if anyone speaks dirty, we'll beat them to death." Chen Ning saw that the villager and the village chief were both frightened, and a hint of mockery flashed in her eyes before she called out to Chen Ning. Chen Ning bypassed the village chief and slapped the villager across the face, then stopped, saying in a simple-minded way, "Listen to my sister-in-law. If anyone bullies her again, I'll beat him to death." As the villager, who had been hit, was about to speak in anger, Chen Ning took out a small dagger again, fiddling with it in his hand, looking somewhat regretful that the knife hadn't tasted blood yet. The villager immediately shut up and stepped back, covering his face. The villagers fell silent, with some even casting dissatisfied glances at the villager who had been hit. It would have been fine to argue normally. But this fool wasn't even angry at first. It was just that you all had dirty mouths and insulted Chen Ning so harshly. Otherwise, Ning the fool wouldn't have exploded. The villagers' thoughts were quite interesting. They subconsciously regarded Chen Ning as a fool, and if anyone provoked his anger, it was their problem. The villagers also realized that as long as it didn't involve Chen Ning's belongings and family, this fool wouldn't explode randomly. The main point was that this fool truly listened to Chen Ning and protected her well. The old village chief was so scared by Chen Ning that he didn't dare to say anything more and just watched as Chen Ning and the others returned to the house. The village chief still had some authority, and after a moment's thought, he cleared his throat and said to the villagers, "You can all go back now. It seems there is nothing more to discuss with the Chen family. I've already fought for you, and the rest is up to you to decide. If anyone wants to earn this money, go dig it up. Actually, 2 copper coins for 500 pounds is already quite good. After all, that stuff is everywhere. If one works hard, they can even dig 2,000 pounds in a day, which would be 8 copper coins." Zhao Fugui initially just wanted to calm everyone down. But after saying this, he suddenly felt he had hit the nail on the head. So by the end, his eyes were shining slightly. The villagers also caught the hint. That's right. They initially thought they could only dig 500 pounds in a day, but that wasn't the case. As long as they worked a bit harder and even brought their families along, it was possible to dig several thousand pounds in a day. After all, that stuff was practically everywhere. The more the villagers thought about it, the brighter their eyes became. And some even began to fantasize about digging out over 10,000 pounds of poisonous root potatoes in a day, which would earn them 20 copper coins. Thinking about it, some villagers quietly left the group and quickly ran home. Taking advantage of others not having made up their minds, they decided to start working with their families first. After all, the closer spots to the village would save a lot of effort in transporting the goods back. Soon, the villagers dispersed, and even though it was nearing evening, some villagers quietly entered the mountains. Throughout this process, these villagers never thought about why Chen Ning's family wanted to buy so many poisonous root potatoes. As long as they were given money, that was enough. Chapter 77. Zhang Lan comes to return the water bottle Chen Ning, Chen Yu, and Bai Xiaoqin returned to their room, and Bai Xiaoqin immediately said to Chen Yu, "Sister-in-law, you were really amazing just now. Those people couldn't refute you at all." Chen Yu immediately blushed and shook her head, saying, "Sister-in-law, don't laugh at me. I just realized that one can't always be lowly, otherwise they will bully our family more and more. What sister-in-law said is right. Whoever bullies us, we will fight back. We can't let them respect us. But we must make them fear us completely." Chen Ning chimed in. He had just used a small amount of strength to slap someone and felt it was really not satisfying at all. Xiao Ning is right. But don't be so impulsive next time. Hitting someone is fine, but if you accidentally kill someone, it will be very troublesome, Chen Yu said to Chen Ning. I understand, sister-in-law. Chen Ning didn't take it seriously in his heart, but on the surface, he appeared very obedient. In this dynasty, a person dying wouldn't cause a sensation like in modern times. Not to mention not being caught, even if one were caught. There were many ways to get out as long as you had enough silver. Bai Xiaozhu, listening to their conversation, rolled her eyes. She hadn't even mentioned to Chen Yu and Bai Xiaoqin that Chen Ning had become a high-level martial artist yet. The government generally didn't want to interfere in the feuds between martial artists, and as long as this martial artist didn't massacre innocents, they wouldn't dare to intervene. The higher the level of the martial artist, the higher their status. Bai Xiaozhu could imagine that if the local guards knew that Chen Ning was a high-level martial artist, they would have probably come to flatter him long ago. As for Chen Ning offending his nephew, Lu Fugui, don't be ridiculous. Would a high-level martial artist lower himself to the level of that foolish nephew? Bai Xiaozhu decided to keep this from her sister for a while longer and wait for the right moment to shock her. Hualanlan had just come to this family and was still unaware of many situations, so the little girl didn't ask anything and busied herself in the kitchen, starting to prepare dinner. The little girl thought that dinner would just be corn porridge with pickled vegetables, but soon saw Chen Yu come from behind the house with a piece of smoked deer meat, then brought out a bowl of oil residue. The little girl's eyes widened in surprise, and her saliva flowed uncontrollably. Just then, there was a knock at the door outside. Ayu a mai, xia okin, xia oju. Can I come in? It was Zhang Lan's voice. Generally, people here were quite well-mannered when visiting someone's house. They would ask outside the door and only enter after receiving permission from the host. Of course, those with ill intentions were exceptions. Why is Sister Lan here at this time? Chen Yu wondered and quickly walked out, with Chen Ning and the sisters following her. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw Zhang Lan holding Xiao Jiu standing at the fence gate. For some reason, the little one being held in her arms had red eyes and was sniffling, clearly having been crying. Sister Lan, what happened to Xiao Jiu? Is he sick again? As soon as Chen Yu stepped out, she hurriedly let the mother and child in, looking at Xiao Jiu's appearance with concern. He is not sick. I hit him because he needs to admit what he did wrong. Zhang Lan said sternly to Xiao Jiu. Aunt you, Uncle Ning, Xiao Jiu knows he was wrong. He shouldn't have hidden the treasure Uncle Ning gave him from Mommy. After being put down, Xiao Jiu bowed to Chen Yu and Chen Ning with a wronged expression and then took out a small glass bottle from his pocket. It was indeed the water bottle Chen Ning had given him to drink glucose from the mountains to rehydrate him. The small bottle weighed 100 grams, which is about 2 taels, so it was quite small, just a bit larger than Xiao Jiu's palm. This thing would probably be kicked aside if dropped on the roadside back on Earth, but in the Dayun Dynasty, where even glass was rare, it was definitely a treasure. Chen Ning had actually forgotten about this bottle later on, thinking it was just a toy for the child. He didn't expect that because of such a small thing, Xiao Jiu would be educated by Zhang Lan. Moreover, Chen Ning noticed that even after being hit, this little guy spoke very coherently, clearly stating that it was given to him and not that he had stolen it. I didn't realize before that this little brat had hidden it from me. I just found out today, and after questioning him, I learned it was given to him by Brother Ning. Such a valuable thing can't be lost, Zhang Lan explained. Chen Yu and Bai Xiaoqin were slightly surprised when they saw the small glass bottle. Their first reaction was similar to Zhang Lan's. They thought it was something very valuable. It was given to Xiao Jiu to play with. Don't hit him. Chen Ning understood Zhang Lan's meaning and directly smiled foolishly as he bent down to pick up Xiao Jiu. Uncle Ning, Xiao Jiu isn't lying, right? It's really what Uncle gave to Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu was so moved by Chen Ning's actions that he hugged Chen Ning's neck and began to cry. He was truly wronged. He had been spanked several times at home by his mother for this little bottle. Of course, he was willing to take the punishment, but the thought of returning the small bottle to Chen Ning made him reluctant. He really liked this shiny little bottle too much. He wasn't lying. After Chen Ning gave a silly smile in response to Xiao Jiu, he looked at Zhang Lan, implying that she shouldn't blame Xiao Jiu. In front of Zhang Lan, Chen Ning still maintained a hint of awkwardness. Even if it were true, it wouldn't do. This item looked very valuable and couldn't be treated as a toy. You may please take it back. Zhang Lan did not give up on her intentions just because of Chen Ning's words. She probably knew that she couldn't reason with Chen Ning, so she directly spoke to Chen Yu. This left Chen Yu in a bit of a dilemma. It was clear that Chen Ning didn't want to take the item back, but Zhang Lan insisted that the child shouldn't have it. In fact, Chen Yu somewhat agreed with Zhang Lan's reasoning. It wasn't that she was unwilling to give it to the child, but this item was a bit too precious, and it wouldn't be beneficial for the child to play with it. Sister Lan, how about this? The item still belongs to Xiao Jiu, but he can't take it around to play with. Just keep it safe for him, and he can play with it at home occasionally, Bai Xiaoqin said with a slight smile. No way. Zhang Lan immediately opposed, but was interrupted by Chen Yu. Let us do it this way, Sister Lan. Since Xiao Ning gave it, we can't take it back. Zhang Lan refused a few times, but ultimately couldn't refuse and had to thank Chen Ning and the others helplessly. She thought she would find a way to return it later. Right now, the other party wouldn't take it back no matter what. And giving it away was also a kind of emotional damage for Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu clearly understood the conversation between both sides, knew that the small bottle was safe, and his little face broke into a happy smile again. Just in time, dinner is ready at home. Sister Lan and Xiao Jiu stay here to eat. I still need to ask Sister Lan for help with something later. Seeing that the matter was settled, Chen Yu casually invited Zhang Lan to stay for dinner. Zhang Lan naturally refused again. However, Chen Yu and Bai Xiaoqin both tried hard to keep her, plus Xiao Jiu was now very attached to Chen Ning. So in the end, she could only awkwardly stay. After all, rice was precious in these times. When they entered the house and saw Hualanlan, Zhang Lan was taken aback and immediately asked, "Yume, is this little girl a relative of the two younger sisters?" Qin remembered the explanation they had discussed earlier and nodded slightly. Yes, Lan is a distant cousin of the younger sisters. Her family encountered a mishap, and a little girl couldn't survive on her own, so she came to seek refuge with the younger sisters. Another unfortunate little sister. Zhang Lan had no doubts about Qin Yu's explanation. After all, such things were too common in this world. Hualanlan was very sensible. After greeting Zhang Lan, she hardly spoke and just kept busy. With more people, there was more food prepared. Originally, Hualanlan wanted to wait in the kitchen to eat some leftovers, but she was forcibly ordered to the table by several women to eat together. As a result, the little girl Hualanlan ended up eating while shedding tears, clearly moved. And Xiao Jiao, who was eating stir-fried dishes for the first time, was enjoying it immensely, which made Zhang Lan feel embarrassed again. By the way, Yume, what was the matter you mentioned earlier that I could help with? Zhang Lan remembered that Qin Yu had said she needed her help halfway through dinner. It's like this, Sister Lan. We're going to build a new house, and we can't manage it ourselves. So we'd like to ask you to help out for a day at 5 copper coins as a wage. Your family is building a new house? This is great news. I'll help. No need to talk about wages. If you offer wages, I want to come. Upon hearing that Qin Yu was going to build a new house, Zhang Lan immediately showed a happy expression. Zhang Lan was genuinely happy for Qin Yu. She knew better than anyone what kind of life Qin Yu had lived these past few years. Now that she had the means, she naturally hoped her good friend could live a little more comfortably. Chapter 78. Discussing a deal with sister Ing, Qin Yu asked Zhang Lan for help precisely because she wanted her to earn some money. If Zhang Lan didn't want any payment, then Qin Yu didn't want her to work hard. Because of this point, the two good friends argued a bit red-faced. Fortunately, this kind of disagreement wouldn't hurt their feelings. In the end, they each made a concession. There would be no wages, but 3 meals a day would be provided, and Xiao Jiao could join them. Everyone was very satisfied with the dinner, especially Hualanlan, who felt it was the most delicious meal she had eaten in years and grew even more grateful to the host family. After dinner, the sky had completely darkened. Zhang Lan took the reluctant Xiao Jiao home, while Chen Ning prepared to rest. When it came to resting, the family faced a somewhat difficult problem. Originally, Qin Yu's room could only accommodate 3 people, and Bai Xiaozhu had to sleep in the wooden box. Now with an extra person, it simply couldn't fit. I can sleep on the floor. Hualanlan just realized that Chen Ning hadn't yet shared a room with the 2 ladies. All 3 women were sleeping in one room. Surprised, the little girl voluntarily offered to sleep on the floor. It wasn't like she hadn't done so before. Even when she mingled with a group of refugees, she often slept outdoors. Compared to that, being able to sleep on the floor inside without mosquito bites was already quite good. No way. I'll sleep in my husband's room, and Lan can sleep in the wooden box. We'll endure for a while longer, and once the new house is built, we'll all have our own rooms and big beds. Bai Xiaoqin was initially a bit conflicted about how to arrange this, but when she heard Lan wanted to sleep on the floor, she made a quick decision. It was normal for her to sleep with her husband, especially since they had already had that experience before. Upon hearing Bai Xiaoqin's decision, Qin Yu and Bai Xiaozhu exchanged glances, their eyes flickering slightly, especially Bai Xiaozhu. The little girl had several times tried to say something, but ultimately didn't have the courage to voice it. They had bought new quilts today, so even sleeping in a wooden box would be quite comfortable. Chen Ning felt happy upon hearing Bai Xiaoqin's decision. Since they had bought 3 new quilts today, Chen Ning directly used one as a mattress to make his wooden bed more comfortable. Although there was still no substantial progress that night, Chen Ning was still very happy. He even ignored the fact that Zhao Jia had put some things in the warehouse again. If it were someone else, Chen Ning would have to grant permission. But Zhao Jia didn't need Chen Ning's approval at all. Sleeping together was something that, after the initial shyness, would become much more comfortable over time. The next day, Bai Xiaoqin woke up and was no longer as shy as the first time. After Chen Ning got up, breakfast would take a while, so he decided to take a trip into the mountains first. The first thing he did was to let Sistering out. He hadn't let her out all day yesterday, although there had been enough prey for her and her chicks to eat for 2 or 3 days. As a flying creature, not flying for a day would make her feel uncomfortable all over. Now that there was a large freezer in the warehouse, Chen Ning planned to have Sister Ing hunt more prey to store. By the way, Sister Ing, if you encounter the ginseng again, bring another one back. Is there really going to be a drought and locust plague? Chen Ning called out to her as she was about to take off into the sky. I've been cooped up for days. I can only hunt and have no time to gather news. However, the animals in the mountains have indeed been acting strangely. A drought is likely true. As for the locust plague, I don't know what that is. Sister Ing responded to Chen Ning with a hint of resentment. And after speaking, she made a takeoff. She pretended not to hear about the ginseng. Just now, she had wanted to take her 3 chicks out for some fresh air, but Chen Ning had refused. She knew that Chen Ning wanted to use the 3 chicks to threaten her, which made her very unhappy. Chen Ning felt a growing concern about the possibility of a drought after hearing Eagle's sister mention that animals in the mountains were also exhibiting abnormal behavior. He himself didn't feel much urgency. After all, he and his family wouldn't starve, as he had warehouse space to rely on. If he could bring back ginseng, he would let her take the children out for some fresh air next time. Seeing Eagle's sister about to fly, Chen Ning didn't ask about the natural disasters anymore, but instead directly proposed a condition. The previous ginseng had already been handed over to by Xiaoqin, and it was likely that girl would keep it as a life-saving treasure. Chen Ning wanted to exchange ginseng for money to buy supplies, so he would need to get some more, especially since Eagle's sister said there was still some in the mountains. Upon hearing this, Eagle's sister stopped her takeoff, her sharp eagle eyes locking onto Chen Ning's. Aren't you afraid that I'll just fly away with the children, no longer under your control? She asked. I've already considered you a friend, and there's still some trust here. You should know that if a natural disaster really occurs, living in the mountains with the children won't be as comfortable as sticking with me. Even if you don't go hunting, I can easily support you. Chen Ning smiled slightly. He believed Eagle's sister had her own judgment and intelligence that was no less than that of an adult. Even if she really flew away now, he wouldn't worry. Previously, he wanted to kill her or threaten her with a young eagle because he was concerned she might harm him. But now he was a high-level martial artist with internal energy. If it came to a confrontation, he believed he could defeat Eagle's sister at a minimal cost. Not to mention, he now had weapons at hand, and crossbows were definitely a nightmare for flying creatures in this world. Eagle's sister rolled her eyes, probably disdainful of Chen Ning's audacity to mention trust when he hadn't agreed to let her take the children out earlier. Now that he wanted ginseng, he was talking about trust? Nonsense. But as she mulled over Chen Ning's words, she realized there was some truth to them. It was indeed difficult for an eagle to manage 3 young ones, even without a natural disaster. The number of heavenly eagles was scarce, and their many natural enemies played a significant role in that. When she went out to hunt, her biggest fear was that her children might be in danger. Moreover, if a natural disaster did strike, she wasn't sure she could survive it. The most terrifying aspect of drought was the shortage of food and water. During her days in the warehouse, Eagle's sister had figured out that this human could transport supplies from other worlds. If she relied on him, it would definitely ensure her family's food supply. After considering this, Eagle's sister let out a low call and then spread her wings to fly deeper into the mountains, not too high to avoid being spotted by the villagers below. Seeing Eagle's sister's reaction, Chen Ning didn't try to keep her, but smiled slightly. He knew she had made her choice, and as long as she wanted to stay, he would definitely have the chance to fly with her. After Eagle's sister left, Chen Ning didn't go straight home, but instead took a stroll around the back mountain, finally selecting a spot that was closest to home and relatively concealed. This choice was naturally to prepare for the large amount of construction materials that would soon arrive. Once he chose the location, Chen Ning probed into the warehouse. Last night, Zhao Jie had brought in some items that he currently needed, a batch of steel pipe frames and a set of construction tools. The so-called tools included shovels, hammers, crowbars, etc. The steel pipe frames were what Chen Ning intended to use to set up temporary tents. Using modern tents would be too conspicuous, so he thought of this workaround. Chen Ning had previously instructed Zhao Jie to get some iron frames that could be assembled into beds. He calculated that this large pile of steel pipes and iron frames would be enough for his current use. Upon returning to the backyard, Chen Ning took advantage of the fact that the women were not paying attention to directly load the steel pipes onto the ox cart in the yard. As for any doubts they might have when they saw it later, there was no need to explain. After all, it was all collected from the mountains. Chapter 79. Starting to buy cassava after breakfast, Chen Ning declined by Xiaozhu's quiet suggestion to teach him martial arts and directly assigned work to the women. He brought out several pieces of thick fabric and had them cut according to the sizes he had calculated for the tents. The length of the thick fabric was sufficient, but the width was not, so they needed to sew it together and attach some fabric straps to secure it to the steel pipe frames. At first, the women didn't understand why they were doing this until Chen Ning took them to the ox cart in the backyard and explained while pointing at the steel pipe frames. Only then did they begin to understand. However, understanding aside, they were naturally curious about how Chen Ning had secretly brought back so many steel pipes. Not to mention how precious the steel was here. How could these iron items be formed into such pipes? And every pipe was so uniformly thick. What kind of blacksmithing skill could create such shapes? Furthermore, these steel pipes weighed at least 1,000 pounds, and Chen Ning had carried them back from the mountains in just a short time before breakfast. Qin Yu and Bai Xiaoqin were somewhat accustomed to Chen Ning's strange behavior by now, especially after he mentioned that they were collected from the mountains. They tacitly chose not to ask further questions, but Huolanlan had not gone through such experiences. Upon seeing these things, her mouth opened wide and remained that way for a long time, her eyes fixed on Chen Ning as if she were looking at a deity. How did this young master manage to do this? Is it really possible to find these things in the mountains? And the two young mistresses and the sister-in-law believed him just because he said so? Bai Xiaozhu enjoyed watching Huolanlan's shocked expression and, with a quick thought, leaned close to Huolanlan's ear and whispered something. Instantly, Huolanlan's eyes widened again, and she nodded vigorously. I understand, young mistress. I absolutely won't speak of this to others. That would be disrespectful to the deities. Seeing Huolanlan's reaction, although Chen Ning, Qin Yu, and Bai Xiaoqin didn't know exactly what the girl said, they could roughly guess that Bai Xiaozhu had used the so-called deities as an excuse to deceive Huolanlan. Or maybe what Bai Xiaozhu said was the truth. If Chen Ning hadn't encountered deities, these matters would indeed be difficult to explain. From then on, Huolanlan joined the ranks of those who inexplicably trusted Chen Ning. After Bai Xiaozhu explained to Huolanlan, no matter what incredible items Chen Ning produced, while Huolanlan would still be shocked, she no longer expressed any doubts. Of course, these were matters for the future. Accepting Bai Xiaozhu's explanation, the little girl worked even harder on her tasks. The family busied themselves making the tent fabric, and before they knew it, it was already 9 in the morning. By this time, the weather had become quite hot, and Chen Ning directly ordered the women not to go outside but to work indoors. He also distributed fans to them. Yesterday, Chen Ning had forgotten many things, and the fans were one of them. At that time, when Bai Xiaozhu held the fan and said it was given by Chen Ning, it made Qin Yu and Bai Xiaoqin envious. But they all understood and didn't ask Chen Ning about it. Unexpectedly, today they each received a fan. Although these folding fans were more suited for men, being able to create a breeze on such a hot day was the best thing. After a moment, a shout suddenly came from outside the gate. Qin family, come out for a moment. We're here to sell cassava. This shout caused the actions of the people inside to pause slightly. Then Chen Ning smiled and said, it seems our money-making business is about to begin. Xiao Ning, if we really start buying cassava, can we sell it directly? After all, many villagers will come to sell it at first, Qin Yu said, knowing that once they started, cassava would continuously come in. Don't worry, sister-in-law. We'll take as much as we can get. There are people in the mountains who will take over and directly exchange it for other valuable items. Chen Ning noticed Qin Yu's concern and quickly thought of a new reason. Sister-in-law, since my husband said so, it must be right. Let's go and receive it. Let's take out some coins from the house, Bai Xiaoqin said with a smile beside her. The secrets of this husband were increasing, and at first, she wanted to explore them, but after spending 2 nights with Chen Ning, her curiosity gradually faded. After all, she knew that her husband truly cared for them and would never harm them, which was enough. Seeing Bai Xiaoqin say this, Qin Yu nodded. Her main worry was that Chen Ning might suffer a loss. Then Qin Yu took a bag of coins from the box, leaving Huolanlan in the room to continue working while the others left the room. Outside the courtyard, there was not just one villager, but at least a dozen, most of whom were carrying baskets filled with cassava. A few were pushing flatbed carts, which had even more cassava on them. Each of these people was covered in dirt, with a hint of expectation in their eyes. Chen family, we've brought the poisonous cassava. You won't refuse to accept it, right? One villager asked Chen nervously as they saw Chen Ning and the others come out. Some of them had gone into the mountains to dig cassava the night before, while others had started this morning. They were only bringing back a small portion to test whether Chen you would really pay for the poisonous cassava. After all, if Chen you didn't accept it, it would be a waste of effort to bring it back home, as even their livestock wouldn't dare eat it. Yes, we'll take it. Just start weighing it over here, Chen Yu answered decisively. She continued, but it's agreed that you must reach at least 250 pounds for the payment. After all, the coins can't be broken. Obviously, Chen Yu was giving them some preferential treatment. Otherwise, they would need to reach 500 pounds to settle the payment. All right, we understand. If it's not enough, we can gather more. We'll calculate it ourselves when we get back, the villagers said, relieved that Chen Yu was indeed paying for the cassava, and they quickly became more orderly. Seeing this, Bai Xiaozhu turned back into the house to fetch a large scale. This was something Chen Ning had previously bought from the town. In addition to the large scale, they now also had a small scale. The large scale was handed directly to the villagers for them to weigh the cassava themselves, while Chen Yu and the others just watched the measurement. Each basket could generally hold 7 to 8 cassavas, and these cassavas were quite large, with one weighing about 20 pounds. With a dozen baskets and flatbed carts combined, after subtracting the weight of the baskets, they totaled 100 pounds of cassava. For every 500 pounds, it cost 2 copper coins, so for 2,000 pounds. That would be 8 copper coins, and the extra 100 pounds would not be counted for now. Chen Ning couldn't help but laugh internally at the fact that they only spent 8 coins on such a heap of cassava, while Chen Ning was secretly pleased. The villagers, upon receiving their money, also broke into smiles. Although the amount was small, this was just their trial. There was still plenty more cassava left in the mountains that they hadn't brought out yet. Soon, the group left with their money and empty baskets. And even though it was scorching hot, they didn't head home, but rushed back into the mountains. Husband, it seems that for a while, our family is really going to be busy. We need to collect cassava and build houses. We might not be able to handle it, Bai Xiaoqin said to Chen Ning, watching the villagers hurriedly leave. Don't worry, Lan Lan can come out to help too, and Old Pei will be here soon. Didn't T's sister-in-law also ask Sister Lan to help? You want Tini to do the heavy lifting. Just watch the measurements, Chen Ning replied with a slight smile. They could have taken their time collecting cassava, but considering the possibility of drought or locust disasters, he worried that people might become desperate and target the cassava, or that there might not be anyone left to dig in the mountains. It would be a pity not to take the opportunity to collect more now. He planned to sell some cassava to Zhao Jie and keep some for making cassava flour. When food became scarce, he could hire a group to make cassava products, which would definitely earn him more. As for profiting from disasters, that was simply non-existent. When food was lacking, people would rather spend more money to buy food, and they might even thank him for it. After a brief chat with the 3 women, Chen Ning pushed the ox cart back, unloaded the iron frame and pipes behind the house, and then loaded over a ton of cassava onto the cart to head towards the back mountain. The 3 women initially wanted to follow and help, but Chen Ning naturally refused them. The cassava would soon leave this world. Just then, he received a wave of information from Zhao Jie, who was preparing to bring a loading and unloading team to transport building materials to the warehouse, needing Chen Ning to grant access permissions to the workers. Chapter 80. Building materials and storage. Zhao Jie was quite capable and diligent in her work. For the items Chen Ning needed, she had even specifically sought out professionals yesterday to check for missing materials, and that same day, she started ordering all the supplies. By today, before noon, the materials began to arrive one after another. Zhao Jie was right. As long as the money was in place, nothing was truly difficult in Longxia. Moreover, for genuine large material suppliers, the items Chen Ning needed didn't even count as big orders. Chen Ning was eager to enter the warehouse first, partly to grant access to the loading workers and also to organize the space, as there were quite a few building materials amounting to over 1,000 square feet, with bricks alone totaling over 200,000 pieces. The supplies Zhao Jie had sent the day before occupied nearly 2/3 of the warehouse. But this didn't account for height. At 10 meters high, some goods were only stacked to 3 or 4 meters. Therefore, Chen Ning had never worried about the warehouse space being insufficient. He planned to stack things higher. Upon reaching the back mountain, he found a secluded spot to park the ox cart and directly store the cassava. Then, he shifted his consciousness into the warehouse space. Since Zhao Jie could send messages to Chen Ning, she must have already been in the warehouse, and the sudden appearance of a pile of cassava startled her. Wait a moment. Let me organize the space first before letting the unloading team in, Chen Ning said without explaining anything to Zhao Jie. He had mentioned the cassava before, so it was a good opportunity for her to check the quality of the cassava. Then, under Zhao Jie's astonished gaze, the items in the warehouse began to levitate. Heavy items that were not afraid of compression were piled at the bottom, with other items stacked in order as they rose higher. In less than 2 minutes, the space that had been filled to 2/3 became spacious again. Overall, it looked like only 1/8 of the warehouse was currently in use. When Chen Ning finished all this, Zhao Jie was still slightly gaping in surprise. Although she knew Chen Ning could use wormholes to send items directly from the warehouse, she had never imagined such operations could be performed. Even seeing it happen right in front of her felt like watching a sci-fi movie. Come back to your senses. You can go out now and let the unloading team in, Chen Ning said with a slight smile as he called her. Okay. Zhao Jie snapped back to reality, feeling a bit embarrassed about her earlier reaction, her face slightly flushed. After speaking, she walked out of the warehouse. Taking advantage of the moment, Chen Ning opened the permissions for outsiders to enter the warehouse. The warehouse had been designed with large items in mind, so the door was quite wide, making it easy for forklifts to enter and exit. If it weren't for the fact that the warehouse was located underground in a shopping center, there would have been access for small trucks as well. Soon, forklifts began entering the warehouse, carrying a full load of building materials. The first to be transported in was the blue bricks. The color of this brick is very similar to the stone bricks of Dayun Dynasty, which is why Chen Ning chose it. Moreover, this blue brick is sturdier and more durable than red bricks. Zhao Jie ordered 200,000 of these blue bricks. For a normal 1,000 square meter house, only about 70,000 bricks are needed, and even with interior partitions, it wouldn't exceed 80,000. However, Chen Ning also plans to build tall walls and lay down the ground, pouring the basement. So even with 200,000, it might not be enough in the end. But it will definitely be sufficient in the early stages. There are as many as 20 forklifts, and it took more than 20 minutes to unload these blue bricks at a speed close to overheating. After that came the sand, gravel, cement, and rebar. Chen Ning initially thought the sand and gravel could be sourced locally, but the small creek in the village had very little, and the riverbed turned to silt after digging a little deeper, failing to meet the building standards. Within 2 hours, all kinds of materials were packed into the warehouse, filling up the large space that Chen Ning had originally cleared. However, while the unloading team wasn't paying attention, Chen Ning quietly employed the same trick again, stacking the materials higher and freeing up another third of the warehouse area. By the time they finished unloading in the evening, it would be impossible to say that the workers weren't curious, not because they noticed the space in the warehouse increasing, but because it was their first time seeing such a large quantity of construction materials stored in an underground warehouse. But curiosity aside, they were only responsible for unloading and getting paid. Being overly curious would bring them no benefit, and it wasn't their concern. After the unloading team left, Chen Ning looked at the large pile of materials and felt a sense of satisfaction. Chen Ning, are you still there? If there's nothing else, I'm going home to eat. Zhao Jie called out to the air with a hint of fatigue after waiting for the unloading team to leave. She had been directing the unloading team since noon, and since there was no one else available, she had to oversee it personally, so she was really tired at that moment. You've worked hard, Chen Ning's voice came through. You know it's tough, right? You're the big boss. Can't you treat me to a meal to reward this poor little laborer? Zhao Jie interrupted Chen Ning, her tone slightly resentful. After first learning of Chen Ning's appearance in the warehouse, she must have checked his background and knew he was an orphan, and also that he was 30 and still single. Treat you to a meal? I can only give you some material rewards. As for a meal, that's not possible for now. Just wait a moment. Chen Ning initially thought to say that the cassava could be considered a reward for her, But as he was about to finish speaking, he suddenly sensed that Eagle's sister had returned, prompting him to temporarily halt the conversation with Zhao Jie. Zhao Jie wasn't particularly eager to leave and was curious about what Chen Ning wanted her to wait for. Chen Ning had just mentioned giving her a material reward, and she thought it would be great if he directly rewarded her with a gem. As Chen Ning pulled back all of his focus, he saw a massive creature fall from the air right in front of him. Chen Ning wasn't scared, but when he clearly saw the prey in front of him, his mind momentarily froze. Eagle sister, you're really something. You actually brought back a big tiger. Fortunately, Chen Ning quickly reacted. This was Dayun Dynasty, and there were no protected animals here. Looking at the tiger's corpse, he recalled the one he encountered when he left Eagle sister's nest after digging it out. They seemed to be about the same size, both over 5 meters long, but since he was running for his life at the time, he didn't have the chance to take a closer look, so he wasn't sure if it was the same one. Chen Ning actually hoped it wasn't that one, since he had previously said he would personally send it to the afterlife if he encountered it again. Besides the big tiger, Eagle sister also remembered the ginseng that Chen Ning wanted. After receiving the ginseng, Chen Ning exclaimed, "Goodness, this one is even bigger than the last. And even the stem and leaves are intact. Eagle sister, you're amazing." Chen Ning couldn't help but give Eagle sister a thumbs up while holding the ginseng, which was about the size of his forearm. "Chirp chirp, remember what you said. Next time let me bring the kids out. They need exercise and sunlight too." Eagle's sister showed no reaction to Chen Ning's flattery, merely reminding him to keep his promise. "Don't worry, next time you come out, I'll definitely let them follow you. Now go back and rest. Let's deal with this tiger first, and I'll come back to dissect it later. The tiger skin must be preserved intact." Chen Ning wasn't interested in tiger meat. Although he had never eaten it, he had heard that it wasn't very tasty. The real value lay in some parts of the tiger, such as the skin, bones, and tail. After finishing this, Chen Ning directly put Eagle's sister and the tiger back into the warehouse. Remembering that Zhao Jie was still there, Chen Ning suddenly had a mischievous idea and placed Eagle's sister and the tiger's corpse not far in front of Zhao Jie. Chapter 81. Let Zhao Jie sell ginseng. Zhao Jie was originally waiting for Chen Ning to return with curiosity, but suddenly a big tiger and an eagle appeared without any warning. "Ah!" Zhao Jie instantly screamed, stumbling back a few steps and then falling backward. However, just as her head was about to hit the wall, her body suddenly stopped, as if an invisible hand had caught her. Zhao Jie turned pale, her eyes wide open, clearly shocked into a stupor. "Cough, cough. Just a joke, it's not that serious, right?" Chen Ning's slightly apologetic voice came through. Seeing Zhao Jie like this, he realized that his joke had gone a bit too far. "Chirp." Zhao Jie didn't respond, but Eagle's sister made a sound first. Eagle's sister's tone clearly carried a strong disdain for Chen Ning. Then she turned and jumped back to her nest to tend to her young. "Chen Ning, are you crazy? Is it fun to scare me like this?" It took more than half a minute for Zhao Jie to calm down enough to yell angrily at Chen Ning, her eyes starting to mist with tears. "Cough, cough. I'm sorry, I was just joking. The tiger is already dead, and you've seen Eagle's sister before. I really didn't expect to scare you like this." Chen Ning explained with a hint of embarrassment. Zhao Jie wasn't a woman of Dayun Dynasty, so she had no concept of male superiority. Being scared like this would definitely make her explode. Even though Chen Ning explained, Zhao Jie was still crying while furiously confronting him. What could Chen Ning do? He could only force a smile and endure it. After all, he did go a bit too far. After awkwardly touching his nose for a while, seeing that Zhao Jie showed no signs of stopping, he suddenly had a bright idea and placed the ginseng in front of her eyes. You think this is a carrot to calm me down?" Zhao Jie was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the ginseng. At first glance, she truly didn't realize it, as she never dreamed she would see such a large ginseng. "Carrot? Take a closer look, and it's not right. But I have to say, this is not a gift for you." Chen Ning rolled his eyes first, then recalled Zhao Jie's words and quickly corrected himself. He certainly wouldn't generously give Zhao Jie the ginseng. After chatting with Bai Shaoqin while covering the quilt these past 2 days, he had roughly understood the value of such high-grade ginseng in Dayun Dynasty. Although Bai Shaoqin couldn't be completely sure, she could estimate that this ginseng was worth at least 100 gold. That is 100 taels of gold. 1 tael of gold equals 10 taels of silver. So 100 taels of gold equals 1,000 taels of silver. This is just the currency exchange method in Dayun Dynasty. If converted to modern times, 1 tael of gold is 50 grams, worth about 35,000 Longxia currency. And Longxia silver is only about 8 yuan per gram. 35,000 can buy over 4,000 grams, making 1 tael of gold equivalent to over 80 taels of silver. Therefore, Chen Ning wouldn't give Zhao Jie a ginseng worth 100 taels of gold just to placate her. However, letting her earn some price difference was acceptable. As for how much she would earn, that would depend on her own ability. Zhao Jie stabilized her emotions a bit after being reminded by Chen Ning. And after observing more seriously, her eyes widened in shock. A person, ginseng? How can there be such a large ginseng? Ginseng is quite recognizable, especially the one in front of her that still has its stems and leaves. This is authentic wild mountain ginseng. What do you think it's worth? Chen Ning said with a hint of pride, mainly because he successfully shifted this woman's attention. I can't say for sure. This is too shocking. Such a precious thing is absolutely a life-saving treasure. Do you want to sell it? Zhao Jie stuttered a bit as she spoke, feeling more shocked by the ginseng than by gemstones. After all, gemstones are decorations, and while they may have some health benefits, they are mostly psychological for humans. However, ginseng is different. It can definitely save lives at critical moments, and its effects are tangible. So Zhao Jie subconsciously hesitated to sell it. Of course, if she were to sell it, such high-quality ginseng, while rare here, could still be obtained with a certain price. Chen Ning would definitely respond. He wouldn't say that this kind of ginseng is plentiful here, or else Zhao Jie wouldn't value it as much. Of course, Chen Ning wasn't completely lying. Although there might be quite a few, without Eagle Sister's help, it would be hard for humans to find them in the mountains. Fortunately, Eagle Sister didn't hear Chen Ning's words. Otherwise, she would definitely look down on him again. After all, the certain price that Chen Ning mentioned was just flattering her a bit and promising to take her child out for some fresh air. Although Chen Ning said this, it was enough to shock Zhao Jie again. You can actually get some of this level of ginseng? How much do you plan to sell it for? Zhao Jie asked Chen Ning with a hint of expectation, managing to calm her emotions again. She knew that an opportunity to make money was coming soon, and it should be a considerable sum. Chen Ning was also observing Zhao Jie's reaction with his consciousness. This woman was definitely very clever. She probably had a rough estimate in mind, but still wanted to ask how much he wanted to sell it for. If he offered too low, she would surely think she could make a huge profit. So he decided to quote a higher price. 50 million, what do you think? Chen Ning had originally priced it based on the 100 taels of gold given by Xiaoqin. The modern gold price for 100 taels multiplied by 8 would roughly be around 28 to 29 million Longxia currency. Chen Ning's quote was directly 2 million higher. He felt that his request was already quite high, but when Zhao Jie heard Chen Ning's price, she was overjoyed inside, though she pretended to ponder and said, I really don't know. I can help you sell it. If it's less than 50 million, I'll get it back for you. If it goes over 50 million, the extra will be my profit. How about that? Zhao Jie had no qualms about making money off Chen Ning. After all, everything was above board. At most, she would feel she earned a bit too much, but once her family issues were resolved, she could compensate Chen Ning a bit more later. Chen Ning was slightly surprised. Even with such a high price, Zhao Jie clearly still had a profit margin. He quickly let go of his worries and decisively said, no problem. If you can sell it for 1 billion, it shows you have the ability and whatever you earn is yours. Thank you, boss. I'll take the ginseng now. Do you have any other orders? Zhao Jie was overjoyed to hear Chen Ning say this, and her mood improved completely, speaking to Chen Ning with a hint of playfulness. Get some more construction tools tomorrow, and keep an eye out for weapons. You know what I want. Money is not an issue, Chen Ning said. Zhao Jie paused slightly, then nodded. I can only say that I'll try my best to find those things. I don't want to be invited for tea. I know you want to use them here, otherwise I wouldn't even think about it. Zhao Jie knew what Chen Ning was referring to. She had firmly refused it before, but this time she was not so resolute. After all, as long as the money is in place, there's nothing that can't be bought on Earth. It's not like it's a national-level strategic weapon. Don't worry, it definitely won't involve you. You also saw how scary the animals are here. I'm more concerned about my own safety, Chen Ning said, seeing Zhao Jie's tone soften, and he immediately felt happy. He pointed at the tiger and made another suggestion to Zhao Jie. Zhao Jie had just been distracted by the ginseng, and now recalled the giant tiger. Unable to resist looking at it curiously. Even from more than 10 meters away, she felt a wave of fear. It really confirmed the saying that a tiger's might remains even after it's dead. How terrifying would it be if it were still alive? Even knowing that the tiger was full of treasure, Zhao Jie didn't have the slightest inclination to take it. After all, taking this thing out would be too risky, and while it was valuable, it was relatively less so compared to ginseng or gemstones. Ginseng and gemstones can be worth over 100 million. Even if this tiger's corpse sold for a high price, it wouldn't exceed 10 million. Then Chen Ning and Zhao Jie discussed the cassava. Zhao Jie glanced at the pile of cassava, clearly not particularly concerned, since with ginseng and gemstones around, this little bit wouldn't turn into much even if resold. Selling this is possible, but I have to have enough for a truckload, maybe 10 tons. After reaching 10 tons, I'll let someone take it away, Zhao Jie said. Sure. Chen Ning noted reatiri. After Zhao Jie left with the ginseng, Chen Ning lingered in the warehouse for a moment. The current building materials were all from the early stages, and some internal decorative doors and windows hadn't arrived yet. But there was no rush. At least the house's framework needed to be completed first. Chen Ning checked the quality again and confirmed it was all of the best quality before he was completely at ease. Then Chen Ning proceeded to disassemble the tiger in the warehouse. He discovered another convenience of the warehouse. Doing anything here was very easy. For instance, disassembling a prey like this over 800-pound tiger would take at least an hour outside, but now he only used 10 minutes. With several sharp knives moving simultaneously, the tiger's skin was peeled off flawlessly except for a few holes in the forehead and neck. Tiger skin usually requires later processing, but in the warehouse, this process could be skipped. It could be used after being left for a while. Then the tiger's scraps were given to the eagle family to eat, and the rest of the meat was put in the freezer for preservation. As for the valuable tiger bones and tiger whip, Chen Ning carefully preserved them, as they might come in handy at some point. After everything was handled, Chen Ning left the warehouse space, came down from the mountain, and hitched a bullock cart to go home. When he was almost at his doorstep, Chen Ning took out the prepared items, filling 2 snakeskin bags. One bag contained some daily necessities like rubber gloves, scissors, needles, thread, and pencils. The other bag contained several kinds of vegetables from Earth: potatoes, peppers, carrots, and cucumbers. Although Chen Ning had only been here for a few days, he had meat at almost every meal, and although he had brought some seasonings that improved the flavor gradually, eating meat every day was getting a bit monotonous, mainly because the greens here were not very tasty. Chen Ning missed the vegetables from Earth. He planned to take out some seeds when he had the chance, so he could eat the vegetables he grew himself later. "Hubby, you're finally back." Bai Xiaozhu rushed out with a worried look before Chen Ning even entered the courtyard. After Chen Ning had been gone all afternoon, Bai Xiaozhu felt uninterested in everything she did. "Yeah, I'm back. What's wrong, little wife?" Chen Ning smiled slightly and asked with some concern. "No, nothing. I just collected a lot of cassava this afternoon and got a bit tired. Did you find anything good?" Bai Xiaozhu felt a bit embarrassed to admit how much she missed Chen Ning, but she happened to see the bag in Chen Ning's hand, which gave her the perfect excuse to change the topic. While speaking, Bai Xiaozhu took a slightly smaller bag from him. Chen Ning felt a bit awkward due to her comment about picking. After hesitating for a moment, she said this time it wasn't picked, it was exchanged with someone else. Exchanged? With those cassavas? Bai Xiaozhu was only puzzled for a moment before realizing something. "That's right," Chen Ning nodded. As Bai Xiaozhu entered the courtyard, Chen Ning was slightly taken aback. To the east of the earthen house, there was a huge pile of cassava, which was at least 10 times more than what he had taken away at noon. That must be around 10 tons, right? Earlier, Zhao Jie had complained that the amount he took over was too little, saying they would wait until they had over 10 tons before moving it. And now, just a little over half a day later, they had reached the target. Qin Yu and Bai Xiaoqin came out upon hearing the noise and quickly greeted Chen Ning. "You're back just in time. Dinner is ready," Bai Xiaoqin said warmly. "Next time, let us know if you're going to be out for so long so that we won't worry." Qin Yu scolded Chen Ning lightly. "Sister-in-law, you only say we worry, but you were worried about your husband too. If it weren't for being too busy with the cassava, I would have gone to look for him myself," Bai Xiaozhu said. making a face. Chen Ning was taken aback by Xiaozhu's comment, her face flushing immediately. You're so talkative. Hurry up and go in and serve the food. Bai Xiaoqin quickly reprimanded Bai Xiaozhu. Although they had some doubts about certain things, they knew better than to voice them. Bai Xiaozhu seemed to realize she had misspoken and cautiously glanced at Chen Yu and Chen Ning. Chen Yu just blushed a little and didn't take it to heart. Besides, even if she cared about Chen Ning, it was only natural since she had been looking after him for all these years. Chen Ning didn't mind much either, especially knowing that this young wife was just straightforward and had no ill intentions. Huolanlan hadn't heard anything and ran back to her room to bring the prepared dishes to the table. Just in time, I brought back some interesting vegetables, some of which can be eaten raw, Chen Ning said, patting Bai Xiaozhu's hair, then returning indoors with the three girls. The girls were very curious about the new vegetables Chen Ning mentioned, and when he opened the bag, even Huolanlan came over to take a look. These vegetables are from the Great Luo Dynasty and the Great Tu Dynasty. Upon seeing the vegetables inside, Bai Xiaoqin, who had the most experience, exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I've eaten this before. It's not good. Bai Xiaozhu pointed at the eggplant and called out. Huolanlan's eyes sparkled as she recognized one or two types of the vegetables inside. This left Chen Ning dumbfounded. It turned out that these varieties of vegetables didn't exist in this world. They just weren't present in the Great Yin Dynasty. Thankfully, he hadn't claimed he found them in the mountains this time. Otherwise, he would have had a hard time covering up the lie. However, Chen Yu didn't recognize any of the vegetables. Husband, where did you get these vegetables? Bai Xiaoqin suddenly asked with a serious expression. I exchanged them for cassava. They buy cassava but don't have money, so they traded some items with me. Chen Ning replied with a strange expression, then immediately asked back, eldest sister, is there something wrong with these vegetables? The vegetables themselves are fine, but they're common vegetables from our enemy nation at the border. I'm just curious how they were transported over such a distance. Bai Xiaoqin responded instinctively, but suddenly stopped mid-sentence, casting Chen Ning a peculiar look. Chen Ning felt a bit guilty under her unusual gaze. It seemed his lie had too many holes. What do you mean? Chen Yu asked from his side. It's nothing. Sister-in-law, I must have misunderstood. Husband probably met a very powerful merchant convoy. Bai Xiaoqin replied with a smile to Chen Yu. Really? If that's the case, then that's great. I was still worried that we had too much cassava and couldn't sell it, Chen Yu said with a happy expression, not even confirming with Chen Ning. Husband must have his own plans. Let's not worry about those things. We've all had a long day. Let's eat. The green gourds you brought back can be eaten raw, and they taste great. Bai Xiaoqin concluded the topic forcefully, then took out a few prickly cucumbers, washed them, and called everyone to eat. Chen Ning looked at Bai Xiaoqin's reaction and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed it was time to confess some things to this girl. From the beginning of the lies, Chen Ning knew he wouldn't be able to hide them forever. It was just that it had come much sooner than he expected. Of course, he also knew that since he first picked up things from the mountains for the second time, the two sisters had already begun to suspect him, but they were considerate enough not to pry. After all, no one was a fool, especially with Bai Xiaoqin's high IQ. She was probably waiting for him to confess to her. It was just right to inform her about some things, so she could help cover for him later. Chen Ning had been looking for excuses to fool the girls, but he himself was quite tired. Chapter 83. Preparing to confess some secrets, although there was a small interruption. The dinner was quite enjoyable after everyone deliberately changed the topic. Originally, the dishes were all meat, but with the addition of a cold cucumber salad. The meal felt noticeably upgraded. Of course, this cold cucumber was also suggested by Chen Ning. Otherwise, the girls would have just eaten the meat directly. The smashed cucumbers could be eaten as long as they were mixed with some fine salt. Not to mention, Chen Ning's home still had soy sauce, MSG, and even red-dried peppers. While eating, Chen Ning thought that if there was some vinegar and garlic, it would be even better. He felt that without vinegar and garlic, the smashed cucumbers lacked a bit of soul. Chen Yu had her first taste of cucumber, and after one bite, she felt like she had found the best thing. The crisp and fragrant taste was simply delightful. Why don't we have such delicious vegetables here? Chen Yu couldn't help but ask halfway through her meal. Because these things are specialty vegetables from the enemy country. They manage the seeds very strictly over there, especially not selling them to our Great Yin Dynasty. At most, There are some brave people who sell a few vegetables in the border cities, by Xiaoqin explained lightly. Chen Ning was speechless. A vegetable variety actually had a monopoly. He knew it was definitely a seed issue, as these vegetables could grow anywhere that wasn't extremely cold or hot. However, Chen Ning had learned his lesson this time. Even though he understood, he said nothing. Then Bai Xiaoqin introduced the various vegetables Chen Ning had brought back. However, there was one vegetable she didn't recognize, which was the chili pepper. Eggplant and cucumber were specialties of the Great Luo Kingdom, while potatoes were specialties of the Great Tu Kingdom. Both were neighboring countries of the Great Dayun Dynasty and had been in constant warfare. Chen Ning wondered if these vegetables could be stir-fried. Surely boiling them wouldn't taste too good. After Qin Yu learned to cook these past few days, she had developed a bit of an obsession with culinary arts. As if a door in her mind had been opened. She felt that the dishes she had made before could taste even better just by changing the cooking method. I feel like some of these could be stewed together like the cassava and deer meat from last time, like potatoes and eggplant stewed with meat, plus some seasoning. It must be delicious. Chen Ning offered some hints, as he was very pleased to see Qin Yu develop a specialty in one area. Xiao Ning is right. For example, that green chili can also be used to stir-fry meat. The red-dried chili is great for stir-frying, so using this fresh one must be good too. Qin Yu nodded happily and began to unleash her imagination. Next time I go to trade, I'll see if I can find an overseas cookbook for my sister-in-law. Seeing Qin Yu so interested, Chen Ning decided to go all out to avoid having to remind her from time to time. After dinner, Chen Ning didn't mention the contents of the other bag, only discussing the purchase of cassava, to which Qin Yu reported the expenses. The cassava collected in the afternoon cost a total of 96 copper coins. The purchase price for 1 ton of cassava is 8 copper coins. So 96 copper coins means 12 tons were purchased? Chen Ning's expression was somewhat strange. This is equivalent to spending less than 100 yuan to buy 22,000 pounds of cassava. Chen Ning suddenly felt like he was more of a shrewd businessman than the actual merchants. However, Chen Ning felt no guilt towards the villagers here. In fact, he thought the villagers should be grateful to him. After the expenses of these few days, there were still 57 taels of silver left at home. Qin Yu finally reported the remaining silver. Sister-in-law, you don't need to report this. Just come to me when you run out of money. I'll make a lot of silver tomorrow. Chen Ning directly interrupted Qin Yu. Making a lot of money tomorrow is from your deal with that big fat guy, right? Bai Xiaozhu realized this without needing Qin Yu to ask. Not entirely. Don't forget we still have the cassava business. Those merchants may not pay, but they prepared the materials for building the house. Chen Ning quickly provided a reasonable explanation for the source of the building materials. This reason was at least much more credible than saying they were found. With such a large amount of building materials appearing, if Chen Ning said they were found, it would indeed insult others' intelligence. It can be like this. Chen Ning's words surprised Qin Yu once again. Bai Xiaoqin and Bai Xiaozhu remained silent. That's basically it. Chen Ning rubbed his nose. He now felt a bit guilty about lying to Qin Yu. After all, she had always cared for and trusted him silently. Chen Ning suddenly realized something. In normal circumstances, if he wanted to reveal a secret, he should have chosen to tell Qin Yu first. The thought of only telling Bai Xiaoqin just now was entirely because the original soul had been replaced by him. Therefore, in Chen Ning's perspective, Qin Yu and the Bai sisters had not known each other for too long. He chose Bai Xiaoqin not only because she was intelligent and stable, but also because he had been closer to her these past 2 days. Chen Ning felt a bit conflicted. If he told Bai Xiaoqin first and neglected Qin Yu, it would undoubtedly hurt her greatly if she found out later. After all, in Qin Yu's mind, Chen Ning was her only relative and the person she trusted the most. After weighing everything, Chen Ning made a new decision. After finishing the meal, Huolanlan actively cleaned up the mess, and everyone was preparing to rest. Sister-in-law, I have something to discuss with you. Chen Ning called out to Qin Yu as the girls were heading back to their rooms. What does Xiao Ning want to say to me? Qin Yu looked puzzled. Let's talk in my room. Chen Ning invited Qin Yu into his room and then said to the Bai sisters, eldest and second wives, wait a moment. I'll talk to my sister-in-law first, then I'll speak with you. At that moment, when Chen Ning called Qin Yu to his room, Bai Xiaoqin and Bai Xiaozhu both felt a little sad. However, Chen Ning's next words instantly lifted their spirits. They understood that even though they were wives, They had only entered the family for a few days, while Chen Yu had taken care of Chen Ning for several years. They were very clear about this difference. Xiao Ning, what do you want to say to me? Is it really necessary to avoid the younger sisters? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? After entering Chen Ning's room, Chen Yu's expression was somewhat poor. She was genuinely worried that the Bai sisters would be angry because of this. Don't worry about what they think. I want to ask Sister Yu a question first. Chen Ning directly sat Chen Yu down on the edge of the bed and said with a serious expression. Chen Yu was stunned. Just now, Chen Ning didn't call her sister-in-law, but refer to her as Sister Yu? Xiao Ning, how can you call me that? You should call me sister-in-law. Have you lost your mind again? Chen Yu's face turned a bit red as she spoke, and then she nonsensically tried to reach out to check Chen Ning's forehead. All right, Sister Yu, you should know my mind is completely fine now. First, answer my question, and then I'll answer your doubts. Okay? Chen Ning smiled faintly, his eyes clear as he met Chen Yu's gaze. Then, what do you want to ask? Chen Yu was a bit flustered under Chen Ning's gaze. Choosing not to dwell on the issue of titles, she slightly lowered her head and spoke, her voice dropping a few degrees. Chapter 84. Chen Yu's reaction seeing Chen Yu in this posture. Chen Ning didn't waste any more words and softly said, I know you've been taking care of me because you thought I was mentally ill for all these years. I'm sorry for that. Now that I'm better, you should plan for your own future. You're still so young. What are your plans for the future? Chen Ning's words were carefully considered and organized. He believed this setup was already very tactful. However, Chen Ning overlooked the fact that Chen Yu was a woman from the Dayun Dynasty, and her thoughts were quite different from those of modern people. Upon hearing Chen Ning's words, Chen Yu's already slightly red face instantly turned pale, and tears quickly gathered in her eyes, looking as if Chen Ning had abandoned her. Chen Ning was taken aback and quickly stepped forward to help wipe her tears, saying, What is wrong? Did I say something wrong? Chen Yu's eyes were filled with deep sorrow and despair, her tone trembling and sad as she said, You didn't say anything wrong. You're better now and have married a wife, and there's money in the house. I'm no longer your sister-in-law. I should indeed leave. Chen Yu's words were interrupted as Chen Ning slapped his forehead and said, I didn't mean to make you leave. I didn't express myself clearly. What I meant to say is that now that our lives are better, what plans do you have for our future? Chen Ning finally realized that Chen Yu thought he wanted to drive her away. However, upon reflection, he realized it was indeed his fault for trying to set up a situation. His previous words could easily be misunderstood. As for the phrase about not being a sister-in-law anymore, it was simply because he had called her Sister Yu a couple of times. Honestly, Chen Ning didn't call her sister-in-law because he had his own thoughts. After all, he had different feelings toward his sister-in-law, and his faint sense of morality made him uncomfortable. He never expected Chen Yu would misunderstand that he no longer recognized her. After hearing Chen Ning's explanation, Chen Yu stared into his eyes, perhaps sensing that he wasn't lying to her, and she sniffled slightly, saying, I don't have any plans. I just want to keep watching you live well and help you raise children in the future. But what about yourself? You're only 22. You can definitely find another man and then get married and have children, Chen Ning said after a moment of silence. How can you say that? I'm your sister-in-law. Even if your brother is gone, I'm still a member of the Chen family. How can you expect me to remarry while carrying the title of a widow? Isn't that trying to drive me away? Chen Yu cried again at Chen Ning's words, and she was also a bit angry. In this day and age, it's hard for young and beautiful women to find a good man. What kind of man could she marry with the identity of a widow? Even if someone wanted her, it would probably be someone with many wives or someone with peculiar preferences like Zhao Yutian. In any case, it wouldn't end well. Chen Ning was left speechless. It was the first time he realized how stubborn Chen Yu's thinking was. Couldn't she understand his meaning correctly? With another slap to his forehead, Chen Ning stopped beating around the bush and directly said, How could I bear to let you go? I assure you I have absolutely no intention of driving you away. Just tell me one thing. No matter what happens, will you stay with me and not leave this home? Chen Yu was taken aback, feeling that there was a major issue with Chen Ning's words. But being in a state of sadness, she didn't have the mood to ponder it carefully and simply nodded, saying, Unless you kick me out, I will be a member of the Chen family in life and a ghost of the Chen family in death. If I really get kicked out, I will just die right at the doorstep. No, please don't. Actually, I called my sister-in-law in because I wanted to confess some of my secrets to you, but I didn't expect it to get so complicated. Chen Ning said with a bitter smile, deciding to continue calling her sister-in-law for now to avoid her overthinking. Confessing secrets? Xiao Ning, you're talking about the treasures you recently found, right? Qin Yu, not being foolish, instinctively felt puzzled for a moment before realizing something. That's right. You also suspected those things weren't just found, right? Chen Ning nodded, looking intently into Qin Yu's eyes. Well, actually, I sensed something was off when you first found that set of tea utensils and the iron pot, Qin Yu said after a moment of contemplation. Then why didn't you ask me anything? Chen Ning was curious. I've taken care of you for these years, so I understand everything. However, on the day you got married, I felt you had changed, and I can't explain why. As long as you're okay, I can choose not to ask anything, Qin Yu said with a slight smile, avoiding a direct answer to Chen Ning's question. Chen Ning understood her meaning and couldn't help but feel a bit moved, instinctively reaching out to hold Qin Yu's hand. Xiao Ning, you should let go quickly, the younger sisters are still outside. Qin Yu's face turned red when Chen Ning held her hand like that, and she spoke in a very low voice. Cough, sorry sister-in-law, Chen Ning started to say, but Qin Yu interrupted him, pulling her hand back and saying, it's fine. Just be more careful in the future. It's not good if the younger sisters see this. Do you still want to continue telling your secret? When Chen Ning called her sister-in-law again, for some reason, it didn't sound as pleasant to Qin Yu as before, and she even felt a bit displeased. Of course, I want to say it. Actually, sister-in-law, you were right. On the day I got married, my brain illness was cured because I met someone from another world in my dream. He not only helped me heal my illness, but also gifted me a magical warehouse through which I can exchange items from their world. Chen Ning basically crafted a story using the simplest words. Although some parts were fabricated, most of it was true, and the made-up parts were just to cover up the fact that he had crossed over. After all, letting Qin Yu know that he was no longer the original Chen Ning would probably lead to other issues. Qin Yu knew that Chen Ning had secrets, but never expected them to be so bizarre. After Chen Ning finished speaking, it took her a while to come back to her senses, and she asked, Xiao Ning, is that warehouse in the mountains? Won't it be discovered by others? Chen Ning was taken aback and then shook his head, saying, don't worry, sister-in-law. The warehouse is actually in my head. No one can enter it except me. The reason I mentioned going to the mountains was just a casual excuse. In your head? Xiao Ning, you must have encountered a deity. Upon hearing that the warehouse was in Chen Ning's head, Qin Yu immediately thought of legends about deities. After all, who else could do such miraculous and outrageous things? Expressing this guess calmed Qin Yu's emotions somewhat, and with a hint of peculiarity in her gaze, she asked Chen Ning, Xiao Ning, why did you choose to tell me this secret first instead of the two younger sisters? This question was somewhat sharp, and after asking, Qin Yu felt a bit anxious, but she didn't know why. She just wanted to know Chen Ning's thoughts. Chen Ning smiled inwardly, realizing he had guessed correctly. He was also glad he decided to tell Qin Yu first. Otherwise, if she had asked such a question after he told the Bai sisters first, it would have left an indelible thorn in her heart. After organizing his thoughts, Chen Ning softly said, although you're all my closest people, there are still some differences. I was afraid that if I told them first, sister-in-law, you would feel uncomfortable. I don't feel that way. I'm going to call the younger sisters in right now. You can tell them yourself to avoid making them uncomfortable. Qin Yu was flushed with shame from Chen Ning's response. And after speaking, she directly stood up and walked toward the door. As she reached the door, her footsteps paused slightly, and she turned back to say something. But when the words reached her lips, she couldn't bring herself to say it. After Qin Yu went out, the Bai sisters quickly walked in. The two young ladies seemed to have had some kind of exchange outside, and now they both looked at Chen Ning with serious and expectant expressions. Chapter 85. The reaction of the twin sisters. Why are you both so serious? Chen Ning couldn't help but smile slightly at the sisters' expressions. We know that our husband has something important to say, so we naturally need to be serious. Bai Xiaoqin, seeing Chen Ning smile, also showed a hint of smile. It is indeed very important, but it doesn't need to be so serious. Come, sit down. Chen Ning smiled slightly and patted the space beside him. The sisters exchanged glances. Then, without hesitation, they sat down on either side of Chen Ning. Chen Ning noticed that the two young wives were still keeping a little distance from him, so he directly reached out and pulled the two sisters closer to him. The sisters' faces turned slightly red, but they obediently leaned against Chen Ning. Unfortunately, the bed was a bit wide, making it uncomfortable for them to lean against the wall. After the new house was built, they had to get the best big sofa. Feeling the warmth of the two girls on either side, Chen Ning's mind wandered slightly, and a thought emerged. Husband? Bai Xiaoqin noticed Chen Ning was a bit distracted and softly called out to him. Chen Ning quickly regained his focus and smiled. I was just lost in thought. What exactly do you want to tell us? Bai Xiaozhu, unable to contain her curiosity, started to ask. What I want to tell you is my biggest secret, and I just shared it with sister-in-law beforehand, Chen Ning said, watching the sisters' reactions. So what if you did? Bai Xiaozhu asked, looking puzzled, as she didn't think deeply about what Chen Ning meant by that. Bai Xiaoqin was slightly taken aback. Then a genuine smile appeared on her face as she said, Husband is worried that we would be angry, right? Yes, you're my wives, and logically I should tell you this first. But I told sister-in-law first. Are you not upset? Chen Ning directly admitted. Bai Xiaoqin laughed and said, Husband, you are overthinking it. If it were someone else, we might feel uncomfortable. But sister-in-law is different. She is naturally the person you should trust the most. If I were you, I would also choose to tell sister-in-law first. Chen Ning stared into Bai Xiaoqin's eyes for 3 full seconds before smiling again. This time he smiled very happily. He really hadn't misjudged her, as she understood the reason for him telling Qin Yu first and could empathize with him. Thank you, eldest wife. I actually intended to tell you first, but then... Chen Ning still wanted to explain, but he was interrupted by Bai Xiaoqin. No need to say anything. Husband, you did the right thing. And don't tell sister-in-law that you thought about it this way. I know. Chen Ning noted. At this point, Bai Xiaozhu also understood the reason, pouting slightly. She felt that Chen Ning didn't need to explain since she wouldn't be angry at all. All right, husband, hurry up and tell us your secret. I'm dying of curiosity. Bai Xiaozhu directly linked her arm with Chen Ning's and playfully shook it a couple of times. Okay, I'll say it. Actually, you both should have sensed it. No one can have such incredible luck to just find those treasures in the mountains. Chen Ning slightly set the stage for his revelation, and sure enough, upon hearing this, the sisters both smiled faintly. After all, only a fool would believe Chen Ning's clumsy or even perfunctory excuses. However, the two sisters tacitly did not interrupt Chen Ning and quietly listened as he continued. The explanation regarding Qin Yu was naturally the same. In a dream, she encountered an earthling who cured his brain disease and even gifted him a brain storage space, through which he could trade with the earthling. The originally calm expressions of the two sisters began to change to shock as Chen Ning recounted his story. Clearly, Chen Ning's secret exceeded their understanding. In private, the sisters had quietly speculated about the origins of Chen Ning's possessions. What they found most convincing was Chen Ning's explanation about Lu Haifeng, that he could connect with a group of overseas merchants whose influence was vast but could not be exposed for some reason. So they asked Chen Ning to be an intermediary. However, they never expected that Chen Ning's experience was 1,000 times more bizarre than they imagined. It turned out that besides their world, there were other worlds, and one could even open a trading storage space in a person's brain. Could the person in the dream be the legendary immortal? After Chen Ning finished speaking, Bai Xiaozhu couldn't help but exclaim. Like Qin Yu, one could say that any person from the Dayun Dynasty would think Chen Ning had encountered an immortal after hearing his story. Even Bai Xiaoqin slightly nodded in agreement with her sister's words. If it weren't for the blessings of immortals, they really couldn't find any other explanation. I don't know, but after that person gave me the storage space and some items, they vanished. The people I can trade with now are quite ordinary and don't have any immortal means. They're just in it for the money. Chen Ning pretended to scratch his head. The so-called person in his dream was actually his original self. One could say it was his past life. This could be understood. The immortal left the storage and opened a trading channel before leaving, which truly resembles immortal means. Bai Xiaozhu continued to express her amazement. All right, since you insist on believing it's an immortal, then let it be an immortal. After all, I've confessed my secret, and in the future, I won't need to find excuses to fool the 3 women all the time. They will help cover for me well. By the way, dear husband, can we go into the storage to take a look? When the matters were almost explained, Bai Xiaozhu looked at Chen Ning with anticipation. Xiaozhu, don't be silly. That's the immortal's gift to your husband. How can we casually desecrate it? Bai Xiaoqin directly reprimanded her sister. It's normal to be curious, but I'm not sure if we can. Anyway, my body can't go in, but I can send the heavenly eagle inside. Chen Ning quickly spoke up for Bai Xiaozhu. Heavenly eagle? Husband, are you saying the heavenly eagle has been taken into your storage space? Bai Xiaoqin's eyes widened in shock. I just forgot to mention this to you. It's true. At that time, I was worried that the items in the storage would be stolen. So I went to the mountains to find a place to hide them, since I've already revealed the secret of the storage space. There's no need to hide the discovery of that large batch of gold, silver, and jewels in the cave, as well as the matter of the heavenly eagle. After all, apart from being a soul that traveled through time, Chen Ning could say everything else. I was wondering how the heavenly eagle appeared out of nowhere and even brought us prey. Bai Xiaoqin had a wry smile when she thought about the heavenly eagle. She really liked this creature and didn't expect that from the very beginning. It was already her husband's captive. Sister, are you focusing on the wrong point? Just now, husband said he found a coffin full of gold and silver jewels in that stone cave. Bai Xiaozhu's eyes sparkled as she reminded her sister. Bai Xiaoqin pondered for a moment and then looked at Bai Xiaozhu, saying, upon hearing about this batch of gold and silver jewels, didn't you think of anything? Chapter 86. The sister's identity Bai Xiaozhu was taken aback, then scratched her head like Chen Ning, clearly not having thought of anything. Eldest sister, do you know the origin of this batch of gold and silver jewelry? Chen Ning caught on to Bai Xiaoqin's implication. Bai Xiaoqin nodded and said, such a large amount of gold and silver jewelry reminds me of the theft that occurred in the Dayun Dynasty's palace 30 years ago. In one night, all the jewelry of the female family members in the palace disappeared, including the Empress's jewelry vault. Chen Ning was somewhat stunned, not knowing what kind of thief would have the ability to collect these jewels. Why not directly steal from the treasury? Wouldn't a coffin full of gold bars and gemstones be more valuable than these ornaments? I remember, Grandpa even told us about this when we were kids, Bai Xiaozhu exclaimed, realizing it late. Chen Ning shot a speechless glance at the girl and then said, it's been over 30 years. These gold and silver jewels should be safe to sell now, right? I even picked out a few nice sets to give to my wife and sister-in-law. As Chen Ning spoke, he prepared to take out several sets of jewelry left in the storage. Husband, please don't take them out to sell or wear. If discovered, it would be a disaster. Although it's been 30 years, the old emperor has never given up the search, and the new emperor is also investigating. After all, that's a significant amount of wealth, and the current Dayun emperor is not very wealthy. Bai Xiaoqin quickly dissuaded Chen Ning from his idea. Chen Ning didn't notice that when the Bai sisters spoke about the Dayun emperor, there was no hint of respect in their tone. Is that so? Then I'll just sell these gold and silver jewels to the storage. After all, they're worth more there than here. After selling, I can exchange them for jewelry from their side for my wives. Chen Ning directly dismissed the thought of taking out the jewelry, realizing that he couldn't take such a big risk over a small matter. As for melting the jewelry down to sell, that would definitely be a foolish endeavor. After all, the craftsmanship itself can also appreciate, and selling it on Earth could even be considered antique and increase its value. I figured it out. While Chen Ning was still discussing the batch of jewelry with Bai Xiaoqin, Bai Xiaozhu suddenly exclaimed again. Chen Ning was startled by the girl, reaching out to pinch her cheek and asking, what have you figured out this time, little wife? I suddenly realized why husband suddenly gained enlightenment and developed inner strength. It must also be a blessing from the immortal. The immortal must have transformed your body, Bai Xiaozhu said with great certainty. Chen Ning was taken aback. The girl's thought process was quite a leap, as they were discussing jewelry, yet she connected it to his martial arts issue. Bai Xiaoqin initially wanted to educate her sister further, but upon hearing that her sister said Chen Ning had gained enlightenment and developed inner strength, she was also stunned. Although she didn't practice martial arts, most of her family members were military generals, so she had some understanding of martial arts cultivation from a young age. While their family had many martial artists, few reached an advanced level, and none had developed inner strength before the age of 30. Wait, Xiaozhu, even if husband gained enlightenment, he shouldn't have inner strength running techniques, Bai Xiaoqin said. Yes, sister, I taught husband at Songlongju, Bai Xiaozhu nodded straightforwardly. All right, but husband, please don't let outsiders know you are practicing the Songlongju, Bai Xiaoqin said with a slight frown, giving Chen Ning a warning. I will listen to the eldest wife. As long as I don't say anything, no one will know what I'm practicing. Chen Ning nodded seriously in agreement. Chen Ning wasn't foolish. Judging from Bai Xiaoqin's reaction, this matter probably involved her family's secret, so he decided not to ask more. However, just because Chen Ning didn't ask didn't mean Bai Xiaoqin wouldn't confess. After looking at Chen Ning for a few seconds, the girl slowly spoke. Husband, actually our family has been labeled as traitors by the court. Many of our family members have been executed by the Dayun Dynasty. And even the Dayun Dynasty claims my parents and brothers have fled to the Dayun Dynasty. So if anyone discovers you are practicing our family's martial arts, you will be captured. This is also the reason why I never let Xiaozhu expose her martial artist identity. Bai Xiaoqin revealed her family's secret just like that. This is treason. Once Chen Ning reports to the authorities, if it's confirmed that they are direct relatives of a traitor, he will definitely receive a large reward. Bai Xiaozhu didn't expect her sister to suddenly reveal their family situation, and for a moment, she nervously looked at Chen Ning. After all, their identity was too troublesome, and even the entire Dayun Dynasty might come to hate them. Some relatives might even distance themselves or act in a way to clear their own names. Sister, you really don't need to tell me this. Such secrets are better kept between you, Chen Ning said gently after a brief pause. Since my husband has shared your biggest secret with us, if we don't clarify our own identities, it would be too unfair to him. I want him to know that our family has not betrayed the Dayun Dynasty. It's all a trap set by the Dayun Emperor against us, Bai Xiaoqin said, her eyes showing a rare bitterness. Bai Xiaozhu also thought of their family's plight, her eyes turning red. He is definitely a dog of an emperor. What about my father and mother now? Also, how were you sent into marriage? Chen Ning comforted the sisters while starting to inquire. Since Bai Xiaoqin had been so open, it was fine for him to ask a few questions. Husband, do you believe what I say? Bai Xiaoqin asked, looking at Chen Ning with some excitement, instead of answering his question. Of course, you're my wife. I certainly believe what my wife says. Since you say your family hasn't betrayed, then it absolutely hasn't. It's definitely all slander from that dog emperor. Chen Ning noted that Bai Xiaoqin and Bai Xiaozhu burst into tears. They could tell that Chen Ning was serious. Even if the people of the Dayun Dynasty felt resentment towards the emperor in their hearts, no one dared to openly curse the dog emperor. Even privately, they wouldn't dare, as the idea of imperial authority being like heaven was deeply ingrained in these people. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaoqin and her sister did not know that to a modern person, imperial power was nothing, as they had been educated to believe in equality since childhood. If it were a wise and good emperor, Chen Ning naturally wouldn't curse. However, after hearing Bai Xiaoqin's words, Chen Ning felt that cursing a few times was light. It was indeed necessary, and he would definitely dare to confront that dog emperor. What's so great about him? All right, stop crying. Everything will be fine. What about your parents now? Please tell me. Chen Ning soothed the sisters, continuing to inquire to alleviate their emotions. It's already late. Xiaozhu, you should go back and rest. I will talk slowly with my husband. Bai Xiaoqin suddenly urged Bai Xiaozhu to rest. Oh, okay, sister. Good night, husband. Although Bai Xiaozhu was somewhat reluctant, she complied with Bai Xiaoqin's words. Moreover, she knew her sister wanted to discuss their family matters in detail, so it didn't matter whether she was there or not. Listening on the side would only bring up painful memories. By now, it was already dark, and after Bai Xiaozhu left, Chen Ning extinguished the oil lamp. Even though their family was now using lard lamps, there was still a faint, unpleasant smell when burning. In another room, Qin Yu and Huolanlan had not yet rested. Qin Yu was unable to sleep because she had learned Chen Ning's secret and was feeling confused. Therefore, she lit the oil lamp and continued sewing the tent. As for Huolanlan, as a maid, how could she rest when her master was still awake? When Bai Xiaozhu returned, Qin Yu and the little girl exchanged glances, mutually agreeing not to mention what Chen Ning had said, and then another person joined the tent sewing team. After Chen Ning lay down with Bai Xiaoqin, he quietly listened as she recounted more about their family. Chapter 87. There was a lot going on today, as Bai Xiaoqin softly narrated. Chen Ning was once again surprised. Although he had initially deduced from the sisters' demeanor that their family must be well off, he didn't expect it to be this good, essentially being a regional lord. The Dayun Dynasty had a system of fiefs. Apart from princes, if a non-royal person made significant contributions, they could also be granted title. If the contributions of this non-royal lord continued to rise, they could receive a fief. Everything within the fief belonged to the individual, making them akin to a local emperor, although they still had to pay a certain tax to the court each year. Of course, most non-royal lords had their fiefs on the borders, allowing them to also serve as military generals. To protect their own territory, they had to fight to defend the borders, thus ensuring the stability of the dynasty. Bai Xiaoqin's family was one of these non-royal lord families in the Dayun Dynasty. The fief was granted to Bai Xiaoqin's grandfather by the previous emperor, and the Bai family's fief was Songlong City. The Bai family had lived in Songlong City for generations, fully aware that the emperor intended for them to serve diligently on the borders, yet they accepted it gladly. Regardless of whether they had an official title, the Bai family had always protected the city. However, unexpectedly, just as the war in the Dayun Dynasty was settling down and various border cities were awaiting rewards, the Bai family was no exception, expecting their due rewards. What they received instead was a special surprise attack, and the Bai family was inexplicably branded as traitors. Songlong City changed rulers overnight. The Bai family became like rats crossing the street, with anyone related to them being arrested, and those who resisted were executed on the spot. My parents and brother escaped, but we don't know where they went. They should have fled to the Luo dynasty. We too were at our grandmother's house since we were young, so no one knew we were our parents' children. That's why we could escape when our grandmother's family was captured. Bai Xiaoqin recounted with relative calmness, as quite a bit of time had passed. The sisters had some money but no identities. They eventually approached the county magistrate of Zheng County, using most of their savings to smooth things over, which led them to be sent into a marriage convoy. Once married, they could naturally obtain new identities, and no one would investigate their family background since the Zheng County magistrate had been paid off. After all, no one would suspect that the daughter of a lord would voluntarily marry into a poor mountain village. Of course, the outside world did not know that the lord of Songlong City had a daughter. They only knew that there was a valiant little lord in the Songlong royal mansion. So, your parents should still be alive. Do you want to find them? Chen Ning asked softly after hearing everything, filled with sympathy. Right now, we have no way to search for them. We can only wait for our parents to find us. Since we left Songlong City, it might be very difficult for them to find us, Bai Xiaoqin said with a hint of helplessness. So, do you want to return to Songlong City? Chen Ning suddenly asked again. Now that we are your wives, we don't want to go back. It's too dangerous for us there. The new lord is the emperor's 9th son, and he will be keeping a close eye on everything related to our Bai family, Bai Xiaoqin said bitterly. You can't find your parents, and you don't want revenge? Chen Ning asked again. Revenge? Husband, don't joke. That's impossible. He is the emperor, and we're just two homeless girls. What can we use to take revenge? Bai Xiaoqin said with self-deprecating bitterness. Deep down, they naturally wanted revenge, but they knew it was unrealistic. Unless they could contact their parents and brothers to quietly reassemble their scattered family. Even then, the hope for revenge would be very slim. As long as you dare to think, everything is possible. In the future, I will help you find your parents and, if given the chance, help you take revenge. Chen Ning sighed deeply. How could he ignore the grievances his women had suffered? However, this matter couldn't be rushed. He needed to develop himself and wait for an opportunity. Bai Xiaoqin only took Chen Ning's words as a comfort for herself and didn't take them seriously. However, she was already very touched that Chen Ning could say such things, and she even leaned more tightly into his embrace. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoqin's body stiffened slightly as she felt something foreign bump against her waist, and in an instant, she knew what it was. Husband, you want me, right? Bai Xiaoqin said shyly in a low voice. Ahem, sleep peacefully. I said we would wait until the new house is built, so don't tease me. Chen Ning pretended to be a saint, feeling that his greatest willpower was to say this. The last night passed without incident. At dawn, Bai Xiaoqin gently got out of bed, and after dressing, she looked at Chen Ning with tender eyes. Good morning, big sister. Just as Bai Xiaoqin was gazing, Chen Ning suddenly opened his eyes and smiled broadly, saying, good morning, husband. I'll get busy now. Bai Xiaoqin's face immediately turned red as she hurriedly turned and exited the door. This girl, she gets shy so easily. This won't do. Chen Ning chuckled softly and turned over to get up. After revealing the secret to the three women last night, and learning about the Bai sisters' background story. Chen Ning felt very good and relaxed. Today, their family would be busy, and Chen Ning would be even busier. First, he needed to release the building materials, then go to town to meet Pei Laoshi, and afterward, trade with Lu Haifeng. Moreover, he had to return quickly because old Jean would also be bringing the work team over. Furthermore, they still needed to continue purchasing cassava at home, and he had to collect the cassava outside the house, which he had forgotten about last night. After leaving the bedroom, he saw Hualanlan already starting the fire, and Qin Yu was preparing breakfast ingredients. Sister-in-law, I'm going out for a bit to send the cassava into the mountains so they can transport the building materials to the back mountain. Chen Ning called out to Qin Yu after seeing her. Ah, okay. Okay, we'll wait for you to come back for lunch. Xiao Ning, you must be careful. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment upon hearing Chen Ning's words, but she quickly, gently reminded him. She already knew that Chen Ning wasn't really going into the mountains, so she wouldn't worry about him taking too long. It was just a pity that she couldn't witness how Chen Ning used that warehouse space. Hualanlan had a clear understanding of her role as a servant. She seemed to have not heard any of the master's words or actions, except for a respectful greeting, and just worked diligently. As soon as Chen Ning stepped out and walked a few paces, he encountered the two sisters returning from the restroom. Husband, are you going out? Can I come along with Xiaozhu? By Xiaozhu, seeing Chen Ning come this way, guessed what he was about to do and worried that he wouldn't let her stay by his side, so she immediately began to act cute and plead. Of course, Chen Ning readily agreed this time. Since he had mentioned the warehouse space, it was not a big deal for the little girl to want to witness it firsthand. Bai Xiaoqin was also moved, her gaze involuntarily glancing towards the direction of the door. Let's take the big sister too. Sister-in-law and Lan are cooking and one tea come out. Chen Ning noticed Bai Xiaoqin's thoughts, smiled slightly, and took her hand. Bai Xiaoqin nodded happily. After their mutual confessions last night, her personality seemed to have brightened up a bit. The cassava was piled high on the east side of the house, with 12 tons of cassava, and even if they moved it a little at a time, it would take a while for 3 people to handle it. However, if Chen Ning took action, it would be a matter of minutes. Chen Ning had already tested moving materials when transferring items to the cave. As long as the items weren't connected to the earth, he could just reach out and touch them to store them in the warehouse. The only limitation he had discovered so far was the weight of the items. If he tried to store something too heavy at once, it would feel a bit strenuous mentally. For example, the giant stone slab still in the warehouse weighed 20 tons, much heavier than the cassava. Under the curious gaze of the two sisters, Chen Ning reached out to touch the cassava, and the next second, the mound of cassava disappeared without a trace. This is too amazing. This divine technique is indeed powerful. Husband, I want to try if I can go in too, okay? Bai Xiaozhu pleaded as she watched the cassava vanish. Then let us give it a try. Chen Ning readily agreed to Bai Xiaozhu again. Theoretically, if the mountain eagle could go in, Bai Xiaozhu should be able to enter as well, and there was no danger whether she could go in or not. Thank you. Husband, Bai Xiaozhu said excitedly. However, the next second, Chen Ning's expression slightly froze, followed by a bitter smile. No, the warehouse cannot take you in. Chen Ning sighed helplessly. He indeed tried, but it wasn't completely unresponsive. Just as he was about to store Bai Xiaozhu in the warehouse, he felt a sense of powerlessness, as if there was an invisible wall preventing her from entering. Chen Ning felt extremely puzzled. If humans couldn't be stored, there should be no reaction at all. But now, it felt like he couldn't store her because he and team met some requirement. In fact, he tried twice in a row, and the result was the same. All right, Xiaozhu, the gifts from the divine are certainly not something we mere mortals can fathom. It's already a great blessing that your husband can possess and use it. Seeing Bai Xiaozhu's disappointed and gloomy expression, Bai Xiaoqin quickly comforted her. She was worried that her naive sister might say something disrespectful in anger. And if the divine got upset and punished Chen Ning, or even took back this ability, it would be bad. It really can't be done right now. It probably requires some kind of opportunity. In the future, your husband will definitely let you in to take a look. Chen Ning also comforted the little girl. Although Bai Xiaozhu was disappointed, she knew there was nothing she could do if the warehouse Wun-Ti let her in. She understood that Chen Ning couldn't help it either, and it would be unreasonable to throw a tantrum. Just then, A commotion came from outside the courtyard, and the three of them quickly looked over. Oh my, these villagers are too crazy. It's not even bright yet, and they're coming to sell cassava? Bai Xiaozhu exclaimed as she recognized the crowd outside the courtyard. Not far away, villagers were coming to sell cassava, carrying baskets on their backs and pushing wooden carts. They must be afraid it'll be too hot during the day, so they went into the mountains to dig cassava at night, and at dawn, Bai Xiaoqin said lightly. In fact, these villagers were indeed working hard, waking up early and staying out late, just to earn a few copper coins. However, Bai Xiaoqin simply expressed her feelings and had no pity for these villagers. She had learned from Qinyu that since the incident at Chen Ning's house, they had never asked these villagers for help. Yet these villagers had endlessly mocked and humiliated the two of them. Let them come and collect it. I'll go to the back mountain myself. If they ask, just say the cassava was transported away overnight. Chen Ning glanced at the line of villagers, then directly climbed over the fence from the back garden and quickly entered the back mountain. Before the new house was built, they had to first build the courtyard wall, which needed to be at least 4 meters high, with barbed wire on top. Chen Ning entered the back mountain and went directly to the previously selected location, which was very close to home and rarely visited by people. He directly released about 1/3 of the blue bricks and cement sand from the warehouse, along with some construction tools. Although the workers would bring some tools, Chen Ning thought those tools were too outdated and would severely affect the progress of the project. After thinking for a moment, Chen Ning felt that having so many items here was a bit insecure, as the target was somewhat large. And recently there had been too many villagers going into the mountains to dig cassava. He couldn't rule out the possibility of a clueless villager wandering over here. Sister Eagle, I'll trouble you this time to help me guard here. You can leave once my wife brings people to move things, and when I come back, you can take the kids on vacation for as long as you want. Chen Ning directly released Sister Eagle, asking her to keep watch for just 2 or 3 hours. It was only half a day. He scheduled the transaction with Lu Haifeng around 10 in the morning, and Lao Pei and the others would also arrive before noon. By then, the workers would come to move the materials, so there would be no need for Sister Ing to guard them. This time, Sister Ing was quite straightforward. She would just watch some things, and if someone came, she would scare them away directly, and besides, there might not even be outsiders coming. The main thing was that Chen Ning actually said that he could come back whenever he wanted with the child. Chen Ning naturally knew that Sister Ing would have her thoughts, but it didn't matter. He wasn't too worried about her being a threat to him anymore. If Sister Ing really wanted to leave, he wouldn't stop her, which would also resolve their previous grievances completely. Then Chen Ning returned home and saw Qinyu with 3 girls starting to buy cassava. Huolanlan also came out, saying that they were too busy at home and had to bring their distant cousin over overnight to help. The villagers had no reaction to this. They only cared about the amount of coins they received from Qinyu. All their thoughts focused on the scale, hoping each weigh-in would yield a little more. When they saw Chen Ning return, the originally noisy villagers suddenly fell silent. The villagers were already afraid of Chen Ning suddenly exploding, and now they were making money at his home, so none of them wanted to provoke him. Sir, the villagers came too early. We can only eat breakfast after we finish gathering this cassava. Bai Xiaoqin approached Chen Ning, speaking in a very polite manner. Upon hearing this, Chen Ning immediately became displeased, glaring and shouting, "Hungry, need to eat." Chen Ning felt that his acting skills were becoming increasingly proficient. This shout, filled with irritation, immediately made a group of villagers tense up. "Qin family, you haven't eaten yet? Then go back and eat. We can wait a bit." A villager said with a hint of flattery in his tone. "Yes, it's not a big deal to wait a moment. Hurry and eat." The villagers all looked down on the first person who spoke to flatter Chen Ning, but the next moment they all started to echo in agreement. "How about this? Lanlan stays behind. Let the villagers weigh themselves, and you just need to keep an eye on the weight and record it. I'll finish eating quickly and come out to settle up," Qinyu then arranged. "Okay, sister-in-law," Huolanlan quickly nodded, feeling appreciated rather than feeling wronged about being left to do the work alone. Although Huolanlan had not studied formally, she was quite sensitive to numbers, and recording weights was completely fine for her. The villagers had no objections at all. If there was no one to keep accounts, they would have to obediently wait until the others finished eating before they could continue. They didn't want to waste time idly waiting. They wanted to take advantage of the cool weather at dawn to return to the mountains to dig more cassava. If they didn't hurry, the cassava near the mountains would be dug up, forcing them to go further away, which would waste a lot of time and energy. After arranging things in the yard, Chen Ning and the three girls returned to the house. During breakfast, Chen Ning informed the three girls about the construction materials he had placed on the back mountain, asking Bai Xiaoqin to take Lao Pei and Lao Jin over to move them back after they arrived. He also didn't forget to tell the three girls that Tian Ying was guarding by the materials. Upon hearing about Tian Ying, Bai Xiaoqin was naturally the happiest. After a while, having finished breakfast, Chen Ning changed into a new light blue thin cloth outfit, said a simple goodbye to the three girls, and directly left through the back window. Chen Ning didn't want the villagers to know he had left, which could also deter some villagers with ulterior motives. This time, Bai Xiaozhu was very sensible and didn't insist on following him. In fact, she had wanted to protect Chen Ning when she followed him before. But now she was very clear that in the entire Qingyun town, there was really no one who could harm Chen Ning. Taking the mountain path to the town was not Chen Ning's first time. He was quite familiar with it. Once he entered the mountain, he started to run wildly. Chen Ning naturally operated the Songlong secret technique, and in an instant, he felt his body become incredibly light and agile. Even though there were dense forests and thorns in the mountains, they didn't cause any damage to his new clothes. Chen Ning didn't want the new clothes made by his wives to be ruined here. While traveling alone in the mountains without any worries, he circled out of the big mountain in just 20 minutes. When he returned to the main road, he was already very close to Qingyun town. At this time, there were no pedestrians on the road, and Chen Ning used his speed again. A few minutes later, he saw the old city wall of Qingyun town. In the Dayun Dynasty, apart from villages, any town level would have protective city walls, but the town walls were only 6 meters high, just enough to stop those who wanted to sneak into the town. It only took half an hour to enter the town, which was a bit faster than Chen Ning had expected. Just right, he still had a bit of business to handle with Lao Pei, so he had more time. Is Lao Pei at home? Chen Ning quickly arrived at Lao Pei's house and called out from outside the door. Creak, almost without waiting. The door opened from the inside, and it wasn't Lao Pei who opened it. It was his youngest son, Pei Yuan. Hello, sir. My father said that since you've come, please wait a moment. He went out to take care of something and will be back soon. Little Yuan was still in his shabby old clothes, but he was very polite